Tianshui Academy hasn't had any men for hundreds of years. Today, a Title Douluo powerhouse just barged in. Golden light exploded, and Guxinga appeared out of thin air at the door, surrounded by solar flames. Warping the space around in this scene was even more explosive than A. Hope's appearance, with long golden hair, a sun emblem on his forehead, and a smile that could make girls weak at the knees, he boldly introduced himself. I am Guxinga, the Sheng of Knightly. Shunga. Tianshui Academy is filled with beautiful women, practicing by the lake in blue uniforms. Their martial spirits manifesting like mermaids, splashing water with an ethereal aura. As soon as Guxinga entered, he was mesmerized only to realize he was lost. He stopped a charming girl named Haoyang to ask for directions. She was initially annoyed, but upon seeing his face, her cheeks flushed deep red. The director's office is that way. After thanking her and about to leave, Haoyang suddenly grabbed his arm. Do you have a pass? Our academy doesn't allow men to enter freely. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, and the solar flames around him surged violently as pressure as a level 90 Title Douluo made Haoyang weak in the knees. 3 years ago, your director personally invited me. Haoyang was stunned. Invited by the director? Could he be a new teacher? But the academy had never accepted male teachers. Even more exciting, several mermaid students suddenly leaped out of Qinglan Lake and froze upon seeing Guxinga. Who is he? So handsome. Is he here for a visit? I've never seen him before. As Guxinga was about to head to the director's office, the system suddenly popped up with a prompt. Mission: become the first male teacher at Tianshui Academy. Reward: evolution of the lunar martial spirit. Could he handle the director? Would the female students collectively oppose him? Haoyang watched his back, her heart racing. Could this be the legendary Yang energy? Guxinga reached the door of the director's office and was about to knock when the door suddenly swung open. Director Haoyang stared at him with a complex expression. You finally arrived. Guxinga smiled. I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. Haoyang suddenly frowned. Many people in the academy oppose hiring male teachers. Are you confident you can handle them? Guxinga ignited a flame at his fingertips. How about we give it a try? How would he establish his authority? Would the defiant female students be crying for defeat? Haoyang was secretly following behind, her mind filled with questions. Who exactly was Guxinga? Excuse me, is Director Lung Chi in? Just as Guxinga was about to knock, a blue-haired mature woman walked out, her gaze icy enough to freeze someone. This woman was stunning. Blue curly hair, a thighs-lit long skirt hugging her curvaceous figure, and beautiful legs and stockings perched on high heels. She was the Dean of Education, Lan Qingyan. Having just argued with the director, she noticed Guxing's unabashed appraisal, and her anger flared. Who are you? Guxinga. Here is agreed that you are the man. Lan Qingyan sneered. As long as I'm here, you won't get away with anything. With that, she swayed her hips and walked away, leaving Guxinga dumbfounded. Had he offended the Dean of Education before even starting? The next moment, another stunning beauty emerged from the office, dressed in an ice blue gown and a pearl necklace, exuding an aura as cold as an iceberg. Director Lung Chi. Upon seeing Guxinga, her eyes lit up. Shunga, you finally came. Guxinga smiled. Director Lung, you look even more beautiful than before. Smooth talker. Lung Chi shot him a glance, but couldn't hide her smile as she pulled him into the office. As soon as they sat down, Lung Chi fixed her gaze on him and asked, How have you been these past 3 years? Guxinga took a sip of floral tea and replied leisurely, I killed a 10th of sand-year-old three-legged golden crow and broke through to Title Douluo. Lung Chi nearly dropped her teacup. Title Douluo. He was only in his 20s. At that moment, Lan Qingyan's voice came from outside. Director, I brought the students who oppose hiring a male teacher. The office door swung open, and a group of blue-uniformed beauties rushed in, all glaring at Guxinga. The leading girl crossed her arms. What right do you have to be a teacher in our academy? Guxinga raised an eyebrow, and suddenly a burst of golden solar light erupted from him, causing the temperature in the entire office to rise sharply. Just because I'm a Title Douluo. The girls were instantly stunned. Title Douluo? Lan Qingyan was also taken aback. She never expected this guy to be so formidable. Lung Chi stood up. Now, does anyone still oppose? No one dared to speak. That Guxinga suddenly smiled. However, I can give you all a chance. Whoever can take one of my moves, I will leave. Would those female students dare to challenge him? Would Lan Qingyan seize the opportunity to stir trouble? Even more exciting was that Guxinga noticed Lung Chi looking at him with a strange expression. Was that hidden affection? Just as he was about to speak, the system prompted, Subdue all opposers. Reward: evolution of the true solar fire. Guxinga flexed his fingers. How much strength should he use for this move? Shinga, what level is your soul power now? Lung Qishuang poured tea for Guxinga, her eyes filled with anticipation. Guxinga took a sip of the floral tea and casually replied, Level 93. Level 93? Lung Qishuang nearly tipped over the teapot. Wasn't the poison Douluo only level 91? This guy was even stronger than the old monsters among Title Douluo. It turned out that Guxinga not only killed the 10,000-year-old three-legged golden crow, but also picked a little sun fruit from the Fusang tree, jumping straight to level 93, with unrefined energy still inside him, potentially reaching level 95. Lung Qishuang's face turned red with excitement. I appoint you as the honorary vice president. Monthly salary of 50,000 gold soul coins. All expenses covered by the academy. To think her own monthly salary was only 20,000, and Flinder at the Royal Academy as a soul sage earned only 3,000 a month. As Guxinga nodded, he saw Lung Qishuang staring at him, her eyes filled with affection, which quickly dimmed. I was born before you, but you were born after I grew old. She silently sighed in her heart. The next day, all the female teachers at the academy were urgently called for a meeting. Over 60 female teachers filled the conference room, mature, pure, and hot, even including a legal lowly, all exchanging glances. Layoffs? Or was there something big happening? Lan Qingyin sat there, her face sour, as if she had just eaten something unpleasant. She was still upset about yesterday's events. Lung Qishuang stepped onto the stage and cleared her throat. Today, I want to announce something important. Our academy has a new honorary vice president. The teachers murmured. Who is it? A woman? Lung Qishuang smiled. It's a male, a Title Douluo. The room fell instantly silent. Lan Qingyin shot up. Director, are you crazy? The door swung open, and Guxinga walked in, his golden hair shining in the sunlight. Hello, everyone. I am Guxinga. The female teachers erupted. Isn't he the handsome guy from yesterday? He's a Title Douluo. He looks barely in his 20s, stronger than the old monsters at the Royal Academy. Lan Qingyin was so furious she trembled. What right do you have to be the vice president? Guxinga remained silent, merely raising his hand, a ball of solar fire igniting in his palm, causing the temperature in the conference room to soar, nearly melting the table. Just because of this, Lan Qingyin instantly fell silent, her legs cramping. Lung Qishuang seized the opportunity. From now on, Shunga will be responsible for the practical teaching at the academy. Does anyone have any objections? No one dared to speak up, but a lowly teacher suddenly raised her hand. Vice Dean, do you need an assistant? I can do it. Before Guxinga could respond, the system notification arrived. Conquer all female teachers at Tianshui Academy. Reward. Complete awakening of the Taiyin martial soul. He looked around at the room full of young women, a smile playing on his lips. Lung Qishuang observed his smile and suddenly felt a bit sour out of so many young girls. Who would he choose? Lan Qingyin was also gritting her teeth. If this guy dared to mess around, she would do everything she could to kick him out. How would Guxinga deal with these female teachers who were actively showing interest? Would Lung Qishuang's hidden affection be revealed? Even more exciting, a charming student named Shui Yuer was peeking outside the door, her eyes wide with astonishment. Who would he give the first lesson to? I disagree. Lan Qingyin stood up, slamming her hand on the table, pointing at Guxing's nose. He's just a kid. Why should he be the honorary vice dean? Lung Qishuang's expression darkened. In the dean, this is a notification, not a request for opinions. So what if you're the dean? Lan Qingyin retorted. Isn't every vice dean a soul sage? If he has that strength, he'll shut up immediately. She calculated that Guxinga was only in his 20s, at most a soul king, and this was meant to embarrass him. The other female teachers were stunned. Was the head of the teaching department really going to confront the dean? A few secretly glanced at Guxinga, eyes filled with sympathy. This handsome guy was going to be in trouble. Lung Qishuang suddenly smiled, making Lan Qingyin feel a chill in her heart. Shunga, why don't you let her see for herself? Guxinga shrugged, and in the next second, golden soul power erupted. 9 soul rings rose from his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. The last black soul ring was terrifyingly large, exuding a dreadful pressure. The entire conference room table shook, and the female teachers screamed in fright. Lan Qingyin froze in place, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Soul Sage? Guxinga said calmly. Sorry, I'm a Title Douluo. Lan Qingyin's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Title Douluo? A Title Douluo in his 20s? This was even more impressive than Tang Hao. Lung Qishuang leisurely said, Director Lan, do you have any objections now? Lan Qingyin's lips trembled, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, a seductive female teacher raised her hand. Vice Dean, what's your title? Guxinga stroked his chin, golden light coalescing behind him into a solar silhouette. What do you think of Sun God Douluo? The room fell silent for a moment. then erupted in low laughter. Lung Qishuang shot him a glare. Be serious. Lan Qingyan finally regained her composure, her face as red as a cooked shrimp. She had just been pointing a finger at him, and now she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She steeled herself and said, I take back what I said earlier. Jiu Xinga smiled. Director Lan, I actually appreciate your straightforwardness. As soon as those words came out, Lan Qingyan's face turned even redder. The system suddenly prompted, intimidate the entire room, reward. Solar martial soul, domain universal shine. At that moment, the conference room door was pushed open, and a group of female students rushed in, led by Shui Dean. We heard that. Upon seeing the 9 soul rings behind Guxinga, the students were left dumbfounded. Title Douluo. Guxinga looked at the group of wide-eyed girls, a mischievous smile on his lips. Starting tomorrow, he'll be in charge of the practical classes. The female students instantly erupted in excitement. Oh my gosh, the handsome vice dean is teaching us practical classes. I want to sign up. Lan Qingyan watched this scene, her heart filled with mixed feelings. Could this guy really save Tianshui Academy? Lung Qishuang, on the other hand, was gazing at Gu Sheng's back. Deep in thought, was he serious when he said he appreciated Lan Qingyan? How would Gu Xinga conduct his first practical class? Would Lan Qingyan really try to make things difficult for him? Even more thrilling, the system prompted again. Make Lan Qingyan develop a fondness for you within a week. Reward. Unknown soulbone. He glanced at the still blushing Lan Qingyan and smiled. This task was getting interesting. Director Lan, according to your requirement, only a soul sage can serve as vice dean of Tianshui Academy. Unfortunately, I am not a soul sage. As soon as Gu Xinga finished speaking, Lan Qingyan let out a sigh of relief, only to be pressed down onto the table by a terrifying pressure, because I'm just a Title Douluo. I wonder if this strength will satisfy you? 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red 9 soul rings rotated around Gu Xinga, the red ring dazzling to the eye. The female teacher screamed in fear, and Lan Qingyan trembled all over. Title Douluo in his 20s? This was a monster. Lung Qishuang was secretly delighted, watching to see how arrogant she would be now. Jiu Xinga dissipated the pressure, smiling brightly at Lan Qingyan. Director Lan, do you have any objections now? Lan Qingyan's face was crimson, and she forced herself to say, I apologize. She secretly cursed. This bastard did it on purpose. From now on, you can just call me Teacher Gu. Gu Xinga waved his hand, smiling warmly. The female teachers instantly changed their expressions, each one beaming. Hello, Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu is so young. Even the previously observing seductive teacher was throwing flirtatious glances. Teacher Gu, do you need an assistant? Lan Qingyan watched this scene, her teeth itching, but she didn't dare to speak up again. Lung Qishuang cleared her throat. Xinga, should I take you to see your office? Sure. The 2 stepped out of the conference room. The system prompted. Captivate the entire room. Reward. Purification of solar true fire. Gu Xinga felt overjoyed. This trip was worth it. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. It was Lan Qingyan. Teacher Gu. She handed him a form. This is the Academy's course schedule. Take a look. Her voice was as small as a mosquito, and her face was still. Jiu Xinga raised an eyebrow. Had this teaching director change her personality? He took the schedule, accidentally brushing against her hand, and Lan Qingyan recoiled as if shocked, running away faster than a rabbit. Lung Qishuang watched her retreating figure, half smiling. It seems she has a bit of interest in you. Jiu Xinga chuckled. Maybe she's afraid it'll make things difficult for her. The office was on the top floor, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Qinglan Lake, where female students were practicing their martial souls. Upon seeing Gu Xinga, they all stopped. Who is that? Standing with the dean. So handsome. Is he the new teacher? Gu Xinga suddenly pointed at the lake. Dean Lung, those students have good potential. Lung Qishuang followed his gaze, her expression complex. They're all good seeds, just lacking a good teacher to guide them. The system chimed again. Guide students in breaking through. Reward. Enhancement of tying power. Gu Xinga looked at the group of female students eagerly watching him by the lake and smiled. What would he teach in his first class? Would Lan Qingyan really change her opinion of him? Excitingly, there was a silver-haired girl by the lake, secretly staring at Gu Xinga, her eyes filled with curiosity. How much ability does this sun fighter really have? Sign in, Tianshui Academy. Soon as Gu Xinga settled into the small villa in the middle, he silently recited to the system. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ice True Qi. The inner strength of Zhua Lungchan in laughing in the wind. Gu Sheng's eyes lit up. This thing can turn true qi into extreme cold, just perfect for the female students of Tianshui Academy. Tang Sen built Tang's sect using the Xintian function with this. He could make Tianshui rise it to sure win. He then opened the task rewards inside the jade bottle, lay 9 small creation pills. The system said, Soul Douluo can eat 1 to level up, a maximum of 3. Guxinga smiled. Ling Qishuang is level 79. Eating one would directly elevate her to level 80 Soul Douluo. Distributing some to the other teachers, Tianshui Academy would take off. He casually used the ordinary and mysterious level lottery, and a Xianshui Dan popped out, which could wash the marrow and enhance innate soul power, along with innate scenery. Gathering Spirit Array Plate. The palm's eyes jade plate was engraved with 8 small flags the system introduced. Gathers spiritual energy from 500 miles, forms a barrier against soul beasts for 100,000 years, with a maximum spiritual energy concentration of 10 times. Guxinga was astonished. This is like carrying a spiritual land in his pocket. Placing in the academy would directly increase the student's cultivation speed tenfold. Just as he was feeling pleased, Ling Qishuang knocked on the door and entered, holding a soup. Xinga, I just boiled some snow lotus soup. Seeing the array plate in his hand, her eyes widened. Is this a gathering spirit array? Yes, 10 times the spiritual energy. Guxinga handed the array plate to her. Put it by Qinglan Lake. The students will benefit from it. Ling Qishuang's hands trembled. This is a top-tier treasure. He just gives it away like that. Suddenly, the system jumped with a prompt. New task. Go to Wuhuan City and let Bibi Dong feel the warmth of the sun. Reward. 1 chaos level lottery draw. Guxinga raised an eyebrow. The Pope? This task is interesting. He turned to Ling Qishuang and said, I need to go to Wuhuan City for something. Ling Qishuang was taken aback. Now? The academy is about to start. We'll be back soon. Guxinga smiled. By the way, take this small creation pill for your breakthrough to level 80. Ling Qishuang held the pill, feeling a bit sour inside. Who is it going to find? Guxinga didn't explain, vanishing from the spot, leaving only a sentence. Watch over the house. Just then, Lan Qingyan happened to pass by and saw Ling Qishuang standing at the door in a daze, still clutching a jade bottle. She couldn't help but ask, Dean, where is Teacher Gu? He went to Wuhuan City. Lan Qingyan's pupils contracted. Wuhuan City. That's the Pope's territory. What is he going there for? Guxinga flew towards Wuhuan City, shimmering with golden light, pondering. Bibi Dong was severely deceived by Tianshui, so her heart must be full of shadows he needs to use the warmth of the sun to brighten her up. But he wondered, would this Pope strike him as soon as they met? Should he bring the small creation pill to Bibi Dong? Would Ling Qishuang secretly follow him? Even more excitingly, the system added, task failed, deprive the sun martial soul. Gu Xinga twitched the corner of his mouth. This is forcing him to pursue the Pope. Upon arriving at Wuhuan City, how would he sneak into the Pope's palace? What would Bibi Dong's reaction be when she saw his sunny face? The air inside the small Western-style building became humid and sticky, with the spiritual energy nearly liquefying. The potted plants adorning the building were also significantly transformed by the spiritual energy, their branches and leaves growing more lush and vibrant, and their flowers blooming more beautifully, which was quite pleasing. Guxinga also felt the consumption of his soul power. Activating the 8 scenes gathering spirit array consumed 1/5 of his soul power, which was comparable to the consumption of using the 9th soul skill. After injecting soul power once, the gathering spirit barrier lasted for 2 hours, and he had already replenished the soul power he consumed. This created a good sustainability. However, spiritual energy is not inexhaustible. Once the spiritual energy within a radius of 500 miles was depleted, no matter how powerful the gathering spirit array was, it would be ineffective, as there would be no spiritual energy to gather. Placing the 8 scenes gathering spirit array in front of him, Guxinga sat cross-legged and began to meditate and cultivate. The next day, the weather was clear, the sun hung high in the sky, casting vast sunlight that illuminated the world and brought vitality to all things. Early in the morning, after finishing his cultivation, Guxinga went to Ling Qishuang's residence. After having breakfast together, he bid her farewell. Where are you going? Ling Qishuang wiped her red lips and felt a bit reluctant upon hearing he was leaving. Why are you leaving after just 2 days? Wuhuan City conferred. Guxinga actively embraced the beautiful female dean, and Ling Qishuang not only did not resist, but instead complied, caressing her voluptuous body, leaning down close to her ear, and gently explaining. The warm breath released while speaking, carrying a hint of moisture, enveloped Ling Qishuang's ear, causing her delicate body to tremble slightly, and her earlobes instantly flushed with a layer of crimson, burning hot. The Spirit Hall, as the official organization for Soul Masters, requires every being that breaks through to the Title Douluo rank to go to the Spirit City, where they will be conferred at the Douluo Hall, and thereafter, it will be announced to the world that a new Title Douluo has been born. Of course, Guxinga's visit to the Spirit Hall was not just for the conferral. There were many places to sign in at the Spirit Hall, and he was sure to gain numerous valuable items. With one hand wrapped around the voluptuous waist of the beautiful female dean, he produced a small creation pill in his other hand and handed it to Lung Qishuang. This is a small creation pill containing powerful medicinal properties. Even a soul Douluo can increase their soul power by 1 level after consuming it. You are currently at level 79. After taking it, you can break through to level 80. As for the soul rings, let us go hunt for them together once I return after being conferred. Looking at the milky white pill in Guxing's palm, a hint of surprise flashed in Lung Qishuang's eyes. She could hardly believe that such a small item could help her break through to soul Douluo, but she did not doubt the truth of Guxing's words. He had no need to deceive her. Thank you. Lung Qishuang carefully stored the small creation pill and thanked him. Guxing protected her, and the beautiful female dean immediately consumed the small creation pill. Suddenly, a surge of potent medicinal power erupted within her, and she hurried to refine it. After a long time, once she had refined the medicinal power and broken through to level 80, Lung Qishuang slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes, only to find that Guxing was no longer by her side, which made her feel quite disappointed. On the balcony of another small villa, Lan Xinyan saw Guxing unexpectedly exiting Lung Qishuang's residence, and her familiar yet cold and beautiful face changed slightly. Her delicate brows furrowed, and she let out a cold snort. There really is an affair. When conferring at the Spirit Hall, let us give Bibi Dong a wave of sunlight care to leave a deep impression on Her Holiness the Pope. Chapter 7. The Evil Soul Master Force, the Demon Soul Sect. The vast sky, cloudless for thousands of miles, a brilliant golden light streaked across the horizon, flying freely through the clouds, leaving behind a blazing trail. As the camera zoomed in, it became clear that the golden light was transformed from a figure, unmistakably Guxing, with golden wings of blazing flame burning behind him, moving at an incredible speed, covering thousands of meters in an instant towards the Spirit City. These golden wings were obtained after he hunted a 10,000-year-old three-legged golden crow, and he named them the Wings of the Sun God. Using the Wings of the Sun God, Guxing's fire attribute increased by 200, his speed by 200, and other attributes by 100, making him immune to all fire attribute attacks. This was just the basic enhancement, and there were also 2 accompanying soulbone skills. Golden Crow Transformation Rainbow. The Golden Crow masters the speed of the world, transforming into a rainbow, increasing speed tenfold, while also possessing burning and incinerating properties. Anyone who stands in the way will be burned to death. 3,000 Divine Fire Crows. Using this soul skill, it releases endless divine fire feathers that penetrate, burn, and incinerate all matter. While Guxing was flying at high speed, he suddenly paused, casting his gaze downward, looking down from above, taking in everything happening on the ground, and his expression instantly turned extremely difficult, even somewhat grotesque, as his dazzling golden eyes surged with anger, gritting his teeth. He rushed towards the ground, and as Guxing continued to descend, a horrific scene unfolded before him. A village was shrouded in death, with broken walls and scattered corpses. Young and old alike, the youngest being just a baby, the air was filled with an extremely rich smell of blood. Yet those corpses were presented in an exceedingly bizarre manner, forcibly nailed to the ground, dried like firewood, as if their blood had been drained by something, leaving only bones and a layer of skin. Upon witnessing such a horrific scene, even the usually mild-tempered Guxing felt extreme anger and let out a low roar. Demon Soul Sect, you beasts! Such a familiar scene reminded him of the Demon Soul Sect, this evil soul master organization, and he could think of nothing else. The village that once nurtured him was destroyed at the hands of the Demon Soul Sect, and they had used the same blood sacrifice technique. Guxing walked into the village that had been blood sacrificed, feeling the remnants of the aura left by the evil soul masters of the Demon Soul Sect. The massacre and blood sacrifice had not happened long ago, and those evil soul masters had not stayed for long. They had probably already headed to the next village. Without much thought, he spread his sun god wings again, following the guidance of the residual aura of the evil soul masters to pursue them. A ball of intensely hot solar fire descended from the sky, landing in the blood-sacrificed village. The pure and holy solar fire instantly engulfed the entire village, burning everything to ashes, allowing those wrongfully dead villagers to return to dust. In the sky, Guxing tracked the whereabouts of the evil soul masters of the Demon Soul Sect based on the aura, his golden eyes filled with rage. 3 years ago, The 4 soul fighters who ambushed him were protectors of the Demon Soul sect. Since Guxinga broke through to Soul Saint, he had been hunting the evil soul masters of the Demon Soul sect across the continent, which made him a thorn in their side. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent 4 protectors to ambush him. The Demon Soul sect had been established for less than 100 years, and according to Guxinga's investigations, it was said to be related to the City of Slaughter, founded by a killing god who emerged from there, with the suspected leader being a level 99 peerless soul master. However, he suspected that behind the Demon Soul sect was the King of Slaughter, as the robes of the sect's followers were embroidered with blood-red bats, and there was a river of blood flowing in the City of Slaughter. To ensure that the blood river does not dry up, it cannot rely solely on the people within the City of Slaughter. Thus, they must collect from the outside world. Below the leader, there are 2 vice leaders, 8 great venerables, and numerous elders and protectors, forming a massive force that gathers many evil soul masters. However, under the suppression of the Spirit Hall, even though the Demon Soul sect's power is vast, it can only curl up and dare not show its head, only engaging in covert activities. Although every city on the continent has a Spirit Hall branch, the Spirit Hall is ultimately not omniscient and cannot predict the future. It can only do its utmost to restrain the evil deeds of the Demon Soul sect, but some places are too remote, and even the Spirit Hall cannot reach them. Coupled with the inaction of the 2 great empires, which only care for the nobles and neglect the common people, seemingly wanting to use the Demon Soul sect to restrain the Spirit Hall. Thus, the Demon Soul sect has never been eradicated and has instead grown stronger. Guxinga discovered that some nobles had collaborated with the Soul Demon sect and had even taken action to kill other nobles, landing on the wanted lists of several kingdoms. He understood why. In the later stages of Douluo, when the Spirit Hall established the Spirit Empire, it not only faced no opposition, but also gained the support of many common people on the continent, because they were doing real work. Following the aura of the evil soul masters, Guxinga flew for over 10 minutes, during which he discovered 2 villages that had been blood sacrificed, making his eyes redden with anger. These beasts. Finally, at the 4th village, he spotted the group of evil soul masters. A group of evil soul masters dressed in black and red robes, embroidered with blood-red bats, invaded the originally peaceful village. Upon entering, they killed anyone they saw. The unarmed villagers stood no chance against them, and the only soul master in the village was easily killed by a soul king. "Daddy, save me. You beasts. You won't die a good death." In an instant, slaughter erupted in the village, with wails echoing, cries, pleas for mercy, and curses reverberating in the air, making it unbearable for listeners and heartbreaking for onlookers. "Mother, son, run. Daddy will protect you. Beasts, beasts." Among this group of evil soul masters, 2 figures stood still, watching the massacre unfold before them without any movement. One of the figures seemed unable to bear it and turned to leave, while the other followed closely behind, not leaving a step. But just as the 2 figures left, a blazing sun descended. Seeing this scene, Guxinga's handsome face revealed anger. His golden hair fluttered, and a sun pattern on his forehead radiated layers of golden light, enveloping his figure. Surrounding him were 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings. An overwhelming pressure, without any reservation, suppressed the remaining cultists in the village, still engaged in killing. Behind him, a brilliant sun rose slowly. An endless fire of the sun burned fiercely, illuminating the world and incinerating everything, the extreme heat distorting the space, purest and most sacred, highest and noblest. Like a sun god descending into the mortal realm, bringing with it a raging fury, without any unnecessary words or actions. The first soul ring burst forth with brilliant purple light. Guxinga raised his hand to condense a blazing golden sun, incinerating everything. His golden eyes were extremely cold, coldly pronouncing the death of the cultists. Annihilation. The blazing golden sun shot out, instantly splitting into dozens of golden suns, maintaining their size, moving at an extreme speed, like golden meteors, leaving behind a scorching black trace in the air, giving the cultists no chance to react, landing on them and burning them to ashes. Obliterated inch by inch. The Soul Demon sect is my original villain. Is that okay? Surely no one will criticize me for not having the Soul Demon sect in the original work, right? Chapter 8. Soul Demon Saintess? Still killing. The dozen or so cultists wantonly slaughtering in the village were easily wiped out by Guxinga, turning to ashes. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Many villagers had fallen under the blades of the evil soul masters. The village ground was littered with the bodies of villagers, some old, some young, some male, some female. Due to the demands of blood sacrifices, most were killed with a single blow, blood flowing together to form a small pool, the intense bloody smell permeating the air. They all stared with wide eyes, still lingering in confusion, shock, and deep incomprehension before death, not understanding why such a disaster had befallen them. There were only a dozen surviving villagers, watching their relatives, friends, and neighbors, who had been laughing just minutes ago, now turned into cold corpses. Unable to bear such a heavy blow, they collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with sorrow, and some villagers directly fell onto the bodies, crying in pain, tears streaming down their faces. "Dad, wake up! Wake up! Mom, don't sleep either. I will be obedient from now on, and one tea run around. Please wake up." A child in tattered clothes lay on his parents' corpses, constantly shaking them, crying and pleading for them to wake up, but all he received was the gradually cold bodies. A bare-chested farmer held his lifeless daughter, his eyes red, holding her gradually cold little hand against his chest, as if trying to warm it. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't warm it. "Child, your hand is so cold. Dad wants to warm it. But somehow I can't warm it. I'm useless, child. I'm useless. I can't protect you." The sounds of grief, every word piercing the heart. A burly man at this moment held his daughter, crying to the sky, weeping like a child, feeling so helpless, so heartbroken. An elderly woman, over 70, looked at the corpse of her partner who had accompanied her for most of her life, not crying, not making a fuss, her murky old eyes filled with tenderness. Reaching out her frail, aged hand to touch the blood-stained face, which looked somewhat grotesque, she gently closed his eyes, her voice very soft and gentle, with a hint of reproach. "Old man, why did you leave so quickly? You didn't wait for me. Take it slow down. I'll catch up with you soon." The old woman looked up at Guxinga in the sky, showing him a kind and gentle smile, thanking him, and then she collapsed against a nearby stone pillar, going to follow her old man. Having loved each other for a lifetime, how could she let him go alone? This scene deeply stimulated Guxinga's soul, raising his hatred for the soul demon sect to a new height. Try to run. He suddenly turned his head, seeing two figures quickly fleeing the scene. With a cold snort, he transformed into a golden rainbow and chased after them, intercepting them in an instant. The vast and overwhelming soul power pressure bore down without reservation, crushing towards the two fleeing cultists, making them kneel on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking up in fear at Guxinga, who stood in the air, bearing a brilliant sun, like a sun god, his golden eyes icy cold, filled with killing intent. "Looking at your attire, you must hold a high position in the soul demon sect." The cultist who had just died at his hands wore a robe embroidered only with a blood-red bat, the most ordinary of followers, while the two before him. One wore a robe embroidered with a three-headed blood-red bat, indicating she was a captain of the soul demon sect, at least a soul emperor. The other, as Guxinga narrowed his eyes, wore a robe with a seven-headed blood-red bat, edged with golden thread, higher than a protector, but lower than an elder, something he had never seen before. Sensing Guxinga's scrutinizing gaze, the two figures pulled back their hoods, revealing their true appearances. One was a charming beauty, and the other a delicate-looking girl of about 15 or 16. The beautiful woman, knowing she could not escape the grasp of a Title Douluo, quickly knelt on the ground to plead for mercy and automatically revealed their identities. "Respected Your Majesty, please be magnanimous and spare us. The Saintess and I did not kill those villagers. We were merely sent by the cult to bring the Saintess here for observation." Hearing the word observation, Guxinga's gaze turned colder. What a nice way to say they did not kill the villagers. What a mere observation. "Have you ever heard of being complicit in a crime? Saintess, you soul demon sect also learned to play this game like the Spear Hall." As he spoke, Guxinga's gaze fell on the soul demon Saintess, frowning slightly, sensing an unreal feeling from her. It didn't matter. He didn't want to probe too much. Whether it was the Saintess or the Saint's son, since you belong to the soul demon sect, then go to die. Guxinga once again condensed a ball of scorching golden sun in his palm, incinerating everything and obliterating all beings. Even the soul saint would not dare to take it head-on. The appearance of the golden sun caused the beautiful woman's expression to change dramatically. But the demon soul saintess remained calm and slowly spoke, though her voice was somewhat heavy. "Your Majesty, we have not harmed anyone. Do you really intend to kill us?" "That's right." Guxinga slightly nodded, seeing her remain composed in the face of death threats, his brilliant golden eyes revealing a hint of appreciation and a trace of regret. It's a pity you belong to the Demon Soul sect. Why? Is it just because I am a member of the Demon Soul sect? Although I am the saintess of the Demon Soul sect, I have never harmed anyone, and I was forced to join the sect. The Demon Soul saintess gazed into Gushinga's eyes, hoping to see a wavering. Yet all she found was unyielding killing intent, and that trace of regret had vanished. The beautiful woman also pleaded repeatedly. That's right, my young lady was forced to join the Demon Soul sect and has never harmed anyone. Please spare us. Do you see those people? They have also never harmed anyone, yet they died inexplicably at the hands of your Demon Soul sect. Why is that? What logic is this? Gushinga pointed to the village not far away, where the sound of weeping lingered in the air. The pain caused by the Demon Soul sect would forever remain in the village, unable to be erased. Before he finished speaking, he continued, the moment you joined the Demon Soul sect, your fate was already sealed. Perhaps you have no intention of harming others right now, but who can guarantee that you won't in the future? Proximity to the red makes one red, and proximity to the black makes one black. One day, you will harbor thoughts of hurting others and kill. Therefore, rather than waiting for you to commit sins before punishing you, it is better to resolve this early and prevent it from happening. Although you are not wrong now, you will make mistakes in the future. This is not about right or wrong. Even if the holy maiden of the Demon Soul sect has never harmed anyone, so what? From the day she joined the Demon Soul sect, she was already marked by it. Even if she never harms anyone, as long as she is a member of the Demon Soul sect, she must bear responsibility for its sins. If you want to blame someone, blame the Demon Soul sect. Little girl, open your eyes in your next life and don't choose the wrong path again. Gushinga looked regretfully at the Demon Soul saintess one last time. The golden sun in his hand bursting forth with intense golden light, shooting towards her with the intent to obliterate the Demon Soul saintess. If anyone has any suggestions, please feel free to share. And by the way, I'm seeking recommendations, monthly votes, and readers. Chapter 9. The fleeing Demon Soul saintess arrives at Wuhuan City. The golden sun blazed fiercely, scorching everything in its path, twisting the space it passed through and leaving a charred mark behind. Miss, hurry and escape. As the golden sun was about to strike the Demon Soul saintess, a seductive beauty beside her forcibly broke free from the constraints of the soul power pressure, revealing 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black soul rings. The 7th soul ring lit up, directly activating her martial soul's true form, transforming into a massive ice fox that stood in front of the Demon Soul saintess, gathering a large amount of icy energy in its mouth and spraying it out in a slanted manner, attempting to counter the golden sun. Unfortunately, how could a mere soul sage stand against the Title Douluo? How could ice contend with the sun? The high-temperature golden sun collided with the icy energy, directly melting the ice and creating a large amount of white mist that obscured Gushinga's vision. The golden sun continued unabated, crashing into the massive body of the ice fox, burning through its icy blue fur. The ice fox let out a painful wail as the fierce flames of the sun erupted, incinerating its organs and flesh. Yet it still steadfastly blocked in front of the Demon Soul saintess, buying her time to escape. The Demon Soul saintess did not let this rare opportunity slip away. A soul bone with a faint spatial aura appeared on her left leg, emanating a weak blue light. A surge of spatial power enveloped her, causing her to vanish from her original spot. Seeing the Demon Soul saintess escape using the soul bone, Gushinga frowned slightly. He had thought it would be easy to handle, but he did not expect such a turn of events. Not only had he miscalculated, but he also felt embarrassed. He waved his hand, summoning an even more furious wave of solar fire that engulfed the ice fox, turning it to ashes. A saintess possesses a 10,000-year soul bone. Her identity must be more than just a simple saintess. The person behind her could possibly be the deputy leader, or even the leader themselves. He had let a big fish go. Gushinga sighed, sensing the remnants of the Demon Soul saintess's aura. What a pity. If it were just a speed-type soul skill. No matter how far she ran, I could track her down by the aura. Unfortunately, it's a space-type soul skill, and once the aura is cut off, I can't pursue her. Next time we meet, I will decisively eliminate her. Although the Demon Soul saintess is innocent, since she holds the position of the saintess of the Demon Soul sect, she should bear the price and take on the sins of the Demon Soul sect. Gushinga flew back to the village, helped deal with the bodies in the village, built a couple's tomb for the old woman and the old man, and left some money for the surviving villagers to rebuild the village before leaving. The reason for doing this was merely to comfort her soul. Among the surviving villagers, a bloodstained boy watched Gushinga's departing figure, his eyes gradually shifting from sorrow to determination. A few minutes later, a ripple in space appeared, and the Saintess of Soul magic reappeared at the original spot, looking somewhat shaken. Her soul bone skill was not to teleport her away, as Guxinga had thought, but to hide her in another layer of space. Looking at the scorched earth before her, the old servant who had followed her for many years was dead just like that, and sadness appeared in the Saintess's eyes. However, she did not mourn for long and quickly left to avoid Guxinga returning. The Tianshui Academy is over 2,000 kilometers away from Wuhuan City. Due to the delay caused by the affairs of the Soul Magic Church, even with the flying speed of the sun god wings, Guxinga spent nearly half a day to arrive. Wuhuan City is incredibly magnificent, standing at the junction of two great empires, serving as a holy land for soul masters and leaning towards the north. When the city was built, it was considered as the last line of defense against the extreme northern ice plains. Compared to the Star-Do forest, the extreme northern ice plains are even more vast and dangerous. Guxinga was visiting Wuhuan City for the first time. The scale was extremely spectacular, resembling a giant beast lying on the ground from a distance. Knights from the Wuhuan Palace patrolled the city walls, always on guard at the city gates, while the flow of people coming and going was immense, as if the gates were the gaping maw of a voracious beast, swallowing everything. He chose not to enter the city immediately, but to make a greeting first. Under Guxinga's feet, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings emerged, floating around him, releasing his imposing aura without reservation. A brilliant sun rose behind him, and the intense golden soul power erupted, transforming into a towering pillar of light that shot up into the sky, stirring the clouds and painting the heavens gold. In an instant, everyone on the ground felt this overwhelming and fiery pressure, looking up at the sky with expressions of shock. 2 suns had actually appeared. The knights on the city walls stood at attention, raising their long spears towards the sun-like figure in the sky, their palms sweating profusely, unsure if it was from the heat or from nervousness. Within Wuhuan City, 3 figures soared into the air, also surrounded by 9 rings, and one of them possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. They flew to Guxinga's front, and upon sensing his powerful presence, all displayed looks of surprise. Seeing the strong figures of the Wuhuan Palace emerge, Guxinga reined in his released pressure, and the brilliant sun behind him returned to his body. There was no need for it to continue. Otherwise, it would not be a greeting but a declaration of war. "May I ask who you are?" asked a noble and extraordinarily beautiful woman, surrounded by 2 figures, as she gazed at Guxinga. Noticing that he had restrained his pressure, she realized he was not here to provoke trouble, and then inquired about his origins. "I am Guxinga, the newly conferred Title Douluo, here to be conferred by the Wuhuan Palace." Guxinga introduced himself in a gentle voice, which caused a moment of astonishment among several members of the Spirit Hall. A newly appointed Title Douluo? Based on the previous display of power, he seemed even stronger than some veteran Title Douluo. "Are you really telling me you're new?" Moreover, after glancing at Guxinga's appearance and the soul rings beneath his feet, they were even more shocked. He looked too young, appearing to be only in his 20s. And with that soul ring configuration of 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, such an extraordinary setup meant his cultivation must far exceed that of an ordinary Title Douluo. They scrutinized Guxinga, while he was also observing them, especially the stunning and luxurious woman in the center. She wore a crown adorned with pink gemstones, her wine red. Slightly curled long hair framed her beautifully delicate, oval face, exquisitely crafted and slightly made up, resembling the most perfect work of art. Her peach blossom eyes held an air of authority mixed with subtle allure, the rosy hue of her irises revealing a hint of mischief. Her delicate and well-defined nose stood proudly, and her pink lips were round and enticing, making one want to kiss them. A luxurious pink gown with golden patterns hugged her curvaceous figure. Her skin was as white and fine as mutton fat jade, with a proud chest and ample curves. Mature like a ripe peach, a slender waist easily grasped, and a perfectly rounded, exquisite backside, showing no flaws. Pink, form-fitting leather pants wrapped around her long legs in golden proportions, straight and tall, with delicate, luxurious high-heeled shoes lightly stepping in midair. She exuded an air of authority and a long-established elegance, more beautiful and noble than any woman Guxinga had ever seen. This stunning and luxurious woman was none other than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Regarding the protagonist's Sun, Martial Soul ring configuration, it is relatively conventional as the first martial soul, and the years of the soul rings will increase later. As for why there is only 100,000-year soul ring, it is because such soul beasts are too rare. Even if the protagonist wanted to hunt them, they would be hard to find and would have to choose suitable ones. Not just take any at random. In Chapter 10, Divine Artifact Sun Holy Sword, BB Dong's nearly perfect appearance left Gu Xingge momentarily stunned. His dazzling golden eyes fixed on her as if trying to engrave her image in his mind to never forget. Sensing the unabashed scrutiny, the beautiful Pope felt somewhat displeased. At that moment, a golden figure flew out from the spirit city. It was the grand offering, TitleDouluo. Although over 100 years old, he still looked like a handsome young man, appearing only a few years older than Gu Xingge. TitleDouluo's arrival made BB Dong furrow her brows slightly. She was not keen on seeing this person. The nearby Jew and age.Due greeted TitleDouluo with respect, bowing and calling out, "We have seen the grand offering." The grand offering nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Gu Xingge, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes, and his handsome face broke into a gentle smile. "Long time no see, Xiao Gu. Old man, long time no see." Gu Xingge also smiled and nodded. He had a long-standing friendship with TitleDouluo and had received his guidance and instruction for a period of time, so he could be considered a teacher. Seeing that the great offering was familiar with this mysterious TitleDouluo, BB Dong's eyes darkened slightly. She did not feel pleased, but instead sensed that Gu Xingge might be a threat. After explaining his intentions to TitleDouluo, the old man was quite happy upon hearing it, secretly thinking that Gu Xingge was sensible. Knowing that one must be conferred by the Spirit Hall after breaking through to TitleDouluo, unlike some hammer-wielding fellows who were clueless. Subsequently, the great offering invited Gu Xingge to the offering hall to reminisce, while BB Dong took Ju and age.Due back to the Pope's palace. Upon entering the offering hall, Gu Xingge immediately chose to sign in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Divine Artifact Sun Sacred Sword. Upon hearing this result, Gu Xingge paused his steps. TitleDouluo, who was walking ahead, sensed his pause and turned his head to look at him in confusion. "What's wrong, little Gu?" "It's nothing. Just that it's my first time in the offering hall, and I'm a bit shocked by its grandeur." Gu Xingge came back to his senses and praised the offering hall, which made the grand offering display a proud expression. In terms of luxury, the offering hall was undoubtedly the first in the Spirit Hall. Once you are conferred, if you are willing to join the Spirit Hall and become an elder, the doors of the offering hall will always be open for you, TitleDouluo said with a smile, while also revealing another piece of information. Gu Xingge smiled, but did not pick up on that topic. Instead, he chatted with the grand offering about his experiences over the past few years and mentioned that the Demon Soul Church had gained a new saintess. When he heard that Gu Xingge had already broken through to level 90, the look of surprise on TitleDouluo's face intensified. How old is this kid now? He has already reached the status of a TitleDouluo. He will probably break through to his level before turning 40. He looked at him like a monster. No, there are no monsters that can compare to Gu Xingge. He is completely a prodigy, a 23-year-old TitleDouluo. Not to mention, there may never be another like him in the future. At least there has never been one as young in the history of TitleDouluos recorded in the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao was directly crushed to dust. As for the saintess, he had heard of her. She was said to be a disciple of one of the vice leaders of the Demon Soul Church. And although the people of the Demon Soul Church respected her greatly, no one had ever seen her true face, as she always presented herself with a mask. After listening to TitleDouluo's account, a hint of understanding appeared in Gu Xingge's eyes. No wonder he had felt her face seemed unreal before. However, if he had observed more closely at that time, he could have discovered the true appearance of the Demon Soul Saintess. Little Gu, every title conferred ceremony will invite the Soul Master forces from across the continent to observe, so yours will also need some time to prepare. During this time, you can stay in the Spirit Hall and feel free to raise any requests. The TitleDouluo conferment ceremony is of great significance, and it must be grand and solemn, to announce the birth of a new TitleDouluo to the entire continent. Due to the influence of the Demon Soul Church and Tang Hao killing the former pope, the prestige of the Spirit Hall has been declining. TitleDouluo also planned to take this opportunity to show some strength and remind the other forces on the continent that your father will always be your father. Gu Xingge had no objections to this and nodded in agreement. Then it would be troublesome for the old man. At that moment, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Please check it, host. Gu Xingge did not immediately check the rewards. It will be fine to look after leaving the offering hall. As night fell, the pure white moon replaced the sun in the sky, casting a cold, clear light over the earth. All things gradually entered a state of sleep, preparing for a new day. In a corner of Spirit Hall City, two cold voices engaged in conversation, their tones unrecognizable due to special treatment, disguising their true identities. TitleDouluo was preparing to hold a grand ceremony for his title, during which the Spirit Hall would certainly invite representatives from various Soul Master factions across the continent. This presented an opportunity. Are you suggesting we assassinate the representatives of the major factions after the ceremony? No, we need to disrupt the ceremony, embarrass the Spirit Hall, and make them look foolish. Those Soul Master factions would surely enjoy seeing the Spirit Hall humiliated. It seems we will have to use those items. If this succeeds, the Spirit Hall's prestige among the continent's Soul Master factions will undoubtedly decline again, which would also benefit the church. I understand. The conversation ended within moments, and a night breeze swept by, erasing all traces. However, all of this was overheard by TitleDouluo, who sneered at their intentions. He wanted them to create chaos. Otherwise, why would he hold this grand ceremony? In another palace, Guxinga sat cross-legged on his bed, enveloped in the intense moonlight, which was cold and gentle. As he meditated, the light was gradually absorbed and transformed into soul power. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, a silver gleam flashing across them, appearing extraordinary. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, calming the soul power flowing within him. Opening the system space, Guxinga retrieved the rewards from the offering hall sign-in. The divine artifact, Sun Saint Sword, was a two-handed greatsword. The sword guard resembled a golden crow spreading its wings, vividly crafted, while the sword body was entirely made of red gold, measuring 1.5 meters long, with a blade width of 4 fingers. It was adorned with sun patterns. The blade thick yet extremely sharp, dazzling and brilliant, making it hard to look directly at, like a radiant sun. Name: Sun Saint Sword. Description: a divine artifact forged from the essence of the sun combined with the spirit of the golden crow, containing true solar fire. Possessing characteristics such as incineration, burning, and purification. It can naturally absorb sunlight and all fire attribute energy. Even soul skills can be absorbed, countering various attributes like darkness, ice, water, poison, and fire. It can summon the spirit of the golden crow to assist in battle, with the spirit's power changing according to the wielder's strength. Attached divine skill. Haoyang burns all, releases true solar fire, evolving into a vast divine sun, incinerating all things in heaven and earth. One word: powerful. With this Sun Saint Sword, Guxinga even dared to challenge TitleDouluo directly. His fingers traced the warm sword body, and as he grasped the hilt, it felt excellent. A trace of solar soul power infused into the sword, instantly radiating a brilliant red gold light, and the spirit of the golden crow manifested, soaring around the sword body. A clear and piercing cry shattered the quiet night. To clarify in advance, although this is a Douluo fanfiction, it will not follow the original plot too closely. Most of it is original content. Of course, necessary elements will still be included, and troublesome matters will be dealt with. Please support it. Chapter 11. Sign in at the Pope's Hall. Reward. Personal small dimension. A sudden cry of the golden crow startled many people and drew attention. In the offering hall, upon hearing the cry, TitleDouluo's spiritual power instantly spread, enveloping the entire spirit hall. He sensed that the source of the sound was Guxinga's palace and felt an extremely intense heat. Even his spiritual power felt scalding under this high temperature. Meanwhile, Guxinga also sensed the probing of different spiritual powers, all of which belonged to Title-Douluo level experts. He quickly stored the Sun Saint Sword back in the system space and formed a barrier with his own spiritual power to block the prying spiritual powers. With this defense, those attracted spiritual powers gradually faded away. Guxinga opened the system, and now he had 2 new tasks, one from the Tianshui Academy and the other related to the coronation ceremony. Task name: Striving for Championship. Task content: Please fulfill your duties as a teacher and cultivate an excellent competition team with a cultivation level no lower than Soul Master before the start of the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, and achieve the championship in the competition. Task restrictions: No forced enhancement using elixirs. The students must cultivate on their own. Completion rewards: 1 Xian level lottery draw. All soul ring years increased by 50,000 years, and 1 Chinkuan transformation pill. Cultivating a competition team with a cultivation level no lower than Soul Master within 2 years was simple. However, achieving the championship in the Soul Master competition was a bit more challenging. Over the years, Guxinga had experienced a lot, making him realize that this Douluo world was not as simple as depicted in the original work. It was possible that a team of all Soul Kings would emerge in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition 2 years later. Therefore, caution was necessary. Just having Soul Masters was not enough. It would be safer to set a smaller goal first, cultivating a team of all Soul Kings. As for the second task, Guxinga's gaze shifted down. Task name: Who in the world doesn't recognize you? Task content: Showcase your powerful strength at the coronation ceremony. Impressing everyone and making them remember your appearance and name, surpassing Tang, Hao, and becoming the new generation's legend. Task rewards: Based on the final results. This task left him deep in thought. In short, it meant he needed to make a grand appearance. The bigger, the better. But how should he do that? This posed a dilemma that required careful consideration. Meanwhile, in the Pope's chamber, the sound of flowing water came from behind the jade green screen. Bibi Dong's nearly perfect, enchanting body was soaking in a bathtub filled with rose petals. The bathwater rose to her chest, up to her delicate collarbone, with wisps of steam rising, making the air somewhat humid. The fragrance of roses mixed with a unique scent, captivating to anyone nearby. The bright red rose petals floated with the rippling water, drifting to her fair, slightly pink shoulders. As Bibi Dong raised her slender jade arms, a wave was stirred up, and the bathwater cascaded down her long, delicate fingers. The petals lay quietly in her palm, which she then crushed and gently smeared onto her skin, adding a hint of rose fragrance. Every time she bathed, Bibi Dong would take a long time to cleanse her entire body, leaving no spot untouched. Only in this way could she feel at least a little cleaner. After her bath, she meticulously dried every part of her body, her careful demeanor evoking sympathy. Then she picked up the wine-red spaghetti strap nightgown hanging nearby, draped it over her shoulder, and stepped out onto the rose petals scattered on the floor. Sitting at the vanity, she gazed at her stunningly beautiful, nearly perfect face reflected in the mirror. A hint of self-mockery appeared on Bibi Dong's face, and an almost imperceptible sadness flickered in her brows as she began to comb her hair. Suddenly, she stopped grooming and tilted her head slightly toward the direction of the crowing golden crow, her brows furrowed. Was that commotion caused by that person? Thinking of Guxinga, the image of him observing her during the day surfaced in her mind. Since she became the Pope, no one had dared to assess her so boldly, not even the elders of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, that person's brilliance was too dazzling. She didn't like it at all. A new day arrived. With the weather as pleasant as ever, the sunlight soft and bright. Many matters that had not been concluded yesterday would continue today. The coronation ceremony was of great importance, and the vast machinery of the Spirit Hall began to operate, finalizing the ceremony time for 9 days later and sending invitations from Spirit City to many Spirit Master forces across the continent. Pushing open the palace door, Guxinga felt the warm, bright sunlight. His son Martial Soul was also more active, and he smiled, appearing very approachable. The Offering Hall, the Pope Hall, the Elder Hall, and the Douluo Hall. These 4 halls were the sign-in places of the Spirit Hall. Now, the Offering Hall had signed in, while the Douluo Hall could only be entered twice by Title Douluos, once when they were alive during the coronation, and once when they fell and had a monument erected. That place was solemn and dignified, a hall of honor, housing plaques for all Title Douluos who came to the Spirit Hall for their coronation, as well as the monuments of fallen Title Douluos. Now, the only places he could go were the Pope Hall and the Elder Hall. Guxinga stopped a servant of the Spirit Hall, asking him to take him to the Pope's palace. The servant, seeing his young appearance, did not display the typical condescending attitude found in kitsch fantasy novels. Instead, he respectfully led the way. After passing through numerous corridors, the servant brought Guxinga to the front of a solemn, majestic Western-style grand palace. "Thank you," Guxinga said to the servant, who felt a bit flattered and repeatedly shook his head, indicating that it was his duty before leaving. A token from the elders appeared in his hand, which was given to him by the old master when he was guided and taught. The holy knights guarding the Pope's palace initially intended to question him about his identity, but upon seeing the elder token, they all knelt on one knee and allowed him to pass. After securely putting away the elder token, Guxinga walked straight into this palace, symbolizing the highest authority of the Spirit Hall. Upon entering the Pope's palace, he communicated with the system and used the check-in function. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a small personal realm. A small personal realm? This reward completely shocked Guxinga. Compared to a divine artifact, the value of a small realm was much greater. The Douluo star where he currently resided was a large realm, and in the original story, Tang San's previous life was also a large realm. Although he did not know the size of this small realm rewarded by the system, no matter how small, it was still a realm, a world. Moreover, the most important thing was that a realm could evolve, just like the Douluo realm, which won the battle against the Abyss realm after 20,000 years, devouring the origin of the Abyss realm and leaping from a large realm to a demigod realm. If he could make this small, personal realm devour enough realm origin, or even divine realm origin, wouldn't it be able to evolve into a divine realm? Small, personal realm, divine realm in the palm. Chapter 12. Lord of the Bright Realm, Guxinga, why are you here? Suddenly, a voice with a hint of authority, cool like a clear spring in the mountains, sounded from behind Guxinga. He turned around to find Bibi Dong, along with Ju and age.Due. Today's Bibi Dong was still stunningly beautiful, noble and charming, dressed in a golden long gown that accentuated her perfect, graceful figure. Her ample curves were tantalizing, and her slender waist was cinched with a light golden belt. Even her delicate, white feet were adorned with golden high heels. Well, today is the golden-themed Pope's attire. Guxinga slightly bowed and saluted Bibi Dong to show his respect for her as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, his golden eyes like blazing suns gazing at her as he replied softly, I have met your holiness the Pope, but I was just wandering around out of boredom. This was the Pope's hall, not a place one could casually stroll into. However, this excuse was directly punctured by Bibi Dong, leaving Guxinga quite embarrassed. Indeed, his excuse was as fragile as a bubble, easily burst. Yet, Bibi Dong did not pursue the matter further, giving him a deep look before leaving with Ju and age.Due. Watching the beautiful Pope's departing figure, Guxinga did not linger and instead headed to another sign and location. The Elder Hall. The Elder Hall, which stood in distant view of the Pope Hall, was just as magnificent, but at this time, there were no elders present. After signing in, Guxinga left. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Golden Ancient Tree Seedling. Compared to the rewards obtained from the Offering Hall and the Pope Hall, the Golden Ancient Tree Seedling seemed a bit lacking. After returning to the palace where he resided, Guxinga set up a mental barrier to prevent anyone from eavesdropping, and then took out his personal small dimension. The personal small dimension appeared as a pure white light ball. Refining the heart of the dimension would allow him to become the master of this small dimension, controlling everything within it. He wrapped the pure white light ball with his mental strength, gradually penetrating it, following the method taught by the system to refine the heart of the dimension step by step, merging the personal small dimension into his body. Time passed bit by bit. The sky gradually darkened. The sun set and the moon rose, and countless stars filled the night sky, forming a starry canvas. A day passed like this, and the fusion of the personal small dimension was nearing its end. When the heart of the dimension was fully refined, Guxinga also disappeared within the palace. In an extremely desolate world, Guxinga's figure appeared. There was no life, no light, no sun or moon or stars, only an extremely thin atmosphere, darkness and silence, where one could not see their own hand, a newly born small dimension. Everything inside the personal small dimension was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought it would be a world filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, clear mountains and rivers, but unexpectedly it was such a cold and desolate place. However, precisely because it was a newly born small dimension made it more valuable. Everything within the dimension, including the rules, would be created and established by Guxinga as the master of this dimension. Since this small dimension had no sun, then let him become the sun. At this moment, Guxinga understood. A brilliant sun rose from behind him, burning with divine flames, flying into the sky, standing above the heavens, surrounded by golden crows, crying out to the heavens, eternal and indestructible, the extremely bright sunlight illuminating the world, dispelling the cold darkness, bringing vitality and light to this desolate world. The sun's martial soul transformed into the source of life for this newly born small dimension. As long as Guxinga did not fall, it would not extinguish, continuously shining upon this dimension. But this was not enough. Another silver star, exuding an endless cold aura, emerged from within him, flying into the sky, gazing at the sun burning with divine flames and radiating intense heat from a distance, occupying the other end of the sky. The moon star scattered cold yet gentle moonlight, soothing the newly born dimension, and then, under Guxinga's control, began to slowly move together with the sun, forming the rhythm of sunrise and sunset, bringing the concept of time to this small dimension. Watching the gradually changing small dimension under his arrangement, Guxinga felt a sense of satisfaction. After refining the heart of the dimension, He also learned the size of the small dimension, which was only 1,000 square kilometers, with a soil depth of no more than 30 kilometers and a sky height of 5,000 meters. A world of round sky and square earth that could accommodate tens of thousands of people, according to the system's feedback to expand the dimension. The origin of the dimension was needed. However, the origin of the dimension was fundamental. Once it was lost, the dimension would weaken or even head towards destruction. However, there were methods to upgrade the dimension. Plundering and devouring the origin of the dimension was just one way, and it was also possible to merge with other dimensions, worlds, thus advancing to a higher level dimension, world. But these were still too far away. What he needed to do now was to build this small dimension well, allowing it to become a true world. One day, he would make his small dimension evolve into a divine realm, or even a world that surpasses the divine realm. Still black soil? Good, very suitable for planting plants. Guxinga grabbed a handful of soil and examined it closely, soon revealing a look of joy as his innate farming attributes began to surface. With the wings of the sun god unfurled behind him, he flew into the sky, and a seedling of a golden ancient tree appeared in his hand. The seedling was entirely golden, radiating brilliant light and surrounded by an incredibly rich life force. Even more vigorous than that of Guxinga, the Title Douluo. The existence of the golden ancient tree was extraordinarily defiant, possessing the ability to purify, refine, and change the surrounding environment. It could eliminate the bad impurities in its space, leaving only the essence of life energy, which would then nourish all creatures within its growing space, allowing them to evolve and transcend. In Douluo Dalu 3, Tang San's mother, the blue-silver emperor Haoyang, fused with the golden ancient tree, evolving into the eternal tree, becoming the core of life on Douluo Star and shaping the entire life environment of Douluo Star. Guxinga was also preparing to cultivate this golden ancient tree seedling as the core of life for this small plane, to help him sort out the life environment of the small plane. With a gentle toss, the golden ancient tree seedling landed in the soil, autonomously rooting itself in the ground. The seedling's branches and leaves swayed slightly, greedily absorbing sunlight, thriving and simultaneously beginning to exert its miraculous effects. As the golden ancient tree seedling breathed in and out, strands of life energy began to emerge, gradually spreading through the surrounding space. This scene filled Guxinga with satisfaction. An ecological cycle was beginning to form. However, relying solely on the golden ancient tree seedling was far from enough to build a complete small plane. More life materials, more plants, and more living beings were needed. After pondering for a moment, he looked at this small plane, which was desolate yet full of infinite potential, and spoke gently. Slowly, from now on, this realm shall be called Ming. The sun and moon shall be Ming. As the master of the plane established its name, the plane responded, gradually nurturing a mysterious consciousness. Once again, I would like to state that, given the increasing number of Douluo fanfictions, everyone must be experiencing aesthetic fatigue. So I will not follow those cliché routes and will mainly focus on original plots, interspersed with original storylines. Any opinions can be raised, and I will consider them. Chapter 13. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafts in, and a clear shadow appears. Inside the Spirit Hall's palace, Guxinga's figure reappeared. The Ming realm was now his exclusive world, existing within him. Whenever he wished, a single thought could bring him into the Ming realm. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Please check it. Host. Another new task appeared. He still had 2 tasks left to complete, and now there was another one. He sat down on the sofa and opened the system task interface. Task name, Infrastructure Maniac. Task content. At this moment, a desolate yet infinitely potential plane is in front of you. Get moving. Release the infrastructure attributes deep within your soul and create a world of your own. World completeness. 5. Task reward. Cycle authority, a lump of world origin, and 10 random races. When he saw the cycle authority in the task rewards, Guxinga was stunned. Wow, is this really the reward for his current stage? Reincarnation. It is known that some higher worlds may not even have the existence of reincarnation. He was extremely excited, but he also realized that this task wouldn't be that simple. After all, the rewards were so generous that if there wasn't some difficulty, Guxinga wouldn't believe it even if he was dead. Creating a complete world required many things. Just mountains, rivers, grass, and forests. With the current Ming realm, they couldn't be born. The only method available now was to plunder. To rob living beings from the outside world, to plunder plants, to plunder everything, and bring it all into his world. Goodness. Does this mean I have to be a mover? Upon careful thought, isn't this just being a mover? But for the task reward, for the cycle authority, he would do it. As for the 10 random races, if he was lucky, he could obtain invincible races like true dragons and celestial phoenixes. If he was unlucky, it would be ordinary races like pigs, sheep, cows, and dogs. Guxinga raised his hand, and a vague, mysterious power gathered, intangible and different from soul power, but quickly dissipated. It was the power of the plains laws belonging to the Ming realm, very weak, temporarily unable to compete with the laws of the Douluo star. By enveloping a certain area with the power of the plains laws, he could forcibly plunder the things within that area under the realm's laws. This gave Guxinga an idea. He could use the power of the plains laws to plunder items from the Douluo world and enrich the Ming realm, thus avoiding the tedious process of digging and moving bit by bit. After calming his excitement, Guxinga looked out the window. The bright moon hung high in the night sky, and the stars were dense. One day, he would let the night sky of the Ming realm display such a scene. Standing by the window, gazing at the enchanting night, he felt as if the moonlight danced like a beautiful woman, cool and serene, pouring down on him. The martial soul stirred slightly, prompting him to have the thought of going outside for a stroll. He pushed open the palace door, and the cold night breeze brushed against his face, blowing his golden hair. The moonlight was gentle and cool, illuminating Guxinga and casting a long, elongated shadow. He walked through the moonlit corridor aimlessly, simply enjoying the cool moonlight. After passing through several corridors, Guxinga stopped, his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of floral fragrance wafting from not far away with the night breeze. When he looked up, a stunningly beautiful figure stood in the garden not far away. The night wind gently blew her hair, the moonlight turned into her gauzy dress, and she was surrounded by a multitude of flowers. She stood there quietly, exuding infinite allure, looking so perfect and flawless, yet so lonely. The moonlight was beautiful, but she was even more beautiful. As the saying goes, the night is cold and serene, wandering in the moonlit corridor. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafts in, and a clear shadow appears. He paused, not wanting to disturb her, quietly gazing at that perfect yet lonely figure. In the garden, hundreds of flowers bloomed, competing in colors. Yet none could match her beauty, even a fraction. He did not know how long he stood there, perhaps 1 or 2 minutes, or even several hours. However, at this moment, time held no significance. The beautiful figure moved. She slowly turned her head, and in the moonlight, Guxinga clearly saw her face, and she also saw him. Their faces reflected in each other's eyes. "Sorry to disturb Your Holiness the Pope." Guxinga showed an apologetic expression and spoke gently. Bibi Dong just stood there looking at him, her gaze cold, yet carrying a hint of unusual emotion, as if disturbed by resentment, or perhaps flustered as if caught. Her voice was cold and soft. "It's fine. You can't sleep either?" "Not really. Just wandering around out of boredom." Hearing wandering around again, a strange look flashed in Bibidong's eyes. During the day, he wandered around and ended up in her papal hall. At night, he wandered around and ended up in her garden. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Since you have nothing to do, why not accompany me for a walk? Seemingly thinking of something, Bibi Dong suddenly invited Guxinga, which caught him slightly off guard. But he nodded in agreement. "Since it is an invitation from Your Holiness, I shall not refuse." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the woman's flawless and stunning face. Beneath this beautiful smile, the moonlight dimmed, the flowers faded, and all beautiful things paled in comparison to the beauty of her smile, truly captivating the city, the nation, and the world. Guxinga was also stunned, and a line of praise involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A smile that can dim the moonlight. No flowers can compare to her beauty. After a long while, he finally regained his senses, his brilliant golden eyes looking at Bibi Dong, with a hint of unusual feelings deep within them. That smile made him fall for her. This is probably what they call love at first sight. The stunning Pope walked gracefully with her long legs in perfect proportion, crossing through the sea of flowers, her beauty transcendent and unforgettable. Guxinga followed Bibi Dong, with no topics of conversation between them, just a simple stroll, walking and stopping. They walked all the way to her palace, where Bibi Dong paused, turned to the man who had accompanied her all the way, and revealed a beautiful smile once again, though it was not as stunning as before. Her pink lips slightly parted, and her voice was clear and gentle. "Thank you for your company, Your Excellency. It's late now, so it's better to rest early." "Yes, Your Holiness, you should also rest early." Guxinga nodded slightly, did not linger, and turned to leave. Bibi Dong watched the figure depart, a hint of unusual color appearing in her beautiful rose-red eyes. She could sense that Gu Xingge had developed some different feelings for her. She had thought he would try to stay by her side a little longer, but she didn't expect him to leave so directly, which surprised her a bit. If it were someone else, they would undoubtedly be eager to cling to Bibi Dong, but Gu Xingge would not. He was very clear-headed as a high-level player. He knew how to win a woman's heart. He needed to play the role of a fisherman, and Bibi Dong was the beautiful mermaid biting his bait. A careful balance of tension and release was required to reel in this mermaid. If he were to pull too hard, he would only end up with a broken rod and a fish that got away. The sun is benevolent. So please don't say I'm a scumbag. Chapter 14. I wanted to see you, so I came. It was another morning, with the sun just rising and the dawn breaking, when Gu Xingge woke up. His figure disappeared within the palace and reappeared in the Bright Realm. The Bright Realm was still desolate, but compared to yesterday, the originally thin air had become slightly denser, and the area where the golden ancient tree saplings were located was permeated with a hint of life energy. Ultimately, it was still too barren, and more importantly, there was no spiritual energy in the Bright Realm, or more accurately, there were no extraordinary substances. Of course, if one had to count, the only thing in the Bright Realm that could be considered extraordinary was the life energy emitted by the golden ancient tree saplings. But it was too little, not enough for Gu Xingge to take a single breath. Moreover, the Bright Realm was ultimately a nascent small dimension, just like an infant still in the womb, not fully developed, and even the laws of the dimension were still in their infancy. With the appearance of the lunar and solar bodies and the golden ancient tree, along with the day-night cycle order established by Gu Xingge, the laws within the dimension began to grow, but they were still very weak. After observing the changes in the Bright Realm, Gu Xingge exited the small dimension. There were 5 days left until the grand ceremony of the title, and the invitations from the Spirit Hall had been sent to various soul master forces across the continent. Except for the Haotian sect. Even if they were sent, the people of the Haotian sect might not dare to come. The birth of a new Title Douluo was noteworthy for any soul master force. But what shocked them even more was that the other party was only 23 years old. Achieving Title Douluo at such a young age completely crushed Hao from back then, turning him to dust. After all, one was 44 years old and the other was 23, a gap of 21 years. How old was Hao at 23? He was only his sole emperor. While other Title Douluos on the continent were few and far between, most of them were still soul kings. The emergence of a Title Douluo at 23 completely captured the attention of all soul master forces. Meanwhile, the offerings and elders of the Spirit Hall outside were summoned back to Spirit City by TitleDouluo. In the Pope's Hall, a mountain of Spirit Hall affairs was piled up in front of Bibi Dong. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she did not ascend to her position solely based on strength. Her administrative skills were also top-notch. Looking at the report from the Spirit Hall branch in Talak City, which mentioned that the evil spirit cult had shown signs of activity again, attacking a village outside the city and causing the deaths of several soul masters and many villagers. A trace of worry appeared between Bibidong's brows. This was not the first report about the evil spirit cult she had seen today. In the past month, the evil spirit cult's actions had been more frequent than in the past few years. Could it be that someone within the sect was trying to break through to a higher level, thus arranging for the cult members to carry out blood sacrifices to harvest life, energy? These beasts. Bibi Dong clenched the reported documents, her fair fingers revealing blue veins. Her eyes filled with anger. The evil spirit cult was a tumor, but there was also a bit of joy in her heart. Let them make a fuss. Let them make a fuss. The two great empires are indifferent, and only my Spirit Hall is wholeheartedly helping the common people deal with the evil spirit cult. Gathering people's hearts. When the major events commence in the future, with the people's support, let's see what these empires and kingdoms will do. She closed the documents and set them aside. Bibi Dong suddenly looked out the window, a figure appearing there she did not know when. Her beautiful eyes showed a hint of confusion as she asked him in a deep voice, "When did you come?" "Not long ago. I saw you deep in thought, so I didn't want to disturb you." The figure outside the window was Gu Xingge, standing there, looking at the stunningly capable Pope working at her desk. He explained to her, his clear voice as gentle as a breeze in the woods, and a warm smile always graced his handsome face, giving off a sun-like warmth. "Come in and sit." Bibi Dong pointed to the sofa beside her. The man outside the window nodded slightly and walked in through the front door. He looked at the numerous affairs laid out in front of Bibi Dong and smiled, saying, "Your Holiness, you are indeed busy with so many affairs." Perhaps because of the social interaction from last night, their relationship had progressed a bit, and Bibi Dong sensed that Gu Xingge had developed some romantic feelings for her. Hearing what Gu Xingge said, she shot him an annoyed glance. a hint of playful reproach in her expression. Captivating, her pink lips slightly parted as she playfully said, "Since you know I'm busy, why did you suddenly come to disturb me? If I delay some matters, you'll have to take responsibility." "If it's to take responsibility for your holiness, I'm naturally willing," Guxinga teased. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong showed a hint of astonishment. This guy was really slick with his words. "Oomph. Speak. What do you want to see me for?" Facing the flowery words of Guxinga, the stunning Pope snorted coldly and turned to question him about his sudden visit. "There is a beauty, and I cannot forget her once I see her. A day without seeing her, and I miss her like crazy. Speak in plain language. I wanted to see you, so I came." He was very direct. So direct that Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Because he wanted to see her, he just came. This guy, how could he be so straightforward? It was like a small stone suddenly thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in the heart of the stunning Pope that couldn't settle down. Even when she was still a girl, she had never encountered such a direct suitor. Even Yu Shaojiang had never said such things to her. Guxinga's words struck her heart like a powerful hammer, leaving a deep imprint even though it didn't break through the barricade. Bibi Dong's fair cheeks flushed with a barely noticeable hint of red, but it quickly faded. However, her constantly changing gaze hinted at her inner turbulence. Suddenly, Guxinga stood up from the sofa and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Seeing him about to leave, the usually calm and composed Pope was somewhat unsettled and asked where Guxinga was going. However, he merely turned back and smiled at Bibi Dong. "Since I've seen you, I won't disturb your holiness's work." After saying that, Guxinga left, which surprised Bibi Dong. Is that it? Just a glance was enough? This guy. Her already unsettled heart was stirred even more by Guxinga's act of leaving after just a look. With her emotions in turmoil, Bibi Dong looked down at the official documents on her desk. Although her eyes were on the text, her mind kept drifting to Guxinga's face, making her feel somewhat irritated and gloomy. What is that guy up to? He is my enemy. In Bibi Dong's view, anyone who was friendly with the Angel Clan was her enemy, an obstacle to her destruction of the Angel Clan. After leaving the Pope's palace, Guxinga did not linger outside. He understood, well, that in a relationship, the one who is too proactive is often led by the other. So a strategic retreat was the best approach. He would take the initiative, but not too much. He would gradually, little by little, pry open her heart and shape it into his likeness. Feel free to express any opinions, and if you want to criticize, please be gentle. Chapter 15. A string of candied hawthorn, a memory, as the sacred land for soul masters. The prosperity of Wuhuan City is no less than that of the two imperial capitals, Heaven-Do City and Star-Luo City, and might even surpass them. The city is well connected with 8 main streets and 24 small streets, each with its own characteristics, bustling with traffic and swarming with people, including soul masters and commoners. Though nobles are quite rare, the streets are lined with a variety of shops welcoming a steady stream of customers. And there are various stalls along the sides selling specialties from the two empires or items that enhance soul power. Knights from the Wuhuan Temple patrol the streets to prevent conflict from arising between soul masters due to disagreements. In front of a stall selling small animals, Guxinga paused, looking at the various small creatures on display, all of which were weak soul beasts with no offensive power, even less capable than ordinary wild animals. Soft-boned rabbits, striped cats, winged ferrets, cloud weasels. Guxinga picked up a soft-boned rabbit, a thoughtful expression in his eyes, wondering if soul beasts could survive in the bright realm. They should be able to, right? Looking at the dozen or so small soul beasts on the stall, he bought them all, in front of the stall owner. The power of the dimensional laws surged, sending all these small soul beasts into the bright realm. The stall owner was dumbfounded at this scene. With such abilities, the person must be a powerful soul master. Since he had already paid, he figured it was not his place to question what would happen to those small animals. Guxinga walked through several stalls, buying some weak soul beasts with little cultivation, as well as many saplings, all of which he brought into the bright realm to see if they could survive. Selling candied hawthorn. Little sugar people, delicious and fun little sugar people. Unique dragon lotus cake from the Tiando Empire, sweet and soft. Roasted soft-bone rabbit. Crispy and crunchy roasted soft-bone rabbit. The shouts pulled his thoughts back, and before he knew it, he had wandered into a food street filled with various restaurants and snacks, the aromas wafting throughout the street, enticing people's appetites. No one can escape their cravings, and Guxinga was no exception. He walked down the food street, satisfying his taste buds and buying a candied hawthorn to put in the system space. After returning to the spirit hall, he entered the bright realm. The desolate bright realm had gained some vitality after Guxinga introduced several small animals. they could still survive there, just like in the Douluo plain. However, they all gathered in the central area where the golden ancient tree saplings were, absorbing the life energy that permeated the air. The previously wilted state began to change, becoming more vibrant and spirited. As for the saplings, they lay quietly on the ground. Gu Xingge waved his hand, and the power of the plains laws enveloped the saplings, planting them around the golden ancient tree saplings. To prevent the small animals from injuring the golden ancient tree saplings, he set up a barrier 1 meter around the saplings, keeping them from approaching while still allowing them to absorb the transformed life energy. Looking at the gradually revitalized bright realm, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Gu Xingge's eyes as he opened the system panel to check the world's completeness. World completeness, 5003. It only increased by 0.003. Still needs more effort. After observing the small animals for a while, he exited the bright realm. As changes began to occur in the bright realm, a vague consciousness began to grow. As night fell, the sun set in the west, dusk arrived, and the fading sun looked like blood, casting a bloody hue on the mountaintops. Inside the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong finished handling the last of her tasks, put down her pen, and looked out at the dusk scenery, but her thoughts were elsewhere. Suddenly, a figure blocked her line of sight. Gu Xingge's handsome face, always smiling, appeared in her view, causing Bibi Dong's expression to darken. Seemingly displeased with his return, her voice turning cold. "What are you here for again?" "I strolled around Spirit City, experienced the local customs, saw you working so hard, and bought you a candied hawthorn as a treat," Gu Xingge said, detecting the coldness and displeasure in the beautiful Pope's tone. He took out the candied hawthorn he had bought earlier from the system space and waved it in front of her, teasingly. Looking at the candied hawthorn, Bibi Dong's expression became even darker. If looks could kill, the man before her would have been dead countless times. What was her identity? The Pope of the Spirit Hall, the most noble woman on the continent. How could she eat something like candied hawthorn? However, Gu Xingge directly ignored the murderous gaze and used soul power to place the candied hawthorn on her desk before decisively disappearing. This guy. Seeing the man who ran away faster than a rabbit, Bibi Dong was furious. She looked at the bright red candied hawthorn wrapped in sugar on her desk and raised her hand to knock it down, but halfway up, she stopped. Her expression gradually became complicated as a long-lost memory surged to the surface. Looking at the string of candied hawthorn, a seemingly ordinary item, perhaps because it had been a long time since she had seen it or received such a gift, it evoked her deepest memories, reminding her of the past goodness that no longer existed. Bibi Dong reached out to take the candied hawthorn, her slender fingers pinching one of the bright red hawthorns. Taking it off the skewer, her mouth slightly opening as she slowly placed it in her mouth, savoring it. The sweetness of the sugar coating entered her mouth, just like the beautiful memories of the past. As the sugar coating broke apart, the sourness of the hawthorn began to spread in her mouth, just like the fading beauty of her memories, revealing the bittersweet past. But when she finished the hawthorn flesh, a few hawthorn seeds were accidentally crushed, and a bitter taste replaced the sourness, the pain of memories taking the place of heartache, leaving her trapped in it, unable to extricate herself. One by one, the candied hawthorns went into her mouth, and she was not tasting the flavor, but rather the beauty, heartache, and painful memories of the past. Looking at the empty skewer, Bibi Dong tossed it away, as if trying to discard her memories. But while the skewer could be thrown away and destroyed, the memories could never be erased. She sat dazed in her chair, gazing out the window, looking toward the offering hall, her originally complex expression gradually filled with hatred. The more she recalled, the more pain it brought her. She hated Tianshui. She hated TitleDouluo. She hated the angel lineage. One day, she would make the angel lineage pay the price. And that bastard, buying her candied hawthorn, treating her as if she, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, had never eaten anything. How could she be swayed by this mere string of candied hawthorn? Thinking of Gu Xingge's always smiling face made her feel irritated, and Bibi Dong had an inexplicable impulse. It was as if a person stuck in dark mud saw a long-lost light. Instead of wanting to touch the light, she wanted to taint it, making him as filthy as she was. Regarding the power levels in Duo, although it is often said online that a God King is only half a blood transformation realm, not even as good as the 8 treasures chicken, everyone knows it's just a playful joke. Here, I will make a realm conversion to avoid experts continuously commenting on the power issue. Title Douluo, Blood Transformation Realm Level 3 God, Cave Heaven Realm Level 2 God, Spirit Transformation Realm Level 1 God. Inscription Realm God King. Array Formation Realm Creator God. Honored Realm. I know some experts will say that Douluo gods are trash, killed by hidden weapons, and can't compare to the perfect world. I certainly know that realms are realms, and power levels are power levels. An array formation realm could defeat 10,000 God Kings, and they are ordinary cultivators from the perfect world, the kind you can grab in bunches. In the original work, Tianshui nearly died after being pierced through the heart by Guanyin tears, not because the angel god was a fake. The real reason is that Tianshui had not truly become a god. She had merely inherited the position of the angel god, but her body was still a mortal body, not transformed into a true divine body. Inheriting a divine position does not mean one instantly becomes a level 1 god or god king. It only raises a limit. Just like breaking through from level 99 to level 100, continuing to cultivate, Tang Sen also transformed his body into a divine body only after going to the divine realm. Once in the divine realm, did he use hidden weapons? No, because he knew hidden weapons were useless against gods with divine bodies. Of course, this is not to elevate the Douluo continent. I just hope that there won't be comments later saying I exaggerated the strength, that Douluo God Kings are only half a blood transformation realm, etc. Joking is fine, but don't take it too seriously. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in the comments, and I will answer them one by one. Lastly, I want to say that the Douluo continent has so many damn plot holes. Chapter 16. The gradual decline of Bibi Dong the night was deep, and the night sky was as beautiful and cool as it had been the night before, with the cold wind making the trees rustle. Inside the palace, Guxinga played with a red gold ring between his fingers, the face of the ring adorned with sun patterns, transformed from the sun's sacred sword. He slipped it onto his right index finger. Looking out at the ink-black night, he couldn't help but recall his encounter with Bibi Dong in the garden last night. Her captivating smile surfaced in his golden eyes, and his heart became somewhat restless, as if a little cat were continuously scratching at his heart. Thoughts raced through his mind. Leaving the palace, he walked along the corridor he had traversed the night before, stepping into the same moonlight, and arrived at the garden where they had met. However, the flowers remained, but the person was no longer there. Guxinga silently looked at the garden where the graceful figure was no longer present, empty and quiet, and a hint of emotion inevitably arose in his heart. Last night and tonight in this garden, the graceful figure and the blooming flowers had met. The graceful figure did not know where she had gone, leaving only the flowers behind, empty and lonely. Just as he was feeling sentimental, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. "Are you waiting for someone, my lord?" In the corridor, Bibi Dong had appeared at some point, wearing a plain dress that, under the moonlight, resembled a celestial maiden from the moon palace, as if she would soar away at any moment, ascending to the moon. Also like an elegant orchid in a secluded valley, graceful and noble, standing alone in the world. Upon hearing her words, Guxinga slowly turned around, looking at the stunning woman behind him with her flowing garments. A smile blossomed on his handsome face, and he softly replied, with an unmistakable hint of joy, "I'm waiting for you. Come walk with me." Just like last night, there were still not many words exchanged, and Bibi Dong once again invited him to accompany her for a walk. Guxinga nodded in agreement and accompanied her, strolling through the corridor like last night. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, gradually intertwining, as inseparable as glue. They walked and paused, their pace slow and gentle, enjoying the silent companionship. Their hands would occasionally brush against each other, but they would instantly pull away as if electrocuted. After an unknown length of time, perhaps 10 minutes or maybe 1 or 2 hours, Bibi Dong stopped, looking at the lavishly decorated palace. She had arrived. "Rest early, and by the way, the candied hawthorn you bought was too sour." After speaking, Bibi Dong entered the palace, leaving Guxinga with a beautiful and graceful silhouette. The smile on his face grew wider as he turned to leave. An overly enthusiastic approach would only provoke a woman's aversion. Sometimes, the most ordinary companionship could open a woman's heart the most. Bibi Dong stood by the window, watching Guxinga's departing figure through the half-open window, her gaze complex. As someone in high position, she enjoyed this simplicity and his company, which brought her a sense of peace, gradually dissolving her long-standing loneliness. Yet, she also disliked Guxinga's smile. It was too warm, like the sun shining on someone trapped in dark, muddy waters. Warm, yet too glaring. Slowly closing the window, Bibi Dong looked down at her jade-like hand and suddenly smiled, as if recalling something amusing, murmuring to herself, "What are you testing? What are you testing?" After returning to his residence, Guxinga looked at his hand, feeling that Bibi Dong had been testing him all along. But what was she testing about him? although they had only been in contact for less than 2 days due to the uniqueness of the sun martial spirit. He could sense that Bibidong's heart was very lonely and painful. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, revered by the world, was, in fact, just a lonely woman. In Guxinga's eyes, a hint of pity flashed by, a woman both pitiful and sad, evoking a desire to peel away her facade of strength and authority, to hold her most vulnerable and genuine side in his embrace. Time passed little by little, and before long, the ceremony for the title conferral was approaching. During these days, aside from observing the changes in the spirit world every day, Guxinga focused on deepening his relationship with Bibidong, gradually prying open her heart. He accompanied her during office hours and took evening walks with her, providing the most mundane yet yearned for companionship, helping her get used to his presence, fostering her dependence on him, and filling her world with himself. What began as mutual testing slowly evolved into intimate physical contact, and their relationship gradually became ambiguous. Meanwhile, the elders and worshippers of the Spirit Hall had returned to Spirit City from various parts of the continent, and the leaders and bishops of the Spirit subbranches also came to the Spirit Hall to observe the title conferral ceremony the next day. Representatives from numerous Soul Master factions across the continent had gradually arrived. Spirit City became incredibly lively, with the flow of people multiplied compared to usual, prompting the Spirit Hall to dispatch more holy knights to maintain order within the city, preventing any unruly Soul Masters from causing trouble. Inside the Pope's Hall, Bibidong, dressed in a wine-red gauze dress that outlined her perfect and graceful figure, with her stunning face lightly adorned with makeup, sat at her desk, reviewing the arrangements for the title conferral ceremony. Her serious demeanor captivated Guxinga, feeling the gaze filled with affection and tenderness. Bibidong looked up at the handsome man sitting on the sofa beside her. A fleeting softness crossed her beautiful eyes, but she shot Guxinga an annoyed glance and spoke with a hint of reproach and a touch of testing. "You're not even from my spirit hall. What is the point of coming here every day?" Guxinga could not detect the probing in her words. She merely maintained her usual smile, stood up, and walked around to Bibidong's back. She reached out to lightly stroke her wine-red hair, her voice soft and gentle, warm like the morning light, blending into the heart of the stunning Pope. "As long as you speak, for you, I am willing to join the Spirit Hall." Upon hearing this, a warmth surged in Bibidong's heart, but she raised her hand to lightly pat his hand that was playing with her hair, stopping his frivolous action, and reproached him. "It's broad daylight. What if someone sees? It would lead to gossip." "Haha." Seeing the beautiful Pope's pouting expression, Guxinga laughed out loud and also withdrew his hand. Bibidong pointed to the various arrangements for the coronation ceremony tomorrow and instructed him, her tone revealing concern. "The coronation ceremony tomorrow is crucial. You must not take it lightly. Besides the already sealed Haotian sect, representatives from the spirit master forces across the continent, the 2 great empires, and many kingdoms will all be present to witness. There must be no mistakes. After tomorrow, your name and title will spread across the continent. By the way, have you thought of your title?" "No, why don't you give me one?" Guxinga shook his head. He really hadn't thought it through. The title of Title Douluo is generally related to one's martial soul, but his is the sun martial soul, which allows for too many possible titles, and he still hadn't settled on one. Hearing that she could name it, Bibidong's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. Each Title Douluo's title is determined after careful consideration. It is something that will follow a Title Douluo for a lifetime. Even after his death, people may forget his name, but his title will be passed down through history forever. Such an important matter, if placed in the urban world, is no less than actively adding the woman's name to a property deed, which made Bibidong feel even more unsettled. After a long silence, she looked up at Guxinga. Their eyes met, and seeing the deep affection and tenderness in his eyes gave her the illusion of falling, her heart being filled with his gentleness, gradually taking on his shape. "How about the title Haoyang? I saw a comment from someone who understands the Emperor's release, saying my original evil soul master is just to inflate word count, estimating that I won't be able to write for long before it becomes a dead work. Also saying that the Slaughter City is where the Spirit Hall imprisons evil soul masters. 666, they really understand it all. It's impressive. Please don't bring up Doe in not having evil soul masters. I've said many times that this is fan fiction, an original plot, original plot, original plot. Even a clay figurine has 3 parts fire. I don't want to argue with people, but some just like to cling to the original work's lack of evil soul masters, which really frustrates me. Why get so tangled up in reading? Intothe it just to enjoy, since they like to use the original work as a reference. My book isn't suitable for some people. I invite those people to read the original work and not my book. I'm not interested. Chapter 17, Bibi Dong's Doubts. How could she fall in love with Yu Xiaojing? Watching Gu Xingge's departing figure, Bibi Dong's gaze never left him for a moment, revealing deep regret and a hint of affection she was unaware of. If only they had met earlier, when she was 16, how wonderful that would have been. That year she was in her prime, graceful and still a pure girl. Unfortunately, I was born before you, and now you are old. Staring blankly outside the hall, Bibi Dong felt a bit dazed. These nights, she had been comparing Yu Xiaojing with Gu Xingge, but the more she compared, the more Yu Xiaojing fell short in her heart. In terms of talent, Yu Xiaojing was a complete waste, almost 50 years old and still just a great soul master, with no hope of breaking through to soul sage in his lifetime. In contrast, Gu Xingge was only 23, yet his cultivation had already reached level 93, crushing Yu Xiaojing in terms of talent and surpassing all soul masters on the continent, reaching an unprecedented level. In terms of knowledge, although Yu Xiaojing was known as a master, Bibi Dong knew in her heart that the knowledge he possessed was only widely circulated among soul master powers and had not been passed down to the common people. Any soul master joining the Spirit Hall would understand it. However, during these days of contact with Gu Xingge, Bibi Dong found that he often spoke of some wonderful ideas, and he had a good command of language. Moreover, he was gentle and considerate, humorous and charming, giving her a great sense of security. As long as he was by her side, Bibi Dong felt supported, no longer lonely. However, Yu Xiaojing, in the past, was dull and only studied martial soul knowledge. Completely a bookworm with a weak and incapable personality, insecure, and even developed feelings for his cousin. Without comparison, there is no harm, from any aspect. Gu Xingge completely crushed Yu Xiaojing, and the gap between them was like the sun in the sky and the dust on the ground. Bibi Dong couldn't understand how she could have fallen in love with Yu Xiaojing back then. People will always be confused by what they couldn't attain in their youth, and will also resolve their lifelong confusions because of one person, one matter, one scene. Deep in her heart, Yu Xiaojing's shadow had begun to be replaced by Gu Xingge. Bibi Dong often thought, if she had met Gu Xingge instead of Yu Xiaojing back then, would so many things not have happened later? The reason that Beast destroyed her was that he did not want her to be with Yu Xiaojing, mainly because Yu Xiaojing was from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, which had conflicts with the Spirit Hall, and he was a waste. Meanwhile, she was a genius who was not recognized by the Spirit Hall, and it was not allowed for her to have relationships with men outside. But Gu Xingge was different. He did not belong to any soul master power, and he was a peerless genius willing to join the Spirit Hall for her, completely a chosen one. The more she imagined that she had met Gu Xingge instead of Yu Xiaojing, the more regretful Bibi Dong felt. If only she could have met him earlier. Her heart also stirred with a hint of bitterness and a touch of inferiority. She felt that she was not worthy of Gu Xingge now. He was the sun hanging high in the sky, while she was a spider sinking in the dark mire. The sun would set, but rise again the next day. But she could not climb out of this mire. But what if one day this sun were to fall forever? Ming Realm. After 5 days of change, the once desolate small plain had begun to show some signs of life. A small forest had formed around the saplings of the golden ancient tree, and the dozens of saplings planted were thriving under the nourishment of the life energy, growing remarkably well, reaching over 2 meters tall, with lush green leaves and vibrant greenery. However, what Gu Xingge did not expect was that the small animals he had put in had all died, and the cause of death was the same. They died of thirst. Their flesh still contained rich vitality and energy, but they still died. The life energy could ensure the nutrition needed by their bodies, preventing them from feeling hunger or discomfort, allowing them to become more vibrant, and their life levels would evolve. However, without water, the source of life, they would still die. Life energy could not replace water, and they had not evolved to the point of not needing water. After 5 days without a drop to drink, it was no surprise they died of thirst. The Ming realm also had water, but it was scarce, existing only in the soil, which plants could absorb, but animals could not. This was also Gu Xingge's oversight. He and T paid much attention to this detail, and before introducing a water source into the Ming realm, it was unwise to raise living creatures. Suddenly he was stunned. Although only a tiny bit as the master of the Ming realm, he could still clearly feel that the origin of the Ming realm had grown slightly stronger. If he didn't carefully sense it, he would almost not notice it. If compared numerically, the previous origin of the Ming realm was 1, then the current origin of the Ming realm is 1. 0,000,001. Although the growth was pitifully small, it was still an unexpected joy. So what caused the origin of the plane to strengthen? Guxinga's gaze fell on the corpses of those small animals. Could it be because of them? He thought of the settings he had seen in many novels, where when a cultivator fell, everything about them would return to heaven and earth, thus ensuring the eternal operation of heaven and earth. In modern terms, this is the law of conservation of energy. These small animals were foreign objects, not belonging to the Ming realm, so they were not subject to the energy conservation law of the Ming realm. They were extra. Although the energy produced by their deaths was extremely weak, after being harvested by the Ming realm, it still allowed the origin of the Ming realm to grow slightly. Guxinga's eyes lit up. If these low-level soul beasts could strengthen the origin of the Ming realm, then if he hunted a few 100,000-year-old soul beasts and threw them into the Ming realm, wouldn't the origin of the Ming realm increase rapidly? This is promising. It adds another method to enhance the origin of the plane. System, can you create a world panel for me? Guxinga communicated with the system, hoping it would create a world panel for him, so he could better create his own world. Ding, please wait a moment, host. The system's voice echoed in Guxinga's mind, and soon, a world panel appeared before him. True name of the world, Mingjia, World Master. Guxinga, World Status, Newly Born Small Dimension. World Completeness, 5003. World Origin, 100001. Note, all things in the world are created by the origin. The more origin, the stronger the world. Looking at the last note about the world's origin, Guxinga fell into thought. If what is said above is true, then the energy harvested from those small animals in Mingjia must be the origin of the Douluo dimension. Since all things in the world are created by the origin, can he, as the master of Mingjia, also use the origin of Mingjia to create things? This thought quickly surfaced and was suppressed by Guxinga. The current origin of Mingjia is too scarce, and besides, Mingjia is just a newly born small dimension. Instead of wasting the origin to create things, it would be better to directly plunder the origin of the Douluo dimension and harvest the origin from there. It's like you just bought a small house. It has no furniture or appliances, and you need to spend money to buy everything. But your parents have a big villa full of furniture and appliances. Since you don't have enough money, you just need to spend a little more time moving some furniture and appliances from the big villa to your small house to have a complete home, thus avoiding unnecessary expenses on buying new furniture and appliances. Seeking monthly votes, recommendation votes, collections, and follow-ups. Chapter 18. Stealing a kiss from Bibi Dong. Inside the palace, Guxinga appeared. Tomorrow is the grand ceremony, and if he wants everyone to remember him and make a name for himself, he must take actions that shock everyone. Otherwise, confessing to Bibi Dong in front of everyone tomorrow would definitely shock the continent. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. If Bibi Dong didn't agree, he would become a laughingstock on the continent. Little Gu, come to the offering hall. Just as Guxinga was contemplating how to shock everyone, he heard the voice of old man Qian beside his ear. Without thinking much, he prepared to head to the offering hall. Just as he stepped out, a wine-red figure caught his eye, standing quietly at the door, seemingly lost in thought, her exquisite and beautiful face showing a hint of hesitation. When Bibi Dong saw the door suddenly open, her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. Dong, what brings you here? Guxinga was also a bit confused. This was the first time Bibi Dong had come to him and had called him Donger in such a familiar manner. Upon hearing him call her Dong, the beautiful Pope's fair cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, but she quickly adopted a serious tone, revealing her authority as she corrected his address. It's broad daylight. Don't call me Donger. It would have a bad influence if someone hears it. Address me as Your Holiness. All right, Your Holiness. Guxinga smiled and nodded, which satisfied Bibi Dong. She then revealed her purpose for coming here. I just received news that the Spirit Hall might cause trouble at your coronation ceremony. 2 elders from the evil spirit cult have already arrived in Spirit City. 2 elders? What does the evil spirit cult think of Spirit City? Do they really dare to cause trouble with just 2 elders? Upon hearing that the evil spirit cult was planning to make a move during his coronation ceremony, Guxinga raised an eyebrow. Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru? It's important to note that TitleDouluo attaches great importance to this coronation ceremony. All the offerings and elders of the Spirit Hall will be present, and there will be at least 15 TitleDouluo strong ones at the ceremony, not to mention other powerful soul master factions. Even if the evil spirit cult were to bring out all their forces, they wouldn't gain any advantage. What were they thinking? Sending 2 elders to their deaths? Bibi Dong could see his doubts. In fact, she was thinking the same thing. Upon hearing that the evil spirit cult sent 2 elders to cause trouble, her first thought was whether these 2 elders were not favored within the evil spirit cult, which is why they were sent to die. The actions of those from the evil spirit cult have always been bizarre and cannot be judged by common sense. It's better to be cautious. It's possible that these two elders are just a distraction, and they might have sent other strong ones where we can't see them. It's better to be careful for tomorrow's ceremony. 2 Title Douluo sound strong, but for the spirit hall, it's completely insufficient. Since the evil spirit cult wants to stir up trouble, they definitely wouldn't just send 2 elders. There are certainly other strong ones hidden in the shadows. Guxinga also agreed with Bibi Dong's words, but deep down, he had a small expectation. The Soul Douluo sect was coming to deliver achievements to him. If he could single-handedly kill those 2 elders at tomorrow's consecration ceremony, it would be enough to make a name for himself on the continent. Then I'll head back first. Having said what needed to be said, Bibi Dong was afraid that staying too long would not be good if others saw them. So she turned to leave, but was grabbed by Guxinga's fair and delicate hand. The beauty's hand was warm and soft, with a wonderful feel that made one reluctant to let go. He exerted a little force, directly pulling Bibi Dong in front of him, while his other hand naturally wrapped around her slender waist, holding her tightly in his embrace. The Pope was somewhat at a loss due to Guxinga's bold action and instinctively wanted to push him away. However, when she looked up and met his affectionate and gentle gaze, she gave up struggling, her cheeks flushed with a layer of redness, her beautiful eyes revealing the shyness of a young girl. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and softly pleaded, "Let go of me. It won't look good if others see." Upon hearing this, Guxinga obediently released his hand, which made Bibi Dong secretly breathe a sigh of relief. But she also felt a sense of loss. At the moment she was embraced, she felt a warmth wrapping around her like the warm sun in spring, very comfortable and reassuring, making her have a desire for it to last forever. But due to her identity as the Pope, if others saw it, it would damage her authority. Wait for me at the old place tonight. Watching the usually majestic and aloof, beautiful Pope show a shy demeanor like a young girl. Guxinga leaned close to her ear, softly exhaling warm breath and speaking gently, which instantly made Bibi Dong's ears turn red, her shyness deepening in her eyes. Without waiting for her response, Guxinga lightly caressed her fair and exquisite face, which was as smooth as cream, and while the beautiful Pope had not yet reacted, he quickly kissed her cheek and then swiftly disappeared. After kissing, he ran away. Bibi Dong was initially stunned, unable to believe she touched her kissed cheek, still warm. Her stunning face showed a mix of shyness and anger, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and deeper shyness. She had actually been stolen a kiss. This guy was becoming more and more audacious. Now he dared to steal a kiss from her. What would happen in the future? Gu, Sheng, Ye. Hearing the voice behind her filled with shame and anger, Guxinga smiled wider, his figure flickering and gradually disappearing. Losing sight of him, Bibi Dong was furious but also felt a hint of sweetness rising in her heart. She could feel Guxinga's intense love for her, which she enjoyed, his love, his company, and his embrace. If he could stay by her side forever, it would be even more perfect. At this moment, a desire continuously grew and strengthened within Bibi Dong. In the worship hall, under the solemn and majestic angel statue, TitleDouluo stood with his hands behind his back, and behind him, the other 6 worshippers of the spirit hall had already gathered. Guxinga walked into the hall of offerings and looked at the 6 offerings, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. All the offerings of the spirit hall were present. What was old Master Qian up to? "You're here, little Gu." TitleDouluo turned around, his gaze landing on him, while the other 6 offerings also looked at Guxinga, each assessing him with different expressions, some surprised, some indifferent, some sentimental, and some appreciative. "Old Master, why did you suddenly call for me?" "It's nothing serious, just to introduce you to a few other offerings from the Elder Hall." Seeing Guxinga's confusion about why he was summoned, TitleDouluo's figure flickered and appeared beside him, patting his shoulder with a friendly demeanor as he introduced the 6 offerings one by one. "This is the second offering, Golden Crocodile." The Golden Crocodile, Daw, smiled at Guxinga, his eyes full of admiration. "Third offering, Qingwan." The aloof and handsome Qingwan only nodded slightly, his gaze indifferent, only showing a flicker of emotion when looking at the light feathered Douluo. Fourth offering, Lion. The Lion Douluo looked at Guxinga, his rugged face breaking into a kind smile, his eyes revealing admiration similar to that of the Golden Crocodile Douluo. "This kid is the 5th offering, Light Feather. Don't be fooled by his youthful appearance. He may look younger than you, but in reality, his true age could be your grandfather." "Great offering. There's no need to specifically mention my age." The handsome young man with flowing silver hair and one eye closed spoke with a helpless expression. The Qingwan Doan next to him, seeing him interrupt the great offering's introduction, also showed a hint of helplessness and immediately chided him gently. Light feather, don't be rude. TitleDouluo indicated that it was no big deal and continued introducing the other two offerings. They're the sixth offering, Tianjun, and the seventh offering, Xiangmo. The two brothers, Tianjun and Xiangmo, nodded and greeted Guxinga. After the title conferral ceremony ends, I will go to the extreme north ice field to complete the soul rings for the Tian martial soul, and then return to Tianshui Academy. Chapter 19. Guxinga's Wall Slam Assault. Junior Guxinga, I've met all the seniors. After TitleDouluo finished the introductions, Guxinga slightly bowed to the 6 offerings as a sign of respect. In terms of cultivation and age, they were all above him, so it was appropriate to refer to them as seniors. The 6 offerings saw him bow, and their expressions softened a bit, showing some satisfaction. Not arrogant or impatient. He didn't become proud or contemptuous just because he had reached the Title Douluo rank at only over 20 years old. He was a good kid. Except for Guxinga, every other offering present was over 90 years old, making him still just a child in their eyes. Little Gu, after the title conferral ceremony, are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? TitleDouluo did not beat around the bush, patting Guxinga's shoulder with an extremely friendly attitude, smiling as he invited him to join the Spirit Hall. A super genius who reached Title Douluo at just over 20 years old. If they didn't bring him into the Spirit Hall and allowed him to stay outside, it would be a huge loss for the Spirit Hall. As long as Guxinga was willing to join the Spirit Hall, TitleDouluo would do his best to meet any conditions he proposed. The gazes of the 6 offerings also converged on him, waiting for his response. Guxinga was silent for a moment, looking at the old man Qian with a hint of expectation in his expression, and slowly spoke. I am willing to join the Spirit Hall, but I have a condition. What condition? Upon hearing that he was willing to join the Spirit Hall, TitleDouluo's eyes flashed with joy, and he quickly inquired about his condition. Old man, you must know that the Demon Soul Church will take action during the consecration ceremony tomorrow, right? Old man Qian nodded. He had received the same information as Bibi Dong. With just 2 elders, even if the Demon Soul Church went all out, they would not be able to cause trouble at tomorrow's consecration ceremony. My condition is very simple. No matter how many soul masters the Demon Soul Church sends to cause trouble tomorrow, I hope you will not intervene, and I want to deal with them personally. As he spoke, Guxinga's golden eyes burst forth with intense killing intent. The Demon Soul Church was a deep-seated hatred in his heart, a grudge for the destruction of his village. If he did not take revenge, he would be unworthy of being called a son. This condition stunned TitleDouluo for a moment. Was it really that simple? All right, as long as you don't speak tomorrow, we won't intervene. You'll handle all the people from the Demon Soul Church by yourself. Old man Qian nodded in agreement, as he also wanted to see just how strong Guxinga's abilities were. The other 6 elders also watched him with great interest, as he intended to confront the Demon Soul Church alone. Although it was unclear how many people the Demon Soul Church would send this time, since they dared to create trouble in the presence of the elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall, it was certainly not as simple as just 2 elders. They would just have to see how Guxinga responded. If he could truly handle more than one Title Douluo by himself, then his name would undoubtedly resonate even louder than Tang Hao's in history, leaving a brilliant mark on the Douluo continent. Guxinga chatted with the old master for a while and informed TitleDouluo about the title that Bibi Dong had given him. He savored it carefully and agreed quite a bit. Haoyang, once your title conferral ceremony is over, I will have someone create a title plaque for you and hang it in the Douluo Hall, where it will be admired by thousands and last through the ages. As long as the Spirit Hall exists, your title plaque will forever hang in the Douluo Hall, receiving the admiration of soul masters across the continent and enjoying endless glory. The golden crocodile Douluo and the others did not stay in the offering hall for long, leaving in small groups. When only TitleDouluo and Guxinga remained in the offering hall, the old master's expression suddenly became serious, and he asked him meaningfully, Xiao Gu, I heard that you have been getting quite close to the Pope lately. Seeing him suddenly mention Bibi Dong, Guxinga's expression stiffened. Did the old master have something to say? What's wrong, old master? That woman is not as simple as she appears. It's better for you to keep your distance from her. Of course, if you're looking for a partner, I have a granddaughter. One day, I will introduce you to her. She will definitely not disappoint you. She is better than the average. TitleDouluo earnestly advised him, while also promoting Tianhui to him, as if he wanted to tie him to the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Guxinga showed a strange expression and felt a bit embarrassed. Isn't that inappropriate? Old master, I appreciate your good intentions, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. Moreover, I'm unmarried and she's unmarried. Even if the Pope has ulterior motives towards me, I wouldn't mind. I acknowledge her. In the end, he shook his head and rejected TitleDouluo's good intentions. Tianshui was good, but at this moment, in his heart, Bibi Dong held the top position. He only recognized Bibi Dong. Seeing him so resolute, TitleDouluo wanted to persuade him further. But she is much older than you. You two are not suitable. Old master, do not casually speak about a woman's age. You must know that a woman remains a girl until death. Besides, in my hometown, there's a saying, a woman 3 years older than a man brings gold bricks, and right now, I am holding a mountain of gold. The repeated persuasion from the grand offering made Guxinga somewhat displeased. After saying this last sentence, he slightly bowed and then turned to leave. TitleDouluo watched his departing figure. Realizing he had spoken too much, his expression became complicated, knowing he could not persuade him, and he could only sigh softly. Forget it. Let be. I just hope Bibi Dong won't use him against the angel lineage. Outside the offering hall, as Guxinga walked out, he saw a figure in red standing by the entrance, and it was Bibi Dong, looking at him with a complex expression. The Title Douluo had exceptionally keen hearing. Even through the palace gate, she could hear all the conversations inside, which moved her deeply. Just as Bibi Dong was about to speak, Guxinga quickly approached her, not giving her a chance to react, and forcefully pinned her against the pillar, displaying a strong and domineering demeanor that was completely opposite to his previous gentle and soft manner. TitleDouluo's words had provoked him. There is nothing inappropriate between him and Bibi Dong. If you insist there is, then I will prove you wrong. This woman he has chosen. Guxinga held the beautiful Pope's waist with one hand, pressing tightly against his chest. With the other hand, he blocked her escape from the upper left side of Bibi Dong. Even his gaze changed, turning from previous tenderness and affection to an overwhelming aggression and possessiveness, as if he wanted to completely possess the beautiful woman in front of him, to devour her entirely, making her belong solely to him. This sudden wall slam caught Bibi Dong off guard. She felt the man's heavy breathing and the increasingly fervent love, as if he wanted to melt her. In this moment, the usually dignified and decisive, beautiful Pope hesitated, contemplating whether to push Guxinga away. After all, it was still broad daylight, and they were right outside the worship hall, surrounded by many temple knights. In contrast, Guxinga showed no hesitation, disregarding the fact that they were outside the worship hall with a bunch of patrolling temple knights nearby. He looked at Bibi Dong's soft, tender, rosy lips and suddenly leaned down to kiss her. He aimed for first base. But as the hesitant Bibi Dong looked at the handsome face with increasingly dilated pupils and the same golden hair, a dark and painful memory she never wanted to recall surged forth from the depths of her memory, her beautiful eyes revealing extreme resentment and disgust, along with a trace of undeniable terror. Smack! The crisp sound of a slap resonated, drawing all the attention from the worship hall, including the patrolling temple knights. Guxinga, wanting to advance, was stunned by the slap. He stared blankly at the stunning woman before him, feeling the slight pain on his cheek, and noticed the hatred and disgust in Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes, along with a heart-wrenching fear, realizing he had been too impulsive and that his actions had been too forceful, provoking her resistance. Bibi Dong looked at the bright red handprint on his cheek, her jade-like hand still trembling slightly, her beautiful eyes shifting with panic and guilt. She hadn't intended to slap Guxinga, she just wanted to push him away. However, his aggressive and even coercive actions had triggered the darkest and most painful memories deep within her, leading her to instinctively strike him. She never meant to hurt him. Guxinga, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Guxinga released Bibi Dong's waist, looking apologetic. He shouldn't have been so impulsive and softly apologized to her. Sensing some vague gazes converging on them, he didn't wait for Bibi Dong to speak again and turned to leave. Guxinga saw Guxinga apologize and then leave. Thinking he was angry, the beautiful Pope felt even more guilty, leaning against the pillar at the gate, feeling quite uncomfortable inside, with a hint of bitterness. If she hadn't been so conflicted just now, and had closed her eyes like a girl, quietly waiting for Guxinga's kiss, would the outcome have been different? Inside the offering hall, TitleDouluo looked at Bibi Dong leaning against the pillar and shook his head, a trace of guilt appearing in his eyes. After all, the Tian family had wronged her. However, the old man also had some criticism of Guxinga. It was a good introduction to meet his granddaughter, but he immediately turned around to pursue her mother, which was a bit excessive. On the other side, feeling a bit lost, Guxinga left the spirit hall, wandering aimlessly on the street. He knew his recent actions had been too impulsive, but he didn't expect Bibi Dong's reaction to be so strong. She had slapped him directly, especially with that look in her eyes, anger, disgust, and fear. Perhaps his actions which carried a strong sense of coercion, had triggered her and reminded her of bad memories. Sighing inwardly, Guxinga didn't know how to face Bibi Dong in the evening. Just as he was contemplating, a delicate figure in a white dress suddenly bumped into him. Guxinga easily dodged and noticed she had accelerated too quickly, showing signs of falling. He quickly reached out to grab the smooth, delicate arm of the girl in the white dress to prevent her from falling and getting hurt. Once she stabilized, he let go. Rong, run slower. At that moment, two figures followed closely behind, one of whom was a middle-aged man in white, gentle and elegant, who reminded the girl in the white dress. "Thank you, young brother, for your help just now." The refined middle-aged man also thanked Guxinga. Guxinga simply shook his head, indicating that it was just a small effort and there was no need to be polite. He did not engage in further conversation with them and left directly. Behind the elegant young man, a middle-aged man in black armor, whose build did not seem imposing and looked somewhat thin and weathered, was staring intently at Guxinga's back, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Rong, don't run so fast next time. Luckily someone just pulled you back, otherwise, if you fell to the ground and got stepped on by people coming and going, that wouldn't be good. The elegant middle-aged man was advising the girl in the white dress earnestly. He then noticed the unusual expression of the middle-aged man behind him and turned to ask in confusion, "Uncle Gu, what's wrong?" The man called Uncle Gu was actually one of the two Title Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, Bondoa, while the elegant middle-aged man and the girl in the white dress were Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong. TitleDouluo watched Guxinga's gradually disappearing figure, having sensed a hint of powerful aura as he passed by, not inferior to his own, and spoke with a tone of seriousness and astonishment. "That person is not simple. His cultivation is probably not beneath mine." Hearing this evaluation, Ning Fengji's expression tightened. Although Uncle Gu usually appeared a bit frivolous in front of them, he was definitely not one to speak carelessly. That young brother looked to be just over 20 years old, yet he was on par with Uncle Gu, a Title Douluo. Could it be him? Ning Fengji immediately thought of the protagonist who would be conferred a great title tomorrow. The only Title Douluo in his 20s, it had to be him. He didn't expect to encounter him while just out shopping. What a pity. If he had just stopped to chat, perhaps they could have formed a good bond. Guxinga, strolling along the street, suddenly stopped, attracted by a stall. He squatted down and looked at a dozen red beans on the stall. They were about the same size as regular mung beans, but their color was a vibrant red. Although not the entire fruit was red. 2/3 of it was red, while 1/3 was black, with the black part located at the end of the embryo root. They were called Xiangxi Zi, also known as Xiangxi Do. Red beans grow in the southern country, blooming in spring. May you gather more, for this is the most longing. The red beans mentioned in Wang Wei's poem referred to these Xiangxi Zi. However, unlike red beans, they are not easily edible because they are poisonous, and highly toxic at that. Consuming them would lead to poisoning, and in severe cases, even death. There are 3,000 ailments in life, but only longing cannot be cured. After pondering for a moment, Guxinga bought the dozen Xiangxi Zi and returned to the Spirit Hall. Somewhere in Spirit City, a conversation broke out. Tomorrow is the ceremony for the conferral of titles. Is everything set up? Elders, rest assured, everything has been arranged in the plaza of the conferral hall. Good. Tomorrow we will present a grand gift to the Spirit Hall. I want to see how they will maintain their face on the continent afterwards. In the Pope's palace of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong shed her wine-red gauze skirt and soaked in a bathtub filled with rose petals. Steam rose, and the scorching hot water covered her delicate collarbone, level with her fair and rosy shoulders, her wine-red hair floating damply on the surface of the water. Gradually, she sank completely into the hot water, as if undergoing a baptism, washing away the filth on her body, making her at least a little cleaner. After an unknown period of time, a respectful voice reporting came from outside the palace. It was a woman. "Your Holiness, the matter you instructed us about has been taken care of." Ripples appeared on the surface of the water filled with rose petals, and in an instant, water splashed, mist rising, revealing her graceful silhouette. She used her soul power to evaporate the water stains on her body, dressed in a bathrobe, and slowly walked out from behind the screen. "Gumin," Bibi Dong's authoritative voice rang out as the door of the palace opened, and the maid respectfully entered, holding what she needed. "You may leave." The maid placed the items aside and exited the palace. Bibi Dong's gaze fell on that item, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Will he like it? Longing is like a poison. Is there a remedy? Chapter 21. A slap followed by a sweet date. Kiss beneath the dark night sky, where stars are hidden and clouds avoid the moon. The cold night wind blew through the flowers in the courtyard, the blossoms still vibrant, their fragrance lingering. A figure quietly sat on a long stone bench in the courtyard, fingers fiddling with a string of bright red beads. Guxinga lowered his head to look at the string of acacia seeds in his hand. After high-temperature treatment, the acacia seeds had lost their original toxicity, and the color had changed from bright red to crimson. It took him half a day to string together these 17 acacia seeds, and although it wasn't perfect and had many flaws, at least it was made by his own hands. Would she come again? He silently thought. A trace of guilt flashed in Guxinga's eyes. He had been too impulsive during the day, and his methods had been too forceful, surely stirring up bad memories for Bibi Dong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had that kind of expression. Just as he sighed, a familiar fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils. Guxinga suddenly turned around, and a graceful figure appeared in the courtyard corridor, her gentle gaze mixed with an inexplicable sentiment as she walked towards him with her long, jade-like legs. She came. A simple greeting, without any excessive sweet talk. Guxinga looked at Bibi Dong, whose eyes were always filled with affection and tenderness, which made her feel quite enjoyed. A sweetness spreading in her heart like honey. Perhaps because of the guilt in his heart, regretting that he had been too impulsive and slapped her during the day. Bibi Dong was more proactive this time than before. She sat very close to him, close enough that Guxinga could even hear her heartbeat and her breathing. I'm sorry, I was too impulsive at noon. I just couldn't control myself. Sorry, I overstepped at noon. I shouldn't have forced you. In the flower-filled courtyard, the two sitting together, almost leaning against each other, spoke simultaneously to apologize to each other. However, they both froze halfway through their words, staring into each other's eyes, seeing guilt and regret reflected in them, along with a hint of astonishment. This must be a connection of the heart, but it also put them in a subtle state. A bit awkward. I never expected our holy emperor would also apologize to someone. I truly feel honored. Guxinga was the first to break the awkwardness, jokingly saying. Upon hearing his teasing, the stunning Pope's face instantly flushed with a hint of red. How dare you, Guxinga, to make fun of me? You've really crossed the line. Perhaps it was a skill every woman possessed. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, Bibi Dong reached out her delicate hand to pinch the soft flesh at Guxinga's waist. With a hard pinch and twist, the sensation was unbearable to imagine. I was wrong. I was wrong. Your Majesty, spare me. Spare me. Suddenly, Guxinga's expression twisted in pain as he pleaded with her for mercy. Even with a body at the Title Douluo level, he couldn't withstand this pinch, seriously suspecting she had secretly used the eternal creation, which he simply couldn't resist. Just as he was begging for mercy and crying out in pain, Bibi Dong suddenly leaned in close to him, her flawless, stunning face magnifying in Guxinga's eyes. Then, her soft and warm jade-like lips covered his, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He was actually being forcefully kissed by Bibi Dong, but the sensation on his lips was undeniable, very soft, very moist, with a hint of sweetness, while a captivating rose fragrance mixed with Bibi Dong's delicate body scent flooded his nostrils. He was entranced. However, this wave of unexpected affection came suddenly and left just as quickly. Before Guxinga could make any further move, Bibi Dong lifted her head, her lips parting, looking at her fair cheeks adorned with a charming blush, her beautiful eyes shimmering with shyness, and quickly explained to him, I slapped you and then gave you a kiss. So we're even now. This is what they call a slap followed by a sweet date. Not having had enough, Guxinga quickly proposed. How about you slap me a few more times? I have thick skin and can take it. Dream on. Bibi Dong shot him a glare, full of charm, thinking he was too greedy. However, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around Guxinga's waist, leaning into his embrace, enjoying the warmth and finding comfort. Continuing the hug from earlier, watching the stunning Pope willingly throw herself into his arms, Guxinga's gaze softened even more, his affection deepening as he held her tightly, burying his head in her wine-red hair, which smelled enchanting. This position lasted for an unknown amount of time. At that moment, time lost its meaning until Bibi Dong finally released her hold. Shinga, if I'm not as perfect as you imagine, would you still like me? She lifted her head, looking at the man whose eyes were filled with her image. The usually decisive Pope became anxious, cautiously asking, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. In that moment, Bibi Dong shed the imposing and cold demeanor of the Pope from the daytime, replaced by a girl filled with nervousness and hope. She had heard the conversation in the worship hall clearly. TitleDouluo had persuaded Guxinga to stay away from her and even introduced that sinful girl to him, which made Bibi Dong feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. She wouldn't allow anyone to take Guxinga away from her. Not anyone. He belonged only to her. But Bibi Dong was also scared, afraid that TitleDouluo would tell Guxinga about that matter, which would inevitably tarnish her image in his eyes, even causing him to feel disgusted and abandon her. She could not accept that under any circumstances, although they had only spent a few short days together. Guxinga's figure had already filled Bibi Dong's heart without her realizing it. His tenderness, his embrace, his love, Bibi Dong enjoyed and craved all of it. That's why she took the initiative to kiss him, wanting to completely bind his heart to hers. Hearing Bibi Dong's question, Guxinga shook his head, his golden eyes looking at her stunning yet anxious face, her wine-red silky hair cascading to the sides, her fair skin faintly glowing, like exquisite mutton fat jade, making one want to pinch it to feel its unique delicacy. His gaze grew even gentler as he leaned down to kiss her snowy white forehead, then moved to her ear, softly comforting her. In my heart, you will always be perfect, so don't worry, I will always like you. His answer brought a warm current to Bibi Dong's heart, calming her previously anxious mind. Her beautiful face broke into a smile as she reached out to embrace Guxinga once more, snuggling into his arms. In that moment, Bibi Dong felt an unprecedented happiness, and it was at that moment that the shadow of Haoyang was completely removed from her heart, leaving only Guxinga's image in her mind. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, released her hold, and took out a white trench coat from her storage soul guide, showing it to Guxinga. The trench coat was custom-made to his measurements, crafted from the extremely precious Millennium Ice silkworm silk, embroidered with a sun burning with blazing flames surrounded by 9 golden crows, forming a complete pattern of 9 crows riding the sun. The cuffs and collar were adorned with sun patterns, made from extraordinary materials, exquisite and luxurious. This is something I had the people from the Spirit Hall specially make for you. Do you like it? Guxinga looked at the trench coat that Bibi Dong showed him, his eyes filled with admiration. However, to be fair, the tailoring level in the Douluo world is not inferior to that of Earth in his previous life. He also took out the acacia bead bracelet he had made by hand and handed it to Bibi Dong. As for the relationship between the protagonist and Her Holiness the Pope, I won't go easy on them. Chapter 22, Acacia Gift to the Beautiful One, staying overnight at the Pope's palace. The crimson acacia bead bracelet was not very exquisite, with quite a few flaws. It was simply strung together and still retained a bit of warmth. Guxinga accepted the trench coat and handed it to Bibi Dong, her gaze as gentle as the warm sun, her voice clear as a mountain spring, flowing through the heart of the beautiful Pope. Dong, this is a bracelet made of red beans. Although the craftsmanship is not perfect, it was made by my own hands, and it carries my heartfelt intentions. I hope you like it. Upon hearing it was handmade by him, Bibi Dong's heart trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with emotion and joy as she looked at the red bean bracelet. Over the years, she had received countless gifts, treasures beyond measure. But never had she received a gift made by someone's own hands, especially from the one she loved. How could she not be moved and delighted? Like a young girl, she joyfully accepted the red bean bracelet and wore it on her fair, delicate right wrist, the red beans contrasting beautifully with her skin like sheep fat white jade. Although the craftsmanship was rough, it was the best gift Bibi Dong had ever received. What are red beans? Bibi Dong asked curiously, stroking the red bean bracelet. Guxinga pulled her into his embrace, leisurely playing with the beautiful Pope's hair, his fingers brushing against her fair face as he softly recited that ancient poem. Red beans grow in the southern country. Spring brings forth a few branches. May you gather more, for this is the most sentimental thing. The red beans referred to in this poem are the ones made into the bracelet, said to be transformed from the blood and tears of a woman longing for her beloved, symbolizing love. People may suffer from various ailments, but only longing cannot be cured. Longing penetrates the bones, and there is no remedy. Red beans are extremely poisonous. However, I have treated them with high heat, so they're now harmless. Wear it, and if you miss me in the future, just touch it, and I will be by your side, never leaving you. After hearing Guxinga's explanation, Bibi Dong felt that her heart was almost filled to the brim with his love. This man loved her so deeply, no matter what. She would never let him leave her. Thank you, Xinga. Just saying thanks is not enough. It's better to show it through actions. Upon hearing the gratitude from the beauty in his arms, Guxinga teased. Bibi Dong snorted lightly. This guy, always trying to take advantage of me. Such a bad egg. However, considering this gift, she decided to indulge him a little. Bibi Dong leaned in again to give Guxinga a kiss, but he was already prepared. Wrapping his arms around the beautiful Pope's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace, enveloping her in a love as hot as the sun, as if he wanted to melt her. Bibi Dong felt her whole body go soft, losing her resistance. Close your eyes. Let us enjoy each other. His gentle voice guided Bibi Dong, and she obeyed Gu Xingge's words, slowly closing her beautiful eyes, gradually emptying her mind, no longer thinking of anything, only feeling her soft, jade-like lips covered by another pair of lips, the two of them entwined together. Gu Xingge embraced the beautiful Pope, kissing her and possessing her, his golden eyes reflecting her closed eyes in enjoyment. Her exquisite face was pale with a hint of shyness, breathtakingly beautiful, with not a single flaw, the most perfect creation. The noble and dignified demeanor from the day faded away, replaced by a charming and shy allure like that of a young girl, which made his heart flutter, captivating him and even making him want to take a step further. Just as Gu Xingge was about to advance, Bibi Dong suddenly opened her eyes, halting his movements. Her beautiful eyes revealed a deep shyness as she pulled away from his lips and pleaded softly with him. Don't. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Gu Xingge's eyes, tightening Bibi Dong's heart. She bit her lip, thinking to herself that it wasn't the right time, at least not now. She raised her hand to push the man who wanted to go further away, got up to adjust her dress, her complexion flushed and radiant, as if she were about to bleed from the vibrant red. She softly advised Gu Xingge, "Xingge, you have to attend the conferral ceremony tomorrow, so you should rest early. I'll head back first. Let me see you off." Gu Xingge stood up, reached out to hold her tender hand, and Bibi Dong nodded in acceptance. They looked like a couple in love, holding each other's hands as they left together. Passing through the familiar corridor, guided by the dim moonlight, they returned to the Pope's palace. However, Gu Xingge was unwilling to let go this time. He wanted to be more proactive. With a slight force, he pulled Bibi Dong back into his embrace, holding her and gazing at her slightly bewildered, beautiful face. His voice was soft, yet carried a hint of dominance. "Tonight, I don't want to go back. I want to be with you." Faced with Gu Xingge's sudden assertiveness, Bibi Dong didn't know how to refuse. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded slightly, feeling a faint sense of anticipation in her heart. Pushing open the door to the Pope's palace, Gu Xingge held Bibi Dong and entered her boudoir for the first time. The stunning Pope was pressed onto the bed by him, feeling the overwhelming passionate love from Gu Xingge. Bibi Dong felt no desire to resist, but was afraid he might do something inappropriate. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shame and a hint of pleading. She couldn't give him everything just yet. "Xingge, give me some time, don't pressure me. I'm willing to wait for you, until the day you take the initiative to give yourself to me." Gu Xingge nodded, looking at the beautiful woman beneath him with eyes full of love. He bent down again to kiss the stunning Pope passionately, but he kept his promise and did not act out of line. When he grew tired of kissing, he embraced Bibi Dong's perfect and graceful figure, burying his head deep in her silky hair, inhaling the pleasant scent, and falling asleep together, feeling each other's body warmth and beauty, sharing the same sweet dreams. Perhaps it was true that Gu Xingge could remain composed in such a situation. The next day, as the sun rose, the morning light spread across the land, reviving all things. In the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong slowly awakened, and the first thing she saw was Gu Xingge's handsome face, always adorned with a gentle smile, soft like the morning light, captivating her, but also making her feel a tinge of inferiority. "Dong, it's time to get up. Today you must attend my coronation ceremony, and you can't be late." Gu Xingge lowered his head and softly whispered in the beautiful Pope's ear, simultaneously opening his mouth to exhale a breath of warm air, gently biting her ear and leaving his mark. Instantly, Bibi Dong's delicate body trembled slightly, and she hurriedly stood up, her charming face flushed with a hint of redness, her eyes revealing a trace of shyness and sorrow. Before she could speak, Gu Xingge delivered an early morning kiss plus a French kiss to Bibi Dong. Couples in love could hardly control their inner excitement, always wanting to express their affection for each other, indulging in sweet intimacy. After a long while, Gu Xingge finally left the Pope's chamber, leaving Bibi Dong sitting dazedly on the bed. She felt that she had completely fallen for him. If not for the need to hold the coronation ceremony, she would have wanted to spend the entire day with Gu Xingge without going out. After some mental struggle, Bibi Dong gradually came to her senses, got up, and changed her clothes. After the coronation ceremony, she and he would have more time to express their love for each other. No need to rush. Actually, I have been struggling with whether to have a single female lead or multiple female leads. Mainly, I have written the relationship between the protagonist and Bibi Dong a bit too sweetly. If there are multiple female leads, it would be a bit unfair to this sweetness. But a single female lead doesn't fit my style. So, I decided that every female lead will be written this sweetly from now on, plus a little bit of angst. Chapter 23. The golden crow crows, and two suns appear in the sky, with the coronation ceremony, which had been prepared for several days, officially opening. The streets of Wuhuan City were filled with crowds, all rushing toward the central square where the ceremony was held, like bees attracted by the scent of flowers. Even if they didn't have a place to stand, even if they could only stand outside, they didn't want to miss this unprecedented spectacle. Surrounding the central square, the banners of the Wuhuan Palace fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. Heavily armored and magnificent temple knights guarded every corner of the square, holding long spears, exuding a heavy aura, standing ready, with sharp eyes hidden beneath their armor, scanning the square and not letting any suspicious person go unnoticed. In the audience seats of the square, representatives from the continent's famous Soul Master factions, the 7 great empires, and many kingdoms and Soul Master academies were seated in their designated places, with the larger factions sitting closer to the main seat of the Wuhuan Palace. The representative from the Tianshui Academy was none other than Lung Qishuang, who rushed over as soon as she received the invitation to the Wuhuan Palace's ceremony. The beautiful dean sat in a slightly off-center position, dressed in a blue rose qipao that accentuated her voluptuous and enticing figure. Her stunning face was lightly made up, her black hair styled in a single bun with a few strands of bangs falling gracefully over her forehead, exuding charm. Lung Qishuang searched the square for Guxing's figure, but aside from the temple knights and some servant girls responsible for the ceremony, she found no trace of him. As expected, the protagonist always appears last. Although the protagonist had not yet arrived, discussions about him had already begun among the audience. The 23-year-old Title Douluo was at least 20 years younger than Tang, how back in the day. It looks like the title of the youngest Title Douluo is about to change hands. What a prodigy. Achieving Title Douluo in his 20s, give him a few more decades, and he might become a god. But have you heard? There are rumors that the evil spirit hall plans to make trouble at this ceremony. I heard about it long ago, but that's a matter for the Wuhuan Palace to worry about. Not us, we just need to wait and watch the show. That might not be the case. The Wuhuan Palace is hosting this coronation ceremony so grandly that even the elders and offerings who are usually unseen have all arrived. It would be hard for the evil spirit hall to cause any trouble. The news about the evil spirit hall wanting to disrupt the ceremony had spread throughout Wuhuan City in the past 2 days, and everyone knew about it. But not many people were optimistic. Many representatives of Soul Master factions turned their gazes toward the main seat of the Wuhuan Palace, where a total of 19 thrones were placed, each representing a Title Douluo. This was also the first time the Wuhuan Palace showcased its number of Title Douluos to the world, leaving the representatives of those Soul Master factions utterly shocked. With the Pope, there were a total of 19 Title Douluos, truly worthy of being the ruler of the continent's Soul Masters. No, it should be 20. After the ceremony, the protagonist will surely join the Wuhuan Palace as well. On the viewing platform of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji looked at the 19 thrones, his eyes flashing with astonishment. It was the first time he realized just how many Title Douluos the Wuhuan Palace had. If the Wuhuan Palace wanted to take action against the 7-treasure glazed tile school, relying solely on the Bone Douluo would be insufficient. This made Ning Fengji feel heavy-hearted. Even the Bone Douluo was no exception. He never expected the Wuhuan Palace to hide so many strong individuals. If it weren't for their desire to establish authority through this coronation ceremony, they might have hidden even longer. Suddenly, a golden light descended from the sky, landing abruptly on the grand platform in the center of the square. Following that, 17 beams of different colored light fell upon the main seat of the Wuhuan Palace, revealing the offerings and elders of the Wuhuan Palace, while the one on the grand platform was TitleDouluo. After a moment, another pink beam of light appeared, landing in the most central position of the main seat. When the light dissipated, Bibi Dong, holding the Pope's scepter, appeared with a majestic and noble beauty. As soon as she appeared, the elders of the Wuhuan Palace and everyone in the audience bowed to the stunning Pope, except for TitleDouluo, who merely inclined his body slightly in respect. Long live the Pope! The temple knights planted their spears on the ground with one hand and knelt on one knee, their voices booming with reverence, echoing to the skies and startling the birds above. No need for courtesy. Bibi Dong, like a proud queen, lightly tapped the ground with the Pope's scepter, the wisteria bracelet on her wrist shaking along, and spoke 2 words with a cold tone. each word filled with authority and containing immense soul power that shook the hearts of those present. The temple knights all stood up, looking at the Pope with eyes full of reverence. Even many representatives of soul master factions, seeing the Pope for the first time, were stunned by her unparalleled beauty. They knew the Pope was a woman, but didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes scanned the square, but she did not see Guxinga. Feeling quite puzzled. Where's that guy? Why hadn't he arrived yet? Had something happened? Had those guys from the evil spirit hall acted against him in advance? With this thought, a trace of worry flashed in the stunning Pope's eyes. Even TitleDouluo on the grand platform was a bit bewildered. Where was that kid? Why hadn't he shown up? According to the usual procedure of the coronation ceremony, the newly promoted Title Douluo should appear after the Pope. So why was that kid not following the script? He wouldn't be leaving me hanging, would he? Just as everyone was eagerly awaiting Guxinga's appearance, a loud and clear crowing of the golden crow resonated, echoing through the skies. The temperature in the world suddenly rose, as if they were in a furnace. The moisture in the air evaporating in an instant, making it unbearable. Look at the sky, 2 suns, someone exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention upward, all looking to the sky, trying to gaze at the dazzling and blinding light. But the rays of the sun were not something mortals could look at directly. They could only squint their eyes, barely seeing this magnificent spectacle. Originally, there had been only one sun in the clear sky, but at some point, another golden sun had appeared, radiating intense heat, burning fiercely. Scorching mountains and boiling seas, coexisting with the other sun, illuminating all things, burning away all ominousness and darkness, bringing eternal light to the world. The golden crow crows, and 2 suns appear in the sky. Bibi Dong, TitleDouluo, and Ningfengji were all stunned by this scene, with some even doubting their own eyes. How could there possibly be 2 suns in the sky? How are we supposed to live like this? How could it be 2 suns? It must be fake, right? So hot. I feel like I'm about to melt. What a spectacle. It's a wonder. This is bad. Run. The second sun is falling down. What a joke. That sun is actually falling towards us. Who can withstand it? Just as everyone was in awe, that blazing sun, burning with golden flames, was indeed plummeting straight down towards them. Instantly, everyone turned pale with fear, their expressions drained of color, and the crowd erupted in chaos. But at that moment, amidst the falling sun, a clear voice suddenly rang out, sounding both questioning and affirming, carrying a sense of superiority that echoed beneath the sky. Haoyang, who is weak and who is strong? Yin and Yang work together, blending to claim the throne. Spoiler alert, the protagonist has another identity. What's a secret? Chapter 24. Congratulations to the Haoyang Douluo. The sun fell, and thousands were terrified. A golden sun, burning with divine flames, fell directly towards the central square, dazzling and blinding, making it impossible to look directly at. As it passed, even the space was twisted by the scorching heat. The terrifying high temperature emitted by the falling sun filled the soul masters in the square with dread, their faces showing panic. Just as they were about to flee, they heard a clear voice resonate from the radiant sun, echoing throughout the square and even the entire spirit city. Haoyang, who is weak and who is strong? Yin and Yang work together, blending to claim the throne. Many soul masters stopped their attempts to escape, straining to focus their gazes back on the sun that was about to fall. Bibi Dong, TitleDouluo, and others looked at the impending radiant sun with confusion, wondering why this voice sounded so familiar. In that blazing sun, golden crows soared, flame dragons roared, and countless fire spirits transformed, creating a world of fire. A figure in white appeared faintly, resembling an immortal sun god, wielding the authority of the sun, standing tall above the 9 heavens, coexisting with the world. All things perish, but he remains immortal. Heaven and earth may perish, but he does not. He is supreme and unparalleled. Such a shocking scene left everyone present dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes, staring in astonishment, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Was there actually someone inside the sun? No, it was a god. Seeing that sun, Bibi Dong furrowed her beautiful brows, unconsciously gripping the Pope's scepter tightly, a wave of deep-seated disgust rising from her heart. It was too dazzling, too scorching, too bright. It felt as if a fallen being, long trapped in a dark mire, was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming light, yet without any joy, only a profound loathing. She just wanted to destroy this light, to taint it. She wanted it to sink into darkness forever, just like herself. The thoughts of all the soul masters varied, but none were free from the gravity of the moment. Many soul masters knelt on the ground, showing reverence and fear. Finally, that sun descended, unleashing an unmatched wave of intense heat. The soul masters quickly formed defensive barriers with their soul power, but under the sun's high temperature. Even the soul power barriers couldn't hold up. Except for those Title Douluo powerhouses who could withstand it, the barriers of other soul masters melted, leaving many in a dire state, with their hair and clothes showing signs of spontaneous combustion. Fortunately, TitleDouluo quickly summoned his martial soul, using his vast soul power to form an angelic barrier, protecting the entire square, preventing it from being incinerated the moment the sun fell. As the sun touched the ground, it gradually dissipated, and the overwhelming heat wave that had engulfed the area receded, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief and wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Even Bibi Dong on the high platform was drenched in sweat, her deep V-poke gown soaked, clinging to her perfect figure, her fair skin barely visible. But she quickly used her soul power to evaporate the damp gown, the temptation of her wet body disappearing in an instant. The elders of the spirit hall, the offerings, and representatives of various soul master factions were also left shaken, realizing that if the sun truly fell, not just the square, but even the spirit city would be obliterated. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the dissipating sun, eager to know which divine being had caused such a commotion, terrifying everyone. As the white figure within the sun was revealed amidst the embrace of countless divine flames, he floated down, with 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red soul rings rotating beneath his feet, exuding a vast and fiery pressure. The purple was magnificent, the black deep, and the red alluring, with the 7th soul ring still glowing faintly. The moment they saw the true form of the figure in white, Bibi Dong, TitleDouluo, and the 6 offerings widened their eyes in astonishment. The light-winged Douluo, looking shocked, was the first to speak up. "I thought who was causing such a ruckus. Turns out it's that kid Gu." His voice wasn't too loud, but all the soul masters present, being keen of hearing and sight, caught every word. "Gu? Could it be that newly appointed Title Douluo?" The name Guxinga has already spread across the continent in the past few days, but no one has ever seen his true face. All the eyes of the people present are focused on that young, handsome, and heroic face, with voices rising in surprise, emotion, and some rather embarrassed soul masters looking at him with resentful gazes. On the high platform of the Tiando Empire, Prince Xuexing was so excited to see Guxinga appear that he almost jumped up. However, thinking of Guxinga's experiences in childhood and his current attitude towards the Tiando royal family, he sighed, and his expression became complicated. He is indeed the newly promoted Title Douluo, and he is as young as the rumors say, making such a big commotion as soon as he appears. How arrogant! When a storm is brewing, there will be rain. When a person is arrogant, there will be disaster. With such arrogance, let's see how he responds when the spirit hall stirs up trouble later. Look at his spirit rings. Guxinga had long, radiant golden hair that cascaded over his shoulders, with the tips entwined in flickering golden flames that refused to extinguish. His features were striking and handsome, with a golden sun pattern vividly depicted on his forehead. His pair of brilliant golden eyes exuded a blazing light, and he always wore a gentle smile that easily endeared him to others. His perfectly proportioned figure was cloaked in a white trench coat, adorned with golden threads embroidered with the sun engulfed in roaring flames, surrounded by 9 golden crows, forming a complete design of 9 crows riding the sun. The cuffs and collar were also embroidered with sun patterns. Underneath, he wore a white shirt and fitted white trousers, with a belt buckle stamped with a golden sun. His white boots completed the look, creating an overall appearance dominated by pure white and accented with gold, exuding nobility that caught the attention of countless female soul masters present, stirring their hearts. At the moment Shrek saw Guxinga, Bibi Dong's initial disdain evaporated, replaced by joy and affection. TitleDouluo, watching the grand entrance of Guxinga, felt no anger. Instead, he appeared gratified, thinking that the young man had some of the charm he once had. The representatives of the soul master factions in the audience were shocked at the sight of the golden-haired youth's soul rings, wondering how powerful he must be with such an extraordinary combination of soul rings. "Uncle Bone, can you withstand him?" Ning Fengji asked this unprecedented question about Bone Douluo while gazing at the astonishing Guxinga, and Bone Douluo fell silent, unsure of the answer himself. Guxinga looked towards the central altar, where TitleDouluo had been waiting for a long time, ready to crown him. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Guxinga stepped forward, his pure white windbreaker fluttering, golden hair billowing, divine flames swirling around him, his posture proud, like the sun god descending to the mortal realm. Ascending the steps with grace. Thousands of eyes were focused on one person. At this moment, he was the only protagonist in the world, the sole focal point of the crowd. When Guxinga stepped onto the altar, TitleDouluo's expression was serious, holding a sun crown in his hands. The two locked eyes, and the old man took a step forward, raising the sun crown high above, and in front of the crowd, placed it on Guxinga's head, crowning him. Congratulations to the TitleDouluo. At the moment the sun crown was placed on his head, TitleDouluo opened his arms and raised him above his head. His voice, infused with substantial soul power, resounded loudly, celebrating. The stunning Pope on the high platform also spoke, her rosy lips slightly parted, her authoritative voice filled with excitement, and a hint of uncontainable affection. Congratulations to the TitleDouluo. Cheers of congratulations echoed from the square as the offerings of the Spirit Hall, elders, bishops, and hall masters all joined in, resonating throughout the square. It rang through Spirit City. It reached the skies. Congratulations to the TitleDouluo. Congratulations to the TitleDouluo. Congratulations to the TitleDouluo. The holy knights raised their long spears, guarding the figure as radiant as the sun. Golden beams of light shot into the sky, and one after another, powerful angelic beings with white wings appeared, sacred and inviolable. They intertwined their fingers, devout and beautiful, solemn and dignified, their lips parted slightly, and a melodious song began to rise. They praised the birth of the TitleDouluo here. Sorry, my writing skills are limited, and I can't create too extravagant a scene. Chapter 25. The chaos of the evil soul cult, merely a stepping stone. Congratulations to the TitleDouluo. The angels sang. Thousands cheered, their voices echoed over the central square, lingering for a long time. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall focused their gazes on the dazzling figure on the grand altar, filled with excitement. However, just as everyone was celebrating the birth of the TitleDouluo, 49 scarlet beams of light shot into the sky at the same time, and a mysterious formation appeared in the sky. A strange power spread from the formation, instantly forming a magic-restricting domain that enveloped the entire Spirit City. The moment the magic-restricting domain unfolded, all soul masters felt a pressure. Even the TitleDouluos were no exception. This pressure was not directed at their martial souls, nor at their soul power, but at their soul skills. They could no longer use their soul skills. This sudden change caused many to change their expressions. Shock, seriousness, anger, panic. Various emotions surged within people, and a sense of unease hovered over the crowd. But everyone knew that the evil soul cult had arrived. They never expected them to pull such a stunt. However, the elders, offerings, and Pope of the Spirit Hall remained calm, not at all flustered by this sudden change. Everything was within their expectations, and they were just waiting for the evil soul cult. Guxinga looked at the crimson pillars of light and murmured, "Has it finally come?" The angels who had originally sung praises also descended, surrounding the grand altar. The holy knights held their long spears tightly, their eagle-like sharp gazes scanning the surroundings. Representatives from various soul master factions activated their martial souls, with Duuluo immediately shielding Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong to prevent the members of the evil spirit cult from attacking them. Dong gazed at the anti-magic array that enveloped the sky above the central square. The strange power it emitted was so familiar, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of surprise. It was the anti-magic domain of the City of Slaughter. She felt that her martial soul was still within her, but she couldn't use her soul skills. However, compared to the anti-magic domain of the City of Slaughter, it was far from sufficient. Even though she was restricted by the Rakshasa God trial and couldn't unleash her full power, breaking this restriction would be effortless. However, it could also be confirmed that this group of foul bats from the evil spirit cult was indeed related to the City of Slaughter. Among the 49 crimson pillars of light stood a soul sage from the evil spirit cult, holding a stone tablet inscribed with profound patterns, continuously pouring their soul power into it to maintain this pseudo-anti-magic domain. Just as everyone was on high alert, 5 figures soared from the audience seats, each exuding a powerful aura, their pressure like a mountain, surrounded by 9 soul rings. 3 had 2 yellow, 3 purple for black, and 2 had 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black. 3 burly men with different patterns on their bodies, a seductive beauty, and an old man. Their appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention, many displaying expressions of shock. Although everyone knew that the evil spirit cult had sent strong warriors to create trouble, they never expected that 5 TitleDouluo would be dispatched. TitleDouluo and the other offerings looked at the 5 elders of the evil spirit cult with disdain in their eyes. Just 5 Title Douluo who had been forcibly enhanced through secret methods dared to cause trouble in his spirit hall. They were truly seeking death. Old Qian felt the anti-magic restrictions placed on him, and with his strength, breaking through this restriction was a piece of cake. Not just him, but other offerings and elders could also break the restriction in no time. It had some effect, but not much. The spirit hall was nothing more than this. Even in the anti-magic domain, they had a kneel. Among the 5 elders of the evil spirit cult in midair, a middle-aged man with a black bear pattern, extremely burly, was arrogant and looked down on everything. Relying on the anti-magic domain, he began to speak arrogantly. His words instantly infuriated all the soul masters of the spirit hall, who glared at the burly man, while some factions that were not on good terms with the spirit hall secretly laughed, thinking, "Today is your spirit hall's turn." On the high platform, the light-feathered Douluo was the first to be unable to hold back. Just as he was about to take action, he was stopped by the Qinghuan Douluo. "Old 5, you must not forget what the grand offering promised, little Gu." Upon hearing this, the light-feathered Douluo could only temporarily suppress his anger while accelerating his efforts to break through the anti-magic restrictions. If Guxinga couldn't deal with these 5 guys, he would shoot them down at the first opportunity. Bibi Dong also looked at Guxinga with concern. Could he deal with 5 Title Douluo? Meanwhile, the restriction within her body had long been easily broken. Guxinga slightly lifted his head to look at the 5 elders of the Demon Soul sect who had finally appeared. Instead of panicking, he revealed a look of joy. "This is great. Killing these 5 Title Douluos would be enough to make a name for himself across the continent. Old man, leave these 5 guys to me. Remember, if you can't handle them, be sure to call us." TitleDouluo didn't take the 5 Title Douluos seriously at all. After all, the Demon Soul sect was just a rogue soul master organization that had emerged for a few decades. If it weren't for their ability to hide, they would have been exterminated by the Spirit Hall long ago. The millennia of foundation of the Spirit Hall was something the Demon Soul sect could hardly imagine. Even if the Demon Soul sect came out in full force to ambush this title conferment ceremony, all that awaited them would be total annihilation. If it weren't for Guxinga wanting to use them to make a name for himself, TitleDouluo would have already killed them the moment they showed up. On the other side, Ning Fengji surveyed the square. Although the soul masters from the Spirit Hall showed expressions of righteous indignation among the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall, aside from the 5 offerings who were somewhat restless, the other elders, offerings, and even the Pope remained surprisingly calm, seemingly unconcerned about the disruption caused by the 5 Title Douluos of the Demon Soul sect. They were lying in wait. Ning Fengji instantly understood. The news that the Demon Soul sect intended to cause trouble at the ceremony had spread throughout Spirit City. How could the Spirit Hall be unprepared? They were waiting for the Demon Soul sect to show themselves. Although the barrier set up by the Demon Soul sect restricted their use of soul skills, this restriction was not permanent. Ning Fengji asked Bondol, "Uncle Bon, how do you feel? I'll be able to break through this restriction in a few more minutes." Indeed, this kind of restriction did not have a significant effect on Title Douluos. They could break through it given some time. A wise light flickered in Ning Fengji's eyes. It seemed that the Spirit Hall was deliberately putting on a grand title conferment ceremony to lure the Demon Soul sect into their trap and establish their authority. Over the years, the Spirit Hall had indeed lost a lot of prestige because of the Demon Soul sect. If they could eliminate these 5 Title Douluos today, it would surely restore the Spirit Hall's prestige once again. What a clever plan. However, the purpose of the Demon Soul sect this time was not merely to cause widespread destruction to the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent only 5 Title Douluos, but also their followers. The gaze of the 5 elders of the Demon Soul sect converged on Guxinga, their killing intent evident. Without any hesitation, they simultaneously attacked Guxinga, aiming to kill him as quickly as possible. They also understood that the pseudo-restriction magic field had little effect on Title Douluos, so the Demon Soul sect's goal from the beginning had always been Guxinga. Killing him in front of all the soul master forces of the continent during the title conferment ceremony held by the Spirit Hall would not only eliminate a peerless genius, but also deliver a severe blow to the Spirit Hall's face. Guxinga wanted to establish his reputation through the Demon Soul sect, while the Demon Soul sect wanted to take revenge on the Spirit Hall. Both sides aimed to use each other to their advantage. A major battle was about to break out. Regarding Bibi Dong's setting, I saw on Baidu that she reached level 99 in her 40s. Largely due to her twin martial souls being able to absorb powerful soul B-soul rings to enhance her soul power. However, due to the restrictions of a Rakshasa God's test, she could only exert level 98 soul power. I will stick to this setting, so please don't criticize me. Chapter 26. The name Haoyang overwhelms Haotian. From beginning to end, the Spirit Hall never took the Demon Soul sect seriously. Today's chaos and assassination were merely a joke to the Spirit Hall, just a stepping stone for Guxinga to make a name for himself. TitleDouluo waved his hand, signaling the angelic legion's female angels to retreat. And the Temple Knights also withdrew at his indication to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Seeing this, Ningfengji became even more convinced that the Spirit Hall was fishing for the Demon Soul sect and had caught a big fish. If these 5 elders of the Demon Soul sect died here, it would not only enhance the prestige of the Spirit Hall, but also deal a significant blow to the Demon Soul sect. Bone Uncle, there's a good show to watch. Bondo also noticed the situation, nodding in agreement. Not only they, but many representatives of Soul Master factions also sensed something was off. The reactions of the elders and offerings from the Spirit Hall were too calm, raising suspicions. Some representatives of Soul Master factions who wanted to flee stopped their thoughts and prepared to see what kind of scheme the Spirit Hall was really plotting. In the back row of the audience, Lung Qishuang saw 5 TitleDouluo preparing to attack Guxinga, filled with worry, frantically channeling her soul power to break the magic restriction. Under the pseudo-magic restriction domain, all Soul Masters were affected, except for the 5 elders of the Demon Soul sect, who could still use their soul skills. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly. The 5 troublemakers had no idea they had stepped into the Spirit Hall's trap and continued to act according to their plan. Haoyang Douluo, you can only blame your bad luck for choosing to hold such a grand ceremony. In the air, the burly man with the bear pattern seemed to be the leader of this operation. He let out a low roar, and behind him, the rock magic bear Martial Soul roared towards the sky, its palm the size of a fan pounding its chest, a powerful soul power sweeping across the clear sky, causing the air to vibrate and create ripples, while the martial souls of the other 4 elders of the Demon Soul sect also manifested. Sky-swallowing python, polluted soul blackwater, phantom demon fox, blood demon scythe. Without any hesitation, holding the mindset of a quick battle, the 5 TitleDouluo simultaneously attacked Guxinga, their powerful soul power crashing like waves, akin to a volcanic eruption, launching their 8th soul skills in an attempt to kill Guxinga in one strike. 8th soul skill, Meteor Star. The burly man roared, and with the enhancement of the 8th soul skill, the rock magic bear, Martial Soul, transformed into a giant rock bear the size of a small mountain, falling to the earth like a meteor for the Cretaceous period, intending to crush and destroy everything. 8th soul skill, 10,000 pythons devouring souls. 8th soul skill, Black Tide. The endless sky-swallowing python surged like a tide, accompanied by the turbulent, polluted soul water, merging with the snake water, contaminating the body, eroding the martial soul, and devouring everything, as if intending to drown Guxinga in this surging black tide, swallowing him whole. At the same time, the phantom demon fox opened her 3rd phantom eye, her eerie and magical mental power transforming into countless illusions enveloping Guxinga, seemingly wanting him to forever sink into this dreamlike illusion, unable to extricate himself. 8th soul skill, illusionary bubble. 8th soul skill, blood slaughter. However, within the bubble, there was a hidden deadly intent, a terrifying scarlet scythe slicing through the air, crossing the spatial boundary, aiming directly at his neck, attempting to behead him with one strike. The 5 TitleDouluo simultaneously unleashed their 8th soul skills, their might overwhelming. And even the many elders and offerings of the Spirit Hall felt it was a challenging situation. The Soul Masters present hurriedly fortified layer upon layer of soul power defenses, intending to withstand the aftermath of the 5 great soul skills. Watching Guxinga being besieged, Bibi Dong's beautiful face revealed a hint of anxiety, instinctively raising her leg to rush down and block this wave of attacks for him. However, she heard TitleDouluo's voice in her ear. Believe in him. He can handle it. This forced Bibi Dong to stop her advancing leg, nervously watching Guxinga. If anything happened to him, she vowed that she would slaughter the Demon Soul sect across the entire continent. Meanwhile, under the 5 great soul skills, Guxinga's figure still shone like the sun, unflinching as he leapt towards the 5 great soul skills. This scene stunned everyone. Not only did he not dodge, but he charged forward to take it head-on. Was this Haoyang Douluo not scared silly? The 5 members of the Demon Soul sect looked at Guxinga charging straight at their ultimate moves, all revealing sinister smiles, thinking he was seeking death. However, the next moment, Their expressions changed as a clear, yet contemptuous voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Umph." A mere ant dares to touch Haoyang. Suddenly, an even more blazing and vast soul power erupted under the brilliance of the 5 great soul skills, illuminating Guxinga like a god of the mortal world. His handsome face filled with extreme pride. Looking down on all beings, the 9th soul ring around him lit up, radiating a dazzling red light. A golden beam of light reaching up to the heavens, piercing through the earth. To eliminate these 5 elders of the Demon Soul sect in the fastest and most stunning way, Guxinga unleashed his 9th soul skill with all his soul power, seeking to kill them in one move. 9th soul skill, Golden Crow Dance Shining Sun, divine fire tempering heaven and earth. A cry of the golden crow that pierced the 9 heavens resounded throughout the world, causing the temperature of the entire square, even the spirit city, to suddenly rise. A 3-legged golden crow soared up, spreading its wings and flying, striking the 9 heavens, dancing above the firmament, its divine fire feathers falling like rain. And a magnificent sun rose slowly in its flight, burning with eternal divine flames, indestructible through the ages, forever enduring, refining heaven and earth. Golden Crow Dance Shining Sun, divine fire tempering heaven and earth. The blazing sun shines upon the 9 heavens, and all things bow down. What meteor star, what black tie, what soul skills. Were all futile and returned to nothingness before the eternally supreme Haoyang. The terrifying high temperature that could burn mountains and boil seas melted away the soul power defenses constructed by the soul masters on the square. Feeling such high temperatures, TitleDouluo could no longer stand by idly. His immense soul power surged, once again enveloping the entire square to resist the invasion of the high temperature. Under Guxinga's 9th soul skill, the 8th soul skills simultaneously unleashed by the 5 Title Douluo instantly turned to nothingness. On this day, the golden crow spread its wings, soaring through the 9 heavens, carrying the terrifying divine flames that burned everything under the gaze of thousands. And in the terrified and incredulous eyes of the 5 elders of the Demon Soul sect, burned them to ashes. A move of absolute kill. They never expected that Guxinga would not be suppressed by the pseudo-magic restriction domain, because the sun is not restrained by any domain. The 5 Title Douluo didn't even have time to scream before falling under this unimaginable 9th soul skill. Only Haoyang remained in the sky, with the scene of the golden crow soaring. Everything happened so suddenly that the soul masters present hadn't even reacted, staring at the scene in the sky, their eyes revealing astonishment, horror, shock, and deep respect. Even the elders and offerings of the spirit hall were dumbfounded, thinking there would be a fierce battle. But they didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. They even suspected that those 5 Title Douluo were fakes. The power of those 5 soul skills is undeniable. It's not that they are too weak, but that Guxinga is too strong. With a single move, he annihilated 5 Title Douluos. How terrifying is the Haoyang Douluo? Everyone's gaze was focused on the figure in white, resembling an ancient sun god, surrounded by reverence and admiration. At this moment, Guxinga displayed his might to all beings, looking down upon the world, asking who could challenge him. After today, the name Haoyang will overshadow Haotian. The protagonist is invincible. Others are irrelevant. Chapter 27, Douluo Hall Check-in, a small spirit vein. In the sky above, Haoyang shone brightly. The golden crow cried out, pressuring all beings, causing everyone to revere and bow down, with the world enveloped in blazing sunlight. Haoyang! Haoyang! Someone shouted out in excitement, and then the crowd erupted, their voices rising like a tidal wave, filled with admiration, awe, and even madness. Haoyang! 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 Except for a few forces that were at odds with the spirit hall, the other soul masters on the field genuinely admired the Haoyang in the sky. Throughout history, the strong have always garnered the admiration and awe of the people. Even the dazzling sunlight could not block their adoring gazes, all converging on that figure in white, like the most radiant and brilliant existence in the world. Bibi Dong stood on the high platform, gazing at that radiant sun, her beautiful eyes filled with affection. The sunlight shining on her, so warm and gentle. In the audience, Lung Qishuang looked at the Haoyang in the sky, her phoenix eyes revealing endless obsession and love. TitleDouluo watched Guxinga, who had gathered the attention of the crowd, with eyes full of appreciation, his resolve deepening. Ning grong grong, stole besite ning feng he. Looking up at the sky, staring at Haoyang, her eyes sparkling with unusual brilliance. Uncle Gu, the spirit hall has struck gold this time. Ning Fengji looked at the white-clothed youth gradually descending from the Haoyang, his expression extremely complex, and spoke to TitleDouluo, who nodded in agreement. At such a young age, he had already reached the Title Douluo rank, and with a single strike, he had killed 5 Title Douluos. His future achievements were limitless, and he might even reach the legendary realm of the gods. The grand ceremony of bestowal ultimately concluded with the fall of the 5 Title Douluos of the Demon Soul sect. The soul saints of the Demon Soul sect were cleared out by the Spirit Hall, and the stone tablet engraved with the anti-magic domain patterns was a one-time use item, shattering after serving its purpose. Everything that happened today will be recorded in the history of the Spirit Hall and even the continent, passed down through generations. And in the historical records, it is documented as follows. Douluo calendar, year 2641. September 9th. The first generation Haoyang achieved the Title Douluo rank at the age of 23, and on the same day, in the central square of the Spirit Hall, he annihilated 5 Title Douluos of the Demon Soul sect with a single move. From then on, the name Haoyang overshadowed Haotian. Renowned in Douluo, shaking the continent. Unprecedented. Forever renowned. In the late night, the moon was cold and quiet, with stars dotting the sky. In the Pope's palace, Gu Xingge pressed Bibi Dong down onto the bed, leaning down to kiss the beautiful Pope's soft and warm jade lips, expressing his love for her. After a long, lingering moment, he finally released her. Looking at the enchanting face beneath him, his golden eyes filled with affection and a hint of reluctance, softly saying, "Donga, I have to go." Still lost in Gu Xingge's passionate love, Bibi Dong, somewhat dazed, immediately snapped to attention upon hearing he was leaving. A wave of unprecedented panic surged within her. And with her long, fair arms, she tightly embraced him, anxiously asking, "Where are you going? Isn't it good to stay in the Spirit Hall? I don't want you to leave." Seeing Bibi Dong, who was so nervous and afraid he would abandon her, the usual majesty and pride she held were nowhere to be seen. Gu Xingge gently stroked her delicate nose with his finger, speaking tenderly as he leaned down to kiss her snowy forehead, saying softly, "Why are you so worried? I'm just fulfilling a promise to be a teacher at a Soul Master Academy. I'm not going to some dangerous place." He also explained his agreement with Lung Qishuang to her, which finally eased the tension of the beautiful Pope. Although the distance from Lanjiang City to Spirit City was over 2,000 kilometers, with her 6-winged purple light wings, it wouldn't take much time. "Can't you stay with me a little longer?" Bibi Dong nestled in Gu Xingge's embrace, softly asking him, her tone carrying a hint of pleading, which touched his heart. After some thought, he realized there were still about 20 days until school started, and he needed to help Lung Qishuang hunt for the 8th spirit ring, which would take some time, but Gu Xingge decided to carve out more time to accompany Bibi Dong. After all, who could resist such a lovable woman? "Since it's the request of Her Holiness the Pope, I will naturally comply." Gu Xingge leaned close to Bibi Dong's ear, fulfilling her request. And before she could say much more, he lowered his head again to kiss the beautiful Pope's jade lips, entwining with her and expressing their love for each other, even going further to make an effort to reach second base. Meanwhile, Lung Qishuang did not return to the Tianshui Academy, but chose to temporarily stay at the Spirit Hall, waiting for Gu Xingge to come find her. She knew that during the consecration ceremony, that man, as dazzling as the sun, must have seen her. He had said he would take her to hunt for the 8th spirit ring. The next day, Gu Xingge arrived early at the Douluo Hall, which stood deep within the Spirit Hall. It has a long history and is said to have existed even before the establishment of the Spirit Hall, which was built around the Douluo Hall. As the newly conferred Title Douluo, Gu Xingge's title plaque would pass through his hands, infused with his unique soul power, retaining his aura to be revered and praised by thousands. Upon stepping into the Douluo Hall, he felt a grandeur and solemnity distinct from the worship hall. Countless title plaques hung within the Douluo Hall, exuding various auras, sharp, heavy, gentle, and wild. Each plaque represented a Title Douluo who had come to the Spirit Hall for their consecration, symbolizing the highest honor on the continent. TitleDouluo placed the plaque engraved with the words Haoyang in the spot where sunlight converged in the Douluo Hall, allowing it to bathe in sunlight at all times, with the words Haoyang shining brightly and dazzling to the eyes. Sign in. Gu Xingge first bowed deeply to the various title plaques to show respect to the predecessors, and then communicated with the inner system to check in at the Douluo Hall. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a small spirit vein. A small spirit vein. Hearing that the check-in reward was actually a small spirit vein, he was instantly stunned and his heart trembled. This thing is an essential item in the extraordinary world, With a spirit vein, spiritual energy can be produced, and with spiritual energy, one can embark on the extraordinary path. How could Guxinga not be excited? What he needed most in the Mingjia now was spiritual energy. After hanging the title plaques, Guxinga finally left the Douluo Hall and found a deserted place to enter the Mingjia. In the Mingjia, aside from the central area where the golden ancient tree seedlings were located, which showed a bit of vitality, the other areas were still barren and lifeless. Guxinga appeared high above in the sky, with a milky white light sphere in his hand, containing a small spiritual vein. Without much thought, he directly buried the small spiritual vein 20 kilometers into the soil of the central region. The light sphere surrounding the small spiritual vein shattered, revealing a spiritual vein that extended 500 kilometers, merging into the layers of the Ming realm. At the same time, strands of spiritual energy gradually increased in the air, and the Ming realm began to evolve into a transcendent world. Guxinga clearly felt that the origin of the plane had grown hundreds of times stronger. He immediately opened the world panel. World true name, Ming realm. World master, Guxinga. World status, newly born small plane. World completeness, 25, 37. World origin, 5000. 95. Note, all things in the world are created by the origin. The more origin there is, the stronger the world becomes. A small spiritual vein not only raised the world completeness to 1/4, but also caused the origin to surge to 5000, which was incredibly powerful, teaching and nurturing, while also farming and reclaiming wasteland. Chapter 28, Soul Spirit Method and the Red Bright 9 Heavens Map. With the presence of the small spiritual vein, spiritual energy gradually appeared within the Ming realm. The seedlings of the ancient golden tree took root on top of the small spiritual vein, vigorously absorbing the spiritual energy emitted by the vein, growing robustly, while also converting more life energy to nourish the Ming realm, improving the environment, and making the Ming realm more vibrant. Almost forgot, there was still a reward that had not been claimed. Guxinga thought of the system, task who in the world doesn't recognize you? After the grand ceremony of conferring titles ended, his achievement of defeating 5 Title Douluo with a single move was enough to make his name resonate throughout the continent. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of rewards the system would provide. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 Earth-level lottery draw and the Soul Spirit Method. Wow, this reward is incredibly generous. Not to mention the Earth-level lottery, just the Soul Spirit Method, a groundbreaking technique, was enough to excite Guxinga. As he received the reward, all the knowledge about the Soul Spirit Method was transmitted into his brain. The Soul Spirit Method involves constructing a contract array with mental power to sign an equal contract with soul beasts. The souls of the soul beasts will then transform into soul spirits, providing the soul master with the most suitable soul ring when they reach a bottleneck. Depending on the age and quality, the number of soul rings that can be formed varies, and the soul beast soul can retain its intelligence, assisting the soul master in battles, representing another form of existence for soul beasts. The Soul Spirit Method can also be used to create soul spirits from active, dying, or recently deceased soul beasts, which can then be fused with humans. If a soul master encounters a soul spirit that matches them perfectly, their martial soul may evolve with the help of that soul spirit. Moreover, powerful soul spirits can enhance the quality of the martial soul rings, such as upgrading a 1,000-year soul ring to 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. The emergence of the Soul Spirit Method will undoubtedly change the landscape of soul masters in Douluo continent. If this knowledge spreads, it will surely be sought after by all soul masters on the continent. After digesting the knowledge of the Soul Spirit Method, Guxinga communicated with the system to use the Earth-level lottery draw. Ding! Earth-level lottery draw completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Red Bright 9 Heavens Diagram, Volume 1. Before Guxinga could react, a vast and complex knowledge surged into his brain, overwhelming him and causing him to momentarily freeze. After a long while, he regained his senses, his eyes filled with astonishment. This was the Red Bright 9 Heavens Diagram practiced by the protagonist in the era of the Wild. Wow, what huge gain! Although it was just the first volume, it contained the 3 major realms of postnatal, innate, and purple palace, totaling 9 levels. Following this step-by-step, he could reach the pinnacle of the purple palace. In terms of Douluo's realm conversion, this was a body refining method that directly aimed at the divine realm. Although netizens in his previous life often belittled the continent and tried to apply various formulas from Earth to calculate it, ultimately, it was just a joke. At least in Guxinga's view, the God King was not that weak. After all, in the era of the wild, he could be considered a returning void immortal. However, realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. The realms might be the same, but in terms of combat, an innate could defeat 100 Title Douluo, and in a brutal manner. Calming his excited heart, Guxinga felt that the red bright nine heavens diagram suited him perfectly. Unlike other divine and demonic body refining methods, which initially absorbed the resentment of heaven and earth, or the powers of nature like water, fire, and thunder, the red bright nine heavens diagram requires sensing the two supreme stars, the moon and the sun, to refine the body using their powers. It is undoubtedly the first method of divine and demonic body refining. Moreover, Guxinga possessed the dual martial souls of the moon and the sun, giving him a natural advantage. He believed he would not be inferior to Jining. He immediately landed on the desolate black earth, removed his white coat to avoid the scenario in the original story where Jining burned or cracked his clothes during his first practice, and then began to adopt various postures for practice according to the illustrations of the red bright nine heavens diagram. Guxinga raised both hands high and then bowed towards the distance, performing the worship of the sun and moon. Each movement followed the illustrations, exuding a mysterious and ancient charm, resembling a strange sacrificial dance. With the final movement, he knelt down, his hands held out in front of him, as if one hand was supporting the moon and the other supporting the sun. In an instant, Guxinga felt his consciousness breaking through layers of barriers, leaving the Douluo world, continuously advancing until he entered an expansive, boundless void. Deep within this vast void, there existed two ancient and everlasting supreme stars. One was a gigantic star engulfed in endless swirling flames, with vast and infinite flames erupting, resembling a supermassive fireball illuminating endless worlds. The other was a star covered in endless ice, radiating a bone-chilling cold, its infinite icy moonlight enveloping every world. These were the two oldest supreme stars, the sun and the moon. So beautiful, so magnificent. Gazing at the two supreme stars, Guxinga was immensely shocked, revealing an expression of fascination. This was the true sun star and moon star, and the divine aura they emitted was far more powerful than his own sun and moon martial souls. Although he wasn't entirely clear about his current state, Guxinga was certain he was no longer in the Douluo world. With the meager and barren world rules of the Douluo world, how could it possibly give birth to these two supreme stars? Countless starlights gradually emerged, with gold and silver shimmering together, dazzling to the extreme. The blazing sunlight from the sun star and the chilling moonlight from the moon star surrounded Guxinga, gradually condensing around his body. Guxinga's left hand gathered and suspended a miniature and illusory lunar star, with laurel trees growing on it, exuding endless coldness, extremely frigid. His right hand, however, gathered and suspended a miniature and illusory solar star, with the golden crow soaring and golden divine fire swirling, incredibly hot. The laurel trees grew on the lunar star, while the golden crows adorned the solar star. This was the highest manifestation of the entry-level realm of the chiming Haotian diagram, surrounded by countless starlights. Guxinga's face was filled with tranquility, appearing so devout. He bathed in boundless starlight, kneeling with closed eyes, his hands held out in front of him, one hand holding the lunar star, the other the solar star. The two illusory supreme stars, suspended in his palms, continuously transmitted power, merging into Guxinga's body. The powers of the moon and sun flowed within him, absorbed by every cell. His entire body, including bones, muscles, and even internal organs, underwent constant changes. A layer of frost formed on his body, which was then melted by an intense heat, cycling back and forth, with two extreme transformations continuously unfolding within him. As the powers of the moon and sun continued to merge, changes appeared on Guxinga's fair back. On the left side, shimmering silver and bone-chilling silver moonlight flowed continuously, gradually forming a pattern of a moon rabbit. On the right side, golden light flickered, with the intensely hot golden sun essence slowly condensing, forming a pattern of the golden crow, just like the right side. It was indeed the divine pattern of the lunar moon rabbit and the solar golden crow. In terms of initial cultivation, Guxinga was no less than Jining, who was also at the initial stage of practicing the chiming Haotian diagram. Even the lunar and solar martial souls within him were strengthened by the influence of the chiming Haotian diagram. This is not to elevate the Douluo world, but rather to make it more reasonable. After all, realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. Chapter 29, target from the Demon Soul sect in a small plane attached to the Douluo continent. A group of people wearing blood-red bat robes with golden edges, concealing their true appearances, gathered together. This was the headquarters of the Demon Soul sect. And the reason the Spirit Hall had been unable to eradicate the Demon Soul sect was that they were hidden in this small plane, leaving no trace. This group consisted of the 8 great elders of the Demon Soul sect and 2 vice leaders, while the current leader was in seclusion and did not attend this meeting. What a Haoyang Duo! Even the 5 elders of the church couldn't take him down, and he annihilated them with a single move. Living up to the name of Haoyang, a steady voice with a hint of surprise rang out, containing praise for Guxinga. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice emerged, differing from the previous one, showing disdain for Haoyang Douluo. Oof. Those 5 guys just recently advanced to Title Douluo. I could wipe them out with a single move. As for that Haoyang Douluo, I see him as nothing but a fraud. The Spirit Hall is just trying to establish his reputation by exaggerating. How strong can a newly promoted Title Douluo be? I doubt it. With so many Soul Master factions watching, the Spirit Hall can't possibly let them all change their tune. I'm quite interested in this Haoyang Douluo, Haoyang. He must have plenty of yang energy. Another extremely charming, seductive voice echoed, oozing allure, accompanied by the sound of swallowing saliva. Her words were interrupted by another elder. That being said, we cannot underestimate Haoyang Douluo. That guy has great hostility towards the church. The Saintess almost died at his hands. Mentioning the Saintess, the tone of that person became more respectful, clearly indicating that the status of the Demon Soul Saintess in the Demon Soul sect was higher than Guxinga had imagined. Upon hearing that Haoyang Douluo wanted to kill the Saintess, an irritable elder immediately spoke up. Dare to harm the Saintess? I'll go kill him. A mere newly promoted Title Douluo. Let us see how many moves he can take from me. The other elders were also filled with righteous indignation, vowing to kill Guxinga. The external intelligence believed that the elders of the Demon Soul sect were merely Title Douluo, but in reality, each of them had reached level 95 or above, with the 2 vice leaders even reaching level 98. The 8 great elders were not a fixed number. In the Demon Soul sect, Title Douluo below level 95 were merely ordinary elders, and only by breaking through level 95 could they be promoted to elder status. Although they seemed to be stronger than the Spirit Hall's offerings, it was not necessarily the case in a real fight. While evil soul masters improved quickly, their evil martial souls were restrained by angelic martial souls. If the Demon Soul sect were to go to war with the Spirit Hall, even the combined strength of these elders and vice leaders might not be enough to take on a single TitleDouluo. Bingyun, that Haoyang Douluo is up to you to deal with. A vice leader spoke to the elder named Bingyun, who nodded. His cultivation had reached level 96. And dealing with a newly promoted Title Douluo was but a piece of cake. Bingyun, don't end up capsizing in the ditch. Haoyang Douluo is not simple. His martial soul is very powerful. You may not be his match. That guy managed to escape from me when he was just a soul sage, relying on his martial soul. The elder who spoke had fought with Guxinga when he was only a soul sage. But at that time he did not take Guxinga seriously and ended up suffering a great loss. Of course, he couldn't say that. He only mentioned that Guxinga had escaped from him. However, Bingyun dismissed this, as his martial soul was precisely the natural counter to fire attribute martial souls. In the realm of the living, under some kind of summons, the sun and moon actually went against the rules set by Guxinga and appeared simultaneously, resulting in strange changes. Originally, they were merely manifestations of Guxinga's martial soul, but as he sensed the 2 supreme stars and the powers of the moon and sun baptized his body, the lunar and solar martial souls also became imbued with the aura of the supreme stars, growing ever stronger, even evolving towards the 2 supreme stars. If Guxinga continued to cultivate and the chiming Haotian diagram reached a higher level, perhaps one day, his lunar and solar martial souls would evolve into true supreme stars. The boundless starlight enveloping Guxinga dissipated, and he slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. A flash of gold and silver appeared in his eyes, extraordinarily mystical. After sensing the changes in his body, Guxinga revealed a joyful expression. Merely entering the cultivation had significantly strengthened his body. Even the residual medicinal power of the golden sun fruit within him had been completely refined during cultivation, and his cultivation had also broken through, advancing to 94.5, not far from 95. If he were to absorb a soul ring from a 50,000-year soul beast, it would be enough for Guxinga to break through to 95. His second martial soul, the lunar soul, had yet to add any soul rings. Guxinga also wanted to emulate Bibi Dong, breaking through to the Title Douluo level and then adding spirit rings to her second martial soul. Each time she absorbed a spirit ring, the soul power contained within it would enhance her cultivation, allowing her to reach level 99 in the shortest time possible. After observing the changes in the Mingjia, she noticed that the spiritual energy was more abundant than before, especially in the central area where the spiritual energy mixed with life energy, nourishing the trees and creating what resembled a small forest, vibrant and lush. However, to perfect a world, a small forest alone was not enough. Mountains and rivers, forests and herbs, countless flowers, and all living beings were still lacking. The journey ahead was long and arduous. After Gu Shunga exited the Ming realm, he directly returned to the Pope's palace, snuggling with Bibi Dong and doing things that were beneficial for enhancing their feelings for each other. Bibi Dong knew he would be leaving soon, so she handed over the affairs of the Spirit Hall to Ju and age.Due, instructing them to handle it and not to disturb her unless there was something particularly important. Ju and age.Due were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. For a little lover, she was neglecting the Spirit Hall. In the following 10 days, Gu Xingge accompanied Bibi Dong all day long, sharing meals, living, and even sleeping together. They enjoyed flowers, watched plays, and strolled through night markets, and their feelings for each other soared, filled with deep affection and sweetness. All of this was seen by the people of the Spirit Hall, many of whom secretly lamented that this high and unattainable flower of the Pope had ultimately been picked. However, they were not jealous of Gu Xingge. Instead, they felt it was only right. In their eyes, if anyone in this continent deserved the Pope, it would undoubtedly be Haoyang. After all, he was exceptional. However, there was one person in the Spirit Hall who strongly disapproved of this. Grand Priest TitleDouluo. The old man hoped even more that Gu Xingge would end up with his granddaughter rather than with her mother. Although neither was married and marriage was free, the gap between them was still evident. Most importantly, he believed that Bibi Dong's intentions were not so simple. If that woman only wanted to use Gu Xingge's feelings to deal with the Qian family, TitleDouluo would never allow it. It seemed he needed to find a good time to have a serious talk with that woman. Some things he could tolerate, but others he could not. TitleDouluo gazed at the Pope's palace with an increasingly firm expression. So how to choose between Bibi Dong and Tianshui? Why not a both? My protagonist is not a scumbag, just a lover of many. Chapter 30, Bibi Dong's warning. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days passed, and it was finally time for parting. In the Spirit Hall's reception hall, Bibi Dong dressed in an exceptionally bright red long dress, looking stunningly beautiful, mature, and elegant, like a blooming rose. The rose had thorns, but hers had been completely plucked, waiting for someone to pick it, to savor her fragrance and taste her nectar, placing her in an exclusive vase. The breathtaking Pope looked at the man in white before her, her rosy eyes filled with reluctance and deep love. She truly did not want Gu Xingge to leave her, but she was also afraid that if she stayed too long, one night there might be a misunderstanding, and he would discover her secret. Despite her reluctance, she could only endure the pain of parting with Gu Xingge. There's no need to be so reluctant. I'm still on this continent. If you miss me, just send a message with the Spitzelbird, and I will come back immediately. Seeing Bibi Dong's reluctant expression, Gu Xingge comforted her, embracing her and playing with her wine-red hair, leaning down to kiss her snow-white forehead. In the future, as long as she thought of him, a message with a Spitzelbird would bring him back, with his flying speed using the sun god wings and the use of soulbone skills. Traveling over 2,000 kilometers wouldn't take much time. A round trip would take just over an hour, and if Gu Xingge didn't mind the trouble, he could easily travel between Spirit City and Tianshui Academy every day. He had mentioned this idea to Bibi Dong, but she rejected it, saying it was too tiring and unnecessary. Be careful of the Demon Soul sect. I've received news that one of the 8 great elders, the Ice Fallen Elder, has been sent to deal with you. You need to be cautious. Bibi Dong nestled in Gu Xingge's embrace, reluctant to let him go, feeling the warmth of his hug, reminding him to be careful of the Demon Soul sect, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. At the same time, the system also issued a task prompt. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Please check, host. Ignoring the system prompt for the moment, Gu Xingge gently stroked the beautiful Pope's hair, telling her not to worry. Unless the leader of the Demon Soul sect took action, a mere Ice Fallen Elder was not something he took seriously. Remember to come back to Spirit City to see me. Although she knew that it would be hard for Gu Xingge to travel back and forth to Spirit City, Bibi Dong couldn't help but remind him to visit her more often. Gu Xingge smiled and nodded in agreement, softly promising her. The wind has a pact, and the flowers fail. Year after year, we will not disappoint each other. Upon hearing this, the beautiful Pope felt even sweeter inside, and at that moment, a servant's voice sounded from outside the hall. "Your Holiness, Elder Haoyang and the president of Tianshui Academy have arrived." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong released Gushinga, tidied herself up, and transformed back into the imposing and proud Pope of the Spirit Hall, slightly raising her head, her cold and beautiful demeanor making her even more irresistible. Before long, Lung Qishuang, led by the servant, walked into the hall. The beautiful female president wore an elegant and fresh plain qipao that wrapped around her voluptuous figure. Her long black hair styled in a single ponytail draped over her right shoulder, exuding a dignified and gentle aura of a good wife and mother. "Greetings to your holiness, Elder Haoyang." Lung Qishuang bowed respectfully, while Bibi Dong scrutinized the beautiful female president, who was not bad-looking. She opened her mouth slightly, her tone indifferent. "President Lung, there is something I wish to discuss with you in detail. Could you please step aside?" It was better not to interfere in the conversation between the two women. Unexpectedly, just as Gushinga left, a terrifying soul power suddenly erupted from within Bibi Dong, with 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red soul rings rising from beneath her feet. The death spider Emperor Martial Spirit manifesting behind her, fierce and terrifying, its dreadful mandibles emitting a piercing roar. And a terrifying pressure crushed down towards Lung Qishuang. Caught off guard, the immense pressure forced the beautiful female president to kneel on the ground. The force so great that she momentarily struggled to breathe. At the same time, a more terrifying killing intent surged forth, enveloping her, making Lung Qishuang feel as though every inch of her skin was being pricked by needles, as if she would be torn apart by the death spider emperor in the next moment. The exquisite face of the beautiful female president was filled with fear, dread, panic, and terror, a myriad of emotions flooding her heart. Cold sweat the size of soybeans dripped from her forehead, and she didn't even dare to lift her head. Trembling on the ground at Bibi Dong's feet, Bibi Dong looked down at Lung Qishuang, her beautiful eyes glowing with a crimson light, her voice colder than before, carrying a warning tone. "President Lung, as the head of Soul Master Academy, you should know what can be touched and what cannot. I believe you understand this. Today is just a warning. If I find out that you have thoughts you shouldn't have, I won't mind if this continent loses a president of Tianshui Academy." How could the beautiful female president not understand what Bibi Dong meant? But in the face of such a deadly threat, she naturally didn't dare to say a word of disobedience, nodding repeatedly like a woodpecker, indicating that she understood. Taking her reaction into account, Bibi Dong was finally satisfied. She retracted the killing intent and pressure she had released, striding out of the reception hall with her long, beautiful legs, not bothering to pay attention to the beautiful woman Dean. In the cold and proud Pope's view, a mere dean of Tianshui Academy posed little threat to her. Once Bibi Dong left, Lung Qishuang felt a lightness on her back. The suffocating feeling also vanished. She breathed in fresh air as if she were a drowning person saved. Her entire body went soft, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with fear, drenched in fragrant sweat, her hair damp, and her qipao thoroughly soaked, as if she had just been pulled out of water. Outside the hall, Gushinga checked the new task released by the system. Task name: Assassination from the Demon Soul Sect. Task content: due to the host killing 5 elders of the Demon Soul Sect and nearly exterminating the Demon Soul Saints. The higher-ups of the Demon Soul Sect are furious and have designated the host as a target for assassination. The assassination will be carried out by the Ice Fallen Venerable of the Demon Soul Sect. Please resolve this assassination by any means necessary. Task reward: Beast Scroll. Beast Scroll? What is that? Gushinga murmured, then closed the system interface and turned to look at the main hall. Sensing the pressure and killing intent released by Bibi Dong, he guessed that she was warning Lung Qishuang. What a petty woman, but he liked it. Soon, the stunning Pope walked out of the hall, and he quickly approached her. However, Bibi Dong snorted coldly and warned Gushinga. Let me tell you, Gu, don't you dare flirt with other women outside, or I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and won't let you go. Donger, I have you. Why would I provoke other women?" Gushinga was not angry because of Bibi Dong's warning. On the contrary, it was precisely because she cared about him that she warned him, fearing to lose him. Hearing his comfort, Bibi Dong felt satisfied, but Gushinga was just too outstanding. Even if he didn't actively provoke other women, those women would likely swarm to him like moths to a flame. No, she still had to arrange for someone to be by his side to fend off those moths. Ahem, if you have any opinions, feel free to voice them. After the protagonist helps Lung Qishuang obtain the 8th spirit ring, he will complete the Tian martial spirit's spirit rings in the extreme northern ice field. And the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor will take it along, and then he will start teaching at the Tianshui Academy. Chapter 31. TitleDouluo's Threat. The wrong Bibi Dong. On the city wall flying the Spirit Hall's flag, Bibi Dong stood at the edge, gazing at the increasingly distant carriage. In her red dress, she looked as beautiful as a rose, flamboyant and alluring. The breeze stirred her skirt, her attire fluttering as if she wanted to rise with the wind and catch up with the departing carriage. As the carriage moved further away, the stunning Pope's eyes were filled with reluctance, and scenes from the past 20 days spent with Gu Shunga kept flashing in her mind. His smile, his voice, his thoughtfulness, his embrace, his scent, these made it impossible for Bibi Dong to forget him, deeply etched in her memory, causing her to reminisce. They had just parted, and she already missed him. Shunga, Bibi Dong softly called Gu Shunga's name, her longing entwined with those two words, lingering and persistent, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of anticipation as she began to look forward to his next visit. Your Holiness, the Grand Priest requests your presence. A female angel from the Angel Legion appeared beside the beautiful Pope, respectfully interrupting Bibi Dong's thoughts, which displeased her greatly. She cast a cold glance at the female angel. A flash of crimson flickering in her eyes, and a murderous intent surged forth, enveloping the angel. It seemed as if she would execute her in the next moment, frightening the angel into stumbling back a few steps, nearly falling to the ground, utterly terrified. Umph! Bibi Dong snorted coldly, turning away like a proud red phoenix, and headed to the Grand Priest Hall. In the Grand Priest Hall, the angel statue stood solemn and majestic. Beneath the statue, TitleDouluo was sincerely and earnestly confessing. He offered his life to the angel god. If it weren't for his identity as the Grand Priest, he might have lived more comfortably, carefree, and at ease. The crisp sound of high heels approached, interrupting TitleDouluo's confession. The old man looked up and turned to see the figure in red at the door. He knew Bibi Dong would not enter the Grand Priest Hall because she despised the angel god and the angel lineage. Her figure flickered and appeared at the entrance. Grand Priest, you called for me. What is it? Bibi Dong's voice was extremely cold, and her attitude was hardly respectful. But TitleDouluo didn't mind much. After a moment of silence, he began to advise her. Your Holiness, I hope you can be mindful of your status and not get too close to Elder Haoyang. You are not suited for each other. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's expression instantly darkened, almost dripping with gloom. She did not expect TitleDouluo to advise her to break up with Gu Shunga. That old man. The Pope's beautiful eyes burst with a cold light as she stared at TitleDouluo, questioning him coldly. What qualifications do you have to advise me? Do you want me to give way to that bastard? Dream on. She had heard clearly how TitleDouluo advised Gu Shunga to break up with her. Since he couldn't persuade Gu Shunga, he came to advise her, wanting her to give way to that bastard, hoping to match that bastard with Shunga. It made her feel disgusted. Back then, that beast Tianshui ruined her, and now this old man wanted to tear apart her hard-won love. How could Bibi Dong tolerate it? Her anger exploded, her beautiful eyes gleaming with crimson light, and the overwhelming murderous aura surged forth without reservation, enveloping TitleDouluo. The Death Spider Emperor appeared behind her, ferocious and terrifying, its dreadful mouth parts opened, emitting a sharp and piercing roar like a furious wind. Its pincers waved, ready to tear him apart and devour him whole. Facing the enraged Mother Spider Pope, TitleDouluo remained calm in the face of her murderous threat. He did not deny it and nodded, admitting that he wanted to match Tianren with Gu Shunga, although this was not very honorable. For the prosperity of the angel lineage and the inheritance of the angel god, TitleDouluo did not mind bearing any amount of blame. If Tianren and Gu Shunga combined, their offspring would surely be more outstanding, and the chances of opening the 9 trials of angels would be greater. Don't forget, you are Xiao Shui's mother. Do you want to compete with your daughter for a man? For the sake of the angel lineage, TitleDouluo did not mind being the villain, employing classic moral coercion. As a mother, do you want to compete with your daughter for a man? This is against ethics. However, Bibi Dong laughed in anger, her smile looking extremely sinister, like a demon from hell. Beautiful yet terrifying, her laughter filled with sarcasm and resentment. Mother? Daughter? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. I should have killed that bastard directly back then. The Mother Spider Pope regretted more and more. She shouldn't have been soft-hearted. She should have killed that bastard at birth. And then none of this would have happened. Seeing Bibi Dong so stubborn, TitleDouluo's gaze turned cold, his attitude becoming firm, and his tone changed, filled with threat. Bibi Dong, I don't want to make things too ugly. If Xiaogu knows about your situation, do you think he will still accept you? You old fool. You dare to threaten me. Facing Tianoliu's threat, Bibi Dong was furious, her soul power bursting forth, causing the air to solidify. The Death Spider Emperor behind her roared incessantly, eager to tear TitleDouluo apart immediately. But he remained unmoved, merely gazing at the angry woman before him, as steady as an old dog. Shameless old fool. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth in anger, nearly grinding her back teeth to dust. But a hint of anxiety surfaced in her eyes. She didn't dare to gamble. She was truly afraid that TitleDouluo would tell Guxinga about that incident. She couldn't afford to take the risk. Although Guxinga said he didn't care, it was just her testing him. If he really knew, no one could predict what the situation would be like. Oomph. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, suppressing her murderous intent and pressure, but the killing intent in her heart only intensified. That damned old fool, just wait. Once I complete the Rakshasa god assessment, the first person I'll deal with is you. Without saying more to TitleDouluo, the mother spider Pope turned and left. She feared that if she stayed any longer, she would not be able to resist fighting the old fool. Watching Bibi Dong leave, TitleDouluo's expression changed, revealing an unmistakable guilt and shame. He sighed softly and turned to walk into the Grand Priest Hall, his originally straight back bending a little. Right or wrong, he didn't care. What he sought was the eternal legacy of the angel lineage, to bring back the inheritance of the angel god to the mortal realm, even if it cost him his life. This was his mission as the Grand Priest of the angel god. On the other side, in the Pope's palace, the sounds of various porcelain shattering echoed continuously within the chamber, accompanied by sharp and piercing angry curses. Bastard, you dare compete with me for a man. I should have killed you directly back then. Ah, you old fools. One day, I will slaughter your entire angel lineage. No one can take him away from me. No one can. He belongs only to me. Shinga, I miss you. Without you, they all bully me. Inside the palace, there are shattered porcelain vase fragments everywhere. And even the folding screen has been knocked down. The fresh flowers used for decoration are scattered all over, with broken branches and petals everywhere. On the bed, Bibi Dong, after venting her emotions, is curled up at the head of the bed, hugging her long, beautiful legs, with her head deeply buried between them. Faintly, you can hear her sobbing. At this moment, the feelings of grievance, anger, and loneliness envelop this Pope, who is seen as high and mighty by the world, making her feel so helpless and so heart-wrenching. The acacia seed bracelet on her fair wrist emits a warm sensation, as if comforting her, telling her not to be sad. Outside the sleeping chamber, a passing maid hears the angry, scolding from within and quickly leaves, but there is a strange glint in her eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Please send some recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, and rewards. Chapter 32. Hunting Souls on the Ice Field, the strange silkworm-type soul beast. In the extreme northern ice field, one of the three major soul beast gathering places on the Douluo continent, although its area is several times that of the Star-Do forest. The number of soul beasts is not many, and they are not gathered like in the forest. Most are scattered throughout the ice field. The attributes are relatively singular. Almost all ice and water attribute soul beasts, with the strongest being the three kings of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon King. The north wind howls over the ice field, and the snowflakes swirl in the sky. All that can be seen is a vast expanse of white, desolate, and uninhabited, wrapped in silver, with the ground covered in thick snow. The climate is extremely cold, and what is exhaled is not air, but icy breath. In the wind and snow, a figure appears and disappears, walking in the thick snow, leaving behind a footprint. Once the wind and snow pass, the footprint is buried, as if it had never existed. The figure is Guxinga, and it is now the third day since he entered the extreme northern ice field. As he continues to advance, he gets closer to the core area, and the closer he gets to the core area, the lower the temperature becomes. Even a Title Douluo would not dare to venture deep into the extreme northern ice field without any protective warmth. However, Guxinga remains dressed in a white windbreaker, unafraid of the cold because he has a sun within him, and the temperature of the sun is not something that mere winter chill can compare to. Strolling through the ice and snow, the wind and snow rush towards him, yet before they can even approach within 3 feet, they are melted by the high temperature radiating from Guxinga. As for Lung Qishuang, not long ago, Guxinga helped her hunt a 53,000-year-old ice crystal cold python as her 8th spirit ring, and she is currently absorbing the spirit ring in the Bright Realm. Meanwhile, the corpse of that ice crystal cold python has become nourishment for the Bright Realm. Regarding Lung Qishuang, He did not conceal the existence of the bright realm from her, nor was there any need to. He, Guxinga, the Haoyang Da, holds a divine artifact, is an elder of the Spirit Hall, and his girlfriend is also the Pope of the Spirit Hall. In terms of identity, status, and strength, he is among the top existences on the continent. Even if everyone on the continent knows that he has a small plane in his hands, so what? Who dares to snatch it? Are they not here yet? So slow. Guxinga murmured that the reason he was walking on the ice field instead of flying with the sun god's wings was simply that he was waiting for someone, waiting for the people from the Demon Soul sect. As he ventured deeper, the temperature of the air dropped lower, and even the snowflakes blowing towards him were different from before, hard and as tough as steel. The sharp cold wind stirred up the snowflakes, resembling a multitude of blades, comparable to an all-encompassing soul skill attack, which even a soul king could not withstand, having to crawl forward instead. However, before the snow blades and cold wind could approach Guxinga within 3 feet, they melted away due to the intense heat he emitted, rising into a white mist that could not obstruct his path. Due to the excessively low temperature, Guxinga gazed into the distance and saw that the light on the vast white snowfield appeared distorted, radiating a colorful halo, a rare and beautiful sight. The Northern Lights. He silently thought about bringing Bibi Dong to see it when there was an opportunity. As he continued forward, he sensed a rather powerful aura, stronger than any soul beast he had encountered on this journey, estimating it to be at least a high-level soul beast over 70,000 years old. Guxinga's heart raced. He had another purpose for coming to the extreme northern ice plains, which was to complete the soul rings of his Tian martial soul. A soul beast with a lifespan of at least 70,000 years was qualified to be the first soul ring for his Tian martial soul. But he didn't know what kind of soul beast it was. The sun god wings unfolded from his back, burning with blazing golden flames. With a flap of the divine wings, he transformed into a stream of golden flame and flew towards the location of the soul beast. In just a moment, he covered the distance of 2 or 3 kilometers. Suspended high in the sky, unafraid of the wind and snow, Guxinga looked down from above, his powerful aura as a Title Douluo overwhelming the snowy ground, suppressing the swirling snow and clearing the area. His brilliant golden eyes scanned the surroundings for hundreds of meters, and he unleashed his mental power without reservation, digging deep to search for the trace of the soul beast. Suddenly, Guxinga felt as if something had taken a bite out of his mental power, causing a sharp pain in his brain that made him furrow his brows. What a guy. It turned out to be a mental attribute soul beast. However, the soul beast nibbling on his mental power also revealed its position. It was hiding under more than 10 zhang of ice, truly good at hiding. Sensing that the soul beast was trying to escape, Guxinga immediately shouted angrily, "Where do you think you're going?" A brilliant sun rose slowly behind him, radiating the purest and most sacred light, the golden divine flames burning fiercely, illuminating the ice plains with vast golden light, the intense heat melting the ice and snow. 9 soul rings floated up from under Guxinga's feet, the purple light resplendent, the black light profound, the red light enchanting, emanating a terrifying soul power pressure. Third soul skill, blazing sun divine light. The third soul ring erupted with deep black light. Guxinga raised his hand and waved it. The sun's soul power surged, and a golden light pillar, 5 meters in diameter, descended from the sky, as hot as the sun, piercing through the heavens and the earth. The thick ice layer was instantly penetrated and melted by the blazing sun divine light, creating a large amount of white mist. The soul beast, unable to escape in time, was struck by the light pillar, letting out a piercing scream, like a devil's sound echoing in the ears, disturbing the spirits of living beings, causing Guxinga to momentarily lose focus. As the white mist dissipated, a gigantic ice cave 5 meters wide appeared in Guxinga's field of vision. Within the hollow ice layer more than 10 zhang below, a silkworm-like soul beast, 4 to 5 meters long, emerged, its body directly roasted by the blazing sun divine light, on the verge of death. Ice silkworm? No. Although it looked very much like an ice silkworm, how could an ordinary ice silkworm possess 70,000 years of cultivation? Not every ice silkworm was as lucky as that guy, Tianming. Carefully examining the heavily injured silkworm soul beast, its aura was not weaker than those 70,000-year soul beasts. Yet it was unexpectedly so vulnerable, unable to withstand even his third soul skill. The silkworm's body, completely snow-white like an ice silkworm, was covered with dense black stripes, its head adorned with a circle of dark purple, eerie patterns. Even though its life force was nearly extinguished, it still exuded a powerful mental power that was gathering in one place, seemingly trying to leave this body. Something was off. No matter how one looked at this silkworm soul beast, it did not seem like a 10,000-year soul beast. To avoid any prolonged troubles, Guxinga flapped his sun god wings, the golden flames burning, countless divine fire feathers shooting out, densely packed, like rain falling on the ice plains. Buzz! A violent, buzzing sound erupted, and a powerful mental force suddenly exploded, solidifying a portion of space and forming a barrier that forcibly blocked the divine fire feathers. Interesting, but not enough. Guxinga praised its powerful spiritual strength, but that was all. The first soul ring lit up, and a blazing golden sun condensed in his hand. The first soul, skill, sun, annihilation. The space twisted under the terrifying high temperature emitted by the golden sun. With a gentle push, the golden sun transformed into a golden meteor and charged towards the silkworm-type soul beast, melting away its spiritual barrier. No matter how it used its spiritual power to resist, it was easily broken by the golden sun, ultimately annihilating its body. Suddenly, a wisp of illusory purple light wrapped around a purple-black crystal and quickly burst out of the ice layer, trying to escape from his place. The ice and snow emperors as soul spirits are quite good. Chapter 33. Guxinga's ambition, twin martial souls, fusion skill. Indeed something strange. Seeing the illusory purple light trying to escape, Guxinga's eyes narrowed slightly, secretly amazed. Abandoning the physical body and escaping with spiritual power, or more precisely, with the soul. Probably even some 10,000-year soul beasts might not be able to do that. However, wanting to escape from his hands was still far from enough. Fourth soul skill, Sun God Thunder. The fourth soul ring burst forth with a deep black light, and dozens of golden, blazing divine thunders emerged. Like golden giant pythons swimming in the sky, tumbling in the clouds, fierce as the sun, with a destructive aura spreading, yet also holy and magnificent. The sun is the epitome of rigidity, and thunder is the epitome of dominance. Guxinga raised his hand and pointed, not giving the illusory purple light any chance to escape. Golden thunder descended, breaking the magic and dispelling evil, striking it one after another. Boom! 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 At first, the illusory purple light could barely hold on with its strong mental power. But as the third divine thunder fell, the mental barrier was directly shattered, and dozens of divine thunders bombarded it. A sharp and piercing scream was heard, and the illusory purple light was shattered on the spot. As the purple light was defeated, a purple-black crystal fell from the sky. Before it could land in the snow, it was wrapped by Guxinga's mental power and pulled closer. Looking at this purple-black crystal, Guxinga felt a rather powerful soul barrier surrounding it. Even though he had annihilated its physical body, no soul ring was born. Only this crystal. How strange. This made him inexplicably think of a type of soul beast, the Evil Eye Tyrant. The Evil Eye Tyrant also does not produce a soul ring after its physical body is destroyed at the moment of its death. It wraps its soul core in mental power to escape and then find a new host body to be reborn. Observing the soul power emanating from the crystal in his hand, Guxinga decided to investigate further to see if it was the soul core of the Evil Eye Tyrant. His mental power gradually seeped into it. As expected, within the soul core, there truly was the hidden essence of an Evil Eye Tyrant's soul. A purple eye, 12 black tentacles, heavily injured and weak, its essence mixed with devouring and dark energies. It was a tri-attribute Evil Eye Tyrant. The extreme northern ice plains by the sea led Guxinga to speculate that this Evil Eye Tyrant must have crossed the sea from the sun and moon continent, suffering irreversible injuries, and then abandoned its body to occupy that ice silkworm's body, thus being reborn. The soul beast aura he sensed, over 70,000 years old, was not from the ice silkworm, but from the Evil Eye Tyrant. Looking at this soul core, Guxinga decided to use it as the first soul ring for his Tian martial soul. The sun fire, representing the utmost yang and holiness, ignited in his palm, refining the crystal core. The seemingly hard crystal core melted away under the sun fire like snow and ice. As the soul of the Evil Eye Tyrant let out an incredibly mournful scream, with streams of purple-black energy escaping, all refined clean by the sun fire. After a while, as the soul core was completely refined, the sun fire dissipated, revealing a pitch-black soul ring that emitted a profound black light in front of Guxinga, simultaneously radiating three energies: mental, devouring, and darkness. Grasping this Evil Eye Tyrant soul ring, Guxinga disappeared into the icy expanse. Guxinga's figure appeared on a desolate land, the Tian martial spirit enveloping him. A cold, lonely silver moon, exuding endless chill, quietly rose behind him, silently and softly, unlike the grand presence of the golden sun. The moonlight was warm and gentle, bringing peace to the mind and spirit. Even his long golden hair turned into a soft silver color, and his golden eyes followed suit, shimmering with soft silver light, gentle as water, captivating and enchanting. He closed his eyes to absorb the evil tyrant's soul ring, and the process went smoothly without any difficulty. Half an hour later, Guxinga slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in them. This evil tyrant's soul ring did not disappoint him. The soul power contained within not only allowed him to break through to level 95, but also provided a powerful soul skill. The first soul skill of the Tian martial spirit was named Moon Obliteration. Moon Obliteration, a mental attack type soul skill that condenses a silver moon to expel living beings it hits. It does not cause physical harm, but can cause great damage to the soul, and it can also control the absorption of the mental and soul power of living beings, replenishing itself and restoring its soul and mental power. It was the exact opposite of the first soul skill of the Sun martial spirit, Sun Obliteration. One focused on physical destruction, while the other focused on soul eradication. If these two soul skills could be fused, it wouldn't simply be a matter of 1 + 1 = 2. As far as Guxinga knew, fusing the soul skills of twin martial spirits was not a mere fantasy. In the legend of the Dragon King, a soul master named Xie also possessed twin martial spirits, the Light Dragon Dagger and the Shadow Dragon Dagger, which were twin companion martial spirits. Although they were weaker than ordinary twin martial spirits, the high compatibility of the two martial spirits allowed for the fusion of their soul skills, and later, the two martial spirits evolved into the Dragon of Time and Space. Since Xie could achieve this, he certainly could too. The compatibility of his Tian and Sun martial spirits was far higher than that of the Light and Shadow Dragon Daggers. Tian and Sun, which is weaker and which is stronger. Yin and Yang in harmony, merging to become supreme. Moreover, after cultivating the Red Sun, Nine Heavens diagram, Guxinga's mastery over his martial spirits had become increasingly proficient, surpassing the realm of seamless martial spirit switching and reaching a level where he could have both martial spirits manifest simultaneously. However, there was still a significant flaw. It was not stable and could not maintain a balance for more than a few seconds. He speculated it was due to the Sun being too strong and the Yin being too weak. After all, the Sun martial spirit had already completed its 9 soul rings, while the Tian martial spirit had just obtained its first soul ring. If the Tian martial spirit could complete its 9 soul rings, perhaps it could achieve the balance of Yin and Yang. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Please check host. Another new task had been triggered. Hearing the system's prompt, Guxinga was slightly surprised and then opened the system panel. Task name: Completion of Tian. Task content: Complete the 9 soul rings of the Tian martial spirit to achieve its perfection. Task reward: To be distributed based on the final result. To be distributed based on the final result? Looking at the reward section, he murmured that the higher the configuration of his Tian martial spirit's soul rings, the better the reward would be. This was truly something to look forward to. In the blizzard of the extreme northern ice plains, Guxinga reappeared, continuing his advance towards the core area. At the same time, the Icefall Elder of the Demon Soul sect, along with his subordinates, was also delving deeper into the extreme northern ice plains, tracking Guxinga's footprints. Unfortunately, the blizzard on the ice plains was too strong, and the footprints were completely covered. They could only rely on his lingering aura and the help of an auxiliary soul master to barely determine his direction. Elder, if we keep advancing like this, we might be entering the core area. A law enforcer of the Demon Soul sect reminded the Icefall Elder, his breath instantly turning to ice shards in the cold wind, falling to the ground. The closer they got to the core area, the colder it became. Even a Soul Douluo could hardly endure it, and only the firefox fur on him provided some warmth. The other law enforcers and 2 elders who followed the Icefall Elder to carry out the mission looked at him. Continue advancing. The Icefall Elder coldly issued the command. For them, the climate of the ice plains was hard to withstand, the cold biting, but for the Icefall Elder it was just right. He even enjoyed this climate. This was because his martial spirit was the top-tier beast martial spirit, the Ice Evil Dragon. Hearing this, the law enforcers and elders had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue following the Icefall Elder, using their soul power to create barriers to fend off the onslaught of the blizzard. The setting of the fusion of twin martial spirit skills comes from the original work. Is that okay? Chapter 34. In the north, there is a beauty, peerless and independent. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. In the depths of the extreme northern ice plains, the closer they got to the core area, the colder the temperature became. But the environment was not as difficult as the outskirts. The blizzard had ceased, and as far as the eye could see, there was only a pure white, flawless snowfield, as if it were the purest holy land in this world, giving the soul an unusual feeling of purification. Wanting to lie down in this snowfield and become a part of it, on the towering, crystal-clear, snow-capped mountains. A figure dressed only in a white windbreaker stood at the summit, gazing out over the ice plains for miles, standing firm against the howling cold wind, unafraid of the biting chill. Guxinga gazed at the core area, a rare seriousness appearing in his eyes. He could sense a formidable presence in the core area. Even just a hint of its might made him feel as if he were facing a great enemy, stronger than the unparalleled Douluo at level 99 from TitleDouluo. Given his current strength, the only being capable of evoking such a feeling, especially in the core area, was likely her, the Snow Empress of the extreme north, the foremost of the 3 kings of the extreme north, with a cultivation of at least 600,000 years. In this land of the extreme north, with the home ground advantage, even Emperor Tian might not be her match. To be honest, Guxinga yearned to obtain the Snow Empress, or more accurately, to acquire her soul ring, an ice attribute that perfectly matched his Tian martial soul, and with a quality exceeding 600,000 years. If he could obtain it, the rewards he would receive after completing his task would undoubtedly elevate him to a higher level. In these 5 days, Guxinga had only added 2 soul rings to his Tian martial soul in pursuit of high-quality soul rings. The second soul ring came from a recently reached 90,000-year ice blue scorpion, and by sheer luck, he obtained a pair of ice blue scorpion arm bones. The third soul ring was from a 94,000-year nine-tailed ice fox, for which he also acquired a soul bone from the head of the nine-tailed ice fox. The soul power contained within these 2 90,000-year soul rings helped him break through to level 97, increasing his soul power by 2 levels. At this rate, once he completes the soul rings for his Tian martial soul, Guxinga's soul power will definitely break through to level 99. Is it finally here? Sensing several powerful auras rapidly approaching the snow mountain, Guxinga turned to look in the southwestern direction. His keen vision allowed him to see 8 figures rushing towards him, with a blue-haired middle-aged man at the forefront emanating an overwhelming aura far beyond that of an ordinary Title Douluo, mixed with traces of dragon might. It was none other than the Ice Meteor Sovereign, along with several elders and protectors of the Demon Soul sect. Guxinga saw them, and they also saw him. The first to act is the strongest, the last to act suffers. Without the slightest hesitation, an indomitable sun, blazing with golden flames, rose behind Guxinga, illuminating the ice field and releasing scorching heat that melted the snow-covered mountains beneath his feet, turning them into weak ice water that flowed across the ice field, with signs of melting appearing in the surrounding layers of ice and snow. 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, 9 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and a tremendous soul power pressure erupted. The bizarre red soul ring glowed, initiating the 9th soul skill. 9th soul skill, Haoyang shining 9 heavens, all things bow down. Even a lion uses full strength to catch a hare. He did not test the waters, nor had the habit of pretending to be weak. His strike was a deadly move. What he unleashed was another soul skill granted by the 100,000-year soul ring. What? The pursuing Ice Meteor Sovereign and the others were dumbfounded. Who uses the 9th soul skill right off the bat? That's against the rules, you know? But they had no time to think further. Under the enhancement of the 9th soul skill, the radiant sun merged with Guxinga, enveloping him as if an ancient solar deity had descended upon the world, the utmost in light, holiness, and supremacy. The intensely blazing sunlight suddenly erupted, illuminating everything above and below, melting all things in the universe. Everything, both tangible and intangible, could not escape under this brilliant sunlight, melting away into nothingness. The ice and snow layers within a radius of hundreds of meters instantly melted, revealing vast stretches of land, which cracked and dried under the heat. As the fire of the sun filled the air, seemingly trying to melt the ice field, the space could not withstand the sun's high temperature, distorting, charring, and even showing signs of melting. No! Several piercing screams rang out, except for the Ice Meteor Sovereign, who had timely activated the Ice Evil Dragon True Form and escaped the calamity. The other 2 elders of the Demon Soul sect and 5 Demon Soul Sect protectors all fell under the overwhelming, scorching golden light, perishing completely. Just as Guxinga was preparing to increase his output and melt the Ice Meteor Sovereign, a bone-chilling wind blew from the core area, reaching the ultimate blizzard of absolute zero, freezing everything in its path, covering the bare land with ice once more. The fire of the sun dimmed under the extreme snow, obscuring Guxinga's golden sunlight. Taking advantage of Guxinga being blocked by the sudden blizzard, the Ice Meteor Sovereign no longer cared about the mission. His wounded dragon wings flapped as he tried to escape. "Oomph, I've waited for you for so long. How could I let you run away?" Seeing the Ice Meteor Sovereign trying to flee, Guxinga was just about to use his 6th soul skill when unexpectedly, a figure resembling the goddess of ice and snow appeared, blocking the Ice Meteor Sovereign's path. She raised her pure white, flawless jade hand, and a terrifying energy of ice and snow poured out, instantly freezing the Ice Meteor Sovereign in his terrified gaze. Boom! With a light wave of her hand, the Ice Evil Dragon ice sculpture exploded, turning into a sky full of ice powder that scattered with the wind. The 96th level Ice Meteor Sovereign was like an ant before her, easily killed with a casual gesture. This scene deeply stimulated Guxinga. Even he could not accomplish such a feat so easily. She was too powerful. "Human, why have you come here?" A proud and cold voice filled with majesty rang in Guxinga's ears. He was slightly taken aback and was about to speak when that pure white figure was already before him. A face as if sculpted by the heavens, perfectly beautiful, appeared before his eyes. Her pure white hair flowed with the wind and snow, snowflakes twirling at the ends. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if adorned with the clearest and purest sapphire, seemingly able to see through everything in the world. A white long dress outlined her tall and graceful figure, with towering mountains and proud fullness, the hem of her dress fluttering, her smooth and flawless long legs barely visible, her skin more delicate than frost and snow, like the finest mutton fat jade. Her feet were as crystal clear as ancient ice, shimmering under the sun's light. Against the backdrop of the blizzard, she seemed to be she was the Snow Empress, the master of wind and snow, ruling over the extreme north and commanding the ice field. Upon seeing her unparalleled beauty, Guxinga was completely mesmerized, momentarily lost in thought, even ignoring the system's notification sound, and a poem of praise unconsciously surfaced in his mind. In the north, there is a beauty unique and independent. One glance topples a city, another glance topples a nation. Do you not know the beauty that topples cities and nations? Such a beauty is hard to come by. Acting on impulse, perhaps following his heart, he answered the Snow Empress's question while in a daze. "I came for you. Regarding the setting of the Demon Soul Sect, I modeled it after the Holy Spirit Sect, with the distinction that TitleDouluo alone can defeat all evil soul masters except for the sect leader, because the angel martial spirit counters evil soul masters. And angel soul masters can increase their soul power by killing evil soul masters. As for the sect leader, a spoiler. He has connections with BB Dong and the protagonist. Chapter 35. The Ice and Snow Emperors. The blizzard accompanied the supremely holy Snow Empress. Snow and ice were her attendants, and the cold wind was her scout. In the extreme cold land, only she reigned supreme, ruling the extreme north, dominating the ice field. The pure and noble Snow Empress gazed at the blazing sun radiating intense heat before her, as her most brilliant and beautiful sapphire-like eyes reflected Guxinga's figure. Her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, her gaze turned cold, and the temperature of heaven and earth suddenly dropped, her voice icy and piercing. "You wish to hunt this Empress? Coming for her, did you not want her soul ring?" The Snow Empress raised her hand, and a terrifying power of ice and snow erupted, frost descending upon the world, freezing everything. But ice and snow are ultimately just ice and snow. How can they freeze the sun? Even representing the utmost ice and snow in this world, Guxinga, regaining his senses, felt no fear at all. Transforming himself into golden sunlight, he radiated brilliant golden light, as blazing as the sun, utterly strong and powerful, pouring all his 97th level soul power into the 9th soul ring. In an instant, a more intense, hotter, and grander fire of the sun erupted like a vast sea of flames, surging and sweeping across heaven and earth, refining the ultimate ice and snow. Even the so-called ultimate snow that could freeze everything could not withstand the sun's heat. The ice and snow melted, and even the blizzard that had enveloped Guxinga was refined by the scorching fire of the sun, clearing away in an instant, leaving the world bright and clear. the ice field falling into calmness, with only the Snow Empress standing alone in the sky. However, she was not surprised that Guxinga had dispersed her blizzard. Feeling that extreme heat, a hint of caution flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she did not attack again. Her cold jade lips parted slightly as she chose to expel him. Human, among the humans I have seen, you rank among the top. Considering your difficult cultivation, I'm willing to spare you this time. Leave this place. Seeing that the Snow Empress had no plans to attack again, Guxinga also released the 9th soul skill, preparing to have a good talk with her. Snow Empress, we can. However, just as he began to speak, another powerful aura rapidly approached, carrying strong hostility. Although it was not as strong as the Snow Empress, it was still above Guxinga. At the same time, a slightly hurried, clear, and pleasant young girl's voice rang out. Snow Empress, are you okay? Upon hearing this, Guxinga and the Snow Empress both turned their gazes to the other side, only to see a green light leaving a horizontal line in the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, beside the Snow Empress appeared an extremely beautiful soul beast. It was none other than the Ice Emperor, the second of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Her appearance instantly captured Guxinga's attention, not for any other reason, but simply because she was incredibly beautiful. The Ice Emperor is about 1.5 meters long, and compared to the powerful soul beasts of the extreme north, she can be considered petite and exquisite. She has only 3 colors, the extreme emerald green, the brilliant ice blue, and the dazzling silver white, all perfectly harmonious. The front part of her body has 4 layers stacked on top of each other, each layer slightly longer than half a foot, with her head located on the foremost layer, where her silver white jaws shimmer with a faint cold light. On the front half of her body, there's a layer of special scales that protrude, each one hexagonal and sparkling with an incredibly brilliant luster, resembling diamonds. These protrusions are densely packed on her front half and on her 6 long and powerful legs, radiating an unparalleled brilliance under the reflection of the snow's light. It seems that at this moment, she has become a source of light, refracting thousands of colors. Both of her front claws are 1 meter long, also covered with that strange hexagonal protrusion resembling diamonds, with only the very tips of the claws and jaws shining with a mirror-like silver white. The Ice Emperor's eyes are like 2 yellow diamonds, hexagonal in shape, sparkling with crystalline yellow light, shining like jewels. If her upper body is already dazzling enough, then her long, arched tail is the core of all brilliance. Unlike the many-jointed long tails of ordinary scorpions, the Ice Emperor's long tail has only 5 segments, each a tempting emerald green, shimmering with a life-filled luster. The 5 segments are uniformly colored, with the segment closest to her upper body being the widest, tapering as it goes back. At the last segment, the tail's stinger, also adorned with diamond-like particles, is raised high, with the very tip shimmering with the same mirror-like silver white. The Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion seems to be constructed of gemstones, using words like beautiful, brilliant, dazzling, and perfect to describe her is hardly an exaggeration. If the Snow Emperor's form is the epitome of beauty among humans, then the Ice Emperor's form is the epitome of beauty among soul beasts. No wonder that fellow Tianming Ice Worm cannot forget her. Seeing Guxinga staring at her, the Ice Emperor's yellow crystal-like eyes revealed hostility. She despises humans the most, especially those with improper intentions towards the Snow Emperor. She immediately suggested to the Snow Emperor, Snow Emperor, let's team up and eliminate this guy. Hearing this, the Snow Emperor was somewhat tempted. She had just claimed to drive Guxinga away because she wasn't fully confident in keeping him, but now that the Ice Emperor had arrived, it was worth a try. Such murderous intent. Feeling the Ice Emperor's hostility, Guxinga's heart immediately became vigilant. If he wanted to escape, the Ice and Snow Emperors would not be able to stop him, but he had other purposes. Killing me? That joke isn't funny at all. Facing the potential attack from the Ice and Snow Emperors at any moment, he chuckled softly. Suddenly, a flash of crimson gold light flickered from his right hand, and a large sword of crimson gold appeared, covered in sun patterns, causing the air temperature to rise sharply. The spirit of the golden crow manifested, and the crimson gold light burst forth, dazzling and brilliant, as if it were an overwhelming sun that could not be gazed upon. It was the Sun Sacred Sword. The Sun Sacred Sword restrains ice attribute beings, and at the moment it appeared, the Ice and Snow Emperor's bodies tensed, as if facing a great enemy. Feeling a sense of suppression, their expressions turning serious. Are the two of you still going to fight? If not, why don't we have a good talk? Guxinga looked at the ice and snow emperors, who were wary of the sun's sacred sword, maintaining his gentle smile as he asked if they were going to fight. If it really came to that, he was confident he could defeat the ice and snow emperors with a 2/3 chance, and an 80% chance of killing the ice emperor and escaping with her soul ring. The snow empress and ice emperor looked at the sun's sacred sword with immense caution, certain that the sword was indeed a legendary artifact, and a fire attribute one at that. Otherwise, with their cultivation levels, they wouldn't be constrained by a weapon. The snow empress pondered for a moment, her cold eyes shimmering with a dreamlike blue light, and nodded in agreement to Guxinga's request. All right. Seeing her agreement, the ice emperor became a bit anxious. Although the artifact was powerful with their strength, they only needed to hold on for a moment to wait for the Titan Snow Demon King and the White Bear King to arrive. At that point, even with an artifact, they would not be afraid. The Snow Empress shook her head, telling the Ice Emperor not to rush. She was curious about what this human wanted to discuss, and possessing an artifact surely had something to do with the gods. Perhaps he was a successor of the gods. Otherwise, how could he have reached the pinnacle of humanity at such a young age? Seeing the Snow Empress agree, Guxinga smiled even more, waved to put away the sun's sacred sword, and made a gesture to invite the Ice and Snow Emperors to talk. If the discussion went well, it would be a happy outcome for everyone. If it didn't go well, then he would draw his sword. Ice Emperor as a young girl. Snow Empress as a mature woman. Charge. Chapter 36. The Snow Empress awakens in the mortal realm. On the ice field where the wind and snow had calmed, 3 figures stood in a standoff. The Snow Empress and Ice Emperor subtly surrounded Guxinga in a pincer attack. Beautiful to the extreme, the Emerald Scorpion, glimmering with gem-like light, waved her large pincers, each a meter long, opening and closing as if they could crush all things in the world. Their sharpness was such that even a 10,000-year-old beast could not withstand it. The Ice Emperor, with her exquisitely yellow crystal-like eyes filled with heavy hostility, would not hesitate to strike if the negotiations fell through. Compared to the vigilant and hostile Ice Emperor, the Snow Empress appeared much more at ease, though her eyes, more beautiful than sapphires, never left Guxinga, revealing a hint of caution. Snow Empress, I did not come for your soul ring, so please do not hold any hostility towards me. On the contrary, I would like to make a deal with you, a mutually beneficial deal. Guxinga wore his usual gentle smile as he looked at the Snow Empress and softly spoke, but before the Snow Empress could respond, the Ice Emperor beside her reminded her, Snow Empress, don't be fooled by this human. Humans are the least trustworthy. The Snow Empress remained silent, merely gazing at Guxinga, her eyes falling on the crimson gold ring on his right hand. A human possessing a divine artifact seeking a trade with her sparked a hint of doubt in her heart. From their earlier encounter, she knew Guxinga was an extremely powerful fire attribute soul master, already at the 9th ring perfection, and it was impossible for him to add a 10th soul ring unless he could not control his own martial soul. Was he seeking to trade with her to help suppress his martial soul? This was not a wild guess. Although the Snow Empress resided in the extreme northern ice fields, she understood human soul masters quite well, knowing that some soul masters possess inherently powerful martial souls but cannot control them, needing various means of suppression to avoid endangering themselves. What do you want to trade with this Empress? Retracting her gaze, the Snow Empress spoke coldly and aloofly, slowly inquiring. It seemed promising. A smile flickered in Guxinga's eyes. Snow Empress, how many years have you cultivated to your current level? When asked about her cultivation, the Snow Empress fell silent for a moment, but did not hide it. Just over 600,000 years. Soul beasts do not gain cultivation simply by living for a year. Like soul masters, they increase their cultivation through training. For instance, although the Snow Empress has 600,000 years of cultivation, she has actually lived for less than 50,000 years. As a being born of the extreme northern ice fields, the Snow Empress's talent surpasses even that of the Emperor. If there were a position of Ice God, she would be the perfect successor. Once a soul beast reaches 100,000 years, they face 2 paths. One is to transform into a human, shedding their beast form and spending 100 years or 1,000 years in the human world, ultimately either dying before maturing or passing away of old age. The other is to endure heavenly tribulations and continue cultivating, facing one tribulation after another, ultimately either being reduced to ashes under the heavenly lightning or dying from the limits of their lifespan. At 600,000 years, it seems the Snow Empress has already survived 6 heavenly tribulations. Do you have confidence in surviving the 7th? heavenly tribulations for soul beasts become increasingly fierce and terrifying. In the original story, the Snow Empress chose to use a 10,000-year snow lotus to abandon her cultivation and transform into a human because she lacked confidence in surviving the 7th heavenly tribulation. Human, why should it concern you whether I can survive the 7th heavenly tribulation? I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. The Ice Emperor, displeased with Gu Xingge's many questions, raised his large pincers as if to snap his mouth shut. The Snow Empress glanced deeply at Gu Xingge. Having just experienced her 6th heavenly tribulation and only recovering after 100 years of rest, she truly had no confidence in facing the 7th heavenly tribulation. In fact, she was already preparing for the possibility of transforming her body. She shook her head and gave her answer. Gu Xingge ignored the Ice Emperor and continued to ask, Snow Emperor, do you think it's possible for a soul beast to reach 1,000,000 years and become a deity? Upon hearing this question, both the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor fell silent. The reason these fierce beasts worked so hard to cultivate and undergo tribulations was to break through the 1,000,000-year limit and become gods in the form of soul beasts. But this was incredibly difficult. Throughout history, no soul beast had ever accomplished it. Human, I know you want to say that it's false for soul beasts to break through the 1,000,000-year limit and become deities after undergoing 10 tribulations. But so what? If we want to survive, we can only keep cultivating and undergoing tribulations. Whether it's 10 times or 100 times, it doesn't make a difference. The Snow Emperor was truly clear-headed. She had never believed in the so-called breakthrough of the 1,000,000-year limit and that passing 10 tribulations could lead to becoming a deity. She simply wanted to continue living. Not just her, but other fierce beasts in the Douluo continent also knew that becoming a deity after 1,000,000 years was a lie. Because to become a deity, one must possess a divine position. After the fall of the dragon god, there had been no positions for beast deities in the divine realm. The Ice Emperor also nodded in agreement with the Snow Emperor's words. Snow Emperor, if I said I have a way to help you become a deity, would you believe it? As soon as Gu Xingge finished speaking, the Snow Empress decisively shook her head, not believing him. The Ice Emperor also showed a look of disdain, thinking, you haven't even become a deity, yet you want to help the Snow Empress become one. Who are you trying to fool? The divine realm does not allow soul beasts to ascend to godhood. Even if you had a way to help me achieve divinity, so what? The divine realm would never allow me to enter. Those deities would even take action to eliminate me, the Snow Empress coldly said. And Gu Xingge knew she was speaking the truth. If a soul beast truly reached the divine level, deities would descend to execute or subdue them. With the deep-sea demon whale king being the best example, used as a tool for Tang San's divine trial by the Shura god and the sea god. But what if one could become a deity not through the body of soul beast, but by another method? His words piqued the curiosity of both the Snow Empress and the Ice Emperor. Another method? The reason the Snow Empress wanted to take human form through the Snow Lotus was to try her luck at becoming a deity as a human. What method? You and I form a contract, becoming my soul spirit. In the future, when I ascend to the divine realm, you will also evolve into a deity and share eternal life with me. As soon as Gu Xingge finished speaking, it drew the objection of the Ice Emperor. Snow Emperor, don't trust this human. What contract? What soul spirit? It must all be fake. The Ice Emperor's distrust was within Gu Xingge's expectations. And the beautiful blue eyes of the Snow Emperor also revealed a strange expression. However, she roughly understood Gu Xingge's intention. It was to let her ride on his coattails to become a god, with the prerequisite of becoming the soul spirit he mentioned. If it were the Snow Emperor before the 6th tribulation, she would definitely scoff at it. How could she become someone else's vassal? But the terror of the 6th tribulation forced her to consider other options. Otherwise, when the 7th tribulation arrives, she might not even be able to break through to 700 years before it comes. The Snow Emperor stared at Gu Xingge for a long time, and after a while, she spoke. What do you mean by soul spirit? Regarding the setting of soul beasts in Douluo, it's really nonsense. In chapter 679 of the original work, the deep-sea magic whale king himself stated that he lived for 1,000,000 years, yet he still hadn't become a god, and there was no progress for 100,000 years. It's absurd. The later parts of the series also heavily consumed the setting, lacking logic and reason, making it impossible to reconcile, so I gave up. My book's setting for soul beasts doesn't follow the original work, as the original setting is too nonsensical and unreasonable. I'm going by my own standards. Is that okay? Chapter 37. Gu Xingge's Oath, Ice Emperor Sacrifices for Love. Upon hearing the Snow Emperor mention soul spirits, Gu Xingge's eyes showed contemplation as he considered how to explain it to her. and the Ice Emperor also displayed a hint of curiosity. After a moment, he slowly spoke, his voice gentle like the morning light, warming the ears. In short, you and I will sign an equal contract. Your soul will abandon your physical body and transform into my accompanying soul spirit. As long as I do not die, you will not perish. We will live and die together, never to part. Upon hearing this, the Snow Emperor seemed to understand. It meant signing a contract between her soul and his, becoming attached to him. If he became a god in the future, she could also ascend with him, which was indeed a good choice. After all, humans are indeed more likely to become gods compared to soul beasts, and this young human before her had an even greater chance of achieving godhood in the future. However, she was distrustful of a human and the so-called soul-spirit contract. What if it was an unequal contract? What if she became a servant after signing? Why do you want to sign a soul-spirit contract with me? To suppress your martial soul? The Snow Emperor coldly questioned Guxinga, as the only reason she could think of was that he needed her help to suppress his martial soul. The Ice Emperor also looked at him warily, not believing in any soul-spirit contract or the notion of shared life and death. No matter how sweetly the human spoke, she would not believe it. Facing the Snow Emperor's questioning, Guxinga answered truthfully, because my second martial soul requires soul rings. If you become my soul spirit, you can provide me with suitable soul rings. As he spoke, 3 deep black soul rings rose beneath his feet and behind him. A lonely and cold silver moon slowly emerged, radiating soft moonlight, shimmering silver, and the cool, gentle moonlight swept over the Ice and Snow Emperors, making them feel a sense of inexplicable peace, dispelling their fatigue. The Snow Emperor even felt that her internal injuries had been alleviated and healed somewhat. Dual martial souls? Looking at the manifested lunar martial soul, the Snow Emperor showed no surprise. Having lived for nearly 50,000 years, she had seen countless dual martial souls. But the power of Guxinga's 2 martial souls was the strongest she had ever seen. Furthermore, when the Snow Emperor felt the gentle and cold moonlight of the lunar martial soul, she experienced a heartfelt sense of closeness. Not just the Snow Emperor, even the Ice Emperor, who was filled with vigilance and hostility towards Guxinga, felt an indescribable sensation towards that silver moon. After cultivating the Redming 9 Heavens diagram, Guxinga's lunar and solar martial souls had absorbed a trace of the Supreme Star's divine aura, becoming even more extraordinary, gradually approaching those 2 Supreme Stars. Whether human or beast, there's a natural affinity towards the lunar or the moon. The sun is too dazzling, impossible to look at directly, and unattainable compared to it. The lonely and cold, yet gentle and comforting moon is more approachable. So, you want me to become your soul spirit to provide soul rings for your second martial soul? However, even though she felt a closeness to the lunar martial soul, when the Snow Emperor heard Guxinga's request for her to provide soul rings, her eyes turned cold, and an extreme chill surged around her perfect figure. The Ice Emperor raised her large pincers, the scorpion tail behind her, as green as jade and sparkling with precious light, became tense, gathering immense cold energy, ready to strike. If the Snow Emperor made a move, she would definitely shoot Guxinga with an ice extreme cold light first. Seeing their expressions change, clearly ready to fight at any moment, Guxinga showed a helpless expression and began to explain to them. Snow Emperor, please don't misunderstand. Soul spirits and soul rings are different. After signing the soul spirit contract, you will still retain your consciousness. It's just that my martial soul will use a part of your power to condense suitable soul rings for me. His words made the Snow Emperor retract her surrounding chill, but her beautiful eyes were deep in thought. However, the Ice Emperor still did not trust Guxinga's words. The cold energy gathering at her tail became increasingly strong, and as soon as the Snow Emperor spoke, she would not hesitate to shoot Guxinga dead. The Snow Emperor's gaze flickered, constantly pondering the truth of Guxinga's words. He did not disturb her, quietly waiting for her decision. The Snow Emperor slowly closed her eyes, using her heart to perceive the extreme northern ice plains. She was the Ice and Snow Maiden, born of heaven and earth, protected by this realm, which would also guide and enlighten her. Just like the method of transforming the snow lotus that she had prepared earlier, it was a hint given to her by this realm. Time passed little by little, and the Snow Emperor slowly opened her eyes, which were even more beautiful than sapphires. A hint of disappointment flashed across her face, but it was within her expectations. The extreme northern ice plains did not provide her with the insight she desired. The Ice and Snow Maiden gazed at Guxinga, And after a moment of silence, she slowly spoke, her voice still cold but with a hint of determination. I can sign a contract with you and become your soul spirit, but you must give me a guarantee, an oath that can reassure me. Upon hearing this, Guxinga knew that the Snow Emperor had made her choice, and he did not hesitate. In front of the Ice and Snow Emperors, he began to swear. I, Guxinga, swear by my true name to the heavens, to chaos, and to the great Tao, that when I become a god, I will ascend to the divine realm with the Snow Emperor, sharing eternal life and immortality. If I betray the Snow Emperor, I will die and be annihilated, erased from the heavens, and never reincarnate. As the last word fell, a gaze from a higher existence, far beyond the layers of the Douluo world, was cast down. At the same time, Guxinga felt a certain indescribable restriction added to him. The Snow Emperor also sensed it, although it was only for a moment. She understood that the human's oath had taken effect and had attracted the attention of a higher existence. If he broke his oath, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, the Snow Emperor felt she had made the right gamble. Even the Ice Emperor, who had sensed nothing, trembled with fear upon hearing the 3 punishments for breaking the oath. Too severe. In that case, I can rest assured. Tell me, what should I do? Is no impediment? No. Upon hearing that the Snow Emperor had actually agreed to become the human's soul spirit, the Ice Emperor became anxious. Although the human's oath sounded very severe, humans were untrustworthy. Many had broken their oaths. She could not let the Snow Emperor fall into this human's trap. Ice Emperor, you need not persuade me. My mind is made up. The Snow Empress shook her head, urging the Ice Empress to calm down. This was the path she had chosen, and even if she died, she would not regret it. Seeing her beloved Snow Empress about to fall into the trap of human lies, the Ice Empress made up her mind and rushed forward to stand between Guxinga and the Snow Empress, coldly saying, Humans, since your soul spirit technique is so powerful, why not add me as well? My 340,000 years of cultivation should be enough to be your soul spirit. Since the Snow Empress was stubborn and unyielding, she would test the method with her own body, regardless of life or death. It would benefit her. If it was fake, her death could expose the lies of the human before her, and the Snow Empress would awaken, seeking revenge for her and repaying her life-saving grace. If it was real, then both she and the Snow Empress would become soul spirits and could be together forever. Although she would give up her 340,000 years of cultivation, she would not lose out. In fact, she would gain. It must be said that the Ice Empress was truly calculating. The sudden intervention of the Ice Empress left both Guxinga and the Snow Empress momentarily stunned. The Snow Empress, with her sapphire-like beautiful eyes, looked at the Ice Empress standing in front of her, her expression showing surprise. Her pink lips parted slightly, and she gently tried to persuade the Ice Empress. Ice Empress, you don't need to do this. This is my own choice, and there is no need for you to get involved. No, I can't just watch you fall into this human trap, and if you die, what meaning is there for me to live? The Ice Empress turned around, her emotions extremely agitated, filled with sadness and reluctance. Her yellowish crystal eyes even turned slightly red, tears almost overflowing. She had worked so hard to cultivate and live, all to be able to stay with the Snow Empress for a longer time. If the Snow Empress died, she wouldn't want to live alone either. Ice. Although the Ice Empress didn't explicitly say she liked her, after thousands of years of companionship, the Snow Empress could still feel the Ice Empress's feelings for her. However, her naturally cold personality made her somewhat indifferent to matters of love. Perhaps she also had special feelings for the Ice Empress, but for her, cultivation was the most important thing, and she did not place much value on romantic matters. Guxinga looked at the Ice Empress and Snow Empress. Without the heavenly dream eye silkworm, they would be like a pair of lilies blooming to perfection. How wonderful that would be. But unfortunately, a fat silkworm has intervened. Since the Ice Empress is willing to test the law with her body, I naturally do not mind, which can also reassure the Snow Empress. He smiled at the Ice Empress. Although his initial target was the Snow Empress, if he could obtain the Ice Empress's soul spirit, it would also be an unexpected gain. The Ice Empress turned to Guxinga, her eyes showing a resolute expression, her voice filled with determination, unafraid of life or death. Come on, human. The Snow Empress looked at the Ice Empress, who was sacrificing herself for love, and a warm current surged in her heart, which had been as cold as ancient ice for 10,000 years. She would not stop the Ice Empress. But if there was truly a problem with Guxinga's soul spirit technique, she would risk her life to ensure they both perished together. Sensing the change in the Snow Empress's gaze, Guxinga smiled slightly, though he still felt a bit nervous inside. After all, it It was his first time using the soul spirit technique. Do not resist, release your mental power. Sitting cross-legged on the ice surface, Guxinga began to teach the Ice Empress how to sign the soul spirit contract. Both released their mental powers, and he started to construct the contract formation according to the records of the soul spirit technique. Slowly, a faint golden soul spirit contract formation was formed, not complicated, emitting strands of soul rule power, appearing before Guxinga and the Ice Empress. The Snow Empress looked at the soul spirit contract formation, her blue eyes revealing curiosity as she quietly watched Guxinga and the Ice Empress complete the soul spirit contract. The contract formation enveloped the Ice Empress's mental power, gradually pulling her soul out of her body. At the same time, Guxinga also felt the Ice Empress's emotions, her reluctance, attachment, regret towards the Snow Empress, as well as her disgust and resentment towards him. As her soul was drawn out by the contract formation, the Ice Empress's yellow, crystal eyes became dim, her life force gradually dissipating, causing the Snow Empress's heart to tighten. She fixed her blue eyes on the Ice Empress's soul, silently praying for success. The Ice Empress's soul transformed into a beautiful, translucent emerald green light ball, which, under the influence of the contract formation, merged into Guxinga's body, integrating with his martial soul, becoming his first accompanying soul spirit. This process lasted for more than half an hour. The soul rings surrounding Guxinga also underwent changes. The 3 black soul rings evolved under the nourishment of the Ice Empress's vast soul power, gradually turning from black to red, except for the first soul ring, which remained black, while the second and third soul rings barely reached 100,000 years. Immediately after, 3 exceptionally brilliant soul rings condensed simultaneously, each orange soul ring exuding unparalleled pressure, engraved with the patterns of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, along with 3 golden lines, radiating dazzling golden light, presenting an orange-golden glow. With the Ice Empress's strength, she was capable of condensing 3 more soul rings, directly completing all the soul rings of the martial soul. However, Guxinga stopped her. The remaining 3 soul rings would be completed by the Snow Empress. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes within him. After merging with the Ice Empress's soul spirit, his soul power cultivation directly broke through to the peak level of 98, only half a step away for 99, just a step away. Where's Binger? Seeing that Guxinga was familiar, the Snow Empress coldly questioned him about the Ice Empress, her voice urgent yet containing concern. Ice Empress, please come out for a moment. Facing the anxious Ice Empress, Guxinga lightly called out, and a green figure emerged from within him, lightly landing between him and the Snow Empress. It was indeed the Ice Empress, but she was no longer in the form of a soul beast, but as a human girl. The girl form of the Ice Empress was equally stunning, with emerald green hair styled into twin ponytails adorned with hairpins resembling scorpion pincers, further enhancing her youthful vitality. Her delicate face was exquisitely beautiful, with features that were stunning, losing some of the Snow Empress's pride and gaining a touch of cold elegance. On her head, she wore a crown, and her orange-golden eyes, along with her fair and charming face, had 3 emerald green magic patterns on each side. Her skin was as pure as ice and snow, with a translucent quality, and beneath her skin, a faint green light flowed. Standing at 1.50 meters, her emerald green dress enveloped her well-developed figure. Although not as grand as the Snow Empress, it was still high enough that her toes could not be seen. Her straight, snow-white legs shimmering with a treasure-like glow, and her exquisite feet were perfect and petite, making one want to grasp and play with them. Binger, how do you feel? The Snow Empress relaxed upon seeing that the Ice Empress was fine. The Ice Empress looked at her soul spirit body, then at her soul beast form, feeling an indescribable sense of weirdness. I feel great, even very comfortable. The Ice Empress did not specify what the feeling was, but it was just very comfortable. The reason for this was that the martial soul contained a trace of the supreme star's divine aura, and as the soul spirit of the martial soul, the Ice Empress naturally benefited from that divine aura, which was why it felt comfortable. The Ice Empress also glanced at Guxinga, no longer holding any vigilance or hostility, but instead feeling a hint of embarrassment. She had misunderstood him. After becoming a soul spirit, she did not feel much limitation, only that she could not stay away from him for too long. But if the Snow Empress became a soul spirit, she could be with her all the time. This small limitation did not bother the Ice Empress. Upon hearing this, The Snow Empress also set aside her last bit of concern. At that moment, the Ice Empress's soul beast body revealed a soul bone. Her soul transformed into a soul spirit. Her physical body perished, and the rule that a soul bone must explode after 100,000 years was also activated. The final result was a piece of external soul bone of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion with a quality of 340,000 years. The tail of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. The scorpion tail soul bone was identical to the actual scorpion tail, presenting an incredibly enticing emerald green, shimmering with life light. Completely transparent and perfect, as if carved from imperial green jade. The 5-segmented scorpion tail narrowed towards the back, with a beautiful tail hook adorned with diamond particles at the last segment, and the very tip sparkled with diamond light, dazzling beyond compare, giving an overall impression of a perfect piece of art. Unfortunately, although this external soul bone was powerful, it did not match Guxinga's taste. A big man using a scorpion tail made him feel a chill just thinking about it. Forget it. He was not meant to have it. If it had been a trunk soul bone, that would have been perfect. This external soul bone has other uses. It will not be given away, but will be used as fusion material for another external soul bone. I won't spoil more than that. Chapter 39. Snow Empress transforms into soul spirit. Guxinga's background. Guxinga stored the body of the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion into the Ming realm. The body of a ferocious beast that had existed for over 340,000 years could not be wasted. Watching her own body disappear, the Ice Emperor didn't mind. It was just an unwanted body after all. Her mind was filled with thoughts of waiting for the Snow Emperor to become a soul spirit, so they could be together forever. The Snow Emperor sensed the power of the Ming realm laws that Guxinga was using, and a hint of surprise flashed through her blue eyes. But she didn't ask any further questions. Let's begin. I trouble the Ice Emperor to protect us? Guxinga instructed the Ice Emperor, and the green-haired girl nodded, patting her impressive peaks to assure him. With me around, I will definitely not let any living being disturb you. Anyone who dares to disturb the Snow Emperor's soul spirit will have to deal with her. The Ice Emperor, who had previously been skeptical, had now fallen into the true fragrance theory. Guxinga concocted the ritual according to the law, allowing the Snow Empress to relax her mind and release her spiritual power. He began to construct the soul contract array, and this time it went more smoothly. As the Snow Empress signed the soul contract, the array drew her soul out of her body, merging it with the Tian martial soul, transforming it into a second companion spirit. The Snow Empress's blue eyes lost their luster, and she collapsed onto the ice surface, while a soul bone gradually began to form. As the Snow Empress transformed into the soul spirit of the Tian martial soul, a wave of soul power, several times more powerful than that of the Ice Emperor, appeared within Guxinga. He immediately assumed the posture of worshipping the sun and moon, starting to refine this immense soul power. While the red sun, 9 heavens diagram also continuously broke through. It took more than 2 hours for the Snow Empress's soul spirit to successfully merge. The soul rings that surrounded Guxinga once again underwent a change. 3 soul rings of the Snow Empress condensed, with the orange soul ring engraved with the patterns of the ice goddess, 6 golden lines manifesting, radiating an incredibly brilliant orange golden light, exuding an extreme icy aura, subtly revealing a hint of Tian divine charm. The degree of compatibility between the Snow Empress and the Tian martial soul was so high that it even surpassed that of the Golden Crow and the Sun martial soul. With the help of the Snow Empress's soul spirit, the first 3 soul rings were further enhanced, and the first soul ring also broke through to the 100,000-year level. 3 red and 6 orange gold. The only difference was that the Ice Emperor's soul ring had 3 golden lines, while the Snow Empress's had 6. Although the first 3 soul rings all reached the quality of 100,000 years, the soul skills they granted still amounted to only 1, but became even more powerful, reaching a new level. Guxinga slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of icy blue flashed by, and a look of joy appeared on his handsome and heroic face. After merging with the Snow Emperor's soul, not only did his cultivation break through to the peak of level 99, but even the crimson bright 9 heavens diagram reached the peak of the 3rd layer, just 1 step away from the innate level. Soon, the Snow Emperor also emerged from his body, appearing before the Ice Emperor, still as pure and perfect as ever, without much change. Upon seeing the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor rushed towards her like a swan returning to its nest. Snow Emperor, Binger, looking at the Ice Emperor who had joyfully leaped into her arms, The Snow Emperor's blue eyes revealed a rare softness, while Guxinga chose not to disturb them, turning his gaze to the soul bone on the Snow Emperor's body. It was an unparalleled head soul bone with a quality of 600,000 years. The Snow Emperor's soul bone took the shape of a crown, surrounded by ice and snow, completely pure and flawless. At the center of the crown was a dazzling and perfect ice-blue gemstone, and every part of the crown was formed by countless tiny snowflakes gathering together, infinitely clustering around the gemstone, creating this crown of the Snow Emperor, exuding an extreme icy power. This crown of the Snow Emperor matched Guxinga's taste perfectly. He stored it in the system space, planning to merge it later when he exited the extreme northern ice plains. I hope you keep your promise. Although transformed into a soul, the Snow Emperor's strength had not diminished much. She released the Ice Emperor and reminded Guxinga to keep his promise. He nodded, naturally intending to keep his word. After all, he did not wish to perish, be erased from existence, and never reincarnate. The Snow Emperor took the Ice Emperor's jade hand and returned to the Tian martial soul. If one observed closely, they would find that a palace stood atop the Tian martial soul. It was named Guanghan Palace. Although there were no Chang'e or jade rabbits inside Guanghan Palace, there were the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. After bringing the Snow Emperor's body into the Ming realm, Guxinga opened the system panel. True name, Guxinga, Luo name, Shueqing Feng, current world, the Luo continent. Identity, honorary vice president and consultant of Tianshui Academy, elder of the Spirit Hall, grand prince of the Tiando Empire. Realm, level 99, peerless Duo, title, Haoyang. Sun martial soul, 2 purple, 6 black, 1 red. Tian martial soul, 3 red. 6 orange gold. Soul spirits, 340,000. Year, Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, Ice Emperor, 600,000. Year, Ice Heaven Snow Woman, Snow Emperor. Cultivation technique, Crimson Bright, 9 Heavens Diagram, Volume 1. Soul skills, Guxinga looked at the name Shueqing Feng on the system panel, along with the identity of the first prince of the Tiando Empire, and a trace of mockery flashed in his golden eyes. How ironic. Neither Bibi Dong nor TitleDouluo could have imagined that he had this layer of identity. The only ones on the continent who knew about his identity were the Snow Night Emperor and Prince Shueqing. His biological parents were the Snow Night Emperor and the late Tiando Empress, while Shueqing, who replaced him, was his biological younger brother. As for why he did not grow up in the Tiando Imperial Palace, but in a small village, it involves a very age.Due palace intrigue storyline. 24 years ago, the Snow Night Emperor declared that his firstborn son would be the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, destined to inherit his throne. Then Guxinga was born, but unfortunately, on the day he was born, there was a flood in the palace. He vaguely remembers being taken away right after his birth, and when he woke up again, he found himself in the small village that raised him. Initially, Guxinga did not know what had happened, until he turned 17 and went to Tiano City, where he met Prince Shueqing, who unraveled the mystery. Because he looked too much like the young Snow Night Emperor, Prince Shueqing invited him into the Tiando Imperial Palace, conducted a test, and verified his identity through a special royal blood test, confirming that he was the son of the Snow Night Emperor. The reason he ended up in the small village was due to a concubine of the Snow Night Emperor, who was also pregnant and wanted her child to become the crown prince and ascend to the throne. So she arranged for a fire to be set and for someone to try to kill Guxinga. But that person wasn't foolish enough to know how serious the crime of killing a prince was, so he secretly placed Guxinga in a village outside Tiando City, ensuring that if things went wrong, he could at least have a chance to survive. Unfortunately, that person was eliminated by the concubine's agents, and not long after, the situation was exposed. The concubine, fearing the consequences, miscarried and lost the child, which led to her being executed by the Snow Night Emperor. The Snow Night Emperor, worried about such incidents happening again, changed his mind and declared that only an outstanding prince could inherit the throne. Later, the empress became pregnant again, giving birth to Shueqing, and 11 years later to Shueku, before passing away. The Snow Night Emperor was surprised to learn that Guxinga was still alive and wanted him to acknowledge his heritage, but he refused. Then the next day, he ran away, enjoying freedom for over a decade. Suddenly having a father reappear was too much for him to handle. As far as he was concerned, he would rather be the son of a commoner. Born but not raised, one can still sever the fingers. Raised but not born, one can still sever the head. Not born but raised, it is impossible to repay in 100 lifetimes. Given the bloodline connection, all he could do was ensure that the Tiando royal bloodline did not perish. The protagonist's identity as the first prince of the Tiandu Empire is indeed useful. Chapter 40. The Lunar Refining Technique, Bibidong's Suspicions. Guxinga's gaze shifted lightly, looking at the rewards for the 2 tasks from the Demon Soul Sect's ambush and the completion of the tie-in. The reward for the first task was a scroll called the 100 Beast Diagram, and he glanced at its description. Name, 100 Beast Diagram. Description, a celestial artifact from a powerful cultivation world, crafted casually by an 8th-level celestial emperor based on a divine artifact, containing a secret realm space, capable of contracting and taming spirit pets. The condition is that the spirit pets to be tamed must lose their resistance or be willing. Why does the 100 Beast Diagram sound so familiar? After reading the description, Guxinga felt that the introduction and function of the 100 Beast Diagram were quite similar to a divine artifact in his memory from a work called Star Transformation. The 10,000 Beasts Diagram, with its original owner also being an 8th-level celestial emperor. Could it be that the 100 Beast Diagram was crafted by the reverse central celestial emperor, imitating the 10,000 Beast Diagram? Goodness, the system is truly impressive. Guxinga unfolded the 100 Beasts map, which depicted a landscape of mountains and rivers, but there were no traces of beasts to be found. Following the teachings of the system, he wrapped a drop of blood from his fingertip with his mental power and let it fall onto the 100 Beasts map. The blood merged with the painting, and the mental power fused with the 100 Beasts map. After 10 minutes or so, the 100 Beasts map was refined by Guxinga without any difficulty. The secret realm space within the 100 Beasts map was even larger than Guxinga's bright realm, at least as big as the Starry Forest. This was merely a replica casually refined by an 8th-level immortal emperor, truly powerful. Guxinga had a wonderful idea. Could he merge the secret realm space in the 100 Beast Diagram with the Ming realm? But it was just a thought. With his current strength, it was impossible to combine the two, at least not for now. After putting the 100 Beast Diagram into the system space, Guxinga looked at the reward for another task. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Tain Refining God Technique. Tain Refining God Technique? From a name, it sounded like a method for cultivating spiritual power. An introduction to the Tain Refining God Technique appeared before Guxinga's eyes. Name, Tain Refining God Technique. Description, a method of refining the spirit, drawing the light of the Tain moon into the body, purifying and tempering the soul, gradually transforming into a Tain divine soul, mastering various divine powers, driving objects out of the body, entering dreams to control souls, wandering day and night, seizing bodies and being reborn. All of this is within reach. After reading the introduction of the Tain Refining God Technique, a satisfied expression emerged in Guxinga's eyes. With this technique, he could finally make up for the shortcomings in his soul, cultivating the physical body with the Scarlet Ming 9 Heavens Diagram and the soul with the Tain Refining God Technique. Cultivating both life and soul was the true path. The Tain Refining God Technique was implanted into Guxinga's mind by the system, making it unforgettable. Now that the 9 soul rings of the Tain Martial Soul had been completed, and a matter in the extreme north ice field was resolved, it was time to return to the Tianshui Academy, with only 2 days left until the start of school. However, before leaving, Guxinga had Shuedi take him to the core area, where he looted a large amount of various ice attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as half a lake of ice attribute spirit liquid, a massive amount of 1,000-year-old mysterious ice marrow, and 9 extremely precious 10,000-year-old mysterious ice marrows, resulting in a huge harvest, all of which were collected into the Ming realm. He could be called Guba Pai. If it weren't for the fact that the power of the Ming realm couldn't cover the core area, he might have even wanted to move the entire core area away. In Wuhuan City, in a worship hall, under the angel statue, TitleDouluo looked at the information in his hand, his expression constantly changing, filled with surprise, shock, and more importantly, seriousness. Previously, during the conferment ceremony, he had observed the expressions and behaviors of all the representatives of various forces attending the ceremony to determine which were friendly to the Wuhuan Hall and which were dissatisfied. Naturally, he noticed the performance of Prince Xuesheng. His excitement when Guxinga appeared and that complex expression raised TitleDouluo's suspicions. He suspected that Prince Xuesheng had an unknown relationship with Guxinga, so he arranged for someone to investigate. Although the Emperor Xuye concealed it well, it ultimately couldn't escape the eyes of the Wuhuan Hall. TitleDouluo never expected that Guxinga was actually the lost crown prince of the Tiandu Empire, the eldest son of Emperor Xuye, and that Xuechenghe, who replaced him, was his biological younger brother. This put TitleDouluo in a difficult position. He had high hopes for Guxinga and even wanted to match him with Qianrenxue, but he was a member of the Tiando royal family, and his granddaughter had a grudge against him for killing her brother, and not just one brother. If Guxinga were to learn all of this, he would likely end up on a confrontational path with the Wuhuan Hall. Human hearts are inscrutable. Although Guxinga was currently close to the Wuhuan Hall and the youngest elder of the hall, he was ultimately a member of the Tiando royal family, and his thoughts were undoubtedly with the Tiando royal family. Although he did not reveal his identity as the Tiando prince, it was likely a trump card hidden by Emperor Shuya. Guxinga is too young, so young it's almost unbelievable. At just 23 years old, he has already reached the rank of Title Douluo. If given another 10 or 20 years, he is likely to reach his current level. If the Spirit Hall were to go to war with the Heaven-Do Empire, he would probably become a sharp blade piercing the heart of the Spirit Hall. For a moment, TitleDouluo was filled with countless suspicions and a hint of killing intent towards Guxinga. He could no longer allow him to grow. Unfortunately, such an excellent and gifted person is from the royal family of the Heaven-Do Empire. How much better it would be if he were an ordinary commoner. He decided to hand this matter over to His Holiness the Pope. TitleDouluo instructed his attendant to take the information to Bibi Dong. A few minutes later, a hurried figure rushed into the worship hall, and before she arrived, her voice had already disturbed the solemn atmosphere inside. TitleDouluo, what is going on? Bibi Dong squeezed the report in her hand, almost crumpling it, her beautiful rose-red eyes filled with disbelief as she coldly questioned the old man. She couldn't believe the information. How could Guxinga be the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire? Isn't the crown prince Xue Qinghe? Seeing the furious pope questioning him, TitleDouluo remained calm. If you don't believe it, you can send someone to investigate yourself. Fine. Bibi Dong was too lazy to argue with TitleDouluo. She just wanted to quickly confirm the authenticity of the information. If Guxinga really is the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, Xue Qinghe's older brother, how should she face him? Back then, she had sent Xue Rengue to the Heaven-Do Empire as an undercover agent to limit his growth, killing and replacing Xue Qinghe in an attempt to seize the throne of the Heaven-Do Empire. If Guxinga were to find out that his younger brother had already been killed by her, how would he see her? Bibi Dong's heart was now filled with even more worries. Watching her leave, TitleDouluo hadn't expected things to develop this way. He sighed deeply. He didn't want to take action against Guxinga, but he also didn't want him to obstruct the Spirit Hall's steps towards unifying the continent. On the other side, after Bibi Dong left the worship hall, she ordered Zhu and Gosdaw to investigate the relationship between Guxinga and the Heaven-Do royal family as quickly as possible. And then she slumped down on the throne, engulfed in deep fear and doubt. She was afraid that the information was true. She was also suspicious of whether Guxinga was approaching her out of love at first sight or if he had other motives. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it only needs a little nourishment to take root and sprout. Ahem, the relationship between the protagonist and Bibi Dong will have a bit of angst, but it's nothing serious, a mix of sweetness and bitterness. Chapter 41, Bibi Dong's cold attitude, Guxinga's straightforwardness. In the small realm of the demon soul, Ice Fallen is dead. A vice leader of the Demon Soul Church sensed that the soul skill mark left on Ice Fallen had disappeared. His voice was calm as water as he slowly spoke of his death, showing no concern for the life or death of Ice Fallen. Upon hearing that Ice Fallen had died, some of the elders still in the small realm had various expressions. Some were disdainful, some surprised, some indifferent, and others gleeful. Oof. Let him be careful. He didn't listen, thinking he could restrain that guy just because he had the Ice Evil Demon Dragon martial soul. He deserved to die. The elder who had suffered losses at Guxinga's hands spoke with glee, and beside him, a voluptuous elder, magnificent even under the shadow of a black robe, spoke with a cold voice laced with sarcasm. Ice Fallen fell for the church, compared to you, who only cares about yourself and makes excuses to belittle others. At least he did his duty. As for you, Qiming, just a waste. Yu Huang, do you want to die? Hearing Yu Huang's taunt, Qiming, whose temper was already explosive due to the influence of the martial soul, ignited like a powder keg. The pair of red eyes beneath his black robe seemed ready to spew lava, drowning Yu Huang, and 9 soul rings rose beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, as his powerful and scorching soul power erupted toward the woman beside him. Facing the enraged Qiming, Yu Huang was unafraid and displayed her own soul rings. However, her 9th soul ring was black with a hint of eerie red, a top-quality soul ring that had reached over 90,000 years in age, and the pressure it released was far above Qiming's, as she was an almost level 98 Title Douluo. Enough. The vice leader who had just mentioned Ice Fallen's death spoke again. His voice seemed to carry a certain magic, calming both Qi Ming and Yu Huang, who promptly retracted their soul rings. Yu Huang, since Ice Fallen has failed, you should deal with Haoyang Douluo. No matter what method you use, you must eliminate him. Yes. Yu Huang nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Qi Ming before disappearing. Qi Ming, filled with rage, gritted his teeth and turned to leave. The vice leader watched their disappearing figures in silence. For the church, as long as that thing exists, as long as the leader is not dead, they can create as many elders, seniors, and Title Douluos as they want, only needing to pay a little blood of living beings. In the Spirit City, in the Pope's Palace, after the investigation by Zhu and Ghost Duo, despite Emperor Shui Yi and Prince Shuisheng's attempts to conceal it, Gu Xingge's identity was still exposed to them. They also did not expect Haoyang Douluo to be the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, which was not good news for the Spirit Hall. After all, although the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do royal family appeared peaceful on the surface, it had long been filled with underlying tensions, just waiting for the moment to break out. Bibi Dong looked at the verified information, her jade hand gripping the letter until it was almost crumpled into a ball, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. She bit her teeth, feeling deceived. Why did he have to lie to her? Was all his affection and love for her in these days fake? Was it all just to deceive her? A performance for the Heaven Do royal family. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, the more agitated she became. She looked down at the bracelet of acacia seeds on her jade wrist, and in her frustration, she reached out and forcefully pulled it off. Snap! The string of crimson acacia seeds broke under her strong pull, and the 17 seeds representing Gu Xingge's feelings flew apart, scattering everywhere. But looking at the acacia seeds scattered on the ground, Bibi Dong regretted it again. She shouldn't have been so impulsive. What if Gu Xingge wasn't approaching her for some mission? Moreover, she had also developed a relationship with Gu Xingge for other purposes back then. If one were to say it, they were equally matched. Just as Bibi Dong was contemplating whether Gu Xingge truly liked her or was deliberately approaching her, a maid's voice sounded from outside the palace. Your Holiness the Pope, Elder Haoyang requests an audience. The Pope was startled. Why did he suddenly come? Wasn't he supposed to go to the Heaven Water Academy? Looking at the scattered acacia seeds on the ground, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of panic. No, she couldn't let him see this. She immediately instructed the maid outside the door, please have Elder Haoyang wait in the Pope's hall. I will be there shortly. Yes. Gu Xingge, who was waiting outside, was surprised to hear that Bibi Dong asked him to wait in the Pope's hall. Why had it suddenly become so distant? Elder Haoyang, please. The maid bowed and invited him in. He nodded and followed the maid to the guest room of the Pope's palace. A few minutes later, Bibi Dong, dressed in a simple long dress, elegant as an orchid, walked in. Seeing her after a long time, Gu Xingge immediately brightened up and quickly stood up, wanting to embrace the stunning Pope and shower her with affection. However, faced with his enthusiasm, Bibi Dong subtly took a step back, creating distance between them. This left Gu Xingge stunned, his expression one of confusion, with his hand, which had just been raised, frozen in mid-air, unsure whether to extend it further or let it drop. Noticing the bewildered look on his face, a hint of discomfort flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. She slightly tilted her head to avoid Gu Xingge's puzzled gaze, her voice considerably colder than before. This is the Pope's palace. Please be mindful. It was my oversight. Although Gu Xingge spoke, he felt even more confused in his heart. His gaze shifted lightly to Bibi Dong's right wrist, and his expression froze. Where did the bracelet of longing go? Sensing his gaze, Bibi Dong became flustered and quickly hid her right hand behind her back, hurrying to sit down on the sofa. Elder Sheng Haoyang, why have you suddenly returned? Hearing her increasingly odd tone, Gu Xingge felt puzzled. It had only been a few days since they last met. How could her attitude change so drastically? Was it because he went to the Heavenly Water Academy that he had upset her? I just rushed back from the extreme North Ice Field. The Heavenly Water Academy starts tomorrow, so I thought I would come back to accompany you for a day while I still have time. Upon hearing that he had specifically taken a day to spend with her, the beautiful Pope felt warmth in her heart, and her originally cold expression softened. However, when she thought about Gu Xingge hiding his identity from her, she felt extremely troubled about whether he truly cared for her. Oh, I see. Elder Haoyang, we've known each other for so long, but you seem to have never mentioned your background? Eager to know whether the man before her truly had feelings for her, Bibi Dong immediately inquired about Gu Xingge's origins. This caught him slightly off guard, but he guessed some things and gently began to tell Bibi Dong about his background without any concealment, sharing every detail with her. He even revealed that he was the eldest son of the Snow Knight Emperor and the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. And he made it clear that he had little affection for the Tiando royal family. If the Spirit Hall were to go to war with the Tiando Empire, he would not intervene nor assist. However, since he had this bloodline, he would protect the Snow clan to ensure their lineage continued. Your Holiness, it's getting late. I should take my leave. After finishing his story, Guxinga stood up to leave without waiting for Bibi Dong to ask him to stay. He had said what he needed to say, and it was up to her to think it over. Cough, cough. Take your time. Norus. Chapter 42. The Incomplete Bracelet of Longing and Bibi Dong's Regret. After hearing Guxinga's background, Bibi Dong was greatly surprised. She had not expected his origins to be so complex. Betrayed and lost since childhood, the village that raised him was blood sacrificed by the evil spirit cult when he was 7, and he had lived a difficult life before he grew up. Watching his departing figure, Bibi Dong's heart trembled slightly, and she quickly got up to chase after him, wanted to keep him from leaving. But Guxinga had already flown out of Spirit City without pausing for a moment, leaving only a golden trace in the sky. Seeing him leave without looking back, Bibi Dong knew he must be angry, and her distance and coldness had stirred a wave of bitterness in her heart. She regretted her earlier irrational actions immensely. Although his feelings for her had never been false, she stubbornly refused to believe him, thinking he had ulterior motives for approaching her while hiding his identity. Yet, throughout, she had never asked him about his background. In contrast, Guxinga had certainly guessed why she asked about his origins, but he did not hide anything and told her everything. He even plainly stated that if the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire went to war, he would choose not to assist either side. If the Tiando Empire were defeated, he would protect the Snow clan's bloodline. In all aspects, emotionally, rationally, and personally, he had done his best. Ultimately, it boiled down to her lack of trust in him and insufficient love for him. But Bibi Dong shook her head vigorously, continuously denying this thought. No, how could she not love him? It was just that she felt a bit lost. Yes, she was just feeling lost. She loved Guxinga, that was right. She loved Guxinga. Bibi Dong repeatedly affirmed her love for Guxinga in her heart, engaging in a psychological suggestion, but her jade-like hands tightened more and more, revealing her inner turmoil. The more she suggested, the more it shook her feelings for Guxinga. Deep down, she questioned whether her love for Guxinga was truly pure. Without any other thoughts, in a corridor not far from the Pope's palace, TitleDouluo witnessed this scene with a hint of a smile in his golden eyes. From a moment he handed the information to Bibi Dong, he had been plotting. He knew this woman was suspicious. Once she learned that Guxinga was the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, she would inevitably doubt his intentions for approaching her. Although he was unclear about what was discussed in the Pope's palace, seeing Guxinga leave immediately afterward indicated that a rift had developed between them, which was good for TitleDouluo. He had opposed Guxinga being with Bibi Dong from the start. Although she appeared normal on the surface, her mind was already twisted, and he strongly suspected she had ulterior motives for being with Guxinga. To prevent Bibi Dong from using Guxinga against the Angel clan, TitleDouluo would do whatever it took to stop them from being together. After taking one last look at the stunning Pope standing outside the Pope's palace, lost in thought, the Angel Great Sacrifice disappeared down the corridor. Regaining her senses, Bibi Dong hurried back to the Pope's sleeping quarters, picking up the scattered bracelets of longing one by one as if they were the most precious treasures in the world, carefully cleaning each one. But when she finally counted them, there were only 16. No matter how hard she searched, even turning the entire Pope's palace upside down, she could not find the 17th bracelet. Looking at the incomplete bracelets in her hand, she could no longer hold it together, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face, engulfed in deep regret. In the vast and boundless sky, a golden streak of light cut through the clouds, leaving a brilliant trace in the sky. Meanwhile, Guxinga, who was flying at high speed, wore a gloomy expression, feeling somewhat angry. When Bibi Dong had inquired about his background, he realized she must have known his identity as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. But he didn't expect her to distrust him so much, not believing in their feelings for each other. That retreating step, the dodging gaze, the hidden wrist, each felt like daggers piercing his heart, causing him immense pain. Was their relationship truly so fragile, so unable to withstand testing? Or did Bibi Dong not love him as much as he imagined? Did he mistakenly think that a few days of companionship and care could win her heart? Guxinga revealed a hint of self-deprecation. In the end, he had overthought things. He rushed straight to the Spirit City as soon as he left the extreme northern ice plains. As a result, after being wounded by Bibi Dong, Guxinga felt that he seemed to love her a little less. Suddenly flapping his sun god wings, his speed increased dramatically as he flew straight to the Tianshui Academy. The waters of the Tianlan River rippled, mist enveloped the area, fish and dragons leaped, and countless aquatic creatures danced in the river, creating waves and ripples. Fishermen were catching fish by the river, while peasant women washed clothes by the banks. The Tianlan River was bustling with boats and sails, with ships traversing to the heavens above and stars below, grand and majestic. The Blue Academy stood tall by the Tianlan River. Compared to the desolation a month ago, with the arrival of the new school season, returning students gradually came back to the academy, and girl spirit masters from the Tiando Empire and various kingdoms also came to enroll, making Tianshui Academy lively again. In front of the jade-carved gatehouse, hundreds of girl spirit masters of varying beauty lined up in two long queues, a group of noble young ladies and a group of commoner girls, clearly defining the class divide. The noble young ladies, served by their maids, looked more like they were on a tour than queuing. Some held umbrellas to shield themselves from the sun. Others served tea and fanned themselves, while some maids knelt on the ground, acting as human stools. In contrast, the commoner girls stood in line with their parents, feeling nervous and apprehensive, silently praying to pass the enrollment test. Many noble young ladies cast disdainful glances at the commoner girls, with looks of contempt, surprise, disgust, and mostly disdain. Among the noble ladies, a delicate and beautiful girl in a red dress looked condescendingly at the commoner girls standing 5 meters away from them. Really, I don't know what Tianshui Academy is thinking, admitting commoners. Do they even deserve to attend the same academy as us? Just a group of lowly commoners. The smell of fish from them is disgusting. I really want to chase them away. They're dirtying my eyes. Her words garnered approval from several noble young ladies, who echoed her sentiment, provoking angry glares from many commoner girls and their parents. However, upon seeing the sturdy spirit master guard beside the girl, they all retracted their gazes, not daring to express too much dissatisfaction. After all, they were just commoners and could not compete with nobles. The class divide had already solidified. Commoners could only rise by becoming spirit masters, and they had to be powerful spirit masters. This is also why the spirit hall was supported by commoners. It provided them with a way out. Although the gold coins distributed to spirit masters each month came from the two great empires, it was the spirit hall that distributed them. But without the spirit hall, let alone distributing gold coins, the two empires wouldn't even allow commoners to awaken their martial spirits, only deepening the class divide. In 1,000 years, without the spirit hall, commoners on Douluo continent would not be considered human, merely fodder for evil spirit masters. Chapter 43, BB Dong, ready to give away. A golden light streaked across the sky, heading straight for Tianshui Academy, attracting the attention of many. Some female teachers looked up at the sky, their faces filled with surprise and excitement. That lord has returned. The event at the conferment ceremony had already spread across the Douluo continent. The Haoyang single-handedly killed 5 Title Douluo of the evil spirit cult, truly powerful and unmatched. With achievements that far surpassed those of the Haotian 12 years ago, earning the admiration of countless spirit masters across the continent. Many female teachers at Tianshui Academy were no exception. As they watched the returning Haoyang, they expressed their interest with a subtle hope in their hearts. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. If they could establish a super friendship with a Title Douluo, the benefits would be immense. In the eastern square of the academy, a blue-haired beauty, ripe and full like a peach, looked up at the sky, watching the golden light pass by. Her delicate brows furrowed, a hint of worry and distress flashing across her face. It was good for Tianshui Academy to have a Title Douluo stationed, but it happened to be a man. If he wanted to do something out of line, no one could stop him. To be honest, launching in herself feared a Title Douluo, but if Guxinga were to do anything improper to the students, she would risk her life to stop him. Not for any other reason, but because she was the director of the academy and had to be responsible for the students. In her position, she must manage affairs, bear responsibilities, and fulfill her duties. If she backed down out of fear of power and strength, what right would she have to be a director? Old principal, you should have given me the position instead of her. Lan Qingyan murmured to herself, thinking that if she were the principal, she would never have invited a wolf into the house. But the beautiful director then smiled self-deprecatingly. Hadn't she almost invited a wolf in herself? They were equally matched. Neither had the right to criticize the other. On the west side of the academy, the golden light landed, revealing Guxinga's dazzling figure, as bright as the sun. He retracted his sun god wings and looked at the exquisite small villa before him, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his golden eyes. After a month, he was finally back. With a thought, he released Lung Qishuang from the realm of illumination. The beautiful female principal felt a whirlwind before appearing in front of Guxinga. She steadied her mind and looked around. It seemed she had returned to the academy. Sensing that Lung Qishuang's cultivation had improved, Guxinga congratulated the beautiful female principal. It seemed that she had made significant progress these days and had likely broken through to level 82. I owe it all to Teacher Gu's help. Without your assistance, how could I have absorbed such a high-level spirit ring? Lung Qishuang said, her beautiful face showing a hint of shyness. With her strength, hunting a spirit beast over 50,000 years old in the extreme northern ice plains was indeed no easy task. Guxinga merely smiled and said nothing more. However, the beautiful female principal could see a trace of bitterness in his smile, which made Lung Qishuang's heart ache. Although she didn't know why he showed such a smile, it must have been due to some unpleasant incident. Teacher Gu, are you free tonight? I'll cook for you personally to thank you for helping me obtain my 8th spirit ring. Faced with the dinner invitation from the exquisite beauty, Guxinga hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, which made Lung Qishuang reveal a joyful smile as she watched him enter her small villa. Although Bibi Dong had warned her not to entertain improper thoughts, some things were hard to suppress. What dish should I make? The beautiful female principal, filled with anticipation, recalled various recipes in her mind. Although her cooking skills couldn't compare to those of top chefs who specialized in the craft, they were not bad either. She understood a saying deeply. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. In the spirit city, in the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong, having searched the palace thoroughly, slumped on the cold floor, holding the 16 love seeds in her hands, her eyes vacant and her face streaked with tears. She regretted her impulsiveness. Why was she so rash? Just thinking about her actions filled Bibi Dong with an indescribable bitterness in her heart. Guxinga came to find her with joy in his heart, wanting to spend more time with her, but she doubted his sincerity, avoiding, distancing, and neglecting him. Although he didn't complain at all, he left so decisively that he didn't give her a chance to keep him, and she must have hurt his feelings. An unprecedented panic enveloped Bibi Dong. She was afraid that Guxinga no longer loved her, afraid that the support she had finally gained would leave her. No, she had to explain herself clearly to him. Bibi Dong carefully stored the longing fruit and placed it into her storage soul guide. Just as she was about to get up and leave the palace, she suddenly halted her steps. She hesitated again. Guxinga is the crown prince of the Tiantou Empire. Although he has no emotional connection to the Tiantou royal family, royal blood still flows in his veins, and he's the biological older brother of Xueqinghe, born of the same mother. However, Xueqinghe died at the hands of the Spirit Hall's infiltration plan, and not only him, but also his other 2 younger brothers. If he were to find out in the future, how would he face them? Thinking of this made Bibi Dong silent, and she regretted executing the infiltration plan. Why did it have to be someone from the Tiantou royal family? Even if he were just a commoner, it would be better. Perhaps they would inevitably end up on opposing sides. Foreseeing the possible situation in the future, Bibi Dong felt immense pain. Why did heaven have to torment her so? No, she absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Absolutely not. Bibi Dong's stunningly beautiful face showed hints of madness, even gradually becoming distorted. Her beautiful eyes glowing with a crimson light. She did not want to repeat the past. Hesitation would only lead to defeat. Being decisive would lead to a free gift. She would rather give up than be defeated. Guxinga belongs only to her. No one has the right to touch him. At this moment, Bibi Dong completely dropped her facade. Her feelings for Guxinga were never love, but an extreme desire for possession. Their encounter in the garden that night was not a coincidence. It was all part of her plan. After their chance meeting at the Pope's palace that day, Bibi Dong had an idea. She wanted to pull Guxinga into her camp and make him a weapon against the angel lineage. Thus, their subsequent encounters in the garden were all intentional on her part. What Bibi Dong did not expect was that she actually fell for him, and even more deeply than Guxinga did. She enjoyed his company, craved his passionate love, and relied on his warm embrace, wanting him to belong solely to her. But he was too dazzling, like the sun hanging high in the sky, while she was merely a mother spider trapped in a dark mire, unreachable, let alone possessing him. The crimson glow in Bibi Dong's eyes grew more intense. Her once perfectly sculpted beauty twisted into a sinister and enchanting visage, resembling a beautiful demon emerging from hell. Her lips, slightly parted, spoke with a cold yet madly obsessive voice filled with deep affection. Shunga, you belong only to me, no matter what means I use. I will possess you. She slowly rose and ordered her maid to prepare a basin of hot water. She needed to cleanse herself before apologizing to Gushinga. 9 sweet, 1 sour, 9 sweet, 1 sour. Chapter 44. Bibi Dong's Pleas and Temptations. As night fell, the bright moon hung in the pitch-black sky, casting enchanting moonlight that softly illuminated the earth and soothed all beings. Inside the small Western-style building, Gushinga sat in meditation, his hand forming the yin seal, surrounded by a layer of silver moonlight. The lunar radiance enveloped him, nourishing and purifying his soul, strengthening his spirit. Not only was it his soul that was being nourished, even the ice and snow emperors were affected by the moonlight. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted Gushinga's meditation. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of silver light passing by as the silver glow surrounding him dissipated, returning to normal. After tidying his clothes, he walked towards the door, suspecting it was Lung Qishuang coming to find him. He opened the door to reveal an unexpected visitor. It was Bibi Dong. The pure and cool moonlight poured over her mature and stunning face, lightly made up with a hint of purple eye makeup, exuding an enchanting allure. Her wine-red hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her purple dress accentuated her curvaceous figure, her slim waist cinched by a belt. Her arms were fair and rosy, exuding a delicate fragrance that stirred desire, like a fully bloomed poppy flower releasing an irresistible scent, showcasing the charm of a slightly mature woman. The cold night breeze fluttered her skirt, the semi-transparent white stockings wrapping around her perfectly proportioned long legs, enhancing her allure. Her purple crystal high heels adorned her perfect feet as she stood on the ground. Upon seeing Gushinga, Bibi Dong's beautiful face lit up with joy, and she eagerly reached out to embrace him, wanting to enjoy his warm embrace. However, Gushinga mirrored her action, stepping back to avoid her, his voice considerably cooler. Your Holiness, what brings you here? This was a case of treating her with her own methods. I missed you, Shinga, Bibi Dong said, her heart sinking further as she noticed his avoidance. He was indeed angry. He wasn't even calling her Donger anymore. A look of grievance appeared in her beautiful eyes. She knew she was wrong and regretted it. Can't you give me another chance? Noticing the grievance in her eyes, Gushinga's heart softened slightly. But he would not forgive her so easily. He feigned indifference, his expression cold as he said, Your Holiness is busy with many affairs. Rather than wasting time on our relationship, shouldn't you think more about the development of the Spirit Hall? When the Tiando Empire goes to war with the Spirit Hall, remember to find more offerings to keep an eye on me, lest I betray and stab the Spirit Hall in the back. After his biting sarcasm, Gushinga walked past Bibi Dong towards Lung Qishuang's building, leaving the beautiful Pope stunned in place. She never expected Gushinga to be so heartless. Suddenly, she turned to look at his back, without hesitation, disregarding her dignity as a pope, and hurriedly chased after him, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, whispering an apology and pleading for his forgiveness. Shengze, I am sorry. I didn't mean to distance myself from you during the day. I was just confused and scared. Please forgive me. Tonight, I won't return to the Spirit Hall. I'll stay and accompany you. How do you want to punish me? As she spoke the last part, Bibi Dong's tone shifted, oozing temptation. Feeling the mature woman's pleas and temptations behind him, how could Gushinga remain unmoved? He now had two choices. One was to break free from Bibi Dong's embrace and leave resolutely, which would cause her immense emotional pain and deepen her regret. The other was to follow her lead, forgive her, and then punish her well tonight. Gushinga's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Who told him to be soft-hearted? He slowly turned his body to look at the red-eyed, tearful Bibi Dong, feeling a bit of heartache. He raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears at the corner of her eye. This action made Bibi Dong understand that Gushinga had already forgiven her, and she felt secretly pleased. Indeed, only women who can cry and act spoiled can capture a man's heart. Although she was the Pope, she was also a woman. She naturally possessed the same capabilities as any woman in the world. It only depended on whether she was willing to use them. Soon, Bibi Dong cried even harder. Like a peony blooming in the morning, continuously dripping with dew, her tears resembling rain on pear blossoms, making one feel pity. Her soft, warm lips bit down in a look of extreme grievance, a pitiful little woman's appearance that made one's heart ache even more. The regret in her tear-filled eyes made it clear that she knew she was wrong. Looking at the crying, mature woman, Gushinga felt even more heartache. He reached out and held Bibi Dong tightly in his arms, lowered his head to kiss her tear-stained cheeks, licking away the tears of the beautiful Pope, soothing her softly. Dongya, don't cry, don't cry. Seeing you cry makes my heart ache. Actually, I was also wrong in this matter. I should have told you about my background earlier, so you wouldn't have misunderstood. Be good, stop crying. You're grown up now. If outsiders see you, your Pope's dignity will be ruined. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong stopped crying, looking at the man, comforting her with tearful eyes, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, a woman who can cry will be cherished. As for the Pope's dignity, she didn't care at all. After all, there was no one else around. She lifted her head and kissed Guxinga on the lips, entwining with him. Faced with such an active, mature woman, refusing her would truly hurt her feelings. But as Guxinga thought about how he had promised Lung Qishuang that he would go to her place for dinner, he felt that if he didn't go, it would damage his integrity. One cannot have both fish in bear's paws, but he wanted both. After entwining with Bibi Dong for a moment, Guxinga released her soft lips and looked at the charming, rosy-faced mature woman in his arms, his golden eyes filled with affection. Any previous dissatisfaction he had with Bibi Dong melted away under her initiative. Now, he only wanted to punish her fiercely and love her. Donger, come with me to dinner. Without hiding anything, he told Bibi Dong that Lung Qishuang had personally invited him to dinner to thank him for helping her obtain the 8th spirit ring. Immediately, a surge of dissatisfaction and a hint of jealousy rose in Bibi Dong's heart. That bitch, taking advantage of my absence to seduce my man. It seems the previous warning wasn't enough. To capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. She naturally knew this saying. Is it just cooking? I could do that too. Although Bibi Dong felt both angry and aggrieved, she did not express it. After all, Lung Qishuang's invitation was a reasonable one, given that she was thanking Guxinga, and it had already been agreed upon. If she stood someone up, it would harm Guxinga's integrity. Well, let us go. Lest Director Lung waits too long. Seeing the obedient and sensible Bibi Dong, Guxinga nodded in satisfaction, leaning down to kiss the mature woman's fair forehead, praising her. Donger is really good, still the same saying, sweet with a bit of bitterness. Chapter 45. Madam, your hairstyle is very dangerous. Inside the small Western-style building, plate after plate of delicious dishes were served on the table. To win Guxinga's heart, Lung Qishuang truly showcased her highest culinary skills. Each dish, whether in terms of ingredients, preparation, or presentation, could be considered a masterpiece. Rather than dishes, they were more like works of art. As the saying goes, beauty is pleasing to the eye. The beautiful female director also took the time to dress herself up. Her lustrous black hair was styled into a low ponytail on one side, her mature and beautiful face lightly made up, with a hint of light blue eyeshadow at the corners of her phoenix eyes, her gaze filled with autumn-like waves, and her plump, soft lips coated with a light blue lip gloss, exuding a sweet fragrance that made one want to taste it carefully. The semi-transparent blue rose Cheongsam outlined Lung Qishuang's mature, full, and proud figure. Her snow-white skin appeared incredibly tempting against the rose patterns. The hem of the Cheongsam was slit all the way to the top of her thigh, revealing her snow-white, voluptuous legs. A rose leg ring adorned her left thigh, while her right leg was decorated with blue rose vines, wrapping around her right leg, exuding charm and attracting attention. Every detail of the beautiful female director's attire was just right, full of charm, mature, and alluring, like a rose in full bloom, ready to overflow with nectar. All one had to do was lean down slightly to savor her sweetness. Lung Qishuang lightly opened her lips, humming a tune, waiting like a wife for her husband to come home, as if today were some special anniversary, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door made the beautiful female director show a joyful expression instantly, and she hurried to open the door. Teacher Gu, you're here, please come in. Lung Qishuang's mature face was filled with a smile as she opened her mouth to invite Guxinga in. However, upon seeing the stunningly beautiful Pope of the Wuhuan temple beside him, her smile instantly froze, and a hint of panic appeared in her eyes. Bibi Dong held Guxinga's arm, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the carefully dressed, incredibly alluring mature woman in front of her. A flash of crimson light passed through her eyes, a hint of murderous intent rising but quickly dissipating. She thought to herself, this bitch, trying to seduce my man while I'm not around, she is courting death. If it weren't for Guxinga being by her side, Bibi Dong would have definitely slapped Lung Qishuang. Meanwhile, Guxinga looked at the beautiful female director's low ponytail hairstyle. Feeling a strong sense of a married woman emanating from her, slightly stunned, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. "Madam, your hairstyle is very dangerous." Lung Qishuang quickly averted her gaze, her voice trembling slightly, forcing a smile, her tone revealing surprise. "I didn't expect your holiness to come as well. Please come in. Please come in." She hurriedly invited Gu Xingge and Bibi Dong inside, her eyes darting, not daring to look at Bibi Dong, her heart filled with panic. Gu Xingge noticed the panic of the beautiful woman, the dean, and felt quite helpless. With a hint of apology, he spoke up. "I apologize, Dean Lung. The sudden arrival of His Holiness left me unable to explain to you. I hope you don't mind having one more set of chopsticks." "I don't mind. I don't mind at all." Upon hearing this, Lung Qishuang shook her head repeatedly. How could she dare to mind? Meanwhile, Bibi Dong scoffed, "I doubt you would dare to." Soon after, the three of them took their seats. Bibi Dong, a somewhat mature young woman, sat to Gu Xingge's left, while the mature beauty, Lung Qishuang, sat to his right. Throughout the meal, Gu Xingge truly enjoyed himself, while Lung Qishuang was terrified and did not dare to make any unnecessary movements. As the meal neared its end, Lung Qishuang suppressed her fear of Bibi Dong and began discussing some matters related to the academy with Gu Xingge. "Teacher Gu, now that the academy has started, I wonder if you are interested in leading an elite class?" The so-called elite class refers to the class that will participate in the elite soul master competition on the continent of Convocation. Aside from some unlicensed institutions that do not qualify for the competition, official academies like Tianshui Academy and the TitleDouluo Academy will establish genius classes or elite classes for this purpose. The number of students is very small, but each one is an exceptionally talented soul master. Some soul master academies even spend large amounts of money and promise various benefits to poach students from other institutions for their genius soul masters. An elite class, huh? That sounds good. I'm indeed interested. Gu Xingge nodded, but the students of the elite class must be selected by him. In the original work, the participants from Tianshui Academy were not strong, with only 3 soul masters and 4 soul kings. Apart from Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer, who were only 16 years old, the other 5 students were around 20 years old. A 20-year-old soul king might seem talented to outsiders, but to Gu Xingge, their qualifications were too ordinary. It would take 2 years to elevate them to soul kings without using pills, even if he acquired the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He wouldn't waste precious herbs to enhance their cultivation. Instead of being tangled up in the original pairing of the Tianshui girls, it would be better to mix and reorganize to establish a new Tianshui girl group. At the end of the dinner, Gu Xingge thanked Lung Qishuang for her hospitality. The beautiful dean only smiled awkwardly, not daring to look at Bibi Dong beside him as she watched them leave. As they were leaving, Bibi Dong glanced back coldly at Lung Qishuang, making the mature beauty's legs go weak, nearly causing her to kneel. After returning to Gu Xingge's small villa, Bibi Dong eagerly tempted him, wrapping her arm around his, looking up at him, her pink lips slightly parted, her fragrant tongue lightly flicking. Like a mother cat licking her lips, and she seductively said, "Xingge, how are you going to punish me?" Since Bibi Dong was a first-time offender, Gu Xingge didn't want to impose too severe a punishment, so he decided to give the mature woman a verbal education, warning that if it happened again, it wouldn't be so simple. In the spirit hall of Wuhuan City, not long ago, TitleDouluo had someone deliver Gu Xingge's information to Tiando, which was handed over to Tianhui. Upon learning that the currently renowned Haoyang was actually the crown prince of Tiando, Tianhui was astonished. She had been lurking for so many years and didn't even know that Shui Qinghe had an elder brother. The Tiando royal family was too deeply hidden. If it were any other talented prince, Tianhui could arrange for someone to secretly deal with them. The 2 princes she had dealt with before, although having potential to threaten her position, were not significant enough. But Gu Xingge was different. He had already matured, not to mention dealing with him. She couldn't even shake him. Even if TitleDouluo suspected he had ulterior motives for joining the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't dare move against him openly. Moreover, if Gu Xingge spoke up, the Snow Knight Emperor might immediately abdicate the throne to him, rendering all her years of lurking efforts in vain. Ultimately, Tianhui's reply to TitleDouluo was to hold back for now. She would first test Gu Xingge to see what his views on the Spirit Hall and the Tiando royal family were, as her current identity was Shui Qinghe. However, TitleDouluo was still somewhat worried, fearing that Gu Xingge might see through his granddaughter's disguise and also concerned that Bibi Dong would spoil things, just like for over 20 years, spilling all the Spirit Hall's secrets. After conducting a verbal education, Gu Xingge forgave Bibi Dong for her previous aloofness and coldness and even fed her a bowl of late-night soy milk, warming her heart and stomach. However, His affection for Bibi Dong was not as strong as before. The Pope naturally sensed that Guxinga no longer loved her as much, feeling quite annoyed and regretful, while also worried. If he found out that his own brother had died in the Spirit Hall's plan, and that the current Xue Qinghe was a fake, he would surely be furious, and it was very likely that he would turn against her, which was the last thing Bibi Dong wanted to see. Leaning in Guxinga's embrace, resting against his chest, the stunning Pope listened to the rhythmic beating of his heart, her delicate, fair hand drawing circles on his chest, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of crimson light and a touch of ruthlessness. She would absolutely not allow anyone to take Guxinga away from her, nor would she let him leave her side. Bibi Dong had already missed one chance, so she would not miss a second. Her mind had long been twisted, obsessive, even insane. She no longer cared about love or affection. What she wanted was very simple, complete possession. If the day came when they had to sever ties, she would break his legs, cripple his cultivation, and chain him up to keep him by her side. If that failed, she would rather destroy him than let Guxinga fall in love with another woman. Glancing up at the handsome, heroic man who was playing with his hair, gently stroking his chest, Bibi Dong murmured to herself, "Xinga, I can satisfy all your requests, but don't let me down. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do." What was she thinking? Guxinga lowered his head to look at the slightly mature woman in his arms, teasing her wine-red hair. Noticing her silence, he gently asked her. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong collected her thoughts, shook her head to indicate that she wasn't thinking about anything, and since she didn't speak, Guxinga didn't press further. He held her in his arms and brought up the desire to take things further, only to be rejected by the slightly mature woman. "Xinga, just give me a little more time. When the time is right, I will give you what you want." Bibi Dong pleaded softly with Guxinga, stopping his actions and asking for more time, at least until the conclusion of the Rakshasa god examination. This made Guxinga show a hint of disappointment. He had already run back and forth countless times between first, second, and third bases, yet Bibi Dong just wouldn't let him hit a home run, which was quite frustrating. Noticing the disappointment in his eyes, Bibi Dong felt a moment of wavering, but soon became resolute again. The reason she wouldn't let Guxinga hit a home run was mainly out of fear that he would find out she wasn't as perfect as he imagined. Secondly, she didn't want to give in too quickly. By keeping him hanging, he would continue to think about her. The reason she wanted to wait until after the Rakshasa god examination to give herself to Guxinga was that after inheriting the Rakshasa god position, she could discard this unclean body and transform into the perfect Rakshasa divine body. By then, when they united, she could present him with her perfect self. "I am Sode, Shengzhe. It's not that I don't want to give myself to you. It's because of the limitations of the Rakshasa god examination." To reassure Guxinga, Bibi Dong fabricated a reason, saying it was due to the examination restrictions, and explained what the Rakshasa god examination was. As long as she passed the divine examination, she could inherit the Rakshasa god position and ascend to the divine realm, so she had to strictly follow the examination rules. "Xinga, if you really want it, I am willing to give it to you, but all my years of perseverance will go to waste. You love me so much. You wouldn't want me to fail the examination, right?" After saying this, a determined look appeared on Bibi Dong's stunning face, mixed with a hint of sadness, as if she would give in if Guxinga insisted, but was also saddened by the thought of her years of effort going to waste. Watching the beautiful Pope in his arms display such emotions and the ambiguous undertone in her words, Guxinga felt increasingly uneasy. This tone sounded so familiar. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Bibi Dong was actually trying to PUA him, and it was heavily flavored. Faced with the now somewhat manipulative Pope, a trace of helplessness flashed in Guxinga's eyes, but he wouldn't let this opportunity slip away easily. Now that Bibi Dong felt guilty, it was the perfect time. Once this moment passed, there would be no turning back. If there are flowers to be picked, pick them while you can. Don't wait until there are no flowers left to pick. Donger, the Rakshasa god examination concerns your future ascension to godhood. I certainly won't let your years of perseverance go to waste, but we can. He leaned down and whispered a few words in Bibi Dong's ear, causing her expression to change in various ways, from shock to surprise to shyness. Bibi Dong initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Guxinga's expectant look, she struggled for a long time before finally gritting her teeth and nodding to agree to his unreasonable request. As long as she could hold Guxinga firmly in her hands, ensuring his heart would always belong to her, Bibi Dong was willing to pay any price. Her extreme possessiveness made her willing to satisfy any of Guxinga's requests, but if Guxinga betrayed her, he would face Bibi Dong's insane revenge. "Donger, you're the best. I love you the most." Seeing her agree, Guxinga was overjoyed and leaned down to kiss the beautiful Pope's red lips, expressing his love for her. Hearing him say that he loved her the most, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in her heart. She hugged his back, gazing at his handsome face that seemed to grow larger before her eyes, revealing a deep longing for him, enjoying Guxinga's affection as they became crazily entwined, as if wanting to merge into one, inseparable. Yes, just love me alone. Bibidong's heart screamed almost crazily, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light, as if the mother spider, trapped in a dark mire from which she could never escape, was slowly using her web to pull the sun, which hung high in the sky and would never fall, into the dark mire, sinking together with her, in the small dimension of the demon soul. Qianhuan, come see me. One of the vice leaders of the demon soul sect, Qianhuan Duo, heard a cold voice. Qianhuan Duo's face, hidden beneath the hood, changed dramatically, revealing a look of pious respect. He quickly ended his training and headed to the soul-devouring holy mountain. The soul-devouring holy mountain was the holy land of the demon soul sect, and also the place where the sect leader secluded himself. Towering into the clouds and completely dark red, it stood thousands of meters high, resembling a long spear piercing the sky, as if to break through this dimension. The entire mountain exuded a strange aura, with blood-colored currents swirling around the summit, eroding everything in their path. Any object approaching the soul-devouring holy mountain would be eroded by the blood-red currents, consumed entirely, and turned into part of the holy mountain. Qian Huandao appeared at the foot of the mountain, respectfully kneeling, his eyes filled with awe. The sect leader, who had been in seclusion for 6 years, had finally emerged. He quickly reported the various affairs of the demon soul sect over the past 5 years to the sect leader. When he mentioned Haoyang Douluo, the sect leader interrupted Qian Huan Douluo's words, floating down a sentence from the mountain's peak. Where's Haoyang Douluo now? Master, he is currently at the Tianshui Academy. Chapter 47, discussing official business with the beautiful female dean. Upon hearing Qian Huan Douluo's report, the sect leader of the demon soul holy mountain fell silent for a long time. The originally cold voice showed a slight fluctuation, seeming to express joy, but also carrying a sense of having endured hardships and finally reaping the rewards. The gears of fate had finally meshed. Master, the sect has lost 8 Title Douluos. Do you think we should replenish them? At the foot of the mountain, Qian Huan Duo respectfully inquired of the sect leader. 8 Title Douluos. This number was such that even the top 3 sects combined couldn't muster it. Yet this was only 1/3 of the demon soul sect's Title Douluos. In just over 40 years, they had amassed no fewer than 25 Title Douluos, which made the demon soul sect terrifying, far surpassing the Wuhuan Hall. Perhaps even TitleDouluo had not anticipated that the demon soul sect possessed such a large number of Title Douluo powerhouses. However, from Qian Huan Douluo's tone, it seemed that replenishing the Title Douluo numbers was not a difficult task in his eyes. It just required the sect leader's approval. Go ahead. The sect leader slightly nodded, allowing Qian Huan Duo to go arrange it. Most of the elders and respected ones in the demon soul sect, except for a few who had reached Title Douluo through their own cultivation, were forcibly elevated using that substance. Even if one had a useless martial soul without soul power, as long as there was enough blood from living beings, they could be forcibly raised to Title Douluo. The side effect was that their cultivation would never advance again, and they would become that substance, becoming slaves to the demon soul sect leader. This is also why Qian Huan Duo referred to the sect leader as master rather than sect leader. The sect leader slowly stood up, a wave of spatial fluctuation appeared, and he vanished from the mountain peak, leaving no trace. The next day, as the first light of dawn appeared in the sky, Bibi Dong left Tianshui Academy and returned to Wuhuan City. Knock, knock, knock at noon. A rhythmic knocking sound echoed. Guxinga went downstairs to open the door, and there stood Lung Qishuang, the beautiful female dean, holding a roster in her hands. She was dressed in a simple qipao that wrapped around her mature and voluptuous figure, exuding a warm and elegant beauty. Teacher Gu, this is the roster of the Academy's students, which records the information of both new and old students, including their ages, martial souls, cultivation levels, and family information. Lung Qishuang handed the compiled roster to Guxinga. Her light blue eyeshadow accentuating her beautiful Danfeng eyes as she gazed at the handsome and valiant face of the man before her, a hint of admiration barely concealed. Taking the roster from the beautiful matron's hands, Guxinga yawned. Noticing his lack of energy, Lung Qishuang asked him with concern, "Did Teacher Gu not rest well last night?" Upon hearing this, he nodded, explaining that he had been delivering goods last night. However, due to the waterways being blocked by the Tsonggang's jurisdiction. He had to resort to land transport. Since it was his first time delivering goods by land, he lacked experience, and it wasn't as smooth as the waterways. He'd spent the whole night going back and forth, managing to deliver only 5 loads, which left him utterly exhausted. He was really feeling the strain on his body, especially with the peak coming up in just 2 days. Guxinga invited Lung Qishuang into the room, poured her a cup of tea, and then sat on the sofa flipping through the student roster. The roster recorded information about a total of 637 students at Tianshui Academy, including nobles, commoners, and disciples of sections. As he opened the first page, the first name that caught his eye was Shui Binger, which was presumably placed at the top on purpose. Shui Binger, 14 years old, possessed a top-grade Ice Attribute Beast Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix, and was a level 38 Control System Soul Master. Being 14 and at level 38, her talent was extraordinary. Even if she wasn't born with full soul power, she must have innate level 9 soul power. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, becoming a Title Douluo was a certainty. Interestingly, her mother was none other than Lan Qingyan. The second was Shui Wu, who came from the Tiando royal family and was the daughter of a marquis. Her father passed away early, and she took her mother's surname. In terms of blood relations, her mother was Guxinga's cousin, albeit a distant one. Shui Wu, 18 years old, had an auxiliary martial soul, Delicate Dance Snow Satin, and was a level 37 auxiliary system soul master. Shui Wu's martial soul was quite special, possessing the ability to control the weather. Upon seeing her classification as an auxiliary system soul master, Guxinga shook his head slightly. Such an exceptional martial soul should have made her a prime candidate for a control system soul master. So how did she end up as an auxiliary system soul master? Next were the other 5 members of the Tianshui girl group from the original work. Aside from Shui Yu, who was 14 and had just recently broken through to soul master, the other 4 were all around 18 years old, with soul power levels around 33 or 34. While both Shui Binger and Shui Wu caught Guxinga's attention, the other 5, although not bad, were merely decent. He quickly flipped through the information of the more than 600 other students and finally shook his head. The quality of this batch of students at Tianshui Academy was lacking. Putting the roster on the coffee table, Guxinga reached out and directly embraced the voluptuous and attractive female headmaster in his arms, inhaling the scent of roses from her body. A hint of affection appeared on his handsome face as he slowly spoke, his tone slightly disappointed. Aside from the first 7 students, the rest are not good. Although their qualifications can't be said to be poor, they're just average. To win the championship in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition, we must find another way. Lung Qishuang did not resist the intimate gesture from the man behind her. On the contrary, she enjoyed it. Hearing him express disappointment about the quality of the Academy's students made her heart sink. Sigh, if I hadn't proposed admitting commoner students, the quality of Tianshui Academy students would probably be even worse. Since the current students in the Academy were lacking in quality, they should recruit more. You can directly issue a notice to the continent, stating that Douluo Haoyang is teaching at Tianshui Academy. Students who enroll in Tianshui Academy and join the elite class will receive personal guidance from Douluo Haoyang. Guxinga asked the beautiful female dean to use him for advertising directly. Having a title, personally instructing them was not only tempting for those young soul masters in their teens, but even for Soul Douluo. Lung Qishuang showed a look of astonishment. In fact, she had also considered using Guxinga to promote the Tianshui Academy, but was afraid he might not be pleased, so she had never dared to bring it up. Hearing him mention it first, the beautiful female dean nodded repeatedly, indicating she would take care of it. With the presence of the Haoyang Douluo as a living advertisement, it would surely attract many talented soul masters. After discussing the student issues, they moved on to the number of elite class students. Guxinga did not impose restrictions. As long as they were outstanding enough, they could join the elite class. The rules for joining the elite class were simple. Innate soul power must reach level 7, age cannot exceed 16, and soul power must be above 35. If a 12-year-old has soul power above 25, they could also join the elite class. The reason for adding this last criterion was that Guxinga wanted to attract that little wildcat, as her greatest wish was to become stronger and break free from her family's constraints. The Tianshui girl group originally thought about disbanding and reorganizing, but considering Lung Qishuang mentioned they already had a certain level of tacit understanding, Guxinga gave up on the idea of reorganization and included all members of the Tianshui girl group in the elite class. Ding, a new system task has been triggered. Please pay attention to check it, host. Guxinga heard the system prompt and, as expected, did not check it immediately because he was holding Lung Qishuang in his arms. The protagonist is not a scumbag. The scumbag feels good about himself, is extremely selfish, good at taking, irresponsible, and enjoys playing with others' feelings. The protagonist is just a bit more affectionate, truly a son and sea god. Chapter 48, Undercover, Haoyang. Watching Lung Qishuang leave and looking at the voluptuous figure of the beautiful Dean, Gu Xingge showed a hint of admiration in his eyes. Compared to the stunningly beautiful and coldly imposing Bibi Dong, Lung Qishuang, this ripe and exquisite beauty, is much more appealing. They each have their own merits, and besides, the meat is right at his lips, he can eat it any time. Why not at a meal tonight? Suppressing the desire in his mind for the time being, Gu Xingge opened the system panel to check the newly triggered task. Task name, Contest Team, Task Content. Please select a team of participant from Tianshui Academy for the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition within 1 month, with 7 main members and 4 substitutes. Task reward, 1 summoning card for beings. This was a very simple system task, and Gu Xingge did not feel any difficulty. He was just interested in the reward, the summoning card for beings. I wonder what kind of beings it can summon. On the other side, after returning to the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong asked her attendant to summon her disciple to the Pope's hall, preparing to assign her a task. His Holiness the Pope sat lightly on the throne, having worked hard all night, and even her extraordinary physical condition as the ultimate Douluo made her feel a bit fatigued. As soon as she sat down, her brows slightly furrowed, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and a hint of pain was subtly revealed between her brows. She had to adjust her sitting posture, appearing quite unnatural, and a trace of resentment rose in her heart towards Gu Xingge, that bad guy. Who didn't he know how to cherish her? Bibi Dong secretly made up her mind that she absolutely couldn't let him act recklessly next time. But she also felt a bit worried. What if he insisted? She couldn't refuse him either. This made the weary Pope feel even more troubled. But thinking of Gu Xingge saying he loved her the most filled her heart with satisfaction. Well, this bit of pain she could still endure. And once she got used to it later, it would be fine. A few minutes later, a crisp and pleasant sound of high heels gradually approached, and a blonde girl walked into the Pope's hall, respectfully kneeling on one knee before Bibi Dong, her voice sweet and mesmerizing, making anyone who heard feel weak all over. Haoyang pays respects to His Holiness the Pope. Get up, Xiaona. Bibi Dong looked at the charming girl before her with a hint of affection in her eyes and slightly raised her hand to let her stand. Upon hearing this, Haoyang stood up. Her youthful beauty was alluring, with silky golden curls that reach her neck, a delicate oval face, captivating features, and irresistibly rosy lips. Her tall and proud figure was dressed in a tight-fitting silver and gold dress that accentuated her curves, her slender waist delicate enough to be grasped with one hand, making it hard to hold on to. Her long, beautiful legs were clad in asymmetrical silver stockings and silver high heels, standing charmingly in the grand hall. May I ask what important matter my teacher has summoned me for? Haoyang looked up at her teacher, whose sitting posture seemed a bit awkward, and respectfully inquired, her bewitching eyes filled with awe and admiration. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment, organized her words, and slowly spoke, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Xiaona, I have a task to assign to you. Do you have the confidence to complete it? As long as the teacher speaks, no matter how arduous the task, I will do my utmost to complete it, even if it costs me my life. Haoyang did not ask what the task was and immediately expressed her willingness to Bibi Dong, stating that even if it was a mission sure to lead to death, she would not flinch. This made Bibi Dong very satisfied. After all, she was her disciple, and she could rest easy. In that case, Xiaona, I hope you can go to Tianshui Academy, go undercover beside Elder Haoyang, monitor him, and report his whereabouts and the people and matters he has come into contact with to me at all times. Elder Haoyang? What? Teacher actually wants me to go undercover next to the famous Haoyang, Douluo? Haoyang was directly stunned. This? Was there a mistake somewhere? Seeing her disciple in shock, Bibi Dong was afraid she would misunderstand and began to explain to Haoyang, also revealing the matter between her and Gu Xingge. Xiaona, you are my most trusted disciple, and I want to hide it from you. I am in love with Elder Haoyang now, but unfortunately, as the Pope, I have to deal with the affairs of the Wuhuan Hall and cannot be by his side for long. Moreover, Elder Haoyang has chosen to stay at Tianshui Academy as a teacher due to his agreement with the dean, and we live apart. You must know how excellent Elder Haoyang is. I am afraid that without me by his side, those wild bees and butterflies will harass him. So I hope you can help me keep watch and block those wild bees and butterflies. After hearing her teacher's confession, Haoyang understood. After all, She had witnessed Elder Haoyang's excellence herself. At just 23 years old, he was a Title Douluo and had a glorious record of defeating 5 elders of the Evil Soul Hall. Not to mention her teacher. Even she was moved and even thought of taking action, only to find that her teacher had acted faster and had already won over Elder Haoyang. At that moment, Haoyang also noticed Bibidong's awkward sitting posture, and a hint of suspicion flashed in her enchanting eyes as she thought of the pain of losing her virginity. Feeling a surge of shock, could it be that her teacher had already taken that step with Elder Haoyang? Although she was somewhat uncertain, her teacher's unusual sitting posture and the slight pain that was hard to conceal between her brows made the blonde, charming girl believe her speculation. At the same time, Haoyang felt deeply moved. She didn't expect her teacher to trust her so much and share the matter of her love for Elder Haoyang with her. She would definitely not disappoint her teacher's trust. Rest assured, teacher, as long as I am here, I will absolutely not let those wild bees and butterflies approach Elder Haoyang. I believe you. Bibidong nodded in satisfaction. The reason she confessed her relationship with Guxinga was not because she trusted Haoyang, but to let her know that Guxinga was her man and not to have any improper thoughts. After all, Guxinga was too outstanding, and even though he was her own disciple, Bibidong was still uneasy. If Haoyang developed feelings for him without knowing their relationship, that would be problematic. Guxinga belongs only to her. No one else can lay a finger on him. If Haoyang really has inappropriate thoughts, then she shouldn't blame her teacher for not considering their teacher-student relationship. At Heavenly Water Academy, Lung Qishuang also announced that the Haoyang Douluo would be teaching at the academy. As long as one registers to join Heavenly Water Academy and passes the Haoyang Douluo's test, they can become a student of the Heavenly Elite class and receive guidance from Haoyang Douluo. Once this news was announced, it shook the Tiantou Empire and even the entire continent, attracting countless young spirit masters. After all, this was an opportunity to receive guidance from a Title Douluo. Moreover, it was the Haoyang Douluo who had killed 5 Title Douluos with a single move, which made those young spirit masters incredibly excited. However, the academy only admitted female students, and they must be female spirit masters under the age of 16 with a spirit power level of 35, directly filtering out at least 90% of those who wanted to enroll. Many spirit masters were disheartened, lamenting that they had missed an opportunity to be taught by a Title Douluo. Some representatives from major powers personally visited Heavenly Water Academy, offering substantial benefits, hoping that Lung Qishuang would relax the enrollment criteria. Usually, at this time, Lung Qishuang would have Lan Qingyan handle these matters. After all, she was the one most opposed to the presence of men at Heavenly Water Academy. Lan Qingyan, thank you so much. You really are my good sister. Chapter 49, Caught Stealing Water, Delivered to the Dragon Queen. Tiantou City, Tiantou Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Study, Emperor Xue looked at the information from Heavenly Water Academy in his hand, his expression quite complicated. He sighed softly, put down the information, and raised his eyes to look at Prince Xuesheng, who was waiting nearby, and slowly spoke. Xuesheng, tomorrow you will go and deliver the Han Hai Qian Jiao to Qingfeng. Yes, Your Majesty. Prince Xuesheng respectfully nodded. He had no objections to Emperor Xue entrusting the national treasure to Guxinga, as long as it wasn't given to Xueqinghe. At the same time, Emperor Xie and Prince Xuesheng hoped that through the Han Hai Qian Jiao, they could strengthen the relationship between the Tiantou royal family and Guxinga. After all, they were blood relatives. Then the old emperor drafted a decree. Bestow Xue Qingfeng Guxinga as the Prince of Haoyang of the Tiantou Empire. Within the Tiantou territory, he is granted a rank 3 official status and is awarded the Han Hai Qian Jiao, 1 million gold soul coins, and the territory of Lanjiang City and its surroundings for him. Emperor Xue instructed Prince Xuesheng to bring this decree along with the Han Hai Qian Jiao to Guxinga. If Guxinga accepted the Han Hai Qian Jiao, then this decree would be read. If not, it would be voided. He knew that his eldest son had little affection for the royal family, but at least he was still of royal blood, and should a great crisis arise for the Tiantou Empire in the future, he hoped he would step in to protect the royal family. The old emperor even thought about directly passing the throne to Guxinga. After all, he was too outstanding, and the old emperor felt very pleased. Not only the Tiantou royal family took action, but young female spirit masters from all over the continent began to head to Heavenly Water Academy, all wanting to become students of the Heavenly Elite class and receive guidance from a Title Douluo, which would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for their spirit master careers. The magnificent Tianlan River, spanning north and south across the Tiantou Empire, surged with waves, and above the river, a golden figure walked upon the water as if on solid ground. the waves not affecting him, and the spirit beasts retreating far away. This should be enough. The golden figure was Guxinga. He looked around, seeing no one, no sailboats, just the surging river water, the rising waves, and the aquatic spirit beasts leaping in the river, nothing else. He gently placed his hand on the river's surface, the laws of the bright realm manifesting, forming a plundering field of a full 10 meters in size, voraciously devouring the water and aquatic life of the Tianlan River. The water and aquatic life that were plundered into the bright realm flowed into the river channels he had planned in advance. The waterway designed by Guxinga almost spans the north and south of the Ming realm, with a total length of over 800 kilometers and a depth of 5 kilometers. Named Sun and Moon River. As the waters of the Tianlan River flowed in, it was as if the Milky Way was pouring into the human realm, gradually filling the Sun and Moon River with murky water, aquatic plants taking root at the riverbed, and water creatures wandering within, brimming with life, marking the birth of the first water source in the Ming realm. Outside, Guxinga could distinctly sense that the water level where he was located had dropped significantly, and he felt an inexplicable gaze upon him, startling him internally. Oh no, he thought, it's over, I've stolen too much, and the owner has set his sights on me. He immediately stopped, no longer robbing the waters of Tianlan River, and only then did that inexplicable gaze gradually disappear. Looking at the area where the water level of Tianlan River had dropped by at least 10 meters, Guxinga felt quite embarrassed. If he had known, he wouldn't have stolen so much at once. He should have taken it gradually. Now he was being watched, and it seemed he would have to lay low for a while. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly heard a furious roar from the depths of the river, shaking the surface into turbulent waves, with water shooting into the sky like a waterfall, blocking out the sun, mist rising, and splashes exploding. A white, long, four-clawed figure was tumbling in the water curtain, then suddenly burst out from the deluge, its scaly tail whipping towards Guxinga. Facing the incoming tail of the dragon, without much thought, Guxinga immediately activated his Tian martial soul. A cold, bright, solitary silver moon rose behind him, with 3 red and 6 orange-gold soul rings rising and floating beneath his feet, unmatched in power. The overwhelming pressure of a peerless Douluo was unleashed, suppressing that black dragon in an all-encompassing manner. The originally magnificent river surface solidified under this terrifying pressure, and countless aquatic beings seemed to be frozen in time, also immobilized in the river. The white dragon, just emerging from the water curtain, had yet to display its might when it was forcefully crushed by the mountain-like pressure, heavily smashing onto the frozen river surface, looking rather embarrassed and unable to get up. The white dragon, facing the terrifying pressure, struggled to lift its head to look at Guxinga, and one could even see traces of grievance and anger in its enormous eyes. It seemed to convey that although it was not human, you were truly a dog. Stealing water from my home was one thing, but threatening me as well. Guxinga floated in midair, looking down at the white jade dragon. Its aura was powerful, and it must have been over 90,000 years old, probably not far from 100,000. This should be its territory, but that didn't mean it was its home water. After all, this area was also forcibly taken from other soul beasts. He was not a killer and held no strong prejudice against soul beasts. Unless they provoked him or was necessary for a soul ring, he wouldn't hunt them casually. Since this white dragon brought trouble upon itself by swinging its tail at him, it could only blame itself. Guxinga thought of the 100 Beasts map and began to entertain the idea of subduing it. As the gaze of the white jade flood dragon gradually changed, it gave the dragon a bad premonition, prompting it to struggle frantically. It regretted coming out, realizing it had fallen into a wolf's den. The 100 Beasts map appeared in hand, and Guxinga landed in front of the defenseless white jade flood dragon, describing the mountains and rivers. The 100 Beasts map opened up, and with a thought, it emitted a dazzling light, radiating the laws of the contract, directly enveloping the white jade flood dragon. Under the glow of the 100 Beasts map, the white dragon's form continuously shrank and was forcibly drawn into the picture. One could see that a small white snake had appeared in the painting of mountains and rivers, which upon closer inspection was indeed a white dragon. As the white jade flood dragon was subdued, some information about it also appeared in Guxinga's mind. Name, Dragon Queen, gender, female, race, Tianshui Black Dragon, variant, cultivation, 98, 734 years. It's a female dragon. This was unexpected for Guxinga. This white dragon turned out to be a female dragon, and it was a variant spirit beast. Generally, variant spirit beasts are significantly stronger than normal spirit beasts. Dragon Queen? Is there a Dragon King as well? If the Dragon King discovered that his wife had been subdued by him, would he choose to turn the black dragon green or come to deliver himself to death? Even if the Dragon King's cultivation reached 100,000 years, Guxinga wouldn't take it seriously, unless it was one of the top 5 of the 10 fierce beasts or the 2 deep-sea magic whales in the ocean. He didn't regard other spirit beasts on the Douluo continent at all. However, with the Dragon Queen's cultivation already reaching over 98,000 years, with another 1,000 or 800 years of effort, reaching 100,000 years wouldn't be a problem, making her worth cultivating. Having 100,000-year dragon as a mount would be quite nice. His figure disappeared over the Tianlan River, where the frozen river water began to flow again, and the water creatures scattered in fear, worried that Guxinga would return. Dragon Queen, although I'm not human, you're really a dog. Chapter 50. Named Dragon Queen White Jade Queen, although Guxinga plundered a large amount of water and aquatic creature from the Tianlan River in one go. This was nothing compared to the Tianlan River, which stretches over 7,000 kilometers and is unknown in depth. As water from other areas of the Tianlan River flowed into the plundered area, the rivers converged, smoothing over all traces, showing no signs of change. Aside from the plain consciousness, even experienced fishermen did not notice any anomalies in the Tianlan River. At this moment, the Dragon King, who was still carefree in another section of the Tianlan River, had no idea that he had been robbed. Not only had his water been stolen, but even his wife had been forcibly taken away. In the Ming realm, the Sun and Moon River flowed with water, swift and slow in balance, ceaselessly streaming, grand and magnificent, rippling with countless waves and churning with endless froth. It traversed the current Ming realm continent, becoming the river that divided the north and south, stretching 800 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide, nurturing countless aquatic creatures and serving as the only water source in the current Ming realm. Guxinga appeared above the Sun and Moon River, looking at the now expansive river with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He then took out the beast chart and released the Jiao Queen from the secret realm within the chart. The white Jade Jiao dragon appeared before him, her large eyes reflecting a human-like unwillingness and helplessness. She respectfully lowered her head and communicated with Guxinga using her spiritual power, addressing him with reverence. Master. Guxinga nodded in satisfaction, finding her quite perceptive, not needing him to train her further. Observing the Jiao Queen, she was different from the usual black Jiao of the Tianshui. As a mutated soul beast, she was entirely pure white, with green eyes and white scales. Her figure was long and beautiful, her scales smooth like silk, as if sculpted from white jade. Though she appeared to have only a thin layer, she was harder than fine iron. The sunlight shone on her white scales, making her dazzling and difficult to look at directly. Since you are now my spirit pet, you are no longer the Jiao Queen. From now on, you shall be called by Guxinga was about to name the Jiao Empress by Suzhen. But then he thought twice. Bai Suzhen was a white snake, while the Jiao Empress was a white Jiao, so the name didn't quite fit. After hesitating for a while, he looked at the Jiao Empress's pure white scales and continued to bestow a name. From now on, you shall be called by Yujia. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name. The Jiao Empress, no, she should be called by Yujia, accepted the name, but she felt that there was something strange about it. Guxinga then raised his hand and lightly pointed to the Sun and Moon River, issuing an order to Bai Yujia. Bai Yujia, from now on you will be the master of the Sun and Moon River, responsible for leading all the aquatic beings in the river and guarding the Golden Ancient Tree. The middle section of the Sun and Moon River is where the sapling of the Golden Ancient Tree is located. Besides ordinary aquatic beings, there are also many aquatic soul beasts in the river. Although the sapling is protected by the barrier I set up, it is still better to have beings guarding it just in case. Your subordinate will obey. Although Bai Yujia was quite reluctant in her heart, her life was in the hands of the other party, and she had no choice but to comply. To help Bai Yujia quickly break through to 100,000 years, Guxinga took out 5 portions of Millennium Ice Marrow and placed them in front of her, saying, "Your cultivation has already reached 98,000 years, and you are not far from 100,000 years. Taking these Millennium Ice Marrows should help you break through to 100,000 years." Sensing the powerful ice attribute energy contained in the Millennium Ice Marrows, Bai Yujia, though not an ice attribute soul beast, felt immense joy, as water and ice are inseparable. And she repeatedly thanked Guxinga. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift. I will not disappoint your expectations." Bai Yujia opened her mouth and swallowed the 5 portions of Millennium Ice Marrow, preparing to refine them, while Guxinga summoned the Snow Empress. The noble and proud snow-haired elder sister appeared beside him, her 3,000 white strands of hair fluttering, perfectly pure, coldly beautiful, surrounded by swirling snowflakes that enveloped her graceful figure, keeping others at a distance of 1,000 miles. Except for Guxinga and the Ice Emperor, no one dared to come within 3 feet of her. Snow Empress, this is my newly acquired spirit pet, by Haoyang. Please help her refine the energy of the Millennium Ice Marrow within her. Guxinga opened her mouth to request the Snow Emperor's help for, by Haoyang to break through. As a being that was once ranked 3rd among the top 10 fierce beasts, it was not difficult to help a soul beast that had existed for nearly 98,000 years to refine the energy within. The Snow Emperor glanced at by Haoyang and sensed a strong ice attribute energy within her, produced by the Millennium Profound Ice Marrow, and nodded in agreement. With the Snow Emperor's assistance, the ice attribute energy contained in by Haoyang's Millennium Profound Ice Marrow was easily refined. However, to break through to the 100,000-year level, she still needed to pass the heavenly tribulation. After overcoming the 100,000-year heavenly tribulation, she could choose to transform into a human or continue cultivating in her soul beast form. But the opportunity to transform into a human only arises after passing the first heavenly tribulation. Although fierce beasts can transform into human forms, it is actually reliant on their own powerful strength to change their physical form, which is not as complete as transforming into a human. Guxinga let by Haoyang manage the Sun and Moon River first, and once her cultivation was stable, she would let her return to the Douluo world to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, the Snow Empress returned to his body, and the Ice Empress was still waiting for her to play chess. Opening the world panel, Guxinga checked the current level of improvement of the Mingjia. World true name, Mingjia, World Master, Guxinga, World status, newly born small plane, World completeness, 39, 69, World origin, 11749. 59, note, all things in the world are created from the origin. The more origin, the stronger the world. The world completeness had already reached 39, and the bodies of the Ice Empress and Snow Empress had also transformed into origin, breaking the 10,000 mark directly. However, this time they had plundered too many resources from the Douluo world at once, and the plane consciousness of the Douluo plane was keeping a close eye on them. It seemed they needed to lay low for a while. He also had a common level lottery to use. The system provided a monthly common level lottery, and he immediately chose to use it. Ding, common level lottery used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9th rank body refinement technique. 9th rank body refinement technique? From a name, it was clear that this was a method related to physical training. Guxinga chose to accept it, and information about the 9th rank body refinement technique and its cultivation method flooded into his mind. Name, 9th rank body refinement technique. Description, a basic body refining method from a high-level fantasy world, divided into 3 realms and 9 ranks. The first 3 ranks refine flesh and skin, the middle 3 refine tendons and bones, and the last 3 refine blood and marrow. When a 9th rank is perfected, one's vitality is like that of an ox. Physical strength can reach 10,000 pounds, and physical defense is greatly enhanced, impervious to water and fire. Weapons cannot penetrate, and one is unafraid of poisons. Good heavens, I thought common level lotteries had nothing good, but it seems I was mistaken. Indeed, lotteries depend on luck. If this 9th rank body refinement technique were to spread, it would surely drive countless people on the Douluo continent crazy. After accepting the 9th rank body refinement technique, Guxinga left the Mingjia, and as the Mingjia became more and more complete, the number of living beings increased, and the plane consciousness belonging to the Mingjia was gradually growing stronger. Taking an original route, although the pace may be a bit slow, please be patient. If the pace is too fast, it can easily collapse, just like my previous few books, Chapter 51, Lung Qishuang's Worry, the Academy is out of money. Tianshui Academy. President's Office. The office was elegantly decorated, not overly extravagant, with various types of rose-potted plants neatly arranged in every corner of the room, totaling no less than 100. Each rose had been carefully tended, blooming beautifully and brightly, making it feel as if one were in a rose house. The alluring fragrance of roses filled the entire office, rich and fragrant, intoxicating. The voluptuous and proud, beautiful president sat in a large chair, her ample figure causing the chair to creak under her weight. She lowered her head to look at the documents on the table, one hand propping up her fair, jade-like forehead, with some strands of hair slipping through her fingers, slightly messy and draping over the desk. her exquisite face subtly revealing worry. With her dark brows slightly furrowed. In front of Lung Chi-shuang was the Academy's new planning proposal. But what good was it if they had no money? Although Tianshui Academy was one of the 5 elemental academies, compared to the other 4 elemental academies, it was far inferior in terms of scale, faculty strength, and funding. Among the 5 elemental academies, Xiangjia Academy was backed by the Xiangjia sect, Thunder Academy was supported by the Blue Electro-Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and Shenkong Academy and Qihua Academy had connections with the Tianshui nobles. Only Tianshui Academy was destitute, without any sect forces or noble support, and was at the bottom of the 5 elemental academies. Despite having Haoyang stationed there now, making it quite prosperous, no one understood the internal situation of the academy better than Lung Chi-shuang. Long ago, the academy's finances had gone into the red, and if it weren't for Lung Chi-shuang constantly finding ways to maintain it, even putting in her own money and relaxing the admission rules to enroll commoners, increasing tuition income, the financial deficit would have lasted even longer and might have affected the academy's operations. To make a joke, in the vast Tianshui Academy, there were now less than 300,000 gold soul coins in the account, of which over 100,000 were tuition fees paid by students. Although the empire provided various subsidies and funds to soul master academies, it was also based on the academy's overall strength. Currently, Tianshui Academy's funding for one academic season was only 500,000 gold soul coins, and it had to be applied for, not directly issued. Sigh. I wonder when the empire will approve the academy's application. Lung Chi-shuang sighed again. If it weren't for her many businesses outside frequently providing money to the academy, it would have collapsed long ago. She regretted taking the position of president. If she had known, she might as well have let Lan Qingyan take it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and the beautiful president did not look up, softly saying, "Come in." Hearing this, Guxinga pushed open the office door, and a wave of rose fragrance hit him, quite intoxicating, just like the pleasant scent of Lung Chi-shuang. Seeing the beautiful woman with her head down, looking troubled, he felt a bit puzzled and gently asked, "You look so worried. Have you encountered some trouble?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lung Chi-shuang looked up at him, her mature and beautiful face breaking into a smile as she shook her head, indicating it was nothing serious. Seeing her intention to conceal, Gu Shingo walked over to the mature beauty, took her fair wrist, pulled her up from the large chair, and sat down in the chair himself. Then embraced Lung Chi-shuang's ample figure in his arms, inhaling her pleasant rose-scented body fragrance, leaning close to her ear and speaking. The warm breath he exhaled causing a hint of unusual redness to cling to her delicate earlobe. "With our relationship, why hide anything? Tell me what happened." The beautiful president was instantly put at ease and did not hide the financial strain of the academy, honestly telling Guxinga. Tianshui Academy was a high-level soul master academy, and the less than 300,000 gold soul coins on the books made it very difficult to last through an academic season. For instance, Guxinga's monthly salary alone was 50,000 gold soul coins, and with the academy's funds being less than 300,000, it wasn't even enough to cover half a year of his salary. After listening to the voluptuous beauty in his arms, Guxinga understood. The gist was that they didn't know when the higher-ups would allocate funds, and the academy was running out of money. After all, the other 4 elemental academies had strong backing from major forces and nobles, not having to worry about funding issues. While Tianshui Academy could only wait in misery for the Tiando Empire to allocate funds. "I will help you solve the academy's funding problem. After all, I'm also the vice president of the academy and should contribute my share." Guxinga playfully twirled Lung Chi-shuang's beautiful hair, leaning down to inhale her wonderful and fragrant body scent. He softly reassured her not to worry about the academy's financial issues, as he would take care of it. Although he and T paid much attention to money during his years away, only needing enough to get by, he had quite a few good things in his system space. Even a single item he casually took out could be worth over 1,000,000 gold soul coins at auction. Hearing that he would help, the beautiful female, Dean showed a hint of embarrassment. After all, Guxinga was someone she had invited back, and now he was helping the academy financially without even receiving his salary yet. That didn't seem right. "Shinga, this isn't good, is it?" Guxinga gently embraced Lung Chi-shuang, his palm caressing her fair and smooth face as he softly spoke. "It's decided then. Tonight I want to eat the dishes you make. Come to my dorm." Hearing the man's firm tone that brooked no refusal, the beautiful woman enjoyed his affection, obediently nodding, which greatly pleased Guxinga. He reached out to lift Lung Chi-shuang's chin, raising her face to look at her enticing lips adorned with light blue lip gloss. preparing to lean down for a kiss to savor her sweetness. But unexpectedly, a knock on the door interrupted Guxinga's mood. Director Lung, Prince Xuexing has arrived at the academy. The voice of Lan Qingyan came from outside. Upon hearing that Prince Xuexing had come, Lung Qishuang was somewhat puzzled. What could that prince be doing here? Could it be that the empire has agreed to allocate funds? I see. Please have His Highness wait a moment. The beautiful woman director spoke, asking Prince Xuexing to wait, as she rose from Guxinga's embrace, tidied herself up, and looked at the man sitting in the large chair. Her lips slightly parted, her voice gentle and soft. I'll go meet Prince Xuexing first. You wait here. I'll accompany you. Guxinga shook his head and stood up. The Snowstar Prince came to the Tianshui Academy, probably for her. To avoid Lung Qishuang making an extra trip later, he would accompany her. Seeing that he was going with her, the beautiful female, Dean, slightly nodded and walked out of the office with Guxinga. At the door, Lan Qingyan, who had not yet left, noticed that Guxinga was actually walking out with Lung Qishuang, and her expression changed slightly. Her delicate nose twitched as she caught the scent of roses on Guxinga, and a hint of astonishment appeared in her eyes. They actually dared to sneak around in the office. Director Lan, where's the Snowstar Prince now? Sensing the strange gaze from the beautiful Dean, Lung Qishuang's pretty face flushed unnaturally, and she quickly asked Lan Qingyan where the Snowstar Prince was. Lan Qingyan took a deep look at her and Guxinga, then turned to lead the way. Regarding the selection of candidates for the Tianshui elite class, does anyone have any advice? Chapter 52, Prince Haoyang. The Han Haotian Kuan Shield. Reception room of the academy. Dressed in luxurious clothing, the Snowstar Prince sat in a chair with two Soul Master Guards standing behind him. He sipped tea while occasionally glancing at the door, waiting for Guxinga's arrival. A few minutes later, three figures entered the reception room. Upon seeing Guxinga beside Lung Qishuang, the Snowstar Prince's aged face showed joy, and he quickly stood up to greet them. Greetings, Your Highness. The beautiful Dean slightly bowed in greeting as the Snowstar Prince approached. Although the Snowstar Prince had a low soul power cultivation, his status as a prince of the Tiando Empire was noble, and even as a Soul Douluo, she could not be too rude. The Snowstar Prince smiled and nodded in response, then turned his gaze to Guxinga, seemingly expecting something. Uncle. Seeing his expectant expression, Guxinga felt quite helpless and could only coldly call out uncle. Although he had little familial affection for the Tiando royal family, he still had to address the Snowstar Prince as uncle due to blood ties. It was a matter of basic etiquette. Hearing this uncle, the Snowstar Prince's smile grew even wider, while Lung Qishuang and Lan Qingyan, both beautiful women, showed expressions of surprise, looking at Guxinga in astonishment. What was going on here? Qingfeng, your uncle is here because your father has something for me to give you, to congratulate you on breaking through to the Title Douluo. The Snowstar Prince said, taking out a beautifully ornate box from his storage soul guide. Upon hearing the word father, Lung Qishuang and Lan Qingyan guessed something, and their surprise deepened, not expecting him to have this layer of identity hidden. What is this? Looking at the exquisite box, Guxinga keenly sensed a vast and gentle energy emanating from it, like the sea. Could be the Han Haotian Kuan Shield. The Snow Emperor actually let the Snowstar Prince bring this national treasure to give to him. The Snowstar Prince opened the box, and immediately, the entire reception room was enveloped in a strong, radiant light. Inside the box was a blue triangular object, translucent and about the size of a palm, seemingly carved from sapphire. The crystalline blue light flowed around it. A strange energy wave that was vast like the ocean spread and diffused, with water-like patterns rippling on the Han Haotian Kuan Shield's surface, vividly alive, with circles of blue light waves washing over it, filling the entire reception room with a faint glow. Next to the Han Haotian Kuan Shield was a golden soul card. Lung Qishuang and Lan Qingyan were deeply attracted by the Han Haotian Kuan Shield, their beautiful eyes covered with a layer of crystalline blue light, looking incredibly beautiful. It really is the Han Haotian Kuan Shield. They actually spared this for me. My old man is really generous. Looking at the extraordinary Han Haotian Kuan Shield radiating treasure light in a box, Guxinga thought to himself, since they even bestowed the Han Haotian Kuan Shield to him, shouldn't the next step be to grant him a title like Prince? Sure enough, the Snowstar Prince held the Han Haotian Kuan Shield in both hands and spoke loudly. Crown Prince Xuexing Feng, gifted and talented, specially granted the title of Prince. Title Haoyang, within the Tiando territory, ranked 3 levels above officials, bestowed the Han Haotian Kuan Shield, 1 million gold soul coins. In the territory of Lanjiang City and surrounding 100 miles, gifts of treasures, money, and even territory. Guxinga's expression subtly changed, but he did not refuse. He reached out to take the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield from the Snow Star Prince's hands, his voice gentle as he slightly bowed. As you command, thank you. Your Majesty. Why would he refuse such a good thing? Should he leave it for that Tang San? Seeing Guxinga accept the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield, the Snow Star Prince was also delighted. Just accept it, just accept it. Prince Haoyang, if you have free time, don't forget to visit Tiando City and see His Majesty. He misses you very much. The Han Hai Qian Kuan shield had been delivered, and the Snow Star Prince did not linger. He encouraged Guxinga a few more times, hoping he could forgive the Snow Emperor, as their past mistake had been an oversight. However, when they learned of his existence, the Snow Emperor was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. He was very concerned about his son. The Snow Emperor always felt he owed his eldest son, Guxinga, and if it weren't for that accident back then, the current crown prince wouldn't be Xue Qinghe, but him. However, the Snow Emperor couldn't directly give the position of crown prince to Guxinga to make up for it, so he thought to grant him the title of prince, along with the national treasure and the southern water city of Lanjiang as his territory. One was to compensate Guxinga, and the other was to hope that in the future, if the empire faced a crisis, he could help and protect the Tiando royal family from destruction, turning the tide. Hearing this, Guxinga nodded. He would go to Tiando City, but not now. As a junior, even if he wasn't close to the Snow Star Prince, the other party was still his uncle. Guxinga personally escorted the Snow Star Prince out of the Tianshui Academy, watching him get into the carriage and leave. Lung Qishuang and Lan Qingyan followed behind Guxinga, both looking at him with expressions of surprise. The Tiando Crown Prince? Prince Haoyang? No, they needed to sort this out. However, Lan Qingyan didn't have time to care about Guxinga's identity right now. She had other matters to deal with. Before leaving, she shot a resentful glance at the beautiful dean. All of this was her doing. Those forces wanting to send their juniors into the elite class were all looking for her, making her unable to cope. Lung Qishuang sensed her good friend's resentful gaze, instinctively choosing to avoid it, revealing an awkward expression. Here, this 1 million gold soul coins could be considered as funding for the academy. Guxinga carefully stored the Oceanic Universe cover, while handing the golden soul card containing 1 million gold soul coins to Lung Qishuang for her to use as the academy's funds. The beautiful female dean was not polite and took it without hesitation, and the two headed back to the office together. Although the admission requirements for the elite class of Tianshui Academy were extremely strict, requiring innate soul power to be above level 7, and candidates to be under 16 years old with soul power of level 35 or 12 years old with soul power above level 25. And they had to be female and attractive. Many young female soul masters still came to apply. Some students from other academies even chose to drop out and transfer to Tianshui Academy. Among them was the talented girl Yi Lingling from the Tiando Royal Academy, who reached level 35 at just 15 years old, making her the undisputed pride of Tiando Royal Academy. Upon learning that Haoyang Duo was at Tianshui Academy, she did not hesitate at all, choosing to drop out and go to Tianshui Academy with her mother, Yi Yusi. There was also the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who had initially planned to run away from home, but changed her mind and begged her father to send her to Tianshui Academy. Deeply captivated by Guxinga's powerful performance during the sealing ceremony in Soto City at the Rose Hotel. Just after arriving in Soto City and having a fight with Dai Mubai, Tang San suddenly looked up after securing a room. He gazed towards the direction of Tianshui Academy, feeling as if something very important was leaving him, no longer belonging to him, which made Tang San extremely troubled and uncomfortable. Brother, what's wrong? Beside Tang San, a young girl in a dark green dress with a charming appearance noticed his dazed expression and asked with concern. He shook his head, indicating that he was fine. I'm fine, Xiaozhu. Candidates for the elite class. Can anyone guess who they are? Chapter 53. Stealing a bite behind Bibi Dong's back in the dean's office. The office was painted in ocean blue, with shimmering waves, as if one was submerged in the sea. Guxinga sat in the large chair, holding the mature and voluptuous female dean in his arms, inhaling her rose-like fragrance. One hand gently caressing Lung Qishuang's ample and proud figure, while the other played with the Oceanic Universe cover, studying this artifact. Lung Qishuang leaned against Guxinga's chest, enjoying his caress, her beautiful eyes watching the blue triangular object that radiated a hazy brilliance, resembling a sapphire, with a curious expression. Although she did not know what it was, she could sense the immense energy it emanated, indicating it was surely not an ordinary item. As he fiddled with the Oceanic Universe cover, Guxinga recalled that in the original story, Tang Xin recognized the master by dripping blood to activate the sea goddess consciousness within. He had little interest in the sea goddess position. But since this item had come into his hands, it indicated that he had a connection with the sea goddess position. Heaven does not take, but rather brings calamity. Gu Xingge pressed his finger slightly, and the Hanhai Qianquan shield pierced through his skin, breaking flesh and causing blood to flow out. The artifact continuously absorbed the blood, and the originally blue halo gradually turned into a strange red. After a while, a wisp of blue light drifted out from the Hanhai Qianquan shield, a faint phantom. Upon seeing Gu Xingge, the phantom suddenly smiled, slowly spoke with a voice filled with surprise and a hint of emotion, saying something inexplicable. After all these years, it has finally waited for this. After the words were spoken, the blue light flashed, and the phantom returned to the Hanhai Qianquan shield. The red light, which had been tainted by blood, gradually retracted, returning to an incredibly clear blue, with only a wisp of strange red light at the core. Gu Xingge frowned, wondering what had arrived. Who was he? The sea god? Was he waiting for his successor? Filled with confusion, he infused a trace of soul power into the Hanhai Qianquan shield, and instantly, the triangular blue light shone brightly, as if it had come to life, with a flow of precious light swirling around it. The blue waves rippled outward, incredibly mystical, and strange patterns appeared on its surface, showing the Hanhai Qianquan shield's thirst for soul power. Seeing this, Gu Xingge increased the output of his soul power, allowing it to absorb as much as it needed. The Hanhai Qianquan shield radiated even more dazzling blue light, illuminating the office, causing Lung Qishuang to turn her head, unable to look directly at the brilliant blue light. The deep blue triangular body gradually floated up and began to rotate slowly in front of Gu Xingge uncontrollably, while a beam of blue light shot into his forehead, transmitting various messages about the Hanhai Qianquan shield into his mind. The scenery before Gu Xingge also changed. His soul consciousness immersed in a marvelous world, with an endless expanse of azure sea and sky. Beneath his feet was the surging, vast ocean, boundless and infinite. Above him was the clear blue sky, without a cloud. Being in this world made him feel his thoughts were incredibly pure, all desires were purified, and he felt completely transparent. In Lung Qishuang's eyes, however, it was a different scene. To her, after Gu Xingge was hit by the blue light from the Hanhai Qianquan shield, his whole body was enveloped in a stunningly bright blue light, gradually floating up from the large chair, while Lung Qishuang fell down from him, her ample backside making intimate contact with the ground. Yet, the beautiful Dean didn't care about the pain in her backside, her gaze fixed on the handsome man floating in midair like a deity, while she vigilantly guarded the surroundings for him. Gu Xingge lightly raised his left hand, and the Hanhai Qianquan shield floated into his palm. With each rotation, the blue light surrounding him became denser, with the brightest glow coming from behind him, where his only soul bone was located. Layer upon layer of blue light surged out, dyeing everything around it into deep blue. After a long while, as the blue light receded, Gu Xingge slowly awakened. When he opened his eyes, the blue light flowed and swirled, the radiance crystal clear, as if it were an extension of his body. Lung Qishuang, who was guarding him, saw him wake up and quickly asked with concern, "Xingge, how do you feel? Is there anything wrong with your body?" "Don't worry. It was just the Hanhai Qianquan shield recognizing its master. As for whether there's anything wrong with my body, you can check it yourself tonight looking at the beautiful Dean who was concerned for him." Gu Xingge reassured her that she needn't worry. If she was really uneasy, there would be plenty of time for her to check tonight. Upon hearing this, Lung Qishuang's beautiful face flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. Sitting back in the large chair, Gu Xingge lightly patted his thigh, and the beautiful Dean obediently perched her ample backside on his lap, nestled in his embrace, enjoying the warm hug like the dawn. Meanwhile, a system prompt sounded in Gu Xingge's mind again. "Ding, a new system task has been triggered. Please check host." Another new task. Gently stroking Lung Qishuang's voluptuous body, he looked at the Hanhai Qianquan shield floating in front of him, believing this new task must be related to it, or perhaps to the sea god. Opening the system panel, the new task appeared before his eyes. Task name: Sea God Inheritance. Task content: recognize the master of the heart of the sea god. The host can choose himself or cultivate a soul master to participate in the Sea God S9 trials to inherit the Sea Goddess position. Task reward: 1 heavenly level lottery draw, 1 source of oceanic laws. This reward is indeed generous. 1 heavenly level lottery draw and 1 source of oceanic laws. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. It was just about cultivating a successor to the sea god, and he was in. As for why he wasn't inheriting the sea god's position himself, Guxinga had grander ideals. He wanted to collect faith and become a god like the sea god and the angel god. Moreover, he was determined to obtain the source of oceanic laws in the rewards, as it was fundamental to nurturing oceanic and marine life. After putting away the Hanhai Qinquan shield, Guxinga felt very good, looking at the mature and voluptuous beautiful Dean in his arms. His fingers moved, and he directly leaned down to kiss her warm lips, which were coated with light blue lipstick. Lung Qishuang's phoenix eyes widened in surprise, revealing a hint of shyness, but she did not resist. Instead, she cooperatively entwined with him. On the other side, after Prince Xuexing returned to Tiantou City, he reported the events that had occurred at the Tianshui Academy to Emperor Xue. That day, an announcement regarding Guxinga's background and his appointment as the Tiandou Prince was issued from the Tiandou Imperial Palace, spreading throughout the Tiandou Empire and even the entire continent. Neither the Spirit Hall nor other empires and kingdoms expected that the famous Haoyang was actually the lost first prince of the Tiandou royal family. Was this announcement indirectly telling the world that this Haoyang had returned to the Tiandou royal family? According to the historical records of the Tiandou Empire, in the year 2641 of the Douluo calendar, on October 3rd, Xue Shiqingfeng, extraordinarily gifted, both virtuous and talented, reached the Title Douluo level at the young age of 23, deeply favored by the emperor, granted the national treasure Hanhai Qinquan shield, and specially conferred the title of duke, with the title Haoyang, granting him the territory of Lanjiang City and its surrounding 100 miles. Henceforth, Lanjiang City became the territory of the Gu family for generations under Haoyang. BB Dong. So you're sneaking around behind my back, huh? Just you wait. I'll break your third leg. Chapter 54. Suspected rebirth of Xiao Wu. On October 4th, the weather was clear and sunny, perfect for going out. Finally arrived. Outside, the Tianshui Academy. A rabbit-eared girl wearing a pink dress stood in front of the Azure Academy gate, looking up at the Academy's name on the door, her slightly immature and delicate face adorned with a sweet smile, as if she had just eaten honey, very happy as she cheerfully said, "Hee Uncle Dija. Xiao Wu is here." Not long after the rabbit-eared girl entered, another girl with cat ears dressed in black and purple leather appeared at the Academy gate. The girl glanced at the Academy name, then gracefully walked into the Academy with cat-like elegance. Afterward, one after another, some girls wanted to join the Tianshui elite class. Along with their parents, entered the Academy. On the east side playground of the Tianshui Academy, girls in blue Academy uniforms came and went, all with great looks. Youthful and vibrant, exuding youthful charm. The fitted uniforms accentuated their well-developed young bodies, beautiful and exquisite, with large, fair legs flashing by, dazzling in the sunlight, very eye-catching. The air was filled with the fragrance of the girls, refreshing and pleasant. As the girls passed the playground, they occasionally cast their gazes toward the center of the playground, landing on a handsome young man reclining on a chair, looking at him with awe and a hint of pride. Other academies might at most have a sole Douluo stationed, but their Tianshui Academy had a Title Douluo to protect them. Enjoying the warm sunlight and feeling the gazes from all around, Guxinga looked at the passing students, his handsome and heroic face showing them a gentle smile, instantly making the students feel flattered, some even becoming infatuated upon seeing his smile. The Haoyang Douluo actually smiled at them. This was completely different from what they had heard about Title Douluos. The rumors said that those Title Douluos were unpredictable, merciless beings, especially the poison Douluo who once poisoned an entire city alone. They never expected that their academy's Haoyang Douluo was not only young and handsome, but also gentle and would smile at them. They couldn't take it anymore. They felt they were going to fall. Guxinga watched as the students were so captivated by his smile that they forgot to walk. And he couldn't help but touch his own face, realizing just how charming he was. The reason he was here was to wait for students to register for the elite class. Anyone wanted to join had to pass his interview. The news had been out for 2 days, and it was about time someone came to sign up. Guxinga was somewhat confident about his reputation. "Excuse me, is this the registration point for the Tianshui elite class?" A sweet and playful voice rang in his ear. Guxinga turned his head and looked at the girl in front of him, who was wearing a pink dress and had rabbit ears. He scrutinized her carefully. The girl wore pink rabbit ears, her features delicate and pretty, still showing signs of youth. Her large, watery pink eyes paired with a slightly round face made her sweet and adorable, with a hint of playfulness. Her skin was fair and revealed a hint of pink. Incredibly delicate, and her silky black hair was styled into a long braid that hung down to her calves. The pink dress tightly wrapped around her well-developed figure, her waist slender enough to be grasped with one hand, and her long, straight legs were clad in pink and white stockings, with her feet wearing pink shoes that had no overly elaborate decorations, making her look like a girl from a common family. After sizing up the girl with rabbit ears, a hint of surprise flashed in Guxinga's eyes. Was she Xiaowu? No, Xiaowu was supposed to be by Tang San's side, so how could she possibly appear at Tianshui Academy? Did she, 100,000-year soul beast, dare to show up in front of a Title Douluo like him, not fearing that he would see through her true identity? Suppressing his doubts, he nodded and spoke softly, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. This is the registration point for the Tianshui elite class. Little bunny, are you here to sign up? Upon hearing Guxinga call her little bunny, Xiaowu's youthful and pretty face flushed slightly as she nodded. My name is Xiaowu. The dance character in my name, innate full soul power, martial soul, softbone rabbit, and I'm a level 29 great soul master. After introducing herself, Xiaowu summoned her martial soul, and a fluffy white rabbit tail appeared at her pert backside, making her pink rabbit ears look even softer and more realistic. Her figure became more proportionate, especially those beautiful legs clad in pink and white stockings, radiating a soft pink glow as two yellow soul rings emerged beneath her feet. So it really is Xiaowu. A flicker of astonishment crossed Guxinga's eyes, although he was unclear why the little rabbit, who should have been following Tang San, would register at Tianshui Academy. He didn't hold much prejudice against soul beasts. Moreover, in the original work, Xiaowu, despite being a bit mischievous, had no blemishes. Since she wanted to sign up as a student, he decided to accept her. Little bunny, you really are quite bold. Aren't you afraid that I might suppress you and take your soul rings and bones? Suddenly, Guxinga's tone shifted, revealing a murderous intent as he directly exposed Xiaowu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. However, Xiaowu faced his probe without panic, shaking her head and smiling cutely. Hee, Xiaowu believes you wouldn't want to hurt me. Upon hearing this, Guxinga was even more puzzled. This little rabbit seemed very confident that her true identity would be discovered, but he had never interacted with her before, right? At that moment, another tall and graceful figure approached. Xiaowu stepped aside and stood next to Guxinga, her pink eyes looking at that handsome face, revealing a hint of nostalgia. Guxinga glanced at Xiaowu. This little rabbit has some issues, but she'll investigate slowly later. Having met His Majesty Haoyang, the cold cat-eared girl bowed respectfully to him, her voice clear and cold, yet carrying a hint of reverence. His portrait has gone viral across the continent, and most nobles' soul master academies. Insect forces are familiar with his appearance. Guxinga's golden eyes reflected the image of a young girl. Her long, lustrous black hair was styled into a cat ear bun, with strands cascading over her shoulders. She had a delicate oval face, with striking and enchanting features, a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, a refined nose, and soft, rosy lips. Her fair skin was exceptionally smooth, and her beauty was extraordinary yet slightly naive. Although still a bit youthful, the girl's figure was anything but immature. Her black-purple leather outfit accentuated her alluring curves, showcasing a voluptuous silhouette. Her waist was slim and proportional, with well-defined curves, and her hips were as perky as a peach. A belt, resembling a cat's tail, swayed at her hips, while her long, slender legs were encased in leather pants, tapping on high heels that emitted a crisp and pleasant sound. No need for excessive formality. Guxinga told Zhu Zhuqing not to be too polite, and indeed, the little wildcat was attracted over. The little wildcat, like Xiaowu, introduced herself and showcased her martial soul and soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing, innate soul power level 7, martial soul, nether spirit cat, great soul master of level 27. Just stand by. Guxinga nodded and waved for her to stand with Xiaowu, which surprised Zhu Zhuqing. That's it. No other tests? If it were anyone else signing up, Guxinga would naturally conduct further tests. But for Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, they were already familiar with each other in the original work, so there was no need to waste time testing. At the same time, he observed the interactions between Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, as Guxinga was somewhat suspicious that Xiaowu might be a reincarnator, given her overly ambiguous attitude towards him. Ahem, still the same statement, original plot. Original plot. Chapter 55. Yi Lingling, Brother Di Zhao. Throughout the day, besides Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing, several other talented young girls came to sign up. Unfortunately, they did not meet the elite class requirements. Some were just 17 years old with soul power reaching level 36, while others were 16 and had reached level 35. but their innate soul power was only level 6, all of whom were rejected by Guxinga. He only accepted those under 16 who had reached level 35, and their innate soul power must be level 7 or above. Failing to meet even one criterion was unacceptable. Innate soul power determines a person's starting point and also roughly decides their potential endpoint. Nowadays, apart from the Title Douluo forcibly enhanced by the evil spirit cult, every Title Douluo who has normally cultivated to the 9th ring has an innate soul power above level 7. Not everyone has a cheat-like advantage like Haoyang. With a million-year soul beast, the holy law god of the undead, and fierce beast soul spirits, etc. Nor does everyone have the strong comprehension and temperament like age.Due, along with the support of the Mingda Hall and Tang sect, to reach Title Douluo. The lower the innate soul power, the more limited the future achievements, with most being like Haotian. Moreover, the resources needed to cultivate a soul master with low innate soul power to Title Douluo would be enough to cultivate 3 or 4 soul masters with high innate soul power to Title Douluo. Guxinga saw no need to waste time and resources training soul masters with only 1 or 2 levels of innate soul power. He wasn't like Haoyang who, in order to prove his educational abilities, was simply completing system tasks. Moreover, Haoyang's disciples had full innate soul power and twin martial souls. If he really wanted to prove his theory that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, he could have easily taken a soul master with innate level 1 and slowly proven it. Why take Tang San, who has full innate soul power? Because Haoyang knew very well that the lower the innate soul power, the more limited the achievements unless resources are forcibly thrown at it. If Haoyang weren't backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he might not even break through level 20 in his lifetime. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, come with me to report. Seeing that it was getting late and no one else had come to register, Guxinga stood up from his chair and decided to head back home, calling out to Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing beside him to follow him as he left. The little rabbit and little wildcat, who were chatting with each other, stopped their conversation upon hearing this and prepared to follow him. Wait a moment, Brother Dija. I'm coming too. As Guxinga turned around, a cool and slightly anxious voice rang out behind him. Hearing someone call him Dijao, Guxinga turned back and a hint of surprise appeared in his bright golden eyes. Lingling, what brings you here? The one who called out to him was Yi Lingling, and from her address, it was clear that they were quite familiar with each other. Yi Lingling quickly approached with small, hurried steps, and Guxinga revealed a gentle smile, pleasantly surprised by the girl's arrival. It had been more than 5 years since they last met, and the girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman. She had silver-gray hair cut to her neck, a standard oval face, exquisite and charming features, skin as white as jade, and gracefully arched willow leaf eyebrows that expressed joy. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes unabashedly showed her admiration for Guxinga, and her lips were a soft pink, very moist. She wore a silver-gray, off-the-shoulder short dress that clung to her well-developed young figure, accentuating her curves, and radiated a unique begonia fragrance similar to her mother's. Fresh and elegant, making one feel at ease. Her perky backside lifted the short skirt, and her long, beautiful legs were clad in varying lengths of silver-gray stockings. With her delicate feet encased in silver-gray high heels that made a crisp sound as she approached Guxinga, before suddenly throwing herself into his arms. If the students of the Tiantou Royal Academy saw Yi Lingling so boldly embrace a strange man, they would surely be taken aback. This scene did not sit well with Xiao Wu, who watched with displeasure, thinking about how some seductive girl dared to flirt with Uncle Dijao right in front of her. She definitely had to tell her mother about this. Looking at the girl in his arms, who exuded the fragrance of begonia flowers, Guxinga showed a soft expression in his eyes and gently stroked Yi Lingling's head, asking her curiously, Lingling, why are you at the Tianshui Academy? Aren't you supposed to be studying at the Tiantou Royal Academy now? I heard that Big Brother Dijao is opening an elite class at Tianshui Academy. So I dropped out of the Tiantou Royal Academy and came here to enroll, she replied. Stunned by her decisiveness, Guxinga suddenly thought of something and asked, what about your mother? Does she know you dropped out so suddenly? Yi Lingling nodded, indicating that her mother was aware. My mom came here with me. She was planning to come with me to enroll tomorrow, but I couldn't help it and ran over ahead of her. You must have made your mother very anxious. Wait a moment, I'll take you back to your mother, and you can officially report tomorrow. Guxinga gently tapped Yi Lingling's snow-white forehead and began to scold her for being so inconsiderate. She didn't even think to tell her mother before going out. From what he knew of Yusi, she must be worried sick right now. I know I was wrong. I just want to see you as soon as possible. Mother won't say anything. She misses Brother Dizao, too. The girl looked up at the brother she longed for, with an expression of knowing she was wrong and seeking forgiveness. This was a stark contrast to her cold demeanor at the Title Academy, which would likely make the students who admired her cry in despair. Give them back their cold and lonely goddess. To quickly send Yi Lingling home, Guxinga asked Leng Qishuang to take Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to handle their enrollment procedures and arrange the dormitories first. Who is she? Leng Qishuang looked at Yi Lingling beside Guxinga, feeling she looked somewhat familiar, resembling a friend she knew. This is my friend's daughter, Yi Lingling. Her mother was supposed to bring her tomorrow, but she couldn't wait and sneaked out. I'm worried her mother will be anxious, so I'm planning to take her back first. If it were any other soul master, Guxinga wouldn't worry, but Yi Lingling was a pure support-type soul master with no combat ability. What if something unexpected happened on the way back? How would he explain it to Yi Yusi? Yi? Upon hearing Yi Lingling's surname, Leng Qishuang scrutinized her carefully. Although their face shapes were different, their eyes and brows bore a resemblance. The beautiful Dean, with her noble demeanor, caught a hint of Yi Lingling's unique begonia fragrance and began to guess. Is she Yi Yusi's daughter? Yes, it seems to know her mother, Guxinga replied, nodding, slightly surprised, but realizing it was normal since they belonged to the same generation. I know her. We have some acquaintance. Leng Qishuang nodded and didn't ask further. She then took Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing away while Guxinga held Yi Lingling's delicate hand and escorted her home. After arriving at Lanjiang City from Tiantou City, Yi Lingling and her mother checked into a hotel. Besides the mother-daughter duo, there were also 2 soul emperors and 5 soul kings as bodyguards. The Tianlan Grand Hotel, the largest hotel in Lanjiang City, was located on the most bustling street. It had 5 floors, extravagantly decorated, with large glass curtain walls and intricately carved marble walls, primarily in gold and blue, depicting various exquisite and luxurious patterns. It was a typical high-end Western-style hotel. At that moment, in a luxurious bedroom on the 3rd floor of the hotel, Yi Yusi, known as the world's #1 healing soul master, sat on the sofa. She was stunningly beautiful, with an oval face that resembled Yi Lingling's but was more mature and dignified. Her skin was fair and delicate. Her long black hair styled into a spiral bun with a few stray strands cascading down her cheeks. Her delicate brows were long, and her round, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with myriad emotions, exuding an irresistible charm that contrasted with her noble and dignified demeanor. Her nose was high and elegant, and her lips, slightly plump and painted with grayish-pink lipstick, gave off a cool vibe, yet had an unusual allure. A beautifully tailored begonia cheongsam wrapped around her curvaceous, ripe figure, accentuating her ample bosom and hourglass shape. The cheongsam slit skirt showcased her enticing legs, making it hard to resist. She sipped her floral tea slowly, but her gaze frequently darted toward the window, worry evident in her almond-shaped eyes. Sigh, is this child really that impatient? We agreed to go tomorrow, yet she sneaks out. What if she encounters danger? However, thinking of Dizao, Guxinga, she felt reassured. She knew he would be there, and her daughter was likely on her way back. It was hard to believe that in just over 5 years, he had become the renowned Haoyang, an elder of the Spirit Hall and a prince of Tiantou. The unpredictability of life was astounding. Yet, given his excellence, it was only natural for him to achieve such heights. Yi Yusi's mind wandered back to the first time she and her daughter met Guxinga. Due to the unique nature of their 9-heart begonia and martial soul, their vitality was significantly stronger than that of ordinary soul masters, often attracting the attention of evil soul masters. Over 5 years ago, they were ambushed by several evil soul masters during an outing, and their soul master guards fell one after another. If it weren't for Guxinga, who had used the alias Dizao to help them eliminate those evil soul masters, she would have been ready to sacrifice herself to give her daughter a chance to escape. Afterward, Guxinga escorted them back to Tiantou City, and they lived together for a while before he revealed his true name. She never imagined that, after 5 years, he had reached the coveted title of Douluo that countless soul masters dreamed of. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. She snapped back to reality as she heard Yi Lingling's voice. Mother, I'm back. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Yi Yusi's face lit up with joy. She gently set down her floral tea, elegantly rising from the sofa, leaving 2 round imprints on the soft couch. She walked to the door, swaying her ample figure, and opened it to reveal Yi Lingling and Guxinga. Seeing her daughter, Yi Yusi's beautiful oval face displayed a mix of reproach and concern. I don't know what to say to you. We agreed to report tomorrow, yet you sneak out without even a bodyguard. What if something dangerous happens? Thankfully, you had Brother Dizao with you. Otherwise, if something truly happened, who would save you? If something happened to Yi Lingling, she would have to bear another child to continue the lineage of the nine-heart begonia. Facing her mother's reproach, Yi Lingling turned to Guxinga for help. He smiled helplessly and said, "You girl, you just swore that your mother wouldn't say anything, and now look who's getting slapped in the face. Aunt Yi, long time no see. How have you been?" Guxinga took the opportunity to speak. His handsome cheeks still adorned with a gentle smile as he helped Yi Lingling fend off Yi Yusi. After the beautiful woman, Mrs. Yi, shot a glare at her daughter. She turned to the long-absent Guxinga, her originally accusatory tone transforming into one of utmost tenderness. "Everything is well. I didn't expect that after 5 years. You have already become a Title Douluo. Please come in." Yi Yusi stepped aside, inviting him inside. "Aunt Yi, you're joking. Even if I become a Title Douluo, it doesn't matter. I can still get hurt, and I would still need to trouble Aunt Yi for treatment. You're much stronger than a Title Douluo." Upon hearing this, Yi Yusi felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks slightly flushed. She wasn't as good as he said, but her face still radiated a smile, resembling a blooming begonia flower. Extraordinarily beautiful and charming. This was not Guxinga flattering Yi Yusi as the world's #1 healing soul master. Yi Yusi's status in the soul master world is not inferior to that of a Title Douluo, holding a transcendent position similar to that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The difference is that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is known for its group, while Yi Yusi is known for her individual prowess. Many powerful soul masters on the continent have received her kindness. After all, who hasn't been injured? Even some Title Douluos have received her healing. Except for those evil soul masters who have lost their humanity, no one dares to covet Yi Yusi, wherever she goes. She is treated as a guest of honor. Yi Yusi placed a cup of flower tea in front of Guxinga and then sat opposite him. She raised her hand to lightly tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. This small gesture, combined with her slightly flushed cheeks, exuded a charm typical of a mature woman. Yi Lingling sat beside her mother, acting cute and admitting her mistakes, promising not to do it again, only to be met with her mother's ear-pulling punishment. "Ding, a new system task has been triggered. Please pay attention to check, host." Just as Guxinga picked up the flower tea, ready to savor it, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he discreetly opened the system task panel. Task name, class doctor, task content. As the head teacher of the elite class, you should be responsible for the student's health. Students are bound to get injured during practical training, so an excellent class doctor is needed to be prepared to treat them at all times. Therefore, please find a suitable class doctor for the elite class. Task reward, 1 yellow level lottery draw. Class doctor. After reading the task, Guxinga turned his gaze to the plump and mature Mrs. Yi, his golden eyes flashing with surprise. What a coincidence. I believe old readers are aware of Yi Yusi's plot in the urban side story. Chapter 57. Guxinga, I want both begonia flowers. Aunt Yi, it's been 5 years, and you look younger and more beautiful than before. Anyone familiar with you would know you are mother and daughter sitting together. Those unfamiliar might even think you were sisters. Closing the task interface, Guxinga put down the flower tea in his hand and smiled as he praised Yi Yusi, unabashedly showing his admiration as he looked at the mother-daughter pair of begonia flowers. The elder is plump and mature, stunningly beautiful, like a begonia flower in full bloom, showcasing all her beauty with tender and soft petals, fragrant aroma wafting, enticing nectar that makes one want to lean down and savor its sweet essence. The younger one is youthful and charming, still budding, needing 3 to 4 more years to fully develop before she can be picked. Hearing Guxinga's compliments, Mrs. Yi smiled brightly. How could she not be happy to receive praise from a Title Douluo? Yi Lingling nodded in agreement, noting that her mother looked no more than in her 20s or 30s, making them appear more like sisters when sitting together. However, Yi Yusi reined in her smile and humbly replied, "Xiao Zhao, please don't flatter me. I'm no longer young, just an old lady. How could I be beautiful?" Although Guxinga is now a Title Douluo and must be respectfully addressed as His Majesty Haoyang by soul masters, Yi Yusi still called him Xiao Zhao, which further highlighted their close relationship. In response, Guxinga shook his head. If this is what she calls being old and unattractive, what about other women? He then inquired about the plans Mrs. Yi had after sending Yi Lingling to report. You're being modest. By the way, Aunt Yi, after you finish sending Lingling to report, are you planning to return to Tiando City? Or do you have other plans? Yi Yusi sensed that Guxinga had something in mind and wanted her help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically asked about her future plans. Oh, Xiao Zhao, are you perhaps looking for something you need Annie's help with? Just say it directly. There's no need for roundabout ways. Seeing Mrs. Yi being so direct, Guxinga also no longer beat around the bush and expressed his wish for Yi Yusi to be the class doctor. There's indeed something I would like to ask Aunt Yi for help with. I want to invite you to be the class doctor for the elite class. After all, students are bound to get injured during practical training. With you, the world's #1 healing soul master, their health would be best protected. Haotian, you wouldn't want Lingling to be exhausted from training one day without anyone to help her recover, would you? Asking her to be the class doctor? Yi Yusi was taken aback. She hadn't expected this. However, she was currently a senior advisor at the TitleDouluo Academy, and to be honest, she also served as the school doctor there. Mrs. Yi looked at the handsome and valiant young man before her and teased, "Xiao Zhao, are you trying to poach from the TitleDouluo Academy? Do you want to take both of us to Tianshui Academy? You can think of it that way, Aunt Yi. After all, there are only 2 9-heart begonia flowers in the world, and I'm a bit greedy, wanting both. So, Aunt Yi, just give in to me. I can offer you better treatment than TitleDouluo Academy, and I promise you won't be disappointed." Facing Yi Yusi's teasing, Guxinga spoke candidly, stating that he would provide favorable conditions that would satisfy Mrs. Yi. Hearing that he wanted both 9-heart begonia flowers, Yi Yusi smiled radiantly. This guy is indeed greedy. But her apricot eyes revealed a hint of inexplicable meaning. In fact, the reason she took the position of senior advisor at TitleDouluo Academy was to better take care of her daughter. Since Yi Lingling transferred, she naturally came along with her. However, she hadn't expected Guxinga to invite her to be the class doctor for the elite class. But since he was offering better conditions than TitleDouluo Academy, it was worth considering what benefits he could provide. After all, one should take advantage of a good deal. Really? The treatment TitleDouluo Academy offers me isn't bad. You might as well tell me your conditions. If they meet my expectations, I'll agree. After saying this, Yi Yusi didn't forget to signal her daughter with her eyes not to speak out, as she had already resigned from TitleDouluo Academy. She didn't want Guxinga to take advantage of her. Yi Lingling blinked, indicating she understood. Meanwhile, the still unaware Guxinga took out the small creation pill he had obtained earlier in a black lead box, asking Mrs. Yi, "Aunt Yi, what level of soul power have you reached now?" "I just broke through to level 77 not long ago." After exchanging glances with her daughter, Yi Yusi honestly answered about her cultivation level. As an auxiliary system soul master, her training speed was significantly slower than that of other soul masters. Reaching level 77 at her age was already a testament to her exceptional talent. 77, huh? After pondering for a while, Guxinga poured out 2 small creation pills from a white jade bottle. One small creation pill was enough to help a soul Douluo increase their soul power by 1 level. And these 2 would be sufficient for Yi Yusi to break through to soul Douluo. "Aunt Yi, this is a small creation pill. It can." As she handed the 2 small creation pills to the beautiful woman, Guxinga explained their use, which left Yi Yusi and Yi Lingling astonished. They couldn't believe that such a miraculous pill existed in the world. If other soul masters on the continent knew that one pill could save them several years, even over a decade of training time, it would surely drive them crazy. Yi Yusi never expected Guxinga to take out such a precious item. Just the 2 small creation pills surpassed the generous treatment she received from the TitleDouluo Academy. But immediately after, the next item made the mother and daughter, like peonies, widen their eyes even more, with an impact greater than that of the small creation pills. Guxinga retrieved a jade bottle containing 6 more small creation pills, then slowly opened a lead box. A strong and rich soul power wave spread out, making the air feel a bit thick and breathing somewhat difficult. When the lead box was fully opened, a pink-white head soul bone appeared before them, palm-sized, as if carved from glass, shimmering with colors and radiating a pink-white glow, exuding a powerful spiritual force. Soul bone. Yi Yusi saw the pink-white head soul bone, her almond eyes revealing shock, her voice trembling, filled with disbelief. Soul bones are extremely rare. Even as a soul sage, she had never possessed one. Yi Lingling was similarly captivated, speechless in awe of the soul bone. Seeing the stunned expressions on the mother and daughter, Guxinga felt quite pleased. Although soul bones were extremely precious to others, they were nothing to him. His luck was extraordinary. Any 10,000-year-old beast that died at his hands would drop a soul bone. Guxinga pointed at the soul bone in the lead box and began to introduce it to the mother and daughter, Haotian. This head soul bone came from a moonlit deer and has a quality of over 27,000 years. I used 2 small creation pills along with this head soul bone to invite Aunt Yi to be the class doctor in the elite class. I wonder if Aunt Yi would be willing? with the enhancement of soul power from the pills and the priceless 1,000-year soul bone. Known as the treasure of the blood river, how could Yusi not be tempted by such generous conditions? However, a sense of shame arose in her heart, as she had concealed her true situation. She did not expect Guxinga to be so willing to spend just to invite her to be a class doctor. Looking at the pills and the soul bone, the beautiful woman Haoyang remained silent for a long time before finally shaking her head and choosing to refuse. Chapter 58. Mother and daughter Haotian Tianshui Yusi shook her head, refusing the generous offer presented by Guxinga. Looking at the handsome young man before her, her voice was soft with a hint of apology. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao. Aunt just deceived you. In fact, I have already resigned from the TitleDouluo Academy. I was planning to settle in Haoyang City to take care of Lingling. I didn't expect you would invite me to be the class doctor. Your compensation is too generous. I feel unworthy. 2 small creation pills are enough. There is no need for the extra soul bone. Facing the temptation of the 1,000-year soul bone, the beautiful woman Haoyang stayed true to her heart, choosing to lay everything bare without concealing her true situation. Although Yusi didn't want Guxinga to take advantage of her, the 2 small creation pills already exceeded the compensation offered by the TitleDouluo Academy, so there was no need to ask for the 1,000-year soul bone. The reason she had the reputation of being the world's #1 healing soul master in the soul master community, aside from the powerful healing ability of 9-heart Haoyang, was also because she had a sense of propriety and never charged more than the agreed amount for her healing services. She would often help people for free, which also helped her accumulate a lot of goodwill and connections, giving her a transcendent status in the soul master community that rivaled that of Title Douluo. Upon hearing that Yusi had resigned from the TitleDouluo Academy, Guxinga was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood. So that is how it is. However, he did not take back the 1,000-year soul bone. In response to the puzzled gaze of the beautiful woman Haoyang, he pushed the lead box towards her, his voice gentle like the morning light, enveloping the heart. Aunt Yi, the TitleDouluo Academy has its own treatment, and I have mine. These 2 small creation pills plus a soul bone are my compensation for you. There is no need to compare it with the TitleDouluo Academy. You deserve my investment. Looking at the 1,000-year soul bone pushed in front of her, Yusi hesitated for a moment. How could she not be tempted by such a precious rarity? She just felt unworthy. After all, she was just a class doctor, merely helping to treat students. After a long silence, the beautiful woman Haoyang finally reached out and took the soul bone in her hand, her apricot eyes fixed on Guxinga, her stunning oval face breaking into a charming smile, bright and captivating. Her plump lips slightly parted as she reminded him, "You must not regret this. This is a 1,000-year soul bone, a treasure that is hard to come by. Once given to me, it cannot be taken back. If a 1,000-year soul bone could make Aunt Yi agree to be with me, then I would have made a great profit, so why should I regret it?" Guxinga decisively shook his head and teased Yusi with a smile, saying that exchanging a mere 10,000-year soul bone for the title of the world's #1 healing soul master was a huge profit for him. Upon hearing this, the charming Mrs. Haoyang shot Guxinga a playful glare, her face filled with mock annoyance, but it couldn't hide her joy. With such smooth talk, even after becoming a Title Douluo, he still couldn't be serious. Beside them, Yi Lingling looked at her mother obtaining a 10,000-year soul bone and was almost in tears from envy. "Aunt Yi, why don't you come back to the Tianshui Academy with me today? You can report with Lingling, and as for accommodation, either in Haoyang City or the Academy dormitory is fine," Guxinga suggested, and Yusi collected the 2 small creation pills and the soul bone, nodding slightly while reminding him, "All right, you are now the Prince of Tiendo, and the entire Haoyang City is your territory. You must arrange a good place for me to stay. Of course, if Aunt Yi doesn't mind, you can also stay in my prince's mansion." Since he was suddenly granted the title of prince, the Emperor Xia simply used the city lord's mansion of Haoyang City as his temporary prince's mansion. As for the actual prince's mansion, the planning and site selection have already begun, and it is expected to be completed in 2 or 3 years. The project cannot be taken lightly, as it will use the best materials and the finest craftsmen. The mother and daughter of the begonia flower had the soul master guards wait at the hotel while they followed Guxinga back to report to the Tianshui Academy. Tianshui Academy, Dean's Office. After arranging for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Lung Qi Shuang looked at the noble girl and the elegant middle-aged man in front of her, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Dean Lung, I entrust my little princess to your Tianshui Academy." The elegant middle-aged man was none other than Ning Fengji, who personally came to send Ning Rongrong to school. The beautiful female Dean smiled and nodded at the exquisite and charming noble girl beside him. Rest assured, Sect Master Ning. Rong fully meets Teacher Gu's requirements. After Teacher Gu returns, as long as she passes his interview, she can enter the elite class. Ning Fengji nodded, then helplessly said, well, my little princess has been spoiled at home and has quite a temper. If she causes any trouble at the academy, there's no need to consider me. Just scold her. Dad. Ning Rong was a bit unhappy to hear herself described as spoiled in front of outsiders. She exclaimed, making Ning Fengji even more helpless. If it were someone else, they would definitely consider the 7-treasure glazed tile school, but that Haoyang surely wouldn't. He just hoped that he could discipline this girl a bit more. Just as Lung Qishuang was about to respond, a clear and gentle voice came from outside. Sect Master Ning, rest assured, as long as she is my student, no matter her background, even if she is the Pope's daughter, I will treat her equally. Gu Xingge walked into the dean's office with big strides, followed by the mother and daughter of the begonia flower, the elder being beautiful and voluptuous, while the younger was youthful and charming. Greetings, Your Majesty Haoyang. Ning Fengji turned to him and slightly bowed to show respect. While his gaze fell on the beautiful begonia woman on the left, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. She had come as well. Sect Master Ning is being too polite. Gu Xingge nodded slightly, then pointed to the camellia flowers behind him and said to Lung Qishuang, Dean Lung, I don't need to introduce her too much, right? Aunt Yi will be the class doctor for the elite class from now on, responsible for the health of the elite class students. Please help Aunt Yi and her daughter with the employment procedures. I'll handle the accommodation arrangements later. Hearing that Yi was actually the class doctor for the elite class, Ning Fengji and Lung Qishuang both showed surprise. What a big deal. With the #1 healing soul master in the world here, Ning Fengji didn't have to worry about his daughter's safety at all. He looked at the beautiful camellia woman and felt a hint of doubt rise in his heart. When he initially invited Yi to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she did not agree. What conditions did this Haoyang use to invite her to be the class doctor? Lady Yi, long time no see. Lung Qishuang also greeted Yi. The beautiful camellia woman smiled and nodded, handling the procedures with her daughter, along with Ning Rong. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji started chatting with Gu Xingge. He looked at the young and heroic man before him, who was only 23, filled with emotion. It's truly enviable to be a Title Douluo at such a young age, and also a prince of Tiando, an elder of the Wuhuan Hall. Your Highness Haoyang, this is the 7-treasure order of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. With this order, you can enjoy a 50% discount on any purchases at the 7-treasure glazed tile school stores in the future. A token engraved with the 7-treasure glazed tile tower was handed to Gu Xingge, who did not refuse and accepted it. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. You can rest assured about Rong. With me around, no one will harm her. Gu Xingge understood the principle of being soft when receiving favors. The elite class personnel are all present, the class doctor is in place, the head teacher is ready, everything is understood. In preparation for the class to start. Chapter 59, Body Refining Spirit Liquid, Formula under Lung Qishuang's arrangement. Yi took the position of senior advisor at Tianshui Academy, while Yi Lingling and Ning Rong were arranged to share a dormitory with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Seeing that Ning Rong had successfully enrolled, Ning Fengji felt relieved and left. The beautiful camellia woman returned to Lanjing City, where Gu Xingge arranged for her to stay at the Lord's Mansion. Lanjing City is less than 20 miles from Tianshui Academy, making daily commutes very convenient. By the end of the day, the elite class had recruited 4 students. And with 6 days remaining for enrollment, the official start of classes for the elite class would be in 6 days. As night fell, the sky gradually darkened, adorned with numerous stars, twinkling brightly and shining their light, weaving a tapestry of starry sky. In a small Western-style building under the starry sky, Gu Xingge sat on the sofa, communicating with the system and using the yellow level lottery obtained from completing the class doctor task. Ding, yellow level lottery used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Body Refining Spirit Liquid Formula. Body Refining Spirit Liquid Formula? From a name, Gu Xingge guessed that this formula was related to strengthening the physique, and then he looked at its introduction. Name, Body Refining Spirit Liquid Formula. Introduction, a low-level formula from a higher fantasy world, used for strengthening the physique of young children who are just beginning their cultivation journey, modified to fit the Douluo version. If the host later travels to other worlds, the system will modify the formula again. So that's how it is. Gu Xingge looked at the system prompt behind him. The original formula for the Body Refining Spirit Liquid was not suitable for the Douluo world because some of the medicinal materials in the formula did not exist in that world. The system made modifications so that it could still exert the original effects of the body refining spirit liquid. If he were to travel to other worlds in the future, he could also have the system make modifications to suit the current world. How thoughtful! Guxinga began to accept the body refining spirit liquid formula, which was not complicated. The medicinal ingredients were readily available for purchase. As long as one consistently underwent the cleansing of the body refining spirit liquid and absorbed its medicinal power, even an ordinary person could possess the strength of 1,000 pounds, with a physique comparable to that of a 1,000-year-old soul beast. With this body refining spirit liquid formula, combined with the 9th rank body forging technique, it was enough to transform an ordinary person into a humanoid 10,000-year soul beast. And tearing apart a soul king with bare hands would not be a problem. He could even use these two things to create an army of extraordinary beings. However, the amount of money required would also be immense. Looking up at the window, the bright moon hung high in the night sky, casting a cool moonlight. The night was cloudless, and the moonlight was at its peak. Guxinga sat cross-legged, his hand forming the Tian seal, and began to practice the Tian spirit refining technique. He emptied his mind, and a silver moon appeared in his consciousness, shimmering with a soft silver light, embodying the ultimate coldness and solitude, yet emanating a divine power that soothed the pain of the world, drawing the Tian moonlight into his body. His soul was enveloped by the silver radiance, undergoing a baptism and strengthening, gradually transforming towards the Tian divine soul. The Snow Empress and Ice Empress, as his soul spirits, were also nourished by the Tian moonlight, making them feel quite comfortable. The Ice Empress even hoped that Guxinga could continue to cultivate so they could remain this comfortable. Originally, their fixed cultivation as soul spirits began to slowly improve. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had gone by. During these 5 days, the number of students signing up for the elite class increased day by day, but the quality declined each day. Soul masters were already a minority, and among them, geniuses were rare, while female geniuses were as precious as pandas. Although Guxinga's title of Douluo was very useful, it could not withstand the enrollment rules he had set. In the original work, the participants in the elite soul master competition across the continent were mostly around 18 or 19 years old, with no one as young as 14 or 15 like those from Shrek. Shui Binger participated in the competition at the age of 16, and the oldest, Feng Xiaotian, was already 24. It is worth mentioning that Feng Xiaotian also had innate full soul power, but reached level 44 only at 24, which raises doubts about the authenticity of his innate full soul power. However, after 5 years, he reached level 61, an increase of 17 levels, which averages to about 3.5 levels per year, which is reasonable. But what was he doing in the 18 years prior? He only improved by 34 levels. He can barely be considered a late-blooming genius. If it weren't for the 7-day enrollment period for the elite class, Guxinga would have wanted to start classes directly after accepting Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. In these days, he had already decided on the main and substitute team members for the competition. Shui Binger, Shuewu, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, and Ning Rongrong as the main members, and Shui Yuer, Yuheru, Gu Qingba, Qiuhua Shui, and Shun Liuyu as substitutes. 6 main members and 5 substitutes. Guxinga didn't care about being a main or substitute selection. The task required him to cultivate a team of contestants all at the Soul King level. If any substitute reached the Soul King first, they would be promoted to the main team. Elder Haoyang was pondering the first lesson of a new term when he heard someone calling him. He slowly raised his head, and what came into view was Bibi Dong's disciple, Hulaina. She wore a gold and silver two-tone soft armor skirt that outlined her curvaceous figure. Her golden bobbed hair shimmered in the sunlight, looking as radiant as a rose. With a slim waist and elegant steps, she approached him. "This isn't the spirit hall. You don't need to call me elder. Just call me Teacher Gu," he corrected her, feeling a bit helpless when he saw the charming girl. 3 days ago, Bibi Dong had sent her to him under the pretense of having Hulaina learn from him, but he could guess it was actually to supervise him. Was she really that untrusting of him? However, as a prize for sending someone to supervise him, Guxinga didn't let Bibi Dong off easily. He had her endure a day and night of sun exposure, which made her look radiant. Hulaina walked to his side and looked at the relaxed and handsome young man lounging in the chair. She couldn't help but feel emotional. He was only 4 years older than her, but was already a Title Douluo powerhouse, while she was just a soul ancestor. It was truly infuriating to see such a disparity in potential. On the other side, outside Soto City, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Tang San and Xiao Zhu had passed the first 3 challenges. The fourth challenge was to face the vice president of Shrek, Zhao Wujia. As long as they could last for a stick of incense's time under him, they would pass the assessment. Besides them, there were two other girls who had reached the fourth challenge, and they introduced themselves to each other to learn about their martial souls and devise strategies. Tang San, martial soul, blue silvergrass, level 29, great soul master. Xiao Zhu, martial soul, soul devouring spider, level 29, great soul master. Zhu Jingjing, martial soul, nether spirit cat, level 27, great soul master. The girl who looked similar to Zhu Zhiqing but was less cold and instead quite charming introduced herself. Next to her was a girl in a white long dress, showcasing a typical noble lady demeanor, and her martial soul turned out to be the 7 treasure glazed tile, with a tone full of arrogance. Ning Chu Chu, martial soul, 7 treasure glazed tile, level 26, great soul master. There's nothing to fuss about between main and substitute selections. They will all appear in the competition. Chat group 154729280 for discussing plot developments. Chapter 60. The elite class begins on October 9th. The weather was overcast, and the elite class officially began. Tianshui Academy was enveloped in a continuous light rain, and the air temperature was significantly colder than before. However, for Soul Masters, this was nothing. In fact, this kind of weather was a rare opportunity for water attribute Soul Masters to train. On the 4th floor of the Eastern Teaching Building, in the elite class classroom, there were a total of 12 students, including Hulaina, who was arranged by Bibi Dong. At this moment, they all sat upright, occasionally glancing at the door with anticipation. Sister, what do you think Elder Haoyang will teach us? I'm so looking forward to it. The charming and lovely Shui Yuer asked her sister, Shui Binger, with an eager expression. Shui Binger had long water blue hair, cascading down her back, a delicate and fair oval face, exuding a cold and proud demeanor. Her pair of phoenix eyes held a hint of arrogance, with a delicate nose and blue-purple plump lips. Her skin was snowy white with a hint of pink. She had a well-developed figure, though not as voluptuous as her mother. She was tall and slender, wearing a water-blue long dress that accentuated her snow-white figure. Her slim waist was exposed on both sides, revealing her fair skin, and she had long, straight legs. Her left leg was wrapped in blue water-patterned stockings, while her right leg was fair and delicate, adorned with leg rings, and she wore blue water-patterned high heels. Upon hearing her sister's question, she shook her head, feeling quite expectant about the guidance of a Title Douluo. Shui Yuer hadn't expected that the handsome guy she had directed earlier was actually a Title Douluo powerhouse and would be their upcoming homeroom teacher. Just thinking about it made the dolphin girl a bit excited. Not just the sisters, but the other 5 members of the Tianshui girls group also began to whisper and discuss. Apart from Shui Wu, who wore a fiery outfit in blue and white, the other 4 girls were all in similar blue long dresses, with some wearing stockings on one leg and others not, but they were all stunningly beautiful in their own right. Hulaina looked at the classroom filled with lively chatter and thought about the task her teacher had assigned to her. With her bewitching eyes, she scrutinized the 11 girls. If they all behaved like good students, Hulaina wouldn't mind them, but if anyone had inappropriate thoughts and wanted to develop a relationship beyond teacher-student boundaries with Elder Haoyang, then she wouldn't hold back. If this task could be completed well, her teacher would reward her with a piece of a 10,000-year soul bone. Just thinking about the 10,000-year soul bone filled Hulaina with motivation and confidence. Of course, among this group of girls, there were always 1 or 2 exceptions who weren't focused on learning, like the 7 treasure little princess who already had 2 Title Douluos at home and had her mind elsewhere. Lingling, let's go shopping in Lanjiang City after school. There's a great old brand snack shop. Before class even started, Ning Rongrong was already thinking about where to play after school. As for studying, she really had no intention of that. In her view, she was the most outstanding genius of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, with innate soul power reaching level 9. The genius with the best chance of evolving the 7 treasure glazed tile into the 8 treasure glazed tile in hundreds of years. Only those with poor aptitude needed to compensate for their talent gap through double the study and training, while she only needed to complete her daily fixed training. Just like clocking in, there was no need to spend extra time training. Even in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, her serious training experiences were few and far between. Ning Rongrong came to Tianshui Academy not only because she didn't want to stay at home, but also to pursue her idol. Ever since she had witnessed Gu Xingge's heroic demeanor at the title conferral ceremony in Wuhuan City, the 7 treasure little princess had become infatuated with him. So she asked Ning Fingji to send her to Tianshui Academy. Inside the classroom, the girls were discussing. Outside the classroom, Gu Xinge encountered a small incident. "Teacher Gu, do you mind if I accompany you to class?" The beautiful and mature director stopped Gu Xinge, her exquisite and beautiful face bearing a smile. Yet her tone was unexpectedly cold. Up to this point, Lan Xinyan still held a sense of vigilance towards him. Even though the young man before her was a Title Douluo powerhouse, the beautiful and mature director showed no sign of retreating. After all, she was the director of education and had to be responsible for the students. If Gu Xinge developed inappropriate thoughts towards those youthful and beautiful girls, it would be a catastrophic disaster for Tianshui Academy. If it were any other Title Douluo, they would not care about a mere soul sage's request at all, and might even teach Lan Xinyan a lesson to make her understand the proper attitude when facing a powerhouse. But Gu Xinge was different. The education he experienced in his first life on Earth, and the values shaped by it had determined his way of dealing with people. Even after crossing over, there had not been much change. He would not take someone's life over a small doubt or minor conflict. There is no master who cannot be insulted, nor the bad habit of killing the whole family of those who insult. After all, he was born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. To be fair, Gu Xinge admits that he is not a good person, but he is not a bad person either. He is just a chaotic private life and a very loving sea king. Looking at the cold and voluptuous beauty of the mature director in front of him, Gu Xinge nodded and agreed. "Okay, it's also my first day as a teacher. If there's anything wrong, Director Lan, please remember to take notes and give them to me after class, but don't point them out in class. That would embarrass me." Hearing Gu Xinge's teasing, Lan Xinyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Who knows how much pressure she was under to dare to stand in front of a Title Douluo and make demands. At this moment, the beautiful director's voluptuous legs were still trembling slightly. Even though the young man in front of her did not show any pressure of a Title Douluo, just making eye contact with him made her feel a strong mental oppression. The eyes are the windows to the soul. And these days of practicing the Taiyin refining spirit technique have made Gu Xinge's soul significantly stronger, naturally giving his gaze more deterrent power. "Please, Director Lan." Gu Xinge smiled faintly, warm like the morning light, and made a gesture of invitation to Lan Xinyan, instantly making the beautiful and mature director feel flattered. She steadied her trembling, beautiful legs, nodded with a smile, and walked with him towards the elite classroom. Looking at Lan Xinyan's voluptuous figure, Gu Xinge was actually more curious about one thing. Shui Binger is Lan Xinyan's daughter, but who is Shui Yuer's mother? And who is the father of these two sisters? Previously, he had heard Leng Qishuang mention that Lan Xinyan had a past entanglement with a man and even had many conflicts with the old dean, who treated her like a daughter because of that man, which ultimately led to the dean position falling under Leng Qishuang's control. It seemed that something happened afterward that caused Lan Xinyan to sever ties with that man, but by then she was already pregnant and gave birth to Shui Binger alone. As for Shui Yuer, she was taken in by Lan Xinyan at the request of another woman, who later also went missing. Shui Yuer's mother was also a student of Tianshui Academy, in the same class as Lan Xinyan and Leng Qishuang. His Gu Xinge boldly speculated. Could it be that Shui Binger's father was two-timing, poorly managing his time, and failing to take care of the fish in the pond, resulting in Lan Xinyan discovering it, leading to a fallout? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. My protagonist's values can't be said to be particularly upright, but they won't be like some protagonists in novels who casually kill entire families, saying things like, "You cannot insult me. Those who insult will die with their whole family." If we were to categorize my protagonist, he is more inclined toward Haoyang, but he is a bit of a chaotic and loving sea king, which is quite different for Haoyang. Chapter 61. The girls of the elite class tap, 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 a series of bright sound from high heels making intimate contact with the ground gradually approached the ears of the girls in the elite class. The girls who were originally discussing turned their gazes towards the classroom door, all showing expressions of confusion. This footstep sound is unusual, right? Just as they were waiting eagerly, a tall and voluptuous figure appeared at the classroom door. Lan Xinyan wore an ice blue phoenix pattern long dress that tightly wrapped around her extremely voluptuous hourglass figure. Her mature and beautiful oval face showed a cold expression, like 1,000-year-old ice, with a chill permeating the air. The seriousness and authority between her brows made Shui Binger and the others show a hint of fear, a natural suppression from the director towards the students. Following her, a tall figure in a white trench coat appeared behind the beautiful mature director, with a handsome and heroic face always carrying a gentle smile, warm like the sun, dispelling the chill Lan Xinyan brought to the girls. Upon seeing Gu Xinge's appearance, Shui Binger and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the first lesson of the elite class had been taught by the director, it would have been a disaster. Director Lon, there's no need to keep a cold face with the students. If you smile more, they won't feel so much pressure. Gu Xingge looked at the beautiful and cold-tempered headmistress, who seemed to be as stern as a strict teacher, and spoke to her, suggesting that such a beautiful face should not be so cold. It was a pity. Upon hearing this, Lan Qingyan did not respond verbally, but her expression softened slightly, although she still wore a serious look. Noticing the subtle change in the headmistress's demeanor, which was no longer so icy, Gu Xingge nodded in satisfaction and then stepped into the classroom first, while Lan Qingyan walked to the back of the classroom and found a seat. The girls felt the headmistress's gaze on them from the back, and even Ning Rongrong felt restless, with Ulaina feeling similarly pressured, even more so than the pressure from her own teacher. Gu Xingge stood on the podium, looking at the 12 students in the classroom. Each of them had their own unique charm. The alluring and enchanting Ulaina, the sweet and adorable Xiao Wu, the cold and captivating Zhu Zhuqing, the youthful and vibrant Yi Lingling, and the proud and stunning Shui Binger, each exuding their own fragrance of youth. Feeling the gaze of the teacher from the stage, Shui Binger and the others were both excited and nervous. After all, this was a Title Douluo, and the youngest Title Douluo in history at that. How could they not feel excited? How could they not feel nervous? After Gu Xingge swept her gaze over the students and memorized their faces, she slowly spoke, her voice clear and crisp like the flowing spring water in a mountain stream, which calmed the nervous and excited hearts of the girls. Hello, classmates. My name is Gu Xingge. You can call me Teacher Gu. I won't go into too much self-introduction, as you must already know my identity. From now on, for the next 2 years, I will be your teacher and your support. Now that the teacher has introduced herself, it's your turn. Starting from the first student, please begin your self-introduction. No need to be too detailed. Just introduce your name, martial soul, and cultivation level. After speaking, she raised her hand and pointed to the first student. The student who was pointed at stood up, and it was Shui Wu. Compared to the other members of the Tianshui Academy girl group, she was dressed more impressively, with short, gray-blue hair, delicate and beautiful features. A hint of heroism between her brows. Wearing a crystal headband, her skin was as white as snow, and her blue-gray fitted outfit outlined her tall and attractive figure. Her long legs, which had become extraordinarily upright from long-term dance practice, were clad in gray-blue leather pants, exuding charm. My name is Shui Wu, martial soul, dancing snow satin, level 37 support soul master. As Shui Wu introduced herself, she showcased her martial soul, which appeared beside her in the shape of a snowflake, with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rising from her gray-blue leather pants. After she finished introducing herself, it was Shui Yuer's turn. Shui Yuer stood up eagerly to showcase her martial soul. I am Shui Yuer, martial soul, glimmering dolphin, level 31 agility attack soul master. Next was Shui Bing, Shen Luyu, Qiu Ruo Shui, Guqing Bo, and Yuhairo. Shui Binger, martial soul, Ice Phoenix, level 38 control soul master. Shen Luyu, martial soul, enamel crocodile, level 33 power attack soul master. Following Shui Yuer was Shen Luyu, with neck-length light blue short hair, a beautifully exquisite oval face, beautiful eyes like autumn water, wearing a delicate blue necklace around her neck, her graceful figure clad in an ice blue school uniform, with full snow peaks, exposing her snow-white shoulders, a slender waist revealing her fair skin on both sides, and a rounded, perky backside. Under her ice blue skirt, a pair of long, straight jade legs appeared, with her left leg wrapped in a white leg ring, and her right leg wearing blue wave-pattern knee-high stockings, creating a unique allure. Qiu Ruo Shui, martial soul, azure lotus base, level 33 power attack soul master. Qiu Ruo Shui wore the same ice blue school uniform as Shen Luyu, her figure well-developed, with blue wavy long hair cascading down her shoulders, a typical oval face, and a lovely appearance. Her right leg was clad in blue wave-pattern knee-high stockings, while her left leg was smooth and fair. Guqing Bo, martial soul, cobalt blue marlin, level 34 power attack soul master. Guqing Bo's appearance was no different from the others. She looked charming, with her blue hair neatly braided and tied at the back of her head, and a clean, fair forehead adorned with a streak of blue hair. After Gu Qingbo finished her introduction, Yu Heru also stood up. She appeared more mature than the other girls, a typical beautiful and alluring elder sister. Yu Heru, martial soul, coral needlefish, level 36 assault system soul master. Next were Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and finally, Hulaina, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Hearts Begonia, Level 35 Support System Soul Master. Haoyang, Martial Soul, Demon Fox, Level 47 Control System Soul Sect. Once Haoyang finished her self-introduction, all eyes turned to her, and Shui, Bing'er, and Zhu Zhuqing showed expressions of shock. What? Level 47 Soul Sect. They were still great soul masters, and she suddenly revealed that she was a soul sect. Could they still play together happily? Seeing everyone's astonished faces, Guxinga explained to the girls, who were still only great soul masters. Haoyang is different from you. She is a disciple of the Pope and is here to learn. By the way, the teacher reminds you that Xiao Na will be a contestant in the Continental Elite Soul Master competition held 2 years later, representing the Spirit Hall Academy. After hearing the teacher's explanation, the girls' gazes towards Haoyang changed as well. The establishment of the elite class in the Heavenly Water Academy was specifically for the Continental Elite Soul Master competition 2 years later. And since Haoyang is a contestant representing the Spirit Hall Academy, they would still be competitors. At this moment, Guxinga's words directly filled Haoyang's hate value. Feeling the unfriendly gazes from the surrounding girls, Haoyang had a bad premonition. She could even imagine that her days after arriving at the Heavenly Water Academy would not be so easy. Haoyang, this is targeted. This is bullying. Chapter 62. Haoyang, the target of everyone's criticism. After the girls finished their self-introductions, Guxinga once again pointed the spotlight at Haoyang, smiling as she raised her hate value again. Since Haoyang's cultivation was the highest in the class, she would be the class leader of the elite class, right? Hearing that Haoyang was actually going to be their class leader, Shui, Bing'er, and the others were extremely unwilling. No matter how powerful her cultivation was, or that she was a disciple of the Pope, she was not a student of their Heavenly Water Academy. Why should she be their class leader? Zhu Zhuqing didn't care who the class leader was, as long as it made her stronger. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were eager to try. Both wanted to be class leader. In contrast, Yi Lingling was the calmest, resting her chin on her hands, her apricot eyes gazing at Guxinga on the podium, her delicate face showing a hint of redness, not knowing what she was thinking. Even the beautiful mature woman in the back, attending the class, frowned, feeling that Guxinga's arrangement was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Haoyang was an external student, only here to study at the Heavenly Water Academy. Making her the class leader of the elite class raised questions about whether the students could accept it, and she had her own reservations. However, due to Guxinga's powerful strength, she didn't dare to voice her objections. The fox-like girl also knew that Elder Haoyang was trying to create trouble for her, and she guessed he already knew that she had been sent to act as an undercover agent, making her feel somewhat anxious. But when she thought of the generous rewards promised by the teacher upon completing the task, she calmed down. After all, she was a disciple of the Pope, and Elder Haoyang was in a relationship with her teacher. He wouldn't do anything to her, just trying to make her retreat. However, she didn't take these few students targeting seriously and would not back down. Thank you for your trust, Elder Haoyang. I will definitely help you manage the class well. Haoyang stood up, smiling brightly, graciously accepting Guxinga's appointment, which further fueled Shui, Bing'er, and the others' resentment. But then Guxinga spoke again, producing a black lead box from his hand. I know that some of you are unwilling and dissatisfied with Haoyang, this external student, being your class leader. But who made her the strongest? However, if any of you can defeat her first, not only can you replace her as the new class leader of the elite class, but I will also reward you with a soul bone. After saying this, he opened the lead box in front of the students and the beautiful mature woman, and a powerful soul power wave suddenly spread, causing the air in the entire classroom to feel heavy, as if a giant stone was pressing down on the girls' chests, making it extremely difficult for them to breathe. A soul bone was enough to make even this soul sage feel pressure. Its quality was definitely not low. As the lead box was fully opened, Guxinga used his own soul power to isolate the powerful soul power emitted by the soul bone, allowing the girls to breathe easily again, and all their gazes were focused on the soul bone inside the lead box. It was a right leg soul bone, entirely light silver, like silverware, with blue patterns resembling stars, emitting a hazy blue light and a swirling blue wind, extraordinary and seemingly capable of controlling the wind. Upon seeing that right leg soul bone, Zhu Zhuqing, Shui, Bing'er, and the others' eyes changed, filled with desire. Even Lan Qingyan was no exception. Who would want a soul bone? Except for Xiao Wu. Guxinga felt the eager and passionate gazes of the young girls and the beautiful mature director as she introduced the soul bone. This soul bone came from a wind silver leopard that was over 40,000 years old. Whoever could defeat Haoyang first would be rewarded with this soul bone by the teacher, with a time limit of 2 years. If no one could defeat her within 2 years, the soul bone would belong to Haoyang. As long as they defeated Haoyang within 2 years, the soul bone would be theirs. Otherwise, it would be Haoyang's. This set a goal for them to strive for and encouraged them to train harder. Upon hearing that if no one defeated her within 2 years, the soul bone of such high quality would belong to her, Haoyang's expression changed. She also guessed that Elder Haoyang wanted the elite class students to take her as a target to motivate them. But to offer a 10,000-year soul bone as a reward was truly extravagant. However, the idea of defeating her in just 2 years made Haoyang scoff. She was a level 47 soul master, while the strongest in the class, Shui Binger, was only level 38, a full 9 levels of soul power difference. Even if she didn't cultivate or improve in these 2 years, Shui Binger would not be able to surpass her. For a moment, Haoyang was full of confidence, believing that after 2 years, the right leg soul bone of the wind silver leopard would surely be hers. Do you have confidence? Guxinga looked at the girls who longed for soul bones and gently inquired about them. Under the temptation of the soul bones, Shui Binger was the first to speak up. Yes, Binger won't disappoint the teacher. Although the other students also desired the soul bones, they felt too far behind Haoyang. The only one among them who had a chance to surpass Haoyang was Shui Binger, who possessed a top-tier beast martial soul. Xiao also wouldn't let the teacher down. She quickly raised her hand to express her determination, stating that although she was only at level 29, she was a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, and her cultivation speed was not comparable to that of humans. Surpassing Haoyang within 2 years wouldn't be too difficult for her. What about Zhu Qing? Seeing that only Shui Binger and Xiao Wu had expressed their intentions, Guxinga felt a bit disappointed and turned her gaze to the more reserved Zhu Qing, asking her. The little wildcat didn't expect the teacher to ask her directly. After hesitating for a while, she nodded firmly, her voice cold yet resolute. I can. Hearing this affirmative response, Guxinga nodded in satisfaction, waved her hand to close the lead box and put it away in the system space, and announced again. All right, from today onwards, your goal is to defeat the class leader. Yes, teacher. The group of girls nodded in unison, turning to look at Haoyang, who was sitting at the back, cracking their knuckles with eyes full of hostility. From this day forward, they would be rivals. In this wave, Haoyang's hatred value skyrocketed. The beautiful and mature director was secretly amazed by this scene. She took out a 10,000-year soul bone as a reward, turning it into motivation for the students' progress. What a generous gesture. Subsequently, Lan Qingyan looked at her daughter, determined to help Shui Binger in pursuit of that 10,000-year soul bone. The morning class quickly came to an end. After all, it was the first lesson of the new class, mainly focused on getting to know each other and becoming familiar. Guxinga has also set the learning schedule for the students in the future. In the morning, there will be theoretical lessons. In the afternoon, practical training, and evening study sessions. Evening study sessions? There has never been evening study in the Douluo world. Hearing this term, Lan Qingyan was somewhat puzzled. But it was not appropriate to ask Guxinga in class, so she could only wait until after class to invite him to the office to discuss it. The beautiful and mature director did not harbor much malice towards Guxinga. She simply did not want the Tianshui Academy, which had always been composed of female students and teachers, to have a male teacher, as she did not want centuries-old rules to be broken. What she wanted to protect were the students, not for her own selfish desires. Haoyang, teacher, I'm under so much pressure. I need a raise. Chapter 63. Summon Haoyang Dinglingaling. With the ringing of the class dismissal bell, the morning classes came to an end. Guxinga allowed the elite class students to have free time in the afternoon, as formal classes would start tomorrow. Today was just for getting to know each other and familiarizing themselves. Seeing him step down and leave, the girls all stood up, bowed, and shouted in unison, "Goodbye, teacher." Lan Qingyan also stood up and left through the back door. Wanted to ask Guxinga to her office for a chat to clarify what the evening study session was all about. Teacher Gu, please wait a moment. What is it? Director Lan? Was there something wrong with my teaching method just now? Hearing the beautiful and mature director's soft call, Guxinga stopped in his tracks, looking at Lan Qingyan in confusion. Did he have a problem with his teaching method? It would be normal if there were issues. After all, it was his first time being a teacher, and he was not very skilled. Not really, I just wanted to ask what evening study is. There is no evening study in the Douluo continent, and there isn't even morning study, so Lan Qingyan was curious about what he meant by evening study. Guxinga was slightly taken aback, so that's the reason. The reason for arranging evening self-study was that he planned to teach the Taiyin refining spirit technique to the elite class students. The only requirement for practicing the Tian refining spirit technique was that it had to be done at night when the moon appeared. Director Lon, the evening self-study is actually for the students to gather and study by themselves at night. And I just happen to want to teach them a soul skill that can only be practiced at night. A soul skill that can only be practiced at night? Lan Qingyan instantly thought of her self-created soul skill and was shocked. Could it be his self-created soul skill? Her gaze towards Guxinga changed subtly. One must know that self-created soul skills are extremely rare in the soul master community, and families usually keep them tightly guarded, only passing them down to their direct bloodline. Yet he was willing to teach it to a student he had only known for less than a day. How could this not astonish Lan Qingyan? Noticing the change in the beautiful and mature director's gaze, Guxinga smiled slightly. Although the Tian refining spirit technique was precious, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were crucial to the completion of his task, so it was no big deal to teach them. Of course, if they shared it with others without his permission, he wouldn't mind taking action to clear the ranks. With his current strength, aside from TitleDouluo, Poseidon, and the demon soul master, who could be his opponent? As for Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god exam only allowed her to exert the strength of level 98, which made her even less of a match for him. Moreover, just 2 days ago, he had taught her a lesson with a stick, making her beg for mercy and call him husband. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Guxinga had one more important task to do and did not want to waste more time with Lan Qingyan. The beautiful and mature director came back to her senses, nodding repeatedly as she watched him leave. As she gazed at the young man's retreating figure, Lan Qingyan felt a bit dazed and lost. She felt she might have made a mistake. Since Guxinga first entered the academy, she had spoken harshly to him, warning him that as long as she was there, he shouldn't think he could act recklessly at Tianshui Academy. The second time, she even questioned and provoked him at a faculty meeting, making a big mistake. Looking back now, she felt a bit scared. No one expected that a young man in his 20s would actually be a Title Douluo powerhouse. The fact that she wasn't slapped to death by him was already a stroke of luck. It seemed that perhaps she had been too extreme, thinking that all men were like that guy and not good people. At least Guxinga's performance now seemed fine to her. In order to encourage the students and motivate them to cultivate, he even brought out treasures like a 10,000-year soul bone. Moreover, he was willing to teach his self-created soul skills to a student he had known for less than a day. All these behaviors showed that Guxinga will be a good teacher. However, Lan Qingyan still could not accept that there was now a male teacher in an all-girls academy, and she needed some time to adjust. After leaving the teaching area, Guxinga returned to his small villa. A palm-sized card appeared in his hand, depicting a black silhouette with a big question mark. It was the Spirit Summoning card, rewarded by the system after completing the competition team task. Name, Spirit Summoning card. Description, shadow this card to summon beings from the same world or a lower-level world. Even beings that have already died can be summoned. The Spirit Summoning card could not summon just any being and was limited by the world, which disappointed Guxinga a bit. However, thinking about how simple the task was, the reward naturally wouldn't be too good. He clasped his hand and shattered the Spirit Summoning card. The card transformed into countless particles of light that gathered together to form a light door, emitting a mysterious aura of laws. Seconds later, a figure stepped out from the light door. It was a weak and beautiful girl dressed in a blue cloth long dress. Even though she was dressed simply, her delicate and graceful features were hard to hide, making her appear lovable. In front of Guxinga, a message panel about the delicate beauty appeared. Real name, Haoyang, Source World, Peerless Tangmin. Martial Soul, Spirit Eye, Realm, Level 9 Soul Master. Introduction, Mother of Hua Yuhao, who perished due to the suspicion and targeting of the Duchess. She passed away when Hua Yuhao was 10 years old. Summoned by the host, the system helped her reshape her body and resurrected her. After reading the system's introduction, Guxinga understood roughly. In other words, the Haoyang in front of him had died once. However, after using the Summoned Spirit card, he selected her soul. So the system acted to help Haoyang reshape her body, and then she responded to the summon. Haoyang, just summoned, was still a bit dazed. After a while, she regained her senses, her beautiful blue eyes looking at the handsome and heroic young man in front of her. She slowly opened her mouth to ask, her voice soft and gentle, with a hint of nervousness. Hello, may I ask if you were the one who summoned me? Guxinga listened and nodded slightly, beginning to examine the delicate beauty who had been knocked down. Haoyang had long brown hair, cascading down her back, a charming oval face, delicate and beautiful features, and skin as fair and tender as a peeled egg with a hint of rosy glow. Dressed in a blue cotton long dress, she was tall and soft like a willow, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Her tense and fragile appearance made her particularly endearing. Her soft voice and delicate figure stirred a man's heart of pity. He observed Haoyang, and she was secretly observing him as well. She only remembered that she had died. Her soul had gone to the underworld, but was swept away by a mysterious force. During this time, a voice told her that someone was calling for her, and as a benefit of being summoned, she would be resurrected. Haoyang thought of her son, whom she was worried about, and chose to accept the summons, although she did not understand why she was being called. What concerned her more at this moment was her Haoyang. She had died. How sad must he be? He was only 10 years old. Could he survive in the Duke's residence? Would the Duchess also harm him? The more she thought, the more anxious Haoyang became, wishing to return to the Duke's residence immediately to see her Haoyang. However, Guxinga's words shattered all her thoughts. Haoyang, although I don't have the ability to read minds, I can guess what you're thinking right now. I'm sorry to regretfully tell you that the world you are in is no longer your original world, but a parallel world from 10,000 years ago. If you want to find your son, I'm afraid it's not possible at this moment. Haoyang, come, Yu Haoyang. Call me Dad. Chapter 64. Plan to cultivate and develop Haoyang. Sorry, you're no longer in your original world. Guxinga looked at Haoyang with regret. Although he couldn't read minds, he knew from the limited descriptions in the original work that the delicate beauty before him was a mother who loved her child very much. After her resurrection, her first thoughts would inevitably be of her child, whom she couldn't let go of. But unfortunately, there was a world of difference between her and Haoyang. His words struck Haoyang like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned. The gentle beauty's face showed disbelief. She and Haoyang were no longer in the same world? Haoyang appeared dazed, her heart in turmoil, her delicate figure swaying as if she might fall to the ground at any moment, unable to accept this outcome. She had thought that after her resurrection, she would be in her original world, which was why she had responded so eagerly to the summons. Even if it meant becoming a servant again, she was willing, as all she wanted was to see her child once more and watch him grow up. Seeing Haoyang's heart shattered, her eyes filled with desolation and disappointment, Guxinga felt a pang of sympathy and spoke again. Haoyang, since I was able to summon you from that world, I can naturally send you back to your original world. It's just not possible right now. In the future, you and Haoyang will be able to reunite. Hearing that she still had a chance to reunite with Haoyang, the originally dim blue eyes of Haoyang lit up with a glimmer of hope. She looked up at Guxinga, her eyes full of expectation, her voice soft and nervous as she asked him, Really? Really? Guxinga nodded. The system currently only had 3 functions available. Although he didn't know what conditions were needed to unlock the other functions, as long as there was a crossing function, he could bring Haoyang back to the world of the absolute Douluo continent. Upon hearing this, Haoyang's delicate face showed joy. As long as she could return and see Haoyang again, even if it took a little longer, she was willing to wait. She was best at waiting. Once it was for Duke Baihu, now it was for her Haoyang. Thank you for your summons. Is there anything you need me to do? I could do laundry, cook, clean, and cultivate flowers. Haoyang looked at the handsome and heroic young man before her, introducing all her skills in one breath, then gazing at him expectantly. Guxinga was also somewhat surprised to have summoned Haoyang. To be honest, he was quite disappointed. However, since it had come to this, it wasn't appropriate to say anything more. He certainly couldn't blame Haoyang for being useless and wasting a summoning card on a living being. He really couldn't bring himself to do such a despicable thing. In that case, you can stay by my side as a maid and take care of my daily needs. Guxinga pondered for a moment and instructed Haoyang to serve as a maid. The delicate beauty nodded respectfully, having once been a duchess's head maid. She was most skilled at taking care of others. To help Haoyang understand her situation, Guxinga began to explain some knowledge about the world. Haoyang, my name is Guxinga. From now on, you can call me Mr. Gu. As for my other identities, you will learn about them in the future. The world you are in now is a parallel world to your original one, set 10,000 years before that world, in the era before Dai family's ancestor, Dai Mubai, became a deity. Guxinga emphasized that while Haoyang might have a vague understanding of the era before Tang Xin became a deity, Dai Mubai was different. As the ancestor of the White Tiger Duke, Haoyang naturally knew about him. Upon realizing that she had come to the era before the Dai family's ancestor became a deity, the delicate beauty was astonished and weakly asked, So, at that time, the one who hasn't become a deity yet, is the Dai family still part of the Star Luo Empire's royal family? Guxinga nodded. In the absolute world of Tang, the imperial power of the Xingluo Empire has undergone changes over the course of 10,000 years. The Dai family, originally part of the Xingluo royal family, was overthrown. But due to their formidable strength and connections, they were not exterminated, but instead became dukes of the Xinglua Empire, with prestige only below the royal family. The Duchess of the White Tiger Duke is a princess of the royal family. Yinner, you come from 10,000 years later. Even if it's not the same world, but merely a parallel universe, some things are best kept to yourself and not casually spoken of. Guxinga continued to advise Haoyang, although she didn't know much. But she would have some influence on this era, so she should not reveal anything from her own time. Haoyang, understanding the implication of his words, nodded to show that she would remember. Well, that's good. Here, this is for you. A mysterious water pill appeared in Guxinga's hand, which he handed to Haoyang for her to take. Your soul power has reached level 9, and the medicinal power contained in the mysterious water pill is enough to help you advance to level 10. After that, I will help you obtain your first spirit ring. Looking at the mysterious water pill handed to her, Haoyang was somewhat taken aback. Although she didn't know the value of the mysterious water pill, from what she knew in the Duke's residence, any pill was incredibly valuable, and she was unsure whether she should accept it. But before the delicate beauty could think too much, Guxinga forcibly placed the mysterious water pill in her hand, urging her to take it for refining. As this was related to a recent idea he had, he wanted to cultivate Haoyang and develop her well. With a spirit, I'm martial soul like Haoyang's. Her potential value was quite high. If properly cultivated, she would surely become a powerful mental type Title Douluo in the future. Although Haoyang had extremely low innate soul power, as long as Guxinga wanted to cultivate and develop her, it was completely not a problem with the resources he had. A mental type Title Douluo was something that Guxinga had never encountered before, and he hadn't even heard of a soul master with a main body martial soul. Thus, it seemed that Haoyang was the only soul master with a main body martial soul on the Douluo continent. In the Pope's Hall of the Spirit Hall, after resting for 2 days, Bibi Dong, who had barely recovered, stood by the window, looking down at the letter just sent back by Hulaina. A flicker of surprise and a hint of reproach flashed in her beautiful eyes. Bad husband, so stingy. From the letter, Bibi Dong could see that Guxinga already knew that his disciple was an undercover agent and had instructed the students of Tianshui Academy to target her and exclude her. How petty! However, to motivate those students, he was willing to take out a 10,000-year soul bone, which showed that Guxinga was serious about being a teacher and not just playing around. But those students from Tianshui Academy were not worthy of being compared with Xiaona. A trace of disdain appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. Hulaina was her disciple, the leader of the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, receiving the best teachings from the Spirit Hall. Even if those Tianshui students had 5 or 10 years, they could never defeat her. After all, the natural gap was there. Even with Guxinga's guidance, it was not something they could surpass. No matter what, Hulaina could not lose. This was not just because of a 10,000-year soul bone, but also because Bibi Dong had developed a competitive mindset with Guxinga. She wanted to see whose carefully cultivated disciple, hers or Guxinga's, was stronger. Bibi Dong immediately turned and left the Pope's Hall, heading to Tianshui Academy. The night sky was quiet and ethereal, countless stars scattered across the dark canvas, decorating the night sky, with a bright full moon hanging high, its gentle light soothing the earth. Inside a small Western-style building, Guxinga sat cross-legged, a serene expression on his face with a hint of a smile. The cool, lonely moonlight streamed in through the window, enveloping his body. He pressed the Tian seal, with countless silver light spots swirling around him, being absorbed continuously by him. The silver light shone brilliantly, but was not blinding, making him look like a celestial being, dignified and holy. Beside him, Haoyang quietly waited. She looked at the handsome young man who resembled a deity, her blue eyes revealing a trace of curiosity, and her heart was filled with gratitude for Guxinga. If he hadn't summoned her, she might have already been reincarnated in the underworld, never to see Haoyang again. Although it would take a long time before she could see Haoyang again, Haoyang was willing to wait. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound interrupted Guxinga's cultivation. He exited his meditative state and slowly opened his eyes. A silver light flickered as he gently instructed Haoyang, go open the door. Yes. Haoyang nodded in agreement and turned to open the door. When she opened it, a stunning woman appeared before her, Bibi Dong, dressed in an exquisite outfit befitting the Pope. Her beautiful face was lightly made up, radiant like a lotus in a green wave. In a light purple gown with golden patterns, she outlined her tall and slender figure. After being nurtured by Guxinga, she appeared even more plump and radiant. The Pope's majesty was reined in, and with each smile, she exuded a multitude of charms, exuding the allure of a mature woman, making one want to devour her. seeing that it was not Gushinga who opened the door, but a woman. Bibi Dong's gaze instantly turned cold. She questioned in a chilling voice, "Who are you?" At the same time, her long-held authority revealed itself, mercilessly pressing down on Haoyang, making the delicate beauty unable to resist. She quickly knelt before Bibi Dong, her blue eyes filled with panic, and revealed her identity. "I have met the lady. I am the new maid invited by the sir, responsible for his daily needs." Upon hearing her address her as lady, Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback, and her gaze towards Haoyang changed, becoming less severe and adding a hint of appreciation. This maid was quite sensible. "Gushinga's maid, is it? Get up." "Yes, lady." Haoyang did not immediately rise, but waited for Bibi Dong to pass her before slowly getting up and respectfully following behind her. When they reached Gushinga's side, she reminded him, "Sir, the lady has arrived." Hearing that the lady had arrived, Gushinga turned to look at Bibi Dong, his golden eyes flickering with surprise. "Why did you suddenly come? Surprise inspection? Donger, why are you here? Have you recovered?" Bibi Dong snorted coldly at his words, but did not answer. "Lady, please have some tea." Haoyang brought 2 cups of hot tea to the table and then left the living room, not wanting to disturb their conversation. Bibi Dong sat down on the opposite sofa from Gushinga. As soon as she sat down, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and a hint of pain flickered in her beautiful eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. Gushinga noticed the change in her expression and smiled, thinking to himself that she hadn't fully recovered yet. Noticing his smile, Bibi Dong was instantly filled with anger. How could he still have the face to smile? She shouldn't have agreed to this guy's unreasonable request back then. In the end, he was comfortable, but it was her who suffered. After taking a sip of hot tea, she set down the cup and directly spoke, feigning displeasure and anger as she scolded Gushinga. Elder Haoyang is truly impressive, with just a few casual words. He isolated my little Na. I see she can't stay at Tianshui Academy any longer. I'll have her return to the Spear Hall tomorrow. We can't afford to stay in this place anymore, and we won't come back in the future. Upon hearing this, Gushinga's smile froze. Oh, judging by this tone, it seems she has come to settle a score. It appears she already knows that he used Haoyang as a target. Seeing the displeased expression on the mature woman Pope Bibi Dong, Gushinga felt a bit helpless. Although he knew she was just pretending, he still had to console her. He got up and sat next to Bibi Dong, wrapping his arms around her and letting her lean against his chest. His fingers gently stroked her wine-red, smooth hair, and as he inhaled, the pleasant scent of her body filled his nostrils, making Gushinga quite intoxicated. He softly explained to her, "Donger, don't be angry. I just wanted to motivate our class students. I wasn't intentionally targeting or isolating Xiao Na. I treat everyone equally. She learns the same from me as the other students, and I won't hide anything from her. I just hope the other students have a goal to pursue." But as soon as he finished explaining, Bibi Dong's emotions became agitated. She suddenly stood up from Gushinga's embrace, her voice filled with dissatisfaction. "It's easy for you to say. There are only 12 students in your class, and 11 of them see Xiao Na as a rival. Yet you say you aren't targeting her." "Yes, I arranged for Xiao Na to be by your side to supervise you because I was afraid that without me there, those restless bees would disturb you. I had Xiao Na help me fend them off, but you, on the other hand, want to drive her away. Do you know how much harm this does to her?" Faced with her reprimand, Gushinga did not feel angry. He knew that Bibi Dong regarded Haoyang as her daughter, and it was normal for her to support her, considering his wife's feelings. Gushinga decided to give Haoyang some compensation. He produced a lead box from his hand and handed it to Bibi Dong, softly reassuring her, "Donger, I know you treat Xiao Na like your own daughter. How could I let her suffer in vain? There is compensation for her, and since you're here, why not let you give it to her?" Looking at the lead box presented to her, Bibi Dong's heart raced. Could it be another soul bone? Soul bones are rare and valuable, and who wouldn't immediately fuse with one if they obtained it? Why would anyone leave one behind? Including this one, her husband already had 2 unfused soul bones. I won't call him husband. The thought of being forced to call him that made Bibi Dong's face turn red with shame. She reached out to take the lead box, slowly opening it. Suddenly, an extremely cold ice attribute energy rushed out, chilling to the bone like the extreme northern winds and snow sweeping through the living room. The air temperature dropped sharply, and a thick layer of frost formed on the floor, walls, and furniture, even freezing the 2 cups of hot tea into ice blocks. Along with the icy tide came an overwhelming wave of soul power, shocking Bibi Dong, who quickly closed the lead box and looked up at Gushinga with a face full of astonishment. This soul bone, the head soul bone of the 9-tailed ice fox, with a quality of over 94,000 years. Gushinga casually introduced it, which stunned Bibi Dong. A head soul bone over 94,000 years old, second only to the most precious 100,000 year soul bone, was so easily offered as compensation to her disciple. Bibi Dong quickly shook her head, pushing the soul bone back to Guxinga. No, this is too valuable. Xiao Na can't bear it. Although she was a bit angry about the targeting of Hu Laina and wanted Guxinga to provide some compensation, she didn't expect him to take out such a precious item. Soul bones are very valuable to others, but for the protagonist, they are just easily obtainable. Once the protagonist goes to the Dragon Valley, soul bones will be abundant, so there's no need to criticize the protagonist for giving away treasures. If something can't be used by oneself, isn't it better to give it to someone nearby to increase their favorability? Why must it be left in storage collecting dust? Chapter 66. The Crying and Disturbing Wife of the Pope. Bibi Dong pushed the head soul bone of the nine-tailed ice fox, which was over 94,000 years old, back to Guxinga. Even her spirit immunity head soul bone was only over 80,000 years old. This soul bone was better than hers. Wife, how could I slight your disciple? Although this 94,000 year soul bone is precious, it is not suitable for me. It would be better to give it to someone useful, which can also be considered compensation for Xiao Na. Guxinga asked Bibi Dong to accept this soul bone. He had the Snow Emperor's crown for 600,000 years. And this 90,000-year-old soul bone from the nine-tailed ice fox was hardly appealing to him. Rather than letting it gather dust in the system space, it was better to use it to increase the favorability of Bibi Dong and Hu Laina. It was not a loss. Hearing the word wife, a blush like the evening glow appeared on Bibi Dong's beautiful face, making her irresistibly charming. She knew that Guxinga took out such a top-tier soul bone as compensation for Hu Laina entirely for her sake, which made her heart sweet. Her beautiful eyes looked at the man in front of her filled with tenderness, and she opened her long, delicate arms to embrace Guxinga, snuggling in his arms. Whispering sweetly, "Husband, you are so good to me. You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Guxinga gently stroked the hair of the mature woman in his arms, lowering his head to whisper in her ear, his tone filled with indulgence. The warm breath enveloped her ear, moist and warm, causing Bibi Dong's ears to flush. She felt like a soft lump melting in his embrace. Realizing she truly couldn't live without Guxinga, his love was too addictive and obsessive. "Husband, since you like being a teacher, why don't you come to the Wuhuan Temple Academy? I'll give you the position of dean, so we can be together every day, okay?" After a moment, Bibi Dong looked at her husband with hopeful eyes, but Guxinga shook his head and rejected her. This made the proud Pope feel displeased, her eyes flashing with a hint of crimson. She got up from his embrace, raised her hand to push him away, and threatened Guxinga. What is so good about the Tianshui Academy that makes you waste time here? I don't care if you don't agree. Don't even think about touching me in the future." Looking at the suddenly willful and unreasonable Bibi Dong, Guxinga felt helpless. It must be said that women change their moods really quickly. One moment she was calling him husband, and the next she turned her back on him. However, since she was his wife, he could only spoil her. "Donger, my wife, don't be angry. Since you want me to return to the Wuhuan Temple to be by your side, how about we make a bet?" Hearing Guxinga call her Donger, my wife, Bibi Dong's heart softened. "What bet?" "Let us bet whether the students I teach in the next 2 years can defeat Xiao Na." "Okay, if your students can't defeat Xiao Na in 2 years, you have to obediently listen to me and return to the Wuhuan Temple to be by my side." Bibi Dong agreed without hesitation, and then Guxinga asked her, "All right, but what if Xiao Na loses?" "Xiao Na can't possibly lose." Bibi Dong was full of confidence in Hu Laina, as she had carefully trained her for over a decade. How could she lose? "Wife, nothing is absolute. What if Xiao Na loses?" Looking at her wife's incredibly confident demeanor, Guxinga reminded her that nothing is certain and not to be overly confident. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. It seemed that because he repeatedly refused to return to the Wuhuan Temple with her, Bibi Dong's emotions became a bit uncontrollable. She raised her hand, clenched her fist, and repeatedly pounded Guxinga's chest, growling and questioning him. "Guxinga, what do you mean? You just don't want to return to the Wuhuan Temple, right? Which vixen has captivated you, making you abandon me? You ungrateful person. I even satisfied your unreasonable requests. And now that you've gotten what you wanted, you don't recognize me anymore. I must be blind to have misjudged you, boo-hoo." Her stunningly beautiful face gradually showed a look of grievance, her eyes reddening, and tears flowed uncontrollably, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, heartbroken, as if she were an abandoned woman. Every word was a condemnation of Guxinga, accusing him of forgetting the old love after finding a new one, leaving her in the lurch, catching him off guard. As soon as Guxinga saw Bibi Dong crying, he felt his heart in turmoil. He no longer cared about the bet and tried to organize his words to comfort her. Wife, don't cry. How could I abandon you? You are my dearest. I promised you, didn't I? Regardless of the outcome, after the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition ends, I'll resign and return to the Wuhuan Temple to be with you every day. Hearing his panicked and anxious tone, along with his pained expression, Bibi Dong slowly stopped crying, her lips curling up slightly, a cunning smile like that of a fox flashing across her face. She had long since grasped Guxinga's soft spot. As long as she cried, he would panic. How could she not take advantage of this? However, seeing her husband's worried and caring demeanor made Bibi Dong feel very satisfied. After all, her husband loved her the most. Those seductive women outside could not compare to her. This is what you said. After the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition ends, you will return to the Wuhuan Temple. Donger, my wife, don't cry anymore. When you cry, my heart aches. After the competition ends, I'll return to the Wuhuan Temple to be with you. Absolutely not leaving you. Guxinga nodded and gently wiped away the tears from Bibi Dong's eyes. The originally delicate makeup now blurred, making her look like a little kitten, which made him both amused and affectionate. Where is your papal dignity? He embraced the stunning pope, comforting her and telling Bibi Dong not to overthink, assuring her that even if he were to die, he would never abandon her. Although Guxinga considered himself a playboy until now, the only one he had a relationship with was Bibi Dong. Even Lung Qishuang was just a fleeting indulgence. His greatest affection, care, and love were all for Bibi Dong, and he could not bear to see her cry. Nestled in the arms of her beloved man, Bibi Dong enjoyed his warm embrace, her delicate face revealing satisfaction. I believe in you, hubby, you're the best. In front of Guxinga, Bibi Dong was like a girl in the throes of love, capable of crying, throwing tantrums, and acting cute, even feeling jealous, casting aside all papal dignity. She did not want to repeat what happened last time. Gently caressing the perfect body of the mature woman in his arms made his fingers itch. Although she had not fully recovered, with her Title Douluo body, it should not pose too much of a problem. Guxinga lowered his head and whispered a few words in Bibi Dong's ear. A wave of sorrow and shyness suddenly surged in the depths of the beautiful Pope's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately shook her head and refused him. Honey, let us wait a few more days. Seeing her refusal, Guxinga did not press the issue, only showing a disappointed expression. Bibi Dong felt heartbroken at his disappointment. Just as Guxinga couldn't bear to see her cry, she also couldn't bear to see him disappointed. This was her soft spot, exclusive to him. Bibi Dong stood up and whispered a few words in Guxinga's ear, and instantly his disappointment faded, replaced by joy. He immediately embraced the beautiful Pope and kissed her deeply on her rosy lips, only parting after a long embrace, complimenting her. Wife, you're the best. I love you the most. Every time Bibi Dong heard Guxinga say he loved her the most, she felt extremely satisfied, allowing him to carry her upstairs. Bibi Dong is undoubtedly the first female lead. Chapter 67. The Demon Soul Master intercepts Bibi Dong. In the student dormitory, Hulina was sitting cross-legged on her bed, meditating and practicing, when suddenly she heard Bibi Dong's voice, startling her out of her meditation. Xiaona, open the door. Hulina opened her eyes abruptly, her alluring eyes showing an expression of surprise. The teacher is here. She hurriedly got up to open the door. Bibi Dong stood outside, holding a black lead box at the entrance. Hulina was both surprised and delighted, quickly inviting her teacher inside and respectfully asking, Teacher, why are you here so late? You've been wronged, so the teacher naturally has to seek justice for you. Bibi Dong handed the black lead box to Hulina. As soon as she opened her mouth to speak, Hulina smelled a rich fragrance of heather, leaving her quite puzzled. Upon looking at the black lead box, the charming girl's beautiful eyes widened slightly in shock. Could be a soul bone? Teacher, what is this? It's the compensation from Elder Haoyang, a head soul bone from a nine-tailed ice fox that is over 94,000 years old. Bibi Dong said softly, This soul bone is second only to a 100,000-year soul bone. Even the spirit hall cannot produce such a treasure. If it weren't for her reputation, her disciple Wu Ti be able to obtain such a valuable item. Even a Title Douluo wouldn't have it. What? A soul bone over 90,000 years old. Hearing that the lead box contained a head soul bone over 90,000 years old, Hulina was directly stunned. Elder Haoyang actually had the generosity to give her such a rare item as compensation. How wealthy. However, Upon further thought, there must be a reason related to her teacher. If it weren't for her teacher personally intervening, Elder Haoyang might not have been willing to part with this item. Thank you, teacher. Hulina happily accepted the lead box. Bibi Dong enveloped the entire room with her soul power to prevent any accidents and then help her disciple fuse with the head soul bone from the nine-tailed ice fox that was over 90,000 years old. If such a high-level soul bone was not fused now, and something went wrong later, such as being snatched away or lost, it would be devastating. The absorption of soul rings is limited by cultivation level and age, while soul bones do not have this concern. With Bibi Dong's help, Hulina absorbed and fused with the head soul bone, and with the immense soul power contained in the soul bone, Hulina's soul power increased by 3 levels. Reaching level 50, the charming girl slowly opened her eyes, revealing a completely snow-white head soul bone shaped like a white fox's face on her fair forehead, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. The temperature in the room was affected, with frost forming on the floor and walls, returning to normal only after Hulina retracted the head soul bone, feeling the surge of 3 levels of soul power within her. Hulina's beautiful eyes were filled with joy. As long as she obtained another soul ring, she would become a soul king. After she finished refining the soul bone, Bibi Dong spoke again. Xiaona, the teacher hopes you can agree to one request. Please, teacher. Hulina nodded, ready to agree to whatever her teacher asked. 2 years later, during the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, if the Spirit Hall Academy meets the Heavenly Water Academy in the finals, I hope you will lose to the Heavenly Water Academy. Bibi Dong's words were shocking, and Hulina was stunned. Her teacher actually wanted her to intentionally lose to the Heavenly Water Academy? Teacher, if the Spirit Hall Academy loses in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, it might harm the reputation of the Spirit Hall, right? There will be some impact, but it's not a big deal. In the previous 3 Soul Master competitions, the Spirit Hall has already won 2 championships, and the Star Luo Empire has won once. It's about time for the Heaven Do Empire to win one. Bibi Dong had considered this, and moreover, the true meaning of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition is not to determine who is stronger or invincible, but to discover outstanding soul masters and recruit them. I understand, teacher. Hulina nodded. It was just losing to the Heavenly Water Academy, provided they could reach the finals. Besides, she would not leave empty-handed. She also suspected that the nine-tailed ice fox head soul bone was meant to buy her off. Although the glory of the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition was important, and the rewards would be generous, glory is merely a name. No matter how generous the rewards, they could not compare to a soul bone over 90,000 years old, unless the Spirit Hall offered a 100,000-year soul bone as a reward, which was impossible. This time, she had profited. Well, that's good. Then I'll head back to the Spirit Hall now, and you must not disclose the fact that you possess a soul bone. Bibi Dong nodded in satisfaction, repeatedly reminding Hulina not to reveal that she had a soul bone. Although she was the Pope's disciple, standing behind the Spirit Hall, one could never be sure that someone wouldn't covet the soul bone. The charming girl nodded and watched her teacher leave. She touched her forehead, and her charming face revealed a joyful smile. After leaving the Heavenly Water Academy, Bibi Dong was preparing to return to the Spirit Hall. However, after taking just a few steps, a strange aura suddenly appeared, causing her to stop at her tracks. Her perfect and graceful body tensed up, her mental power bursting forth instantly, spreading in all directions and enveloping a 10-mile radius. Her stunningly beautiful face showed a wary expression, and beneath her golden ratio long legs, 9 soul rings rose into the air. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The 9 soul rings enveloped her body, the 4 colors illuminating her perfect face, and the overwhelming aura of a Title Douluo swept through the heavens and the earth. Behind her, the Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul, as large as a tank, emerged, its appearance horrifying, roaring with its mouth open. Who? Get out here! The cold and proud Pope shouted sternly, her beautiful eyes flashing with crimson light as she looked toward a dark shadow. In the originally empty dark shadow, a figure gradually emerged, dressed in a plain black robe with no patterns, making it impossible to see its true form. But as it took a step forward, 9 soul rings gradually appeared. 3 black, 3 red, 3 orange and gold, especially the last 3 orange soul rings, which had 8 golden patterns on them. A deep, pitch-black shadow appeared behind it, holding a scepter and emanating an eerie aura that seemed to devour everything. A powerful soul pressure far exceeding Bibi Dong spread out, crushing toward her without reservation. What? Bibi Dong's stunning face showed a hint of shock as she struggled to withstand that terrifying pressure. The person in front of her felt even stronger than TitleDouluo. Who are you? She coldly questioned the black-robed figure who was slowly approaching, her eyes revealing a look of caution but not acting rashly. It looked at Bibi Dong, staring at her face for a long time, the purple eyes under the hood flashing with an inexplicable expression before slowly speaking in a cold voice, with no discernible gender. The Demon Soul Master. The Demon Soul Master. Hearing this name, Bibi Dong was even more surprised. Since the emergence of the Soul Hall, the Soul Master had never appeared on the continent, and this was her first time seeing the Soul Master. Oof. You suddenly stopped me. Could it be that you want to go to war with the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong coldly questioned the Soul Master, watching him with extreme vigilance. Even if she couldn't defeat him, escaping wouldn't be a problem. The Soul Master reined in his pressure and spoke indifferently. I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Impossible. How could the Spirit Hall make a deal with you, the Soul Hall? Without thinking, Bibi Dong refused. But the next sentence from the Soul Master made her expression change instantly. 23 years ago, I have already spoiled the true identity of the Soul Master in the group beforehand. Of course, it was when the book was just opened. Chapter 68. Teacher Gu Star Class, don't you want to know the truth of that night, 23 years ago? The Soul Master's voice was not loud. Yet it struck Bibi Dong's ears like a thunderclap, leaving her frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Immediately, her stunning face twisted in rage, roaring for the Soul Master to shut up, while her death spider, Emperor Martial Spirit, roared behind her. Shut up. Don't say it. Facing Bibi Dong's anger, the Soul Master remained calm, his voice still indifferent. That night, Tianshui did not insult you. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong retorted angrily. Impossible. If that beast did not insult me, then how did that illegitimate child come about? I remember it clearly. That beast, if Tianshui did not insult her, then how did Tianrenshui come about? She remembered it very clearly, unable to forget what happened that night, like a nightmare haunting her. Sometimes memories may not necessarily be true. The Soul Master seemed to know a lot and continued to speak, but at this moment, Bibi Dong could not take in his words at all. Her eyes glowed with a crimson light, gradually losing her rationality, and her death spider, Emperor Martial Spirit, became more and more agitated, as if it would pounce on the Soul Master in the next moment. Looking at the irrational Bibi Dong, his purple eyes flashed with a hint of pity beneath his hood. Seeing that she could not accept it for the time being, and realizing they could not talk any further, the Soul Master sighed softly, his figure gradually disappearing before her. She needed some time to digest this. On October 10th, the weather was clear, the sun was bright, and the warmth was pleasant. In the elite class, the girls had gradually arrived one after another. After yesterday's self-introduction, they had become more familiar with each other and had a bit of understanding. Hulaina sat in the last position, watching the other classmates gather in groups, chatting and laughing, but no one spoke to her, making her appear isolated. Yet she didn't take care at all. The fox girl expressed, I have received compensation from Soul Bones for over 90,000 years. Do you have it? You don't. She was not aggrieved at all. Instead, she was extremely happy. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, how strong do you think Teacher Gu is? Compared to my grandpa Jian, who is stronger? Ning Rongrong leaned on the table, discussing with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing whether Guxinga was more powerful or her grandpa Jian. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, unsure and hesitant to judge, but since the Title Douluo Haoyang had killed 5 Title Douluo with one move, she leaned towards Guxinga. Of course it's Teacher Gu. He once killed dozens of evil beast kings with one move. Xiao Wu blurted out without thinking. Her pink eyes filled with admiration and longing as the grand figure that stood before her and her mother, like a sun god, appeared in her mind. But I still think Grandpa Jian is stronger. His soul power has reached level 96, and he's the #1 attack soul master in the world. Teacher Gu is just a newly promoted Title Douluo. He definitely isn't as strong as my Grandpa Jian. Although she said this, Ning Rongrong felt a bit uncertain. Her Grandpa Jian was indeed strong, but he didn't have a record of killing 5 Title Douluo in one move, and besides, Grandpa Jian didn't appear as handsome as Teacher Gu. I propose that Teacher Gu and Sword Douluo have a match. Whoever wins is stronger. Suddenly, Yi Lingling suggested, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodded. This was a good suggestion. Purely discussing didn't have much effect. A direct match would show who was stronger. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu with a curious expression and asked her, by the way, Xiao Wu, what is the evil beast king you mentioned? I've never heard of it. The evil beast king is the evil beast king. It is not the same as soul beasts. It is an incredibly evil being, a minion of the Rakshasa god, a common enemy of soul masters and soul beasts. Xiao Wu earnestly explained to Ning Rongrong what an evil beast was. And the evil beast king was the most powerful existence among them, each equivalent to 100,000-year soul beast. After hearing this, Ning Rongrong and the others felt it was a bit strange. Besides soul beasts, they had never heard of anything like evil beasts. And the Rakshasa god felt like a story. Seeing that they didn't believe her, Xiao Wu didn't explain much. Indeed, there were no evil beasts on the continent now, as they had been exterminated 20,000 years ago. Ding ling ling. The class bell rang, and Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger all sat up straight, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Guxinga. After a while, Guxinga suddenly appeared on the podium, attracting the girls' attention. He looked at the assembled students, spoke gently, and began today's lesson. Before class began, I will ask you a question. Can anyone answer the teacher about the restrictions on the years of absorption for the 9 major spirit rings of soul masters? The restrictions on the years of absorption for the 9 major spirit rings? Upon hearing this question, the girls looked at each other. It was not a difficult question. Except for Xiao Wu, they all knew a bit. Shui Binger raised her hand first, and Guxinga gestured for her to stand and answer. Teacher, according to the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits mentioned, the highest limit for the first spirit ring that a soul master can absorb is 423 years. The second spirit ring is 764 years. The third spirit ring is 1,760 years. The fourth spirit ring is 5,000 years. And the fifth spirit ring is 12,000 years. The so-called 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits is a theoretical textbook compiled by Yu Shaojiang, published by the Spirit Hall, and signed by the master. Even Guxinga learned about the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits during his time at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Unfortunately, the theory above was of no use to him, but it was somewhat useful for ordinary soul masters. After listening to Shui Binger's explanation, Guxinga nodded, letting her sit down, and began his teaching. Binger, what you described about the restrictions on the years of absorption for the 9 major spirit rings is consistent with the textbook. It seems you have put effort into studying the theory, but theory is always just theory. Although there is some truth to it, when it comes to practical application, it may not hold true. To prove the difference between theory and practice, suddenly, 2 purple, 6 black, and 1 red, 9 spirit rings rose from Guxinga's feet. And all the girls' gazes converged on the spirit rings, the purple dazzling, the black profound, and the red enchanting. The 3 colors of light intertwined, reflecting his perfect figure. And the overwhelming, mountain-like, terrifying soul power pressure flashed by, not causing them too much impact. Do you see the teacher's first spirit ring? Guxinga pointed to his first soul ring, and the students all showed surprised expressions. It was actually a 1,000-year soul ring. According to the textbook, a 1,000-year soul ring can only be obtained by reaching the soul respect level, yet their teacher had acquired it while still being a soul master. This was too contrary to common sense. Teacher, why is your first soul ring a 1,000-year soul ring? Unable to contain her curiosity, Ning Rongrong was the first to raise her hand to ask. Shui Binger, Hulaina, and the others also perked up their ears to listen. They had never seen anyone obtain a 1,000-year soul ring as a soul master, nor had they even heard of such a thing. The so-called age of soul ring absorption is actually just a vague limitation. Do you know who authored the top 10 core competencies of martial souls you were studying? The girls shook their heads. They only knew it was written by someone called a master, but they didn't know who this master really was. Shui Yuer quickly raised her hand to answer, providing her own insight. Teacher, the top 10 core competencies of martial souls were authored by someone called the master. I remember there was some introduction about him, claiming to be theory invincible, so he must also be a Title Douluo powerhouse like you. Theory invincible sounded impressive at first glance. Yi Lingling, Hulaina, and the others nodded in agreement with Shui Yuer's analysis. However, Guxinga shook her head, looking at the group of girls below who were misled by the nickname, and began to reveal the so-called master. Yuer, let me teach you a lesson. Don't be deceived by so-called nicknames. The so-called theory invincible master actually has a real soul power of only level 29. Regarding the demon soul sect, it is not just casually original. There are foreshadowings that will be revealed little by little. Characters from the Sun and Moon continent will also appear later. But they are not from the Peerless Tang sect, and the characters from the Sun and Moon continent are related to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 69. Transporting Plagiarizers Yu Shaojiang. The so-called theory invincible master has a real soul power of only level 29, so don't be misled by nicknames. Guxinga gestured for Shui Yuer to sit down and revealed the true face of the so-called master, causing an uproar among the girls in the class, who all showed expressions of disbelief. Teacher, you're not joking, right? That master is only level 29. Lu Hai-ro found it hard to believe, clearly. His nickname was so impressive, his theories unbeatable, and he was called a master, yet he was only level 29, weaker than her. Shui Binger and the others were also shocked. How could a theoretical textbook authored by a level 29 soul master circulate among so many soul master academies on the continent? What kind of dark secrets were hidden behind this? Seeing their astonished expressions, Gu Xingge smiled. Speaking of which, he had quite a history with Yu Xiaojiang. Not because of Bibi Dong, but because of Lu Erlong. Ning Rongrong raised her hand again and asked, Teacher, since that master only has 29 levels of soul power, why did his top 10 core competencies of martial souls pass the review of the Martial Soul Hall and circulate in the soul master academies on the continent? Could it be that his identity is not ordinary? She was quite curious about the identity of this master. She had heard of him during her time in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and her father held him in high regard. The girls all turned to Gu Xingge, eager to hear about the master's background. As a teacher, he naturally would satisfy his students' curiosity. This master's real name was Yu Xiaojiang, the second son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sex leader. Unfortunately, like father, like son, and a mouse's son can dig holes. Despite being born into the world's #1 beast martial soul family, he only had an innate soul power of half a level. Moreover, his martial soul was not the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, but a detached martial soul resembling a pig or a dog, regarded as a disgrace to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Many in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family even doubted that Yu Xiaojiang was the leader's son. Gu Xingge spoke slowly while the girls listened quietly. Compared to the dull and boring theoretical knowledge, they preferred to hear gossip. Teacher, is it true that Yu Xiaojiang is not the biological son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sex master? Ning Rongrong eagerly raised her hand, excitedly asking whether Yu Xiaojiang was indeed Yu Yuanjin's offspring. She really disliked those guys from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. When she visited them with her father, those people always looked down their noses at others, acting very proud, as if they were the most important and everyone else was beneath them. If Yu Xiaojiang is not Yu Yuanjin's son, that would be a real shock. And it would be interesting to see how the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would hold their heads up in front of outsiders in the future. While others might fear the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and wouldn't dare speak out even if they knew the truth, Ning Rongrong believed that Gu Xingge wouldn't. However, he shook his head. I'm not very sure about whether Yu Xiaojiang is Yu Yuanjin's son either. You'd have to ask Yu Yuanjin's wife. Hearing that the teacher was also unsure, Ning Rongrong felt instantly disappointed. As for Yu Yuanjin's wife, she had been dead for 2 or 3 decades. How could they ask her? Teacher, what happened to Yu Xiaojiang afterwards? Shuewu raised her hand to ask, as she was curious about how Yu Xiaojiang became a master. Well, later on, Yu Xiaojiang suffered from low martial soul aptitude and awakened a martial soul that wasn't the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. He faced contempt and humiliation from both peers and elders within the clan. To resolve his martial soul issues, he began to search for various martial soul theories. Unfortunately, relying solely on theory couldn't solve his own problems. Now, Yu Xiaojiang is nearly 50 years old and still only has a cultivation level of 29. As soon as Gu Xingge finished speaking, Shui Yuer eagerly raised her hand to share her understanding. I understand now, teacher. You want to tell us that we shouldn't just believe in the theories from books. Practical experience is the most important. A few other girls nodded in agreement with Shui Yuer, as they also believed the same. Watching the enthusiastic dolphin girl raise her hand to speak, Gu Xingge smiled slightly and asked her to sit down. What Yuer mentioned is just one point. Whether it's theory or practice, we need to grasp both. Theory is derived from the practical experiences of those before us, and our practice becomes the theory for those who come after us. However, the teacher doesn't want you to learn incorrect theories, nor should you rely too heavily on the theories of predecessors. You should practice more on your own. Do you understand? Understood. 12 Upon learning that the author of the 10 core competencies of martial souls was merely a level 29 soul master, they all began to look down on this theory. In this world where the strong are revered, the stronger one's cultivation, the more credible and real their words are, and vice versa. What you have learned about the 10 core competencies of martial souls is not actually compiled by Yu Xiaojiang. He is merely a transporter, integrating various theories he learned from the Spear Hall. Otherwise, how would you think a level 29 soul master knows the absorption year limits of the 9 soul rings? Gu Xingge was not intentionally discrediting Yu Xiaojiang. He was stating facts. During his more than half a month at the Spirit Hall, aside from being close with Bibi Dong, he spent his time in the library absorbing various theoretical knowledge to avoid being blank during classes and unable to say anything. The 8 layers of content in the 10 core competencies of martial souls compiled by Yu Shaojiang can be found in the library. They're just somewhat scattered. If organized, it would take some time and effort. Moreover, it's worth mentioning that Yu Shaojiang's set is already 20 years old, and the theories in the library have been updated at least 5 generations since then. However, major Soul Master factions and the Spirit Hall have blocked most theoretical knowledge. Unless supported by a significant force, the theoretical knowledge in other Soul Master academies is several versions behind. Shui Binger, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others thought carefully and agreed with the teacher's reasoning. Yu Shaojiang is just a level 29 Soul Master. He has only 2 rings. How could he know the absorption year limits for the other 7 rings? They couldn't think of anything other than that he was merely transporting knowledge. As for theories about mutated martial souls or the compatibility of martial souls with soul rings, they felt he must have also transported them from other books, which he then combined into what is called the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Thinking of this made the girls indignant. Yi Lingling raised her hand and said angrily, "Teacher, if that's the case, isn't the so-called master just a plagiarizer, taking the theories derived from the hard work of predecessors as his own and shamelessly publishing them to gain fame and embellish himself? Yes, that's so shameless. Clearly, it's the efforts of predecessors, but he claims it's his own. It's disgusting. Exactly, truly shameless." Seeing the girls below expressing their disdain for Yu Shaojiang, Guxinga urged them not to be too excited and to calm down. He also felt quite discontent with Yu Shaojiang's actions, as the theories learned from the Spirit Hall resulted in his disciple destroying the Spirit Hall in the original work. This is a classic case of someone filling their own stomach and then flipping the pot over. "Yu Shaojiang, what are you talking about? What do you mean? I'm just borrowing ideas. Just borrowing." Chapter 70. TitleDouluo's Wariness, Sun and Moon D Clan. Watching the girls, filled with righteous indignation and cursing Yu Shaojiang's shamelessness, Guxinga asked them to be quiet and not get too agitated. Remember, take what these so-called masters and experts say as a joke. Don't take it seriously. Let me tell you another joke about Master. He once said an encouraging phrase: "There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters." This phrase seems somewhat reasonable at first, but upon closer examination, it's actually very wrong. Hearing this joke, Shui Binger and the others began to ponder. At first, it indeed seemed somewhat reasonable, but the more they thought about it, the more unreasonable it became, yet they couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. No useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? Is he talking about himself? Shui Wei curiously asked. Guxinga nodded. Yu Shaojiang wanted to use this phrase to prove that he was not a useless person, but he overlooked a very important point: innate soul power. When innate soul power was mentioned, the girls finally understood what was unreasonable: that Yu Shaojiang only mentioned martial souls and did not mention innate soul power. Seeing the girls' enlightened expressions, Guxinga knew they all got it. It seems you've all guessed it. That's right, innate soul power determines a soul master's future growth limit. A soul master, no matter how top-tier their martial soul is, if their innate soul power is extremely low or even non-existent, unless they encounter a tremendous opportunity, they won't be able to go far on the path of a soul master. Conversely, if one has full innate soul power, even if they are a pig, they could potentially achieve the rank of Title Douluo. Unfortunately, Yu Shaojiang's martial soul is neither a pig nor a dog, and with only half a level of innate soul power, it is destined that he cannot become a powerful soul master. Thus, while the phrase "there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters" is correct, it is not entirely true. It can be summarized in one phrase: it depends on the person. This phrase works for someone with full innate soul power, but a martial soul that is a pig. But for someone whose martial soul is a pig and has very low innate soul power, or even none, it doesn't apply. After saying so much, Guxinga felt a bit thirsty. He casually picked up a cup from the podium, removed the lid, and took a sip. He was slightly taken aback, looking at the cup with some confusion. He remembered that he hadn't brought a cup. Who prepared this? The taste was quite good, mildly sweet, and slightly bitter, and it was quite soothing to the throat. Looking at the few white flowers steeped in the cup, it was honeysuckle. Guxinga looked at the students below the stage, his gaze landing on Yi Lingling, who was slightly raising her head with an expression that seemed to say, "Praise me." It made him want to laugh. This girl, teacher, does that mean that as long as one's innate soul power is high enough, no matter what kind of martial soul one has, their future achievements won't be bad? Ning Rongrong raised her hand to ask. Guxinga put down his teacup and nodded. The achievements of a soul master do not depend on the martial soul, but on the innate soul power. Of course, this is not absolute. Even if one's innate soul power is low, if they are fortunate and have great opportunities to obtain rare treasures that can enhance their qualifications, they can still go far on the path of a soul master. Hearing about treasures that can enhance qualifications, the girl's eyes lit up. Are there really such things? Teacher, where can we find treasures that enhance qualifications? Xiao Ruoxue eagerly raised her hand to inquire. Among the Tianshui Academy girls, except for Shui Binger and Shui Wu, the other 5 could only be considered above average in terms of qualifications. If they weren't already the Academy's seed players, they wouldn't even qualify for the elite class. Therefore, they also wanted to enhance their qualifications and not hold back the elite class. Guxinga shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either, which made the girls show expressions of disappointment. All right, that's enough of the digression. Let's get back to the main topic, which is the absorption limits of soul rings. The gossip is over. It's time to focus on the lesson. A soul master absorbing a soul ring is not only limited by the years, but primarily depends on the soul master themselves. Guxinga turned around and wrote 3 words on the blackboard: physical quality, soul strength, and martial soul quality. Looking at the 3 words on the blackboard, the girls showed a puzzled expression. They only knew how many years of soul rings should be absorbed at each level, and had never heard of such importance placed on these factors. The absorption of soul rings by soul masters depends on these 3 points. As long as your physical quality is high enough, your soul is strong enough, and your martial soul quality is top-notch, even a level 10 soul master can absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. Of course, this is just a hypothesis, but the teacher is a living example. At level 10, the first soul ring he absorbed was over 300 years old, exceeding the maximum age of the first soul ring by 3 times. Moreover, all the soul rings I absorbed afterward were above my level. Absorbing different soul rings not only provides different soul skills, but also produces different changes in the martial soul. Guxinga pointed to her 9 soul rings and used herself as an example to explain in detail. The girls listened with great interest, their eyes filled with surprise, occasionally gasping in amazement. Soon, the morning theory class came to an end. As the class bell rang, Zhu Zhuqing, Shui Binger, and the others turned around to look at the blackboard filled with notes on soul ring absorption theory, as well as their own neatly written notes. Feeling a sense of enlightenment, they realized that there were so many intricacies to absorbing soul rings. Shui Binger and the others couldn't help but feel emotional, thinking that if Teacher Gu had taught them when they first awakened their martial souls, they would surely be stronger than they were now. All right, that concludes this morning's class. In the afternoon, we won't have class in the classroom. Instead, we'll gather outside the teacher's dormitory. Yi Lingling, come to my office. Guxinga heard the class dismissal bell and announced the gathering place for the afternoon, which was in the open space outside the small Western-style building. Good teacher. Yi Lingling's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and she quickly got up, holding her teacup, and followed Guxinga out of the classroom. Xiao Wu, seeing that Guxinga only called Yi Lingling and not her, pouted and felt a bit unhappy. In a martial soul city, inside the offering hall, TitleDouluo looked at the letter that had crossed the ocean through the formation, condensed by soul power in his hand. His brows furrowed and a deep sense of wariness appearing in his eyes. Why did the D family suddenly want to send someone to the Douluo continent? What do they want? Although the Qian family and the D family were both descendants of the angel god, since the time of TitleDouluo's grandfather, they had resisted the D family coming from the Sun Moon continent to the Douluo continent. The reason was simple. The D family was too powerful. 1,000 years ago, there were no fewer than 10 demigod-level powerhouses, and now, 1,000 years later, with the special nature of their martial souls, they would only become stronger. If it weren't for the restrictions set by the angel god and that figure, requiring permission from the Qian family to enter the Douluo continent, the D family would have long sent powerful individuals to conquer the Douluo continent. After much contemplation, TitleDouluo chose to refuse. No matter what the D family sent people to do, now was not the time, at least not until the Spirit Hall unified the Douluo continent. Don't tell me the Sun Moon continent is related to the Su family. That's the Peerless Tang sect, and I'm following an original plot. Chapter 71. Haoyang brings lunch Lingling. Has your mother broken through to level 80? In the independent office, Guxinga looked at the delicate and beautiful girl, the camellia girl, with gentle eyes, and asked about Yi Yuxi's recent situation. He had given her 2 small creation pills and a 10,000-year soul bone. After taking and merging them, it was enough for the beautiful camellia woman to reach level 80. He was a bit curious as to whether she had broken through, since he hadn't seen her at the academy these past few days. Yi Lingling placed the teacup on Guxinga's desk and shared her mother's recent situation. My mother broke through to level 80 the day before yesterday, and she is currently contacting friends to prepare to go to the Star-Do Great Forest to obtain her 8th spirit ring. Let your mother wait for a bit. There's no rush for the 8th spirit ring. Guxinga asked Yi Lingling to go back and inform Yi Yusi that there was no need to rush to obtain the 8th soul ring. He would personally help her hunt for it later. Yi Lingling nodded obediently, promising to tell her mother when she returned home tonight. With Guxinga, the Title Douluo, stepping in, it was much more reliable than those soul emperors and soul saints. This tea tastes good, thank you. He pointed to the honeysuckle tea prepared by the girl and praised her. Yi Lingling's pretty face showed a hint of shyness. This is the tea my mother prepared for you, teacher. She said you would definitely get thirsty and have a dry throat during the lecture. So she asked me to bring a cup. Since you like it, I'll prepare it for you every day. Although she could use a more intimate term to address Guxinga, it was still school, so it was better to use teacher as a sign of respect. That's kind of you. I'll trouble you with that from now on. Guxinga nodded and accepted Yi Lingling's kindness. The girl from the begonia quickly shook her head, saying it was no trouble as long as he liked it. All right, make sure to rest well and recharge your energy. Remember to gather on time in the afternoon. Goodbye. Teacher. Yi Lingling nodded obediently, indicating she wouldn't be late, and even stuck out her tongue at Guxinga, looking extremely cute and completely different from her aloof demeanor at the Tiantou Academy, before turning to leave the office. Watching the begonia girl leave, Guxinga smiled slightly and then lowered his head to start preparing his lessons. He wrote out the 9-rank body refinement technique, the Ice True Qi, and the Tying refining spirit technique, organizing them together and naming it the Haoyang treasure record. It consisted of 3 sections: the body section, the internal skill section, and the spirit refining section. With the speed at which Guxinga made Bibi Dong plead for mercy, he finished it in just half an hour. However, looking at the organized Haoyang treasure record, he felt something was off. Even though the name had Yang in it, the 2 sections inside were completely unrelated and even opposite, giving Guxinga a sense of dissonance. After pondering for a while, he revised the name. Tying treasure record. Now it feels just right. Guxinga nodded in satisfaction, putting the Tying treasure record into the system space for use in the afternoon class. Excuse me, how do I get to Teacher Gu's office? On the academy's playground, Haoyang, dressed in a simple blue cloth outfit, could not hide her delicate beauty. At this moment, she was holding a stack of food boxes and stopped a student to ask where Guxinga's office was. Coincidentally, the student she stopped was Shui. Last time, she was stopped by Guxinga for directions, and this time she was stopped by Haoyang for the same reason. The dolphin girl certainly has a strong guiding characteristic. May I ask what you need from Teacher Gu? Shui looked at the delicate beauty holding the food box and asked curiously. Haoyang introduced herself as Guxinga's maid and pointed to the food box in her hand, indicating that she was there to deliver lunch to Guxinga. The teacher's maid? Then please follow me. After carefully scrutinizing Haoyang and seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Shui nodded and led her to Guxinga's office. All the elite class students knew where his office was. A few minutes later, while Guxinga was planning his teaching arrangements, he heard a knock on the door and called out without looking up, "Come in." Hearing this, Shui and Haoyang entered the office, and the dolphin girl softly called out, "Teacher, your maid has brought your lunch." Upon hearing that Haoyang had brought him lunch, Guxinga raised his head and looked at the delicate beauty behind Shui, his golden eyes showing a hint of surprise. "Thank you, Yue. You can go and rest now, and don't be late this afternoon." He thanked Shui for guiding Haoyang and told her to go rest, reminding her not to be late in the afternoon. "Okay, teacher." Shui nodded and left. Haoyang looked at Guxinga, who was sitting at his desk, and walked to the desk while holding the food box, her voice soft and gentle. "Sir, I saw that you didn't come back for lunch, so I thought I would pack some and bring it to you. I wasn't sure of your taste, so the dishes are on the lighter side." You are thoughtful. Watching the delicate beauty place the stack of food boxes in front of him, he saw stir-fried shrimp, Christian fish tofu soup, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, steamed bass, and a box of rice. Since Tianshui Academy is near the Tianlan River, most of the ingredients are freshwater delicacies. However, after Haoyang's cooking, not only did they look and smell great, but with such a beautiful maid by his side, it was also quite appetizing. "Have you eaten?" Guxinga did not immediately pick up his chopsticks, but instead asked Haoyang if she had already had lunch. She shook her head, looking at the full lunchbox. Guxinga took out the exquisite food box and utensils prepared for him by the academy from his drawer and invited Haoyang to dine together. "Let's eat together. The master does not eat with the servant. This is the most basic rule. Even the former Haoyang never shared a meal with the White Tiger Duke. Guxing's actions left her somewhat at a loss. However, before she could refuse, Guxing divided a small portion of rice from his lunchbox into the Academy's food box, then handed the lunchbox to Haoyang while taking the Academy's food box for himself. Let's eat. The servant does not eat with the master. That's the rule. Haoyang weakly spoke, but Guxing shook his head, telling her not to think too much about it. In his presence, his words were the rule. Faced with her assertive master, the delicate and beautiful maid, although still somewhat concerned about the rigid rules, ultimately complied with his command and ate with him. This shrimp is nice, but a bit bland. In the future, put more chili in the dishes, preferably pickled chili. I like sour and spicy flavors. After tasting the stir-fried shrimp, which was delicious and slightly sweet, Guxing expressed his preference for spicy food and instructed her to make the dishes bolder in flavor. Haoyang. Seeing her take small bites of rice and hardly touch the vegetables, Guxing scooped a few spoonfuls of shrimp from the tofu soup into Haoyang's lunchbox and added a few pieces of fatty fish belly for her, urging her to eat more. You should eat more. You're too thin. You hardly have any flesh on you. No meatiness at all. I prefer someone fuller. Haoyang looked at the dishes in her lunchbox, paused for a moment, and upon hearing Guxing say he preferred someone fuller, her cheeks flushed slightly. She understood. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting recommendation votes. Requesting tips. Go for it. Chapter 72. Spoiled Ning Rongrong. Conflict erupts. After lunch, Haoyang tidied up the empty lunchbox and returned to the small Western-style building with Guxing. Before they entered, Guxing noticed the changes around the small Western-style building. The surrounding flowers and plants had been trimmed, with excessive branches and leaves cut away. The soil had been loosened artificially, moist and soft, likely having been watered. The flowers bloomed towards the sun, looking quite vibrant. The climbing plants like ivy that had originally clung to the building's surface had been cleaned away, and some dust and dirt on the walls had also been washed off, giving the entire small building a refreshing visual appeal. Thank you for your hard work. Guxing turned back and gently spoke to the delicate maid Haoyang who was following behind her. The fragile and beautiful maid shook her head, indicating that it was all her duty. Upon entering the room, the changes were quite significant. Previously, Guxing lived alone without many pretensions, and the furniture and decor remained the same. However, Haoyang had made various modifications to the furniture arrangements, allowing for better lighting in the small villa. She also prepared a variety of potted plants placed in different corners of the living room to ensure air circulation and dispel any old odors. Being attentive, she noticed that Guxing often sat by the window to meditate, bathing in the moonlight, so she adjusted the curtains. When the moon appeared at night, the area illuminated by moonlight would be even larger. Guxing was very pleased with the changes in the room. Although he wasted a summoning card and didn't summon a powerful subordinate, the all-purpose maid was also quite good. He noticed that Haoyang was still wearing the blue cloth dress from yesterday, and his brows furrowed slightly. This startled Haoyang, and she wondered if her renovation of the small Western-style building had displeased him. She quickly asked in a low voice, "Sir, is there something you are not satisfied with?" "No, I'm very satisfied. It's just that you're still wearing the clothes I summoned you in. That was my oversight." Guxing shook his head. Not preparing clean clothes for Haoyang was his oversight. He then took out a soul card from the system space and handed it to the delicate maid, instructing her. "This card contains 100,000 soul coins. Go to Lanjiang City later and buy a few sets of clean clothes. Also, see what else is needed here, so you can buy some back." Haoyang took the soul card, relieved that it wasn't because of her arrangement that he was dissatisfied, and respectfully replied, "Understood, sir." An hour later, the sun was blazing in the afternoon, and the air was quite hot. Fortunately, there were many trees in the open space in front of the small Western-style building, providing ample shade. The gathered girls sat cross-legged under the shade to escape the scorching sun. Shui, Binger, and the others were water attribute soul masters. No matter how hot the weather was, they could maintain a cool state by circulating their soul power. However, Ning Rongrong couldn't handle it. Even though the sun was blocked by the shade, she felt that her fair skin was about to get tanned. Waving her hand to fan herself, Ning Rongrong's mood became irritable as she complained internally. "Isn't it good to have class in the classroom? Why do we have to be under this blazing sun? It's so hot." She longed to eat ice cream and drink chilled juice. Compared to Ning Rongrong, Yi Lingling and the others were actually more affected by Zhu Zhuqing, the little female cat. The black-purple leather outfit tightly wrapped around her well-developed figure. The black color absorbed heat, and combined with the tight leather, it made her feel stifled, causing her to sweat. Her hair was slightly damp, and her rosy lips parted slightly, revealing a hint of redness in her cheeks. Zhu Zhuqing's discomfort caught Shui Binger's attention, and knowing she couldn't stand the heat, the girl immediately stood up. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appearing beneath her feet, she released her ice attribute soul power, forming several large ice blocks about half a meter tall and placing them among the girls. As soon as the ice blocks appeared, the cold air they radiated significantly lowered the surrounding temperature. Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, and the others immediately felt refreshed, as if they were in an air-conditioned room. Zhu Zhuqing felt the penetrating chill and the stifling heat around her dissipated. She felt comfortable, and her cattail perked up, making her face appear less red. She looked at Shui Binger with a grateful expression. So comfortable. Ning Rongrong wished she could hug the big ice block directly, but she then complained to Shui Binger. Why didn't you bring it out earlier? We've been hot for so long. Hearing her complaint, Shui Binger's expression changed slightly, looking somewhat displeased. Was this her fault? Why was she being blamed? Shui Yuer couldn't stand it any longer and turned to glare at Ning Rongrong. Can you not speak? What kind of talk is that? How can you blame my sister for making you hot for so long? Are you even being reasonable? Reasonable? Ning Rongrong, who had been spoiled since childhood and was willful, had no idea what being reasonable meant. To her, it was always someone else's fault. Faced with Shui Yuer's reprimand, she didn't realize her words were wrong and retorted. What? Did I say something wrong? If she had made the ice blocks earlier, would we have been hot for so long? As she spoke, Ning Rongrong raised her hand to touch her delicate face, which had dried out due to the heat, losing its usual moisture and smoothness, making her even more unhappy. The words of the 7 treasures' little princess made the other girls around frown. It was indeed too much. Shui Binger had specially created ice blocks to cool everyone down and make them comfortable. Yet, instead of thanking her, Ning Rongrong complained about not getting them sooner, which was truly annoying. Those who had a good relationship with Shui Binger, including Shui Wu and Shui Yuer, began to feel disgust towards Ning Rongrong. Did she really think that just because she was the little princess of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, everyone had to pamper her and accommodate her? How naive. In the elite class, everyone was equal. Besides, there was a Pope's disciple nearby. In terms of status, she was even slightly stronger than Ning Rongrong. Don't be too excessive. Do you think you're so great just because you're the little master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school? Without the 7 treasures glazed tile school, what are you? Shui Yuer didn't indulge Ning Rongrong and directly spoke up. Ning Rongrong's face darkened immediately, and she exploded in anger. Oof. You, a mere soul master, dare to speak to me like this? Who do you think you are? I am the highest talent of the 7 treasures glazed tile school in hundreds of years. A mere dolphin spirit is even worthy of being compared to my 7 treasures glazed tower? What a joke. Oof. My dolphin spirit may not compare to your 7 treasures glazed tower, but my sister's spirit is an ice phoenix with innate soul power at level 9, and she won't stop at soul sage. Facing Ning Rongrong's mention of spirit, Shui Yuer knew she was inferior, but she still had her sister and mocked Ning Rongrong, emphasizing that Shui Binger wouldn't stop at soul sage. It was like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into Ning Rongrong's chest. The soul masters of the 7 treasures glazed tile school are limited by their spirit and can never break through to 8 rings in their lifetime. Even the strong master of the 7 treasures glazed tile school is limited by this. Hearing Shui Yuer use this point to provoke her, an unnamed fire burned fiercely in Ning Rongrong's chest, and the still developing little hill swayed unpredictably. She glared at the dolphin girl and angrily defended herself. I won't stop at soul sage. I am the only one in hundreds of years from the 7 treasures glazed tile school who is qualified to evolve the 7 treasures glazed tower into the 8 treasures glazed tower. My sister can break through to TitleDouluo. My 7 treasures glazed tile school has 2 TitleDouluo stationed, and we are one of the top 3 sections. Even the Tiantou Emperor has to treat my 7 treasures glazed tile school with respect. My sister can break through to TitleDouluo. Shut up. Do you believe I will let Sword Grandpa chop you up? No matter what Ning Rongrong said, Shui Yuer always responded with the phrase my sister can break through to TitleDouluo, poking at the pain point of the 7 treasures glazed tile school's inability to break through to 8 rings, and it wasn't just once. This made Ning Rongrong curse on the spot and threatened to have TitleDouluo chop Shui Yuer. However, Shui Yuer merely feigned fear and weakly replied, I'm so scared, but my sister can break through to TitleDouluo. Hearing this, the surrounding girls couldn't help but laugh. Even the usually cold Zhu Zhuqing rarely showed a smile, but she was also somewhat worried about Shui Yuer. If she kept using the shortcomings of the 7 treasures glazed tile school soul masters to provoke them, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School might hold a grudge against her, right? But soon, a self-deprecating look appeared in Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes. She was already like a clay statue crossing a river, unable to protect herself. So how could she care about others? A Zhu family was like a mountain blocking her path to the future. Not to mention the even stronger Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, which she, as a mere great soul master, could not contend with. In contrast, Ning Rongrong's small hill swayed more violently, her fair face full of anger, her neck flushed. And she was so out of breath that it seemed she would spit blood from being angered by Shui Yue at any moment. Seeing her state was a bit off. Shui Binger told Shui Yue not to provoke her anymore. After all, they were still classmates, and they couldn't offend each other too much. Xiao Wu quickly stepped out to comfort the extremely angry Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, calm down. Yue didn't mean it. Calm down, calm down. Getting angry will give you wrinkles. No, I did it on purpose to annoy her. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is really powerful, and having a Title Douluo is impressive, but they can only cultivate to Soul Sage, after all. Unexpectedly, Shui Yue spoke up again, directly revealing that she was deliberately trying to provoke Ning Rongrong. The dolphin girl had no father-esque love or mother-esque care since childhood. She was raised by Lan Qingyan, and the one who accompanied and cared for her was her sister, Shui Binger. She absolutely would not allow anyone to bully Shui Binger, not even her own biological parents. Xiao Wu and Yi Lingling never expected that Shui Yue would be so tough. She was really going to offend Ning Rongrong severely. Shui Binger's pretty face changed slightly, her beautiful eyes showing a look of anxiety. She thought this was bad and quickly stepped in front of Shui Yue, protecting her like she did when they were young, with the sister protecting the younger sister. Good. Shui Yue, you have to take responsibility for what you said. I, Ning Rongrong, have noted this down. Just wait for me. Ning Rongrong glared at Shui Yue, dismissing Xiao Wu's comfort, gritting her teeth and growling, even threatening that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had noted down Shui Yue's words. This made Shui Binger's heart tighten. She knew Shui Yue was helping her vent her anger, but she didn't expect it to escalate like this. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the top 3 sects, the most elite soul master force on the continent, far beyond what the Heavenly Water Academy could compare to. At this moment, Gu Xingge walked over with Haoyang, having observed the quarrel among the girls. He was also watching how they would react to each other. When the girls saw their teacher arrive, they all got up from the ground. Gu Xingge walked up to them, looking at Ning Rongrong, whose face was flushed with anger as she stared fiercely at Shui Binger and Shui Yue. She looked like a little squirrel, and Gu Xingge felt quite helpless. She raised her hand to pat the little princess of the 7 treasures, hoping she would stop being angry. All right, don't be angry. Give the teacher some face and don't argue with Yue. After all, you are classmates. And some friction between classmates is normal. No, she's too bullying. But even though Gu Xingge spoke, Ning Rongrong was unwilling to let Shui Yue off the hook, saying, "What do you mean I'm bullying you? Clearly, you were the one being unreasonable first." Shui Yue was equally unyielding, insisting that she hadn't bullied anyone and was just stating the facts. Watching the 2 girls spar back and forth, Gu Xingge, though having anticipated this situation, still felt a bit overwhelmed. Unlike in the original work where Flander would belittle Ning Rongrong to manipulate her, Gu Xingge couldn't do that. He preferred a more gentle approach, using a mix of reprimands and rewards. Seeing that neither of them was willing to back down, Gu Xingge looked at Ning Rongrong and spoke softly, "Rongrong, how about you apologize to Binger and Yue first, and I will tell you how to evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile, okay? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile can evolve into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile." Really? Upon hearing that there was a way to evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile, the previously furious Ning Rongrong was instantly overtaken by surprise and quickly turned to ask if it was true. If she could evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile with her talent, she would be the first Title Douluo in the history of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Let's see who would dare to say she couldn't break through to Soul Douluo. Gu Xingge nodded in assurance. Really? But you have to apologize to Shui Yue and Shui Binger first. After all, Binger kindly tried to cool you down, and you still blamed her, which is quite hurtful to a classmate. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong looked at Shui Binger and Shui Yue, hesitated for a moment, and although somewhat unwilling, she decided to apologize for the sake of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. "I'm sorry, and thank you for your ice cubes." Upon hearing her apology and thanks, Shui Binger felt relieved and nodded in response. Then Guxinga turned to Shui Yuer and asked her to apologize to Ning Rongrong. Yuer, you should also apologize to Rongrong. As classmates, we should help each other and not use each other's shortcomings against them. That is very impolite. Both sides are at fault and should apologize. I'm sorry. Shui Yuer stepped out from behind Shui Binger and apologized to Ning Rongrong, who let out a cold snort but reluctantly accepted it. That's more like it. Watching the girls apologize to each other, Guxinga nodded in satisfaction, then changed the subject. Where's the class monitor? Run 100 laps around Qinglong Lake. No soul power allowed. Why do I have to run? Hulaina, who had been watching the show, looked incredulous. Why was this her responsibility? Why did she have to run? Hulaina, this is targeted. It's blatant targeting. Who did I provoke? Chapter 74. Scolding Hulaina, sitting in the back and watching the show, Hulaina never expected that the punishment would fall on her in the end. Her enchanting face was full of astonishment, and her beautiful eyes revealed disbelief. This isn't right. Clearly, it was Ning Rongrong and Shui Yuer who were arguing. So why was she being punished? She hadn't said a word, just quietly watched the drama unfold, hiding in the back and eating melon seeds. Is there something wrong with watching a show and eating melon seeds? If there's a fault, then everyone should be punished, right? Why just her? This is unfair. Hulaina internally shouted that it was unfair. This was blatant targeting. Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling were also taken aback, feeling puzzled by Guxinga's decision. They looked at Hulaina in confusion. The class monitor hadn't said a word from start to finish. How could the teacher punish her instead? Ning Rongrong and Shui Yuer were also bewildered. Clearly, they were the ones who caused the trouble. Why was the class monitor being punished? Seeing the astonished expression on Hulaina's face, Guxinga knew she must be confused. Her usually gentle face had darkened, which made the girls feel something was off and even more surprised. Could it be that the class monitor had made a mistake more serious than Ning Rongrong and Shui Yuer? Otherwise, why would the teacher's expression have turned so grim? Guxinga coldly questioned, Hulaina, what are you in the elite class? Sensing the change in Elder Haoyang's tone, Hulaina felt a panic in her heart, foreseeing an impending storm, and could only brace herself to speak. I am a class leader of the elite class. Upon hearing her claim to be the class leader, Guxinga's eyes narrowed, and her tone was filled with reproach as she angrily scolded Hulaina. You still know you are the class leader. As the leader of the class, you are supposed to assist the teacher. When the teacher is not present, you should manage the class well and coordinate relationships among classmates. When Rongrong and Yuer were arguing, you not only failed to mediate, but instead sat back and watched the drama unfold. Is this what a class leader should do? Don't you have even a shred of responsibility? It was the first time the girls had seen the teacher angry, and they felt a sense of fear, realizing that Guxinga was genuinely upset, and they all lowered their heads. Hulaina gradually came to understand that as the class leader, she had not fulfilled her responsibilities. When conflicts arose among classmates, she chose to stand by and watch instead of stepping in to mediate. However, facing Guxinga's scolding, Hulaina felt no guilt, but rather a sense of resentment. It wasn't her choice to be the class leader. It was imposed on her, and she had to endure the fact that all her classmates viewed her as a target to surpass, each wanting to defeat her. Now they expect her to mediate the conflicts between classmates. How could she do that? It felt like risking her life to mediate. Guxinga looked around at the group of girls, frowning as she continued to reprimand Hulaina. Also, I said to gather in front of my residence in the afternoon. Do you even know what gather means? And here you are, sitting around lazily, looking disheveled. As the class monitor, can't you even organize your classmates? If you can't manage such a small task, how will you become the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future? Guxinga had already mentioned it during the morning class that they should gather in front of his residence. As the class monitor, Hulaina should have organized the students instead of lounging around, each doing their own thing with no discipline whatsoever. Guxinga found it hard to imagine what the Spirit Hall would be like in the future with Hulaina as Pope if she couldn't even take responsibility as a class monitor. Hulaina, you're the class monitor. Apart from me, you are the highest authority in this class. You have many responsibilities to fulfill. It's not just about holding the title of class monitor and ignoring everything. What do I need you for if you're just going to be a decorative piece? Since you are in the position of class monitor, you must fulfill the corresponding responsibilities. Considering this is your first offense, I will only make you run 100 laps around Qinglong Lake without using your soul power. After speaking, Guxinga turned to the other girls. The girls, feeling the teacher's gaze, lowered their heads even further, knowing they were about to be scolded. Guxinga looked at the elite class girls, whom she had only known for 2 days, and sternly warned them. Remember, you're a collective. If there are any incidents like today where classmates have conflicts and you just sit back and watch, even cheering them on, regardless of who it is, I will expel you from the elite class immediately. Not even the Pope can help you. Do you understand? Understood. Xiaowu was the first to nod. And soon the other girls followed suit, afraid that if they were a second late, they would be expelled from the elite class. Gu Xingge finally restrained his anger and revealed a satisfied expression. That's right. After a moment of silence, Hulaina did not raise any objections to Gu Xingge and accepted his punishment. Although she felt resentful, Gu Xingge was not wrong. As the class leader, it was irresponsible to not intervene and resolve conflicts among classmates, instead choosing to stand by and watch. Hulaina was also willing to accept the punishment. She turned to run towards Qingluan Lake campus, planning to run 100 laps without using her soul power. With her quasi-soul king physique, it would still take her a good half of the day, meaning she wouldn't be able to attend her afternoon class. Teacher, I request to run with the class leader. Suddenly, Shui Binger stepped forward and requested Gu Xingge to let her run with Hulaina. Ultimately, this conflict was caused by her. If she had condensed ice blocks to cool down her classmates, none of this would have happened. Hulaina looked at Shui Binger in surprise, puzzled as to why she suddenly wanted to run with her. And me, I was also wrong. I shouldn't have argued with Ning Rongrong, which hurt our classmates' feelings. I should also be punished. Shui Yuer also stepped forward. Seeing her sisters asking to run with Hulaina, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of shame, realizing that she was the one who instigated the incident. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, although she was willful and headstrong, she had her own pride, was able to admit mistakes, and never resorted to lies. She was never cowardly in the face of issues. I am too. I also have faults in this matter, and I should be punished. Watching the three girls step forward to accept punishment, Gu Xingge did not speak, but quietly observed them, waiting for something. Teacher, add me to the list. You said we are a collective. The conflict between Rongrong and Yuer was not resolved, and it's not just the class leader's fault. We are also at fault. As classmates, we should have stepped in to mediate instead of just watching. The usually silent Xiaomao also stepped forward. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was cool as she articulated what Gu Xingge had been waiting for. Zhu Zhuqing's words awakened the other girls, and they all spoke up, asking Gu Xingge to punish them as well, not just the class leader. As the class leader, Hulaina had the responsibility to mediate conflicts among classmates. But as classmates and members of this collective, they should have been the first to step up and help mediate instead of just watching. They were making a big mistake by not acting. Compared to the class leader, they should accept the punishment even more. We are also willing to be punished with the class leader. Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, Shui Wu, and Yu Heru all spoke up, and the elite class girls voiced their agreement one after another. The girls looked at Gu Xingge, their delicate faces filled with determination and their eyes revealing expectation. Since the teacher said they were a collective, how could they let the class leader bear the punishment alone? Moreover, they also had responsibilities when conflict arose among classmates. They should have stepped in to mediate instead of watching from the sidelines. Therefore, the girls were willing to accept punishment together with the class leader. Hulaina's beautiful eyes revealed a complex expression as she looked at the classmates who wanted to share the punishment with her. She had thought that when she was punished, they would applaud and take pleasure in her misfortune, as she was their rival and target. However, she did not expect them to speak up for her, requesting Elder Haoyang to punish them as well. This left Hulaina with mixed feelings. She realized she had been narrow-minded. Gu Xingge looked at the girls who requested to be punished alongside Hulaina, and a hint of relief appeared in her bright golden eyes. Yes, this is how it should be. As a collective, there should be a mindset of sharing honor and disgrace, caring for every companion in the group, facing difficulties together, and enjoying blessings together. This is fundamental. As a class leader, being a soul master, her physical fitness far exceeds yours. Even without using soul power, she might not be able to run 100 laps. With your large soul masters and soul emperor's physical fitness, you might not even last half of that. Do you all want to be punished together? Qingluan Lake is very large, at least no less than 5 or 6 football fields in size. Running 1 lap is at least a kilometer. And even if Hulaina used her soul power to finish, she would be exhausted. Hearing this, the girls felt a flicker of hesitation. 100 laps sounded too daunting. Even they, as large soul masters and soul emperors, might not be able to finish using their soul power, let alone without it. Xiao Wu's pink eyes turned as she recalled Gu Xingge emphasizing that they were a collective. A flash of inspiration struck her, and she quickly raised her hand and spoke up, drawing the attention of her classmates and Gu Xingge. Teacher, Didn't you say we are a collective? Since you are punishing the class leader to run 100 laps, how about we help share some of the burden? That should be fine, right? Upon hearing this suggestion, the girls' eyes lit up. This was a plan, though they were unsure if the teacher would agree. Guxinga glanced at Xiao Wu, who was quite spirited. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. Okay, yay! Xiao Wu raised her little fist, and Yi Lingling, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. If they had to run 100 laps together, even without using their soul power, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. At the same time, they guessed that the teacher wasn't punishing them, but rather wanted them to unite through this experience, to understand that they were a collective and not lone wolves fighting individually. They would face difficulties together, share penalties together, endure hardships together, and enjoy blessings together, with everything centered around the collective. Even if in the future they found themselves opposing Hulayina, at least for now, they were still classmates in the elite class, and Hulayina was still their class leader. Guxinga, I'll give you 5 minutes to discuss, and we'll start in 5 minutes. The group of girls quickly gathered together to discuss. There were 12 of them, and with 100 laps to divide, each person could take at most 9 laps. Hulayina watched her classmates who were willing to share the punishment with her, feeling quite moved. In a low voice, she apologized to them, saying she had been too narrow-minded before. I'm sorry for dragging you all down. Class monitor, you don't need to apologize. Instead, we're the ones who have dragged you down. I'll run 20 laps. Shui Yuer quickly shook her head. It was their conflict that caused the class monitor to be punished, so they should be the ones apologizing. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. She glanced at Shui Yuer, feeling a surge of competitiveness, and immediately spoke up. That's right, I'm not someone who lets others take the blame for me. I'll also run 20 laps. No, Rongrong, you're a support-type soul master, and your physique is weaker than ours. Besides, you can't use your soul power, so you should run 10 laps. Faced with Ning Rongrong's insistence on running 20 laps, Hulayina shook her head in refusal without hesitation. Among the elite class, Ning Rongrong had the weakest cultivation, and as a support-type soul master, her physique was inferior to ordinary soul masters. Running 20 laps would be too much for her body to handle. No, I want to run 20 laps. Ning Rongrong's stubborn temper flared up again. She didn't want to be outdone by Shui Yuer, and insisted on running 20 laps. Faced with the now spoiled and willful little princess of the 7 treasures, Hulayina showed a serious expression and began to assert her authority as the elite class monitor, speaking in a deep voice that brooked no refusal. I am the class monitor. I'm the highest authority under the teacher. You all have to listen to me. I'll run 40 laps, Shui Yueker 10 laps, Ning Rongrong 10 laps, and the rest of you will run 5 laps each. Yes, class monitor. Seeing Hulayina using her authority to pressure her, although Ning Rongrong was somewhat reluctant, she could only agree. The other girls had no objections and all agreed with Hulayina's distribution. Teacher, we've made our assignments. The fox-like girl turned and walked up to Guxinga to inform him of the laps they had assigned. Guxinga had no doubts, but set a time limit. I'll give you 1 hour, and you must finish within that hour. Everyone must gather here with me. Remember, it's everyone. Yes. 12. A group of young girls nodded in unison, and then, under Guxinga's watchful gaze, their short skirts fluttering, they ran towards Qinglan Lake campus with their fair, smooth legs. Haoyang watched this scene silently from the side, knowing that it was enough to do what a maid should do. Yinner, go help me prepare. Guxinga instructed Haoyang to help prepare some items that the students would need later. The delicate and beautiful maid slightly bowed and agreed, then turned to gather the necessary items. The Qinglan Lake campus, located in the eastern area of Tianshui Academy, features a simulated training area nourished by the waters of the Tianlan River, covering an area as large as 5 or 6 football fields. Qinglan Lake resembles a blue sapphire embedded in the ground, with shimmering waves and mist swirling around, creating a stunning sight under the refraction of sunlight, glimmering with soft waves. In the afternoon, the students of Tianshui Academy hold their training classes around Qinglan Lake, and some students with fish-type martial souls even swim in the lake to conduct their simulated martial soul training. Look, it's Shui Binger and the others. A girl practicing by the lakeside noticed the elite class students running in an orderly manner and exclaimed. Many students exited their training state, their gazes converging on Shui Binger and Hulayina, revealing expressions of envy. The elite class, that is a class that receives guidance from Title Douluo. Not only the students of Tianshui Academy, but even students from other schools aspire to join. Unfortunately, with their cultivation and talent, they do not qualify to join the elite class. Some senior students watching Yuheru, Chiu Ruashui, and others showed expressions of regret and jealousy. If they had worked a little harder back then and passed the Academy's assessment to become contestants in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, they could have joined the elite class too. Chapter 76. Criticism from the beautiful director at the Qinglong Lake campus. A faint mist lingered over the lake's surface as students sat cross-legged in their designated spots, meditating and training. The air was humid, the temperature slightly low, and sunlight reflected off the surface of the lake, creating a dreamlike glow. Many students' gazes were drawn to the elite class girls, filled with envy, jealousy, and regret. Complex emotions displayed in their eyes. However, they were also puzzled. Since it was an elite class, they should have their own independent training area. Why were they at Qinglong Lake like everyone else? And where was that person who usually accompanied them? Haoyang led the elite class girls to a spot on the eastern side of Qinglong Lake to serve as a starting point for their laps. Remember, no soul power allowed. Before the girls began, Guxinga's warnings sounded in their ears, and they nodded in response. With Haoyang as the leader, a group of youthful and beautiful girls began to run, their fair and smooth legs moving gracefully, their well-proportioned bodies swaying, basking in the sunlight, surrounded by mist, their fair skin dazzling, making it hard to look directly at them. As they ran around Qinglong Lake, other students watched in astonishment, wondering why they had suddenly stopped attending class to run around the lake. Was it training? Or had they made a mistake and were being punished by a teacher? The former was normal, a way to build physical strength. But if it was the latter, some students began to think creatively. If someone was punished for making a mistake, they would prefer for that student to be expelled from the elite class, giving them a chance. Many students who were still in training could not calm down due to the elite class students running around the lake, their gazes fixated on the elite class. Once they looked, they couldn't take their eyes off. As the class leader, Haoyang ran at the forefront of the girls, her silky golden short hair flowing in the wind, her enchanting face illuminated by the sunlight. Even while running, her deep-rooted charm made every move captivating. Her swaying, peach-shaped hips and the fullness of her long legs wrapped in silver stockings showcased her body's best features, as if a clever fox was proudly displaying itself. Even the other female students from Tianshui Academy were deeply attracted to her. Haoyang's alluring beauty captivated her classmates. Even the beautiful lilies fell under her unintentional charm. Zhu Zhuqing ran behind Haoyang, her cold and charming demeanor, with a curvaceous and well-developed figure highlighted by her black-purple leather outfit, was utterly captivating. Her round hips, wrapped in a tight skirt, swayed with her movements, and a cattail belt fluttered behind her, making one want to grab it. The girls ran towards the sunlight, the breeze lifting their skirts, the scent of youth enveloping the air, mingling with their unique fragrance. What's going on? The news of the elite class running around Qinglong Lake reached Lan Qingyan's ears, and the beautiful director frowned slightly, feeling some dissatisfaction. Qinglong Lake, as a simulated training area for Tianshui Academy, was not a physical training area. If they wanted to run for physical exercise, they could go to the playground. Running around Qinglong Lake was disrupting the training of other students in the academy. Lan Qingyan put down the documents in her hands, stood up from her large chair, and wanted to ask Guxinga what the arrangement was. Although the training of elite class students was important, it could not disturb or sacrifice the training of other students. Just as the beautiful director opened the office door, she saw Guxinga, who was about to knock, which surprised her. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Lan Qingyan immediately spoke. "Teacher Gu, you came at the right time. I was just about to look for you." Hearing this, Guxinga was somewhat puzzled. "What do you need me for? Is there something wrong, Director Lan?" "It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if the elite class has physical training today. Why are they running around Qinglong Lake? This greatly affects the students' training around the lake." After asking, a hint of unease rose in Lan Qingyan's heart. After all, she was questioning a Title Douluo, and there was a tone of reproach in her words. If Guxinga took offense and got angry, she might not have a good outcome. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Through the eyes, one can glimpse the heart. Guxinga looked into Lan Qingyan's eyes and noticed the hint of anxiety in her heart. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Just before, she had firmly warned him that as long as she was there, she wouldn't allow him to act recklessly. Yet now, she was speaking to him with a sense of unease. What a change. If he had more free time, he wouldn't mind teasing this serious and beautiful mature woman. But right now, he had other matters to attend to. He also caught the hint of blame in Lan Qingyan's words. The elite class students running at Qinglong Lake had indeed disturbed other students' training, which was a lapse in his consideration. After all, he wasn't omniscient and couldn't account for everything. "I'm sorry, Director Lan. It was my oversight." He informed the beautiful mature director about the punishment of the elite class, clarifying that it wasn't his intention to disturb other students' training. He simply hadn't considered that aspect and hoped Lan Qingyan would understand, assuring her it wouldn't happen again. Upon hearing the apology, the slight anxiety in Lan Qingyan's heart settled down, and she let out a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. She hoped Teacher Gu would pay more attention next time. After all, Qinglan Lake was a simulated training area, not a physical training zone. If students needed to be punished, they could be arranged to go to the physical training zone. Teacher Gu, please don't worry. I'm not blaming you. I just don't want other students' training to be disturbed. As she finished speaking, the beautiful mature director emphasized that she wasn't blaming Gu Xingge, but was merely considering the students' needs. Gu Xingge smiled and nodded. Director Lan, you don't need to explain too much. I know you care about the students. I indeed didn't consider this matter thoroughly, and I will pay attention next time. By the way, I would like to ask Director Lan for a favor. Is that okay? You're asking me for help? Lan Qingyan was taken aback. What could she do to help Gu Xingge? It's not a troublesome matter. I would like to ask Director Lan to help me customize a batch of items in Lanjian City. Recently, Lung Qi Shuang went to Tiando City, and all the physical items of the academy are under Lan Qingyan's responsibility. The items Gu Xingge wants to customize are for the training of the elite class students and will later be promoted at Tianshui Academy. So it's better to let Lan Qingyan handle it. For the training of the elite class students? I understand. I will prepare it as soon as possible. The beautiful and graceful director nodded in agreement. Gu Xingge saw her agree and took out the previously designed blueprints from the system space, handing them to her. Then I will trouble you, Director Lan. Lan Qingyan took the blueprints, flipped through them, her mature and serious face showing a slight change in expression as she looked up at Gu Xingge with some concern. Are you sure you want to create these things? Can the elite class students handle it? Finally finished moving, just waiting for the ceiling and repainting the walls. We'll resume updates in the next couple of days. Chapter 77. The Undereducated Lan Qingyan. Teacher Gu, are you sure these are for student training? At the door of the teaching director's office, the voluptuous and beautiful director looked at the blueprints in her hand, her originally serious and stern face showing a look of shock as she asked Gu Xingge in disbelief. The blueprints depicted a complete set of iron armor, with weights marked on them. Gu Xingge needed Lan Qingyan to go to the blacksmith shop in Lanjing City to purchase and create 12 sets of iron armor weighing 20 pounds, 50 pounds, and 100 pounds respectively. Gu Xingge nodded. That's right. It's used for training elite class students. These iron suits are meant for physical training of the elite class. After receiving confirmation again, Lan Qingyan looked at the blueprint in her hand, which also had descriptions and functions. Her beautiful eyes showed confusion. It was still a bit hard for her to accept that such things were used to train elite class students. This was somewhat beyond her teaching philosophy. Director Mei, who seemed hesitant to speak, looked at Gu Xingge. Although these items were not difficult to make, if they were to be used by students, even a slight mistake could be detrimental to their bodies, which they might not be able to handle. Teacher Gu, although the students are all spirit masters, we can't train them like this. They are young girls, not the rough men from the Armor Academy. Director Lan, I know what you're worried about, but there's no need to overthink it. I have my own judgment. Gu Xingge confidently spoke, maintaining his composure, while deliberately revealing a hint of dissatisfaction to intimidate the beautiful middle-aged director. Don't forget, the elite class is entirely under my control. All you need to do is prepare these things. Sensing the discontent in front of her from the handsome young man, Lan Qingyan was greatly alarmed, a wave of fear rising within her. Her familiar, beautiful face stiffened, and her curvy figure wrapped in a blue dress slightly trembled. It was only then that she realized that although she was the director of education, she was merely a small soul saint. While the person she faced was a Title Douluo, it would be as easy for him to crush her as it would be to crush an ant. Despite this, Lan Qingyan still gritted her teeth, suppressing her inner fear, and spoke in a low, submissive tone, even with a hint of pleading, requesting Gu Xingge to change the training method. Your Majesty Haoyang, although the elite class is under your full responsibility, they're just a group of girls. The things on this blueprint are clearly meant for students of the Armored Academy to train with. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. I hope you can use a gentler method to train them. Lan Qingyan, I've been more than lenient and merciful to you, but why can't you be aware of your own position? You keep making demands and pointing fingers at me. Do you want to be suppressed? Seeing Lan Qingyan's insistence, Gu Xingge seemed to be angered by her. His originally gentle voice grew deeper, filled with anger and dissatisfaction. His handsome cheeks turned cold, and a hint of icy light flickered in his eyes, like 1,000-year-old eyes from the extreme north, chilling to the bone. It was as if a gentle lion had been provoked. Even without deliberately releasing pressure, his golden eyes exuded immense mental oppression, captivating and intimidating Lan Qingyan's soul. The beautiful middle-aged director did not dare to meet his gaze, feeling as if her soul was trembling under his scrutiny, retreating staggeringly until she leaned against the wall to stop herself. At this moment, Lan Qingyan resembled a rabbit cornered by a lion, her mature and stunning face displaying fear, her curvy body trembling, small, pitiful, and helpless, with no way to escape, only able to endure the lion's wrath. Yet, she felt no regret in her heart. Even knowing it would anger Guxinga, she would still choose to request him to modify the unreasonable training method. As the director of education, she had to be responsible for every student. She might feel fear, but she would never back down. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, feel free to vent it on me. I'm willing to bear it. Just please modify the training method for the elite class. They're just a group of physically weak girls who cannot withstand your training. Looking at the terrified and trembling beautiful middle-aged director, who still hoped to change the training method, Guxinga thought of a certain type of person, an advisor. Those stubborn individuals, who often like to bang their heads against walls or pillars, were known for being thick-headed. They knew they would face consequences, yet they still persisted in their counsel. Lan Qingyan was not wrong. His training method was indeed a huge burden for the physically weak female students of Tianshui Academy, and a slight misstep could lead to problems. Since Director Lan was so uneasy about my training method, how about we make a bet? Facing the repeatedly pleading, beautiful middle-aged director, Guxinga knew that for someone like her, unless he directly slapped her to death, he wouldn't easily change her mind even with his powerful strength. It would be better to settle for a gentler approach. Upon hearing the mention of a bet, Lan Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, but immediately shook her head. Your Majesty Haoyang, I will not bet with students, and please do not joke about them. Truly, you are as stubborn as oil and salt. Guxinga looked at the incredibly stubborn and beautiful female director, feeling quite helpless, his head starting to ache. If there were anyone else daring to oppose him like this, he wouldn't be so patient. If it weren't for the fact that Lan Qingyan was a good sister of Lang Qishuang, as well as the mother of Shui Bing'er and the adoptive mother of Shui Yuer, he would have already taken action to teach her a lesson, absolutely making her submit. After being rejected multiple times, Guxinga couldn't help but feel a surge of unnamed anger. He reached out and pinched the female director's cheek, bringing her face close to his, looking at her beautiful face filled with fear, and spoke coldly. Lan Qingyan, are you really not afraid of death? You don't want to drink the wine I offer, but you're willing to drink the wine of punishment. This stubborn woman made him want to educate her harshly, making her kneel and beg for mercy, admitting she was wrong. Facing Guxinga's death threat, Lan Qingyan was naturally scared, but even though she was afraid, she still nodded. As long as it was detrimental to the students, she wouldn't do it, even if it meant death. Do you think that just because you disagree? I have no way. The elite class is my class. I can do whatever I want. I'm just notifying you. This batch of training uniforms will still be used. It was originally just a very ordinary small matter, and Guxinga didn't expect Lan Qingyan to be so rigid and stubborn. Although her intentions were not problematic, she was only thinking of the students. She didn't understand Guxinga or his teaching methods. However, even though the beautiful female director was stubborn, she didn't back down in the face of a death threat. It seemed that the old dean of Tianshui Academy was correct in placing her in the position of director of education. At least from Guxinga's perspective, she was indeed a qualified director, unafraid of authority, though a bit stubborn. It would have been better if she could be more adaptable like Lang Qishuang. After all, she still needed some education. Guxinga thought to himself that it seemed he needed to find a time to properly educate her. Once or twice of going against him, he wouldn't mind it for the sake of Lang Qishuang and Shui Bing'er, but if it happened too many times, did she really think he had no temper? Guxinga, Director Lan, I'm really angry right now. Chapter 78, Punishing Lan Qingyan. Outside the office of the education director, Guxinga pinned the beautiful mature female director against the wall, lowering his head to look at Lan Qingyan. His handsome face bore a hint of coldness, and his brilliant golden eyes flashed with a trace of restrained anger. Even his breathing became somewhat heavier. Feeling the anger of the young man in front of her, Lan Qingyan trembled uncontrollably, her mature and beautiful face showing obvious fear. Her voluptuous and juicy body quivered under his gaze, and her beautiful eyes darted away, not daring to meet Guxinga's gaze directly. Although Guxinga did not deliberately release the pressure of his unmatched strength, The powerful aura that ran deep in his bones was something she couldn't withstand just by standing before him. It felt as if a massive stone was pressing on her chest, making it incredibly difficult to breathe. If it weren't for the wall behind her supporting her, Lan Qingyan would have already fallen to the ground. Guxinga leaned closer to the beautiful and mature female director, his tone containing barely suppressed anger as he spoke in a deep voice. "Director Lan, what you're doing is really making me furious." Initially, he was just pretending to be angry to scare Lan Qingyan a bit, but he didn't expect her to be so unappreciative, so stubbornly opposed to him time and again. Even though he had a good temper, he was now provoked and decided that she must be punished today. As he moved closer, the distance between them shrank, and Lan Qingyan's view of Guxinga's face suddenly enlarged in her eyes, with only a finger's width separating them. At such a close distance, the pure and vigorous energy radiating from the young man almost hit her face, enveloping the beautiful and mature female director. This made Lan Qingyan's fair face flush with a hint of red, and she couldn't resist it at all, causing her whole body to soften, her silky, sheer stockings wrapped around her voluptuous legs, instinctively coming together. She wanted to step back, but the wall had already blocked her way, leaving her no choice but to let Guxinga continue to close in on her. Looking at the angry, handsome young man, Lan Qingyan felt a surge of panic in her heart, even a hint of regret. She realized that, as the director of the academy, she had to be responsible for her students, and that little regret turned into determination. Even if it happened again, she would still oppose this kind of training method. Even if the elite class students were exceptionally talented, they were still a group of delicate girls. How could they endure such intense training? They were not like the rough men from the Tianhui Academy. Guxinga reached out and pinched the fair chin of the beautiful, mature female director, lifting her exquisite face to make Lan Qingyan look directly at him. Through her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, he saw the fear in her heart, along with a hint of determination. She, in turn, saw the raging anger burning in Guxinga's golden eyes, as if it were about to burst from his eye sockets, enveloping her voluptuous body and burning her to ashes. Lan Qingyan realized that the distance between her and Guxinga was too close at this moment, and their actions were overly intimate. She could even feel his heavy breathing, and her rounded lips, painted with light blue lipstick, parted slightly as she trembled and reminded him, Haoyang, please behave yourself. It's not good for others to see." Upon hearing this, Guxinga snorted coldly. Lan Qingyan, you are just a soul saint, opposing me time and again. If it weren't for Lung Qishuang's face, I would have suppressed you long ago. But you are too ungrateful, and I think it's necessary to give you a profound punishment." Hearing the word punishment, Lan Qingyan's heart trembled violently, and an undeniable panic surged in her eyes. She wanted to plead for mercy, but in the next second, the beautiful, mature female director's almond eyes widened, her mind going blank in an instant, and the fear she felt turned into disbelief. Lan Qingyan felt the warmth on her lips as she watched Guxinga suddenly lower his head to kiss her. For a moment, she gave up resisting and did not push him away, a sense of confusion rising in her blank mind. Is this his punishment? However, the next second, she realized she was wrong. This was just the appetizer. After tasting Lan Qingyan's delicacy, Guxinga lifted his head, looking at the incredulous, beautiful, mature female director, and gently caressed her fair, smooth face. Once she came back to her senses, Lan Qingyan's face turned even redder. But soon her gaze was drawn to what Guxinga held in his hand, fear reappearing in her expression. That was the real punishment. A dark purple long whip appeared in Guxinga's hand, the whip entirely dark purple, resembling bamboo joints, distinctly segmented, covered with lightning patterns, and wrapped in purple lightning, exuding a destructive aura and powerful soul power fluctuations. This whip was named Thunder Prison Whip. The Thunder Prison Whip originated from the Thunder Hell vine over 17,000 years old, and it was Guxinga's second external soul bone, obtained together when he acquired his fourth soul ring. Guxinga gently waved the Thunder Prison Whip, striking it against the air with a crackling sound. Purple lightning danced, and a burnt smell immediately filled the air, causing the voluptuous legs of Director Lan Qingyan to tremble. "Director Lan, are you ready to accept your punishment? Don't be afraid. I'll go easy on you." Looking at the trembling legs of the beautiful and mature director, he revealed a gentle smile and forcibly invited the terrified Lan Qingyan into the office, then closed the office door. Guxinga wanted to punish her severely, making her understand that even if she had a good temper, she could be terrifying when provoked, and she needed to leave a deep impression on Lan Qingyan. At the Qinglanlei campus, all the girls in the elite class, except for Hu Laina, Ning Rongrong, and Shui Binger, had completed their runs. For Ning Rongrong and Shui were finishing 10 laps without using soul power was still quite a burden, and they were sweating profusely with flushed faces as they rested in the pavilion. The other girls watched Hu Laina, who was still running around Qinglan Lake, with 22 laps remaining, and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. With just over 30 minutes left, given the class leader's current speed, it should be possible to finish the 22 laps in that time, but as stamina was consumed, the speed would likely slow down, making it very likely that she wouldn't complete it within the time limit. This made them anxious, knowing that if they couldn't finish on time, the teacher would definitely punish them again. Ning Rongrong, who had recovered quite a bit of stamina, looked at Hu Laina, who was still running, and remembered Guxinga's repeated reminders not to use soul power during the run. Now that she had finished, could she use soul power? After pondering for a moment, Ning Rongrong made up her mind to give it a try. She walked over to Yi Lingling and shared her thoughts with the girl from the Haotian clan. Are you sure you want to do this? Yi Lingling exclaimed in surprise after hearing Ning Rongrong's idea. Their conversation caught the attention of the other girls, and Ning Rongrong did not hide it, telling everyone her thoughts. This left Shui Binger and Zhu Zhuqing in silence. Xiao agreed with Ning Rongrong's idea, saying, I think this is a good plan. Shui Binger and Zhu Zhuqing nodded along. Strictly speaking, Ning Rongrong's plan did not violate the teacher's rules, as he had said that those who were not running could use soul power. Everyone else agreed too, thinking that if they had to face punishment later, they could just endure it together, as they had been punished together before. After the classmates agreed, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling left the pavilion, activating their martial spirits to assist Hu Laina. The 7-treasure glazed tile appeared in Ning Rongrong's palm, resembling a sapphire, crystal clear, and shining with colorful light in the sunlight, slowly materializing in her hand. The colorful glow complemented her beautiful figure, with 2 yellow soul rings floating beneath her feet, looking noble and elegant like a goddess. At the same time, a faint fragrance spread, and just inhaling it made one feel relaxed, fatigue fading away. In Yi Lingling's hands, a pink and white begonia flower was cradled, composed of white and pink petals, with the flower leaves and branches cascading down from her palms, vibrant and charming. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings surrounded Yi Lingling's delicate form, rotating in the air. 7 treasures turn into glazed tiles. 7 treasures have a name. The second is Speed. 9 hearts pity the world. Begonia blooms. As the 7-treasure glazed tile spun, the 9 hearts begonia blossomed. Almost simultaneously, Ning Rongrong's 2nd soul ring and Yi Lingling's 3rd soul ring lit up, and they both reached out to assist Hu Laina with a 30 speed boost. The healing power of the 9 hearts begonia enveloped Hu Laina, making her previously heavy body feel much lighter, even restoring some of her lost stamina. The sudden change made Hu Laina stop in her tracks, looking in shock at Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling. Seeing the class leader turn to them, Ning Rongrong waved her hand and shouted, Class leader, keep running. We're here to assist you. You guys. Hu Laina felt the boost from the 7-treasure glazed tile and the 9 hearts begonia and was both angry and touched. She was angry because they were violating the teacher's rule about not needing to use soul power. She was touched because they still chose to help her, knowing that they would be punished for breaking the rules. This was something that could not happen in the Spirit Hall Academy. Yi Lingling also called out to Hu Laina. Class leader, just run. The teacher said not to use soul power. With that reminder, Hu Laina instantly understood, a smile appearing on her pretty face, so that was it. They were exploiting a loophole in the rules. The teacher told them not to use soul power while running, but now that Ning Rongrong and the others had finished, they could use soul power, and she was just receiving a boost without using her own. It seemed they hadn't violated the teacher's rules after all, but ultimately, whether or not they violated the rules was up to the teacher to decide. Feeling the dual boost within her, Hu Laina didn't care much anymore. If it came down to it, she could just face punishment with them again. With the dual assistance from Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, Hu Laina finished the remaining 22 laps in just over 20 minutes. This also allowed the other students in the elite class to witness the powerful support abilities of the 7-treasure glazed tile and the 9 hearts begonia. After running 40 laps, Hu Laina was only slightly out of breath and felt no fatigue at all. The girls tacitly agreed not to mention the assistance, knowing that the teacher was definitely watching them, and they would wait for the teacher's verdict after returning to the meeting point. However, the girls were mistaken. Guxinga was currently too busy to pay attention to them, as he was fiercely whipping the director of education with the Thunder Prison Whip. In the office building of the dean, the door to the director's office slowly opened, and Gu Xingge walked out with satisfaction, turning back to give a final word of advice. Director Lan, you must behave from now on and not provoke me anymore. Inside the office, the disheveled Lan Qingyan lay on the floor like a heap of mud, the residual lightning from the thunder prison whip raging within her, causing unbearable pain. Her voluptuous body twitching uncontrollably, her beautiful face filled with anguish, and in the depths of her eyes, there was an unshakable fear, along with a hint of submission. After hearing Gu Xingge's advice, the beautiful and mature director nodded with great difficulty. Under the education of the thunder prison whip, she had already been made obedient, not daring to contradict anything he said. Thus, both the dean of Tianshui Academy and the director of education had become Gu Xingge's possessions. On the other side, in the open space in front of the small building, the girls of the elite class had gathered, standing in 3 neat rows, waiting for the teacher's arrival. A brilliant golden light flashed, and Gu Xingge appeared before the girls. As he did, Shui Binger in the front row twitched her nose, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise, as she detected the scent of her mother on the teacher. This, Gu Xingge, with his keen perception, also noticed Shui Binger's small movement and surprise in her eyes. And he spoke gently. Just now, Director Lan came to see me and said that I punished you to run laps around Qinglan Lake, which affected the training of other students. This was a lack of consideration on my part. In the future, the elite class's physical training will be arranged in the college's training area. Hearing this, Shui Binger thought to herself, no wonder the teacher smelled like her mother. It turned out her mother had just spoken to him. Then, class leader, explain why you have traces of an enhanced soul technique in your body. After speaking, Gu Xingge's eagle-like sharp gaze fell on Haoyang. How could he not perceive the traces left by the 7 treasures, glazed tile, and 9 heart begonia assisting her? He then looked at Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling, and without words, his eyes were telling them that he needed an explanation. Haoyang was just about to raise her hand to stop everything, but Ning Rongrong was quicker than her. Teacher, it was my suggestion to assist the class leader. You said that we are not allowed to use soul skills while running, and we used our soul skills after we finished running. Isn't that in line with the rules you set? And the class leader didn't use her soul power. It was us who used soul skills to assist her. Isn't that also in line with the rules? Rongrong. Seeing Ning Rongrong stand up directly, Haoyang and Shui Binger became anxious, their pretty faces showing signs of worry. Whether they violated the rules was not up to them to decide, but rather the teacher. If Ning Rongrong's words displeased the teacher, they might face more than just simple punishment. After all, this was challenging the teacher's authority. On the other hand, Gu Xingge, after listening to Ning Rongrong's explanation, knew that the girls were exploiting a loophole in the rules. However, he also anticipated this, just wondering if they would be able to pull it off. To exploit a loophole, one not only needs to think of it, but also must have the courage to take the risk. Regarding Ning Rongrong's actions, Gu Xingge was not angry. Instead, he felt quite satisfied. This girl has some brains, understanding how to exploit the loopholes in the rules. Remember, no rule is absolutely perfect. You should be good at discovering the loopholes in the rules and making use of them. He praised Ning Rongrong, which relieved the girls, as it seemed the teacher did not blame them for exploiting the loopholes, but rather encouraged it. However, Gu Xingge then shifted his tone, carrying a warning meaning as he advised the girls. But not every loophole can be exploited. Just like the rules I set, as your teacher, I can modify the rules at any time. For example, if I were to deny Rongrong, then you would face punishment again. So, exploiting loopholes is fine, but weigh the pros and cons and think carefully before acting. Seeking monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Chapter 80. Once is not enough. Let's do it 10 more times. Gu Xingge does not oppose the girls in the elite class taking advantage of loopholes in the rules. On the contrary, it is a good thing. Being able to exploit loopholes shows that they have strong adaptability. However, not every loophole can be utilized. Ultimately, it's a form of opportunism. And if they encounter some rigid and stubborn individuals who like to argue about the details, like Lan Qingyan, it may backfire. In the future, when you come across rules set by anyone, if you discover any loopholes, do not think about how to exploit them right away. You need to plan carefully before taking action. Understand? Gu Xingge once again reminded the girls, and Haoyang, Shui Binger, and the others nodded, memorizing his words. At that moment, the sound of wheels rolling from afar grew closer, echoing behind the elite class students. Out of curiosity, the girls turned their heads to look back and saw a large group of college staff pushing 12 big wooden barrels, each about 5 meters tall on carts. The maid who had been following her teacher was directing the staff to place the large barrels on an empty space. Once all the barrels were set up, Haoyang gently thanked the staff. "Thank you all for your help. Sorry for the trouble." The staff smiled and waved their hands, indicating it was no trouble at all, and then pushed the carts away. Haoyang returned to Guxinga's side to report. "Sir, the barrels you requested are all ready." The girls looked at the large barrels with curious expressions. Shunliu asked in confusion, "Teacher, what are those barrels for?" "You will know the purpose of these barrels soon. Class monitor, please take the students to each select one barrel." Guxinga pointed at the wooden barrels and instructed Haoyang to lead the elite class students to choose their own barrels and mark them with their own symbols. The seductive girl nodded and brought Shui, Binger, Xiao Wu, and the others to the pile of large barrels to start selecting. Each barrel was made from the unique water-reed wood of Lanjiang City, exquisitely crafted with clear patterns and exuding the unique fragrance of the water-reed wood. After a few minutes of selection, the girls chose their favorite barrels and left their martial soul marks on them using their soul power. Seeing that the students had finished selecting their barrels, Guxinga withdrew his gaze and called them back to class. 12 copies of the Tian treasure record appeared in his hands, and he asked Haoyang to distribute them to the elite class students. The girls looked at the Tian treasure record in their hands, puzzled about what it was. Noticing their confusion, Guxinga produced another Tian treasure record and gently began to explain to the girls. "The book you hold is called the Tian treasure record, which is divided into 3 sections: the body refinement chapter, the inner power chapter, and the spirit refinement chapter. These are 3 techniques that the teacher obtained by chance, compiled together. The body refinement chapter is called the 9-grade body forging technique, which is divided into 3 realms and 9 grades. The first 3 grades refine the skin and flesh, the middle 3 grades refine the tendons and bones, and the last 3 grades refine the blood and marrow. When reaching the 9th grade, one's vitality is as strong as an ox, and the physical strength can reach 10,000 jin. The body becomes indestructible, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades and poisons." After hearing the introduction to the 9-grade body forging technique, the elite class students showed surprise in their eyes. Is it really that powerful? If what the teacher said is true, after reaching the 9th grade, one could possess 10,000 jin of strength, which means that even without using soul power, one could fight against a soul sage purely with physical strength. They all opened the Tian treasure record, looking at the body refinement chapter, which depicted various connected movements, simple and not complicated, completely different from the body refinement methods they had heard of. There are indeed some body refinement methods in Douluo continent, but they are all mastered by the major families, exclusively passed down to their direct descendants and not shared with outsiders. For example, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's body forging technique, the Elephant Armor Sex Giant Elephant Mountain Moving Technique, and the Holy Dragon Sex Negative Armor Body Technique, etc. The inner power chapter is called the Cold, Ice, True Qi. By cultivating this inner power, the soul power within you will transform into the extremely cold, ice, true Qi. The Spirit Refinement chapter is called the Tian Spirit Refinement Technique, which focuses on the spirit and can enhance one's soul power and strengthen mental power through long-term cultivation. Guxinga did not elaborate much on the inner power and body refinement chapters. He clapped his hands to bring the girls' attention back to him. "From now on, we will study martial soul theory and cultivate inner power in the morning. In the afternoon, we will focus on body refinement and physical training to strengthen our bodies. In the evening, we will practice the Tian Spirit Refinement Technique." Thus, the elite class curriculum was officially established. The girls responded in unison, "Yes, teacher." "All right, now let's focus on the body refinement chapter of the Tian treasure record and follow the teacher to perform the first movement." Before the class started, Guxinga had already cultivated the 9-grade body forging technique to the 9th grade, as he had the foundation of the god and demon body refinement. So it was not difficult at all. The 9-grade body forging technique consists of 54 movements, divided into 3 stages: refining skin and flesh, refining tendons and bones, and refining blood and marrow. Each stage has 18 movements. Although these 18 movements look simple, doing them proves to be quite challenging, even for soul masters like Haoyang and Zhu Zhuqing. Moreover, the girls occasionally heard Guxinga's guiding voice by their ears. "Ning Rong Rong, is there a brick pressing on your neck? You've been looking down, lift your head up. Shui Binger, don't raise your left arm too high. It can injure your left arm's tendons and bones, lower a bit. Xiao Wu, did I ask you to kick? Bring it back. Zhu Zhuqing, don't bend your waist that much, and don't lift your hips so high. Change that cat-like habit of yours. Shui, what are you laughing at? You're the worst at this. Start over. Ye Ling Ling. Under Gu Xingge's continuous scolding, it took over half an hour for the elite class students to barely complete the first stage's 18 movements. Hu Laina and Ning Rongrong sat on the ground, drenched in sweat, their faces slightly red, feeling extremely fatigued as if they had gone through a protracted battle, their bodies almost falling apart. Looking at the girls who were exhausted after just doing one improper set of the first stage movements, Gu Xingge felt quite disappointed. He had thought that with their background as soul masters, they would learn quickly in the first stage, but he did not expect them to be so pathetic, completely like beginners in body refinement. Moreover, just completing one set was not enough. What Gu Xingge wanted was for them to learn, remember, and even internalize it as instinct. Seeing that Shui Binger, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others could not manage even once, he immediately spoke up. You all need to do these 18 movements 10 more times, memorize them well, and turn them into muscle memory, understand? Upon hearing this, the girls' faces fell. Having barely managed one set was already painful enough. Doing it 10 more times would surely break them. The elite class students quickly begged Gu Xingge for mercy, pleading to be let off. Teacher, please. Let's go. Teacher, we barely completed one set. Doing it 10 more times will ruin our bodies. Teacher, can we do a little less? 10 times is too much. We can't bear it. Please vote for monthly tickets, recommend tickets, and rewards. Chapter 81. Zhu Zhuqing's Persistence. Upon hearing they had to do the first stage movements of the 9th-grade body forging technique 10 more times, Ning Rongrong, Shui Yuer, and the others all pleaded with Gu Xingge for mercy. However, Hu Laina, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Shui Binger, and Shui Wu did not complain like them. Instead, they endured the pain in their bodies and seriously performed the body refinement movements. This scene contrasted sharply with Ning Rongrong and the others in Gu Xingge's eyes. He immediately pointed at Zhu Zhuqing and the others, looking at them with disappointment, and angrily educated Ning Rongrong and the others. Look at the class leader and the others. Do they complain like you? No. If you can't endure such a little hardship, how do you expect to become strong? Dream on. Today, we do the body refinement movements 10 times. Anyone who doesn't complete them will be directly expelled from the elite class. I, Gu Xingge, do not need students who can endure even a little hardship. After being scolded like this, Ning Rongrong, Shui Yuer, and the others were stunned. They did not expect the teacher to get so angry. The punishment of being expelled from the elite class for not completing it was too severe. Shui Yuer, Yuheru, Qiu Ruoshe, Shan Liu, Gu Qingbo, and the others gritted their teeth and endured the pain in their bodies, starting to perform the body refinement movements. Yi Lingling had never seen Gu Xingge this angry before and dared not complain further, honestly joining them. Only Ning Rongrong looked unwilling. Throughout her life, she had never endured such hardship. She could barely handle one set, and she would rather quit the elite class than do it 10 more times. She forced herself to get up from the ground, intending to say she was done, but when she saw Shui Yuer, who was opposing her, seriously doing the body refinement movements, Ning Rongrong was taken aback, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of surprise, knowing that just a moment ago, she had been the loudest in begging for mercy. But looking at the persevering Shui Yuer, the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school wavered in her resolve to avoid hardship and quit the elite class. After all, she was the most outstanding talent in centuries in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Could she really be worse than a dolphin? Ning Rongrong felt a bit frantic at the thought of having to withdraw from the elite class due to her inability to endure hardships. She knew that when she encountered Shui Yuer in the future, she would undoubtedly face ridicule from that dolphin. Since Shui Yuer could persevere, why couldn't she? Ning Rongrong absolutely refused to be weaker than anyone else. She would never let the 7-treasure glazed tile school be shamed. After a round of self-encouragement and upholding the belief that she would not lose to anyone, the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school gritted her teeth and joined them. Looking at Ning Rongrong, who was enduring pain while performing body-tempering exercises, Gu Xingge's golden eyes showed a hint of surprise. When Ning Rongrong stood up, her earlier hesitation had already been noticed by Gu Xingge. If she chose to withdraw from the elite class, Gu Xingge would not try to keep her, and would even give her the 7-treasure token that Ning Fengji had entrusted to him to take back. But unexpectedly, after glancing at Shui Yuer, she persisted. In fact, he had considered that Ning Rongrong might withdraw from the elite class due to the intensity of the training. However, it seemed that Shui Yuer's ridicule made this little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school see her as a competitive target, wanting to match her strength. This gave Guxinga a new idea. Watching the girls who were determined to practice the ninth-grade body tempering technique. Each step they took brought a trace of pain to their delicate faces, yet they gritted their teeth and persevered, even if it hurt enough to make them cry out. They did not give up. Guxinga showed a look of relief. He knew it was nearly impossible for them to complete the 10 physical training actions, and all he sought was to exhaust the girls' stamina. When a person's physical strength is completely depleted and their body is at its limit, the effect of the body refining spiritual liquid can be maximized. Looking at the 12 large wooden barrels, Guxinga thought for a moment and stored them in the Ming realm, filling each barrel with more than half water. He then handed 12 bottles of body refining spiritual liquid to Haoyang, all of which had been refined some time ago, instructing her to wait in the Ming realm. As soon as the elite class students were transported to the Ming realm by him, they would be stripped of their clothes and thrown into the barrels to receive the nourishment and strengthening of the body refining spiritual liquid. Haoyang respectfully nodded and disappeared from the open space under the enveloping laws of the Ming realm. Time ticked by slowly, and the first to falter was Ning Rongrong. As a support-type soul master, her body was inherently weaker than that of ordinary soul masters. And since she didn't often train and had endured little hardship in her childhood, she couldn't even hold on through the second round and collapsed to the ground. Watching Shui, who was still persevering, she felt a pang of unwillingness. She was even worse than that dolphin. This outcome was expected. Guxinga walked in front of Ning Rongrong. Relax, don't resist. As he spoke, the laws of the Ming realm surged, enveloping the exhausted Ning Rongrong and transporting her into the Ming realm. Following closely, Yi Lingling also couldn't hold on and was sent away by Guxinga. It was as if a chain reaction occurred. One girl after another could not withstand the strain and collapsed. Qi Wu Shui, Shen Yuyu, Shui Yuia, and Yu Heru all fell by the second round. Shui Wu and Shui Binger managed to last until the third round. Xiao Wu and Hu Laina collapsed on the open ground by the fifth round. What surprised Guxinga the most was Zhu Zhuqing. She actually held on until the end, collapsing only after the eighth round. Yet she still wanted to get up and continue, her eyes filled with determination and endurance. Even though she was dizzy and exhausted, her body on the verge of falling apart, as if she were carrying a mountain, she found it hard to move even a finger, but she did not give up. This moved Guxinga. The little wildcat had worked harder and endured more for freedom and strength than all the students in the elite class combined. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing still wanting to get up, Guxinga approached her, a flash of pain in his eyes. He crouched down and embraced the little wildcat, drenched in sweat and completely soaked, softly saying, "That's enough, you've worked very hard. Close your eyes and rest well." Upon hearing her teacher's words, the tense nerves of Zhu Zhuqing gradually relaxed, and the wave of fatigue she had been suppressing swept over her like a tide. Unable to hold on any longer, her head tilted, and she fainted in Guxinga's arms. He couldn't help but sigh. What a hard-working child. Then, the laws of the Ming realm surged again, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and sending her into the Ming realm. In the central area of the Ming realm, Haoyang stood guard by the 12 large barrels. Hu Laina, Shui Binger, and the others had already submerged in the body refining spiritual liquid, and their originally exhausted bodies were gradually recovering. The cells in their bodies, now void of energy, were voraciously absorbing the medicinal properties of the liquid, making every inch of their flesh and skin stronger under the nourishment of the body refining spiritual liquid. They felt as if they were in a hot spring, warm and gentle, extremely comfortable, even wanting to cry out. A golden light suddenly appeared, and Zhu Zhuqing materialized in front of Haoyang. She followed suit, stripping the little wildcat and carefully placing her into the barrel, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing's head above the surface, with the rest submerged in the body refining spiritual liquid. Request for monthly votes. Request for recommendation votes. Request for tips. Chapter 82. Changes after the first body, refining persevere. 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 In the barrel, the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing soaked in the body refining spiritual liquid, but her memories remained before her fainting. The word persevere echoed in her mind, constantly reminding herself to keep going and never give up. She didn't want to drop out of the elite class. She wanted to become stronger, stronger than anyone else. She didn't want to be a victim of family rules. The elite class was her only chance. Zhu Zhuqing absolutely would not submit to anyone, nor would she become anyone's subordinate. She wanted to control her own life, her own destiny. If talent wasn't enough, she would make up for it with hard work. No matter how much hardship she had to endure, she was willing to bear it, even if it cost her life. At least she had tried. At least she had fought for it. At least it was her own choice. By the barrel, Haoyang watched with furrowed brows as the cat-eared girl, even in fainted state, still bore a look of determination. Listening to her unconscious murmurs, Haoyang couldn't help but show surprise and a hint of curiosity in her blue eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's name was one she had heard since childhood. The ancestor of the Zhu family who achieved divinity, and also the partner of the ancestor of the Dai family who achieved divinity. She never expected to see the real person. As time passed, Hu Laina and Shui Binger finished absorbing the body-refining spiritual liquid in the water, gradually regaining their strength. However, due to being completely unclothed, they did not rise from the barrel. Under the nourishment of the body-refining spiritual liquid, the pain and fatigue in the girls' bodies vanished, replaced by a sense of ease, and they felt an endless energy within them. Not only that, but their soul power also increased slightly. A flash of golden light appeared, and Guxinga appeared beside Haoyang, scanning the girls soaking in the water. He spoke gently. "How does it feel?" Hearing the teacher's inquiry, Shui eagerly expressed her feelings. "Teacher, I feel like I have endless energy now. I could punch and kill a 100-year-old soul beast." Other girls nodded in agreement, not expecting that just half an hour of soaking would give them a feeling of being reborn. Ning Rongrong looked at the clear water that submerged her delicate collarbone, curious about what was added to it. She could still feel a warm current flowing through her body, wandering through every inch of her flesh. Dimly, she saw strands of azure light circulating beneath her fair skin, and her pale, jade-like hands slightly clenched into a fist, feeling stronger. As a sole master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile pagoda, she was particularly sensitive to enhancements of her own attributes. Ning Rongrong felt that her strength had increased by at least 5. The fact that a single soak had improved her strength by about half a level left the Seven Treasures' little princess in shock. But then she thought, it must not be as simple as just soaking in a potion. It should also be related to the 9-rank body refining technique they were practicing. The body refining methods of large families often incorporate various herbs, and the 9-rank body refining technique she was currently practicing was probably no exception. She never expected that her first practice would yield such great results, at least in Ning Rongrong's understanding. Even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family's Tyrannosaurus body refining could not compare to the 9-rank body refining technique during the first practice, and it could even be said to be far inferior. After experiencing the power of the 9-rank body refining technique, a sense of relief emerged in the heart of the Seven Treasures' little princess. Fortunately, she had not given up, otherwise she would have missed this top-tier body refining method. Her father had once said that although the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was one of the top 3 sects and was praised as the #1 support type martial soul, it was not as good as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect and the Haotian sect in terms of body refining. Now that she had learned this top-tier body refining method, it would definitely elevate the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect to a new level once it was reported back to the sect. But how could she get her teacher to agree to teach this body refining method to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? Ning Rongrong fell into deep thought. Guxinga looked at the girls with various expressions, all satisfied with their own changes. A powerful spiritual force was released from his brow, enveloping them, penetrating their skin, sweeping over their bodies, checking them inside and out. The other elite class students felt nothing from his spiritual force, except for Xiao Wu, whose pretty face flushed pink, her eyes revealing shyness, and her rabbit ears perked up. She was completely submerged in the clear water, not daring to lift her head, extremely shy. Uncle Di Zhao is so annoying. After checking the physical condition of the elite class students, Guxinga withdrew his spiritual force. Although it was only the first time practicing the 9th grade body refining technique, with the assistance of the body refining spiritual liquid, everyone had achieved varying degrees of improvement. But the specific effects still needed to be tested. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she was still in a coma and needed some time to absorb the body refining spiritual liquid. However, the little wildcat had persisted the longest, and when she woke up, her gains would undoubtedly be the greatest. Watching the cat-eared girl soaking in the body refining spiritual liquid, observing her still youthful and coldly beautiful face, the tenacity and extraordinary will reveal between her brows deeply moved Guxinga. Back then, in order to become stronger faster, he used his sun martial soul to absorb sunlight and convert it into soul power. Except on cloudy days, he would almost every day place himself under the scorching sun, enduring the sun's exposure. Even if he got tanned and his skin peeled, he never gave up. Even with innate full soul power, If one does not work hard to cultivate, it would be useless even if given innate level 20 soul power. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing slowly awakened. Opening her beautiful eyes and looking at herself in a wooden tub, her smooth jade body soaking in clear water, completely unclothed, which made a trace of confusion flash in her eyes. "Where's this?" "You're awake." A familiar voice sounded beside the little wildcat's ear. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head to see Gu Xingge standing next to her wooden tub, his gaze gentle and clear, mixed with a hint of approval, quietly watching her. The cat-eared girl looked around, and, seeing that there was no one else except her and Gu Xingge, couldn't help but question, "Teacher, where is this?" "This is the Ming realm, the small plane I control. You all were close to your physical limits due to practicing the 9th grade body refining technique. So I brought you to the Ming realm to let my maid prepare the body refining spiritual liquid in advance for you to soak and absorb. How does it feel?" Gu Xingge explained, and then asked Zhu Zhuqing how she felt physically. The little wildcat carefully sensed the changes in her body upon hearing this, and her cold and beautiful face showed a hint of joy. Not only had all her fatigue and pain disappeared, but she also felt that her strength had significantly increased, and even her soul power had broken through, rising from level 27 to level 28. This was a huge gain for Zhu Zhuqing. The little wildcat quickly thanked Gu Xingge. "Thank you, teacher. I feel great." Originally, according to Zhu Zhuqing's calculations, she thought she would need at least 3 months of training to break through to level 28, but unexpectedly, she achieved it in just 1 body refinement training, which made her extremely happy. With every bit of strength she gained, her hope of breaking free from her family's rules and obtaining freedom increased. In the original work, Zhu Zhuqing was the only character without any flaws. Chapter 83. Taking a Disciple. Zhu Zhuqing, the master-disciple function, is activated. It seems you have gained a lot. Gu Xingge's spiritual power enveloped the little wildcat as she examined Zhu Zhuqing's body, a hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Regardless of the level of her physical enhancement, just the fact that her soul power broke through from level 27 to 28 shows that she has made the greatest gains among the elite class students. The little wildcat noticed the teacher staring at her, and, thinking about her current state of being completely unclothed, her pretty face suddenly flushed with a hint of red, showing shyness, but she felt it was inappropriate to remind her. What if she misunderstood? The teacher might just be observing her physical progress and had no other thoughts. After a while, Gu Xingge withdrew her gaze from Zhu Zhuqing's delicate body and, catching sight of her slightly reddened face, guessed what she was thinking without offering too much explanation and slowly spoke. "Shaoqing, would you be willing to be my disciple?" Becoming a disciple. This sudden inquiry left the little wild cat stunned, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. The Haoyang Douluo actually wanted to take her as a disciple. Although they currently addressed Gu Xingge as teacher, it was merely because he was their elite class teacher. The apprenticeship Gu Xingge mentioned meant he wanted to take her as a closed-door disciple and heir. "Teacher, can I?" However, Zhu Zhuqing did not immediately agree. After her surprise, self-doubt set in. She knew her own capabilities very well. Her talent was only slightly above average in the elite class, just better than Shui, Yuer, and the others. And clearly, there were several classmates with outstanding talents ahead of her. Why not choose them instead of her? Looking at the self-doubting cat-eared girl, Gu Xingge smiled slightly. This girl really lacked confidence. He nodded and gently asked Zhu Zhuqing, "Shaoqing, do you know how many rounds of body conditioning exercises you've done?" Hearing this, the little wild cat shook her head. She had forgotten. In fact, she had already reached her limit by the 4th round and had only relied on her willpower to avoid being expelled from the elite class to push through. In the end, she didn't even know how many rounds she managed to complete. You persisted longer than they did, completing the 8th round. You should know that Hulayina, as a high-level soul master, only completed the 5th round, while you, as a great soul master, reached the 8th round. From this perspective, you far surpassed them. Upon hearing that she had actually completed 8 rounds, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected to have done so many rounds and even surpassed Hulayina. Gu Xingge continued to speak, pointing out her strengths and explaining why he wanted to take her as his disciple. "Shaoqing, although your talent and martial soul are not the very best, you possess an extraordinary perseverance that sets you apart. To become a strong individual, both talent and perseverance are essential. There are many ways to enhance talent, but perseverance can only be cultivated through one's own efforts. This is what I value in you. So, do you wish to become my disciple?" Although Zhu Zhuqing's talent was considerably inferior to that of Hu Laiyi and Shui Binger, her perseverance far exceeded theirs. A slight deficiency in cultivation talent was not a problem. At most, Gu Xingge could visit the sunset forest in a while to have a heart-to-heart talk with a poison Douluo, exchanging feelings and bringing back a few immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang, to help Zhu Zhuqing. Perseverance, huh? She never expected that she would be recognized for her perseverance, which gradually made Zhu Zhuqing understand. Being able to become a disciple of a Title Douluo filled Zhu Zhuqing with honor, and she certainly would not foolishly refuse. The cat-eared girl immediately nodded in agreement. I am willing to become your disciple. Well, from now on, you will be my first disciple, Gu Xingge. Gu Xingge nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Ding detected that the host has accepted the first disciple. The master-disciple function is now activated. Please pay attention to check host. This sudden notification caught Gu Xingge off guard. He naturally knew that the system had a master-disciple function and thought it would be activated randomly. He didn't expect it to be triggered in this way. He didn't immediately check the master-disciple function, but instead looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a gentler gaze. Get out of the tub. They're still waiting for us outside. After saying that, he turned around to give Zhu Zhuqing space to get dressed. A few minutes later, Gu Xingge left the Ming realm with the little wildcat, who had changed her clothes. On Douluo continent, at sunset, the sky gradually darkened, and one star after another lit up the dimming sky, surrounding a crescent moon. In the living room of the small Western-style building, Hu Laiyi, Shui Binger, and Xiao Wu each held a cup of flower tea, with some snacks placed in front of them. They formed a circle, sitting together, chatting and laughing, their interactions quite harmonious, unlike the distance of the afternoon. Haoyang stood beside them, refilling anyone's cup of flower tea that was empty, which surprised the young girls a bit. Although Haoyang was just a servant of the teacher, as the saying goes, the minister's door has 3 ranks of officials. They did not dare to treat Haoyang like a servant. On the contrary, they respected her a lot. After all, the body-refining spiritual liquid they soaked in was prepared by Haoyang. If they offended her, she might not say anything openly. But if she were to reduce the amount of body-refining spiritual liquid they received by even a billionth, they would be devastated. Yi Lingling savored the flower tea carefully, her pretty face showing a hint of surprise. It was even better than the flower tea brewed by her mother, and it was so fragrant. It must have used some unique method to activate the aroma of the petals, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips and teeth, and even enveloping her nostrils with the scent, making her feel intoxicated. She quickly put down her teacup and asked Haoyang, Sister Hua, the flower tea you made is so fragrant and delicious. Can you teach me? Of course. Seeing that Yi Lingling wanted to learn, Haoyang did not refuse. But she mentioned that the skill of brewing flower tea required a long time to learn, and most importantly, one needed a good eye to select the fresh flowers for brewing. I want to learn too. Shui Yuer also raised her hand, wanting to learn as well. But Shui Binger shook her head, telling her not to get distracted. Their current goal was to study and practice diligently, not to waste time on other things. Seeing her sister's disapproval, Shui Yuer had no choice but to lower her hand and stuck out her tongue at Shui Binger, indicating that she understood. A burst of golden light appeared, and Gu Xingge and Zhu Zhuqing appeared in the living room. Upon seeing their teacher return, Hu Laiyi and the others put down their teacups and stood up to greet him. Gu Xingge noticed that it was getting late, and since the elite class students were also tired today, she advised them to go back and rest well. You all must be tired today, so go back and rest. If you have time in the evening, remember to practice your body training movements more. Don't wait until class to practice, understand? As for the Taiyin spirit refinement technique, I can teach you tomorrow. It's not too late. Make sure to read the Taiyin treasure record more when you get home, but don't practice it. As for the secret manual, Gu Xingge is not worried at all, aside from the teacher version of the Taiyin treasure record in his hands. The ones in their hands are all student versions. In short, the Taiyin treasure record that Hu Laiyi and the others have does not have reference answers. Without his personal explanation and guidance, forcing themselves to practice could lead to issues. Gu Xingge, didn't he expect that I tore up the reference answers for you? Chapter 84. The Reversed Master-Disciple Function, Zhu Zhuqing's Choice. In the small Western-style building, aside from Zhu Zhuqing who stayed behind, Hu Laiyi, Shui Binger, and the others all left. When Haoyang saw that Gu Xingge had left Zhu Zhuqing alone, she understood that there were private matters to discuss between the teacher and student, so she didn't disturb them and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner instead. Gu Xingge gently spoke, Xiao Qing, you sit for a while, I have some matters to attend to. The little wildcat nodded obediently, watching her teacher go upstairs. Once upstairs, Guxinga opened the system interface and began to study the master-apprentice function. This function is different from the other three features. It not only benefits him, but also affects his apprentice. As a teacher, Guxinga can bestow one of his talents onto his apprentice. He can also choose one of his apprentice's talents to add to himself. Additionally, he can use the master-apprentice function to issue various tasks to his apprentice, which require cooperation between the master and apprentice to complete. After completing the tasks, the system will reward both the master and apprentice to varying degrees. When the apprentice encounters an insurmountable danger, she can summon Guxinga's true self or a clone for assistance. Furthermore, every time the apprentice's cultivation improves, Guxinga, as the teacher, will also receive a portion of cultivation feedback. He can also transfer his cultivation to the apprentice, helping her advance. Not only that, after completing the apprenticeship tasks, the apprentice can also take on her own apprentices, and when her disciples improve their cultivation, Guxinga, as the Grandmaster, will also gain a portion of cultivation. This lineage stretches far back, generation after generation, all contributing cultivation to Guxinga. This master-apprentice function is indeed extraordinary. Guxinga also noticed that there were 3 additional functions after the master-apprentice feature: sect, family, and country. This made him ponder and analyze these 3 major functions. The sect function should be an advanced version of the master-apprentice feature. According to the system's tendency to trigger the master-apprentice function, it should unlock once he has enough disciples. As for the family and country functions, he could guess a bit about them. The condition to unlock the family function should involve him marrying and taking concubines to produce offspring and thus form a family. The condition to unlock the country function might involve him establishing a nation or becoming a ruler, which could also trigger it. The subsequent 3 functions are not trivial. However, Guxinga felt that he didn't need to unlock so many system functions. Having enough was sufficient, as too many and too complex would be counterproductive. After closing the system interface, Guxinga remained silent for a long time before coming back to his senses and turning to walk downstairs. In the living room, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been waiting for a long time, saw him coming down and quickly stood up from the sofa. A hint of respect appeared on her cold and beautiful face as she slightly bowed and greeted him respectfully. "Master, are you done with your work?" Sit down." Guxinga nodded, indicating to Zhu Zhuqing that she didn't need to be so reserved. He didn't care about these mundane formalities. He then sat down opposite her. When Haoyang saw him sit down, she thoughtfully poured him a cup of flower tea and then stepped back. After taking a sip of the tea, Guxinga gently set the cup down and looked at the cold yet youthful little wildcat with soft eyes, slowly speaking. "Shaoqing, I know a bit about the Zhu and Dai families of the TitleDouluo Empire, and I understand why you joined the elite class. It's to become stronger and break free from your family's constraints, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes showed a look of surprise. How did the teacher know about her? But then she thought that her teacher was an elder of the Spirit Hall, so it wasn't surprising that he knew these things. She nodded in acknowledgement and then asked in confusion, "Teacher, since you already know, what do you want? Although I have taken you as my disciple, I will not intervene to suppress the Zhu family. I will teach you and help you become stronger. Whether it's the Zhu family or the TitleDouluo Empire, you must face them on your own and overcome them." Guxinga spoke ly, stating that the rules of the Zhu family should be broken by Zhu Zhuqing herself, which also gives her a goal. The little wildcat is exceptionally clever and naturally understands what her teacher means, nodding to indicate her understanding. "Well, as long as you understand, let go of your mind and don't resist." Upon hearing her teacher's instruction, Zhu Zhuqing relaxed her mind, and she saw Guxinga raise his hand, his fingertips sparking with golden light, lightly tapping her snow-white forehead. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in her mind. "Ding, congratulations, you have become Guxinga's disciple. The master-disciple system has been activated. Please check your notifications." A master-disciple system? Zhu Zhuqing looked confused, wondering what the master-disciple system was. After a moment, Guxinga retracted his finger. He was just putting on a show, and a system prompt also sounded in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for accepting the first disciple. Reward, 1 chance for a yellow level lottery draw." Seeing his disciple's confused expression, Guxinga gently explained, "There is no need to be surprised. The teacher has simply injected the essence of his magical treasure into your body. With it, if you encounter danger that you cannot resist, the teacher will sense it immediately. It also has many other wonderful uses, which you will gradually learn about in the future." Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand what a magical treasure was, she believed her teacher would not harm her and did not ask further questions. Guxinga opened the Master-Apprentice interface and looked at Zhu Zhuqing's profile. Real name, Zhu Zhuqing. Martial soul, phantom spirit cat. Innate soul power. Level 7 realm. Level 28, great soul master. Soul rings, yellow yellow. Soul skills. After watching for a while, he asked Zhu Zhuqing, Xiaoqing, your cultivation talent is not the top tier, but I can help you improve. However, you can only choose one of two options. One is to raise your innate level 7 soul power to full innate soul power. The other is to let your martial soul undergo a mutation, but this mutation is uncontrollable. It could turn your phantom spirit cat into a top-tier martial soul, or it could mutate into a useless martial soul. You can choose one. Increase innate soul power. Help martial soul mutate. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. There was such an operation, but only one of the two options could be chosen. The little wildcat fell silent, contemplating how to choose. Guxinga was not in a hurry, quietly waiting for her answer. After a long while, Zhu Zhuqing made a decision in her heart. Teacher, I choose the mutated martial soul. Although possessing full innate soul power was very tempting, and having it meant that as long as she didn't fall midway, she would surely become a Title Douluo in the future. However, she was more willing to take a gamble on a mutated martial soul. Her nethercat was indeed a high-level beast martial soul, but it was still far from the top martial souls. If it could mutate and become stronger, she would have a greater chance of winning when she fought against Zhu Zhuyan in the future. Moreover, with the teacher's strength, Zhu Zhuqing believed that there would still be opportunities to increase her innate soul power in the future, but the mutation of the martial soul was uncertain. Guxinga originally thought she would choose to inherit the innate full soul power, which would speed up her cultivation. Unexpectedly, she chose the uncertain martial soul mutation. Since that is the case, let us fulfill her wish. Communicating with the system, Guxinga bestowed the Tian martial soul upon Zhu Zhuqing. He was also quite curious about what powerful mutated martial soul would be born from the fusion of the Tian martial soul and the nethercat martial soul. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking rewards. Seeking collections. Chapter 85. Moon Shadow Spirit Cat, Zhu Zhuqing with the assistance of the system. The essence of the Tian martial soul merged into Zhu Zhuqing's body. The little wild cat closed her eyes to carefully feel it, a mysterious energy, cold and solitary, wrapped around her martial soul, merging with the nethercat martial soul. On the surface, she appeared unchanged. However, Zhu Zhuqing's soul seemed to be immersed in the cool and gentle moonlight. All her grievances and fatigue were soothed, bringing her peace and tranquility. As if she had been purified, extremely comfortable, even making her involuntarily moan softly, a lingering and soft sound that filled the living room. In contrast, Guxinga, although he had bestowed his Tian martial soul to Zhu Zhuqing, was not affected. His own Tian martial soul remained intact. The essence of the Tian martial soul given to Zhu Zhuqing was paid for by the system and was not drawn from his body, merely serving as a template. Seeing the little wildcat's comfortable reaction after fusing with the essence of the Tian martial soul, he couldn't help but doubt whether he had made a mistake. A vast mental force was released, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and penetrating her body, carefully observing her fusion status. There were no signs of rejection. It seemed that the little wildcat's martial soul mutation would be benign. However, it appeared that the fusion would still require some time. Guxinga raised his hand to release his soul power, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and gently laying her down on the sofa. He then sat opposite her and opened the system interface to use the recently obtained yellow level lottery. Ding, yellow level lottery used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Basic Alchemy Technique. Basic Alchemy Technique? Hearing the system's prompt, Guxinga murmured to himself. Just the name alone was quite revealing. He immediately chose to accept it. And a vast amount of knowledge about basic alchemy technique flooded into his mind, from alchemical methods to controlling the heat, identifying and selecting herbs, and so on. It was extremely complex. Even with Guxinga's powerful mental strength, he felt slightly dazed. After a while, he came to his senses, and a look of surprise appeared in his bright golden eyes. Although it was called basic alchemy technique, the content within was, in Guxinga's view, anything but basic. The basic alchemy technique included 10 types of elixirs: body tempering pill, ice muscle pill, copper bone pill, chi and blood pill, soul dissolving powder, explosive spirit pill, spirit nourishing pill, hunter desire pill, bone erosion pill, and phoenix blood pill. The 10 elixirs had various effects, some beneficial, some harmful, and some restorative. The most powerful among them was the phoenix blood pill, made primarily from phoenix blood and combined with various precious herbs. After consumption, it does not take immediate effect but settles within the body, ready to be activated when one is severely injured. restoring the body to its original state in a very short time. It is similar to the effect of the yin-yang profound dragon pill in Dupo, but not as domineering and powerful. Since Guxinga was in the Douluo world, the herbs used for the 10 elixirs were simultaneously replaced with those from the Douluo world. And when he later traveled to other worlds, they could be replaced accordingly. The main focus was on convenience. After sorting through the knowledge of basic alchemy technique in his mind, Guxinga looked at Zhu Zhuqing, and the fusion was nearing its end. A few minutes later, Zhu Zhuqing, who had completed the fusion, awakened. Seeing her sit up, Guxinga smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing carefully sensed her martial soul. After fusing with the essence of the Tian martial soul, it had undergone significant changes. The originally black-purple fur of the nether cat transformed into a dark, deep pure black, with silver moon patterns depicted along its back, and it grew a pair of wings resembling silver crescent moons. Additionally, a moonstone was embedded in the cat's forehead, and its cat eyes turned a pale silver, shimmering with a cold moonlight, making its posture even more elegant and noble. With the mutation and evolution of her martial soul, it also received a new name, Moonshadow Spirit Cat. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing sensed that her soul power had greatly increased, jumping 2 levels to reach level 30. The cold and youthful face of the little wildcat revealed an unmistakable joy, her excited tail swaying, dazzling to behold. She had actually advanced 3 levels in a single day. As long as she obtained a 1,000-year soul ring, she would become a soul sovereign. Guxinga saw Zhu Zhuqing's joyful expression, indicating that she had gained a lot. With a thought, she opened the master-apprentice interface to check the current profile of the little wildcat. Not only had her martial soul undergone a mutation and evolution, but her innate soul power had also increased, rising from level 7 to level 9. This was also the reason why Zhu Zhuqing herself had experienced a 2-level increase in soul power. When calculated, this was more cost-effective than directly granting her full innate soul power. "Thank you, teacher, for your help." Zhu Zhuqing knelt on one knee, looking up at Guxinga, her pretty face filled with gratitude. If it weren't for the teacher's assistance in helping her martial soul mutate and evolve, she thought it would take at least 1 or 2 years to break through to level 30. Guxinga smiled slightly and let her rise, saying there was no need for excessive courtesy. "Shaoqing, since your soul power has reached level 30, I'll take you to the Stardow Forest to obtain your soul ring in a couple of days." Zhu Zhuqing obediently nodded. She always listened to her teacher. Guxinga also had his own plans. Besides Zhu Zhuqing needing to obtain her 3rd soul ring, there were also Haoyang, Hulaina, and Yi Yusi, who needed soul rings as well. They could hunt together in the Stardow Forest, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Haoyang came to the living room and informed them that dinner was ready. Guxinga nodded slightly and saw Zhu Zhuqing rising to take her leave, so he immediately invited her to stay for dinner. Faced with the teacher's invitation, the little wildcat naturally did not dare to refuse. After dinner, Zhu Zhuqing helped Haoyang clean up the dishes, while Guxinga went next door, preparing to find Lan Qingyan for some post-meal exercise. In the small Western-style building No. 3, beautiful piano melodies flowed like a gentle stream in the living room, the sound wrapping around the entire building, soothing the heart and making one feel enchanted. In one corner of the living room, Lan Qingyan, dressed elegantly, sat on the piano bench with her voluptuous figure, her blue hair styled into a single spiral bun at the back of her head, with a few strands of hair falling beside her fair cheeks. Her face was lightly made up, and her almond-shaped eyes were adorned with a hint of blue eyeshadow. A deep blue long dress accentuated her curvaceous and mature figure, making her look alluring and charming. Her long, fair fingers danced like nimble sprites on the piano keys, producing beautiful notes that surrounded her, calming her inner restlessness and anxiety. Suddenly, a pair of large hands wrapped around Lan Qingyan's voluptuous body from behind, forcing her to stop playing. As she turned her head, a handsome and strong face loomed closer, and a powerful kiss landed on her gray-blue lips, entangling her in a passionate embrace. At the same time, a pure, overwhelming yang energy enveloped Lan Qingyan, possessively claiming her, not allowing her to resist, making her body go soft, as if she were a pile of mush in the arms of the person behind her, surrendering to his whims. After a while, the piano music that had originally stopped started again, but became chaotic and disordered, unlike the previous elegance. Chapter 86, Bibidong's Madness. Lan Qingyan's Regret. In the Pope's Palace in Wuhuan City, the night was bright, and the air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. On the bed, Bibidong, dressed in a light purple silk nightgown, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her stunningly beautiful face was filled with confusion as she recalled the words spoken to her by the demon soul sect leader. Did Tianshui not insult her? Was her memory not necessarily true? But the more she thought about it, the more impossible it seemed, and she scoffed at it. If that beast did not insult her, how did Tianshui come to be? That wretched child was born after 10 months of pregnancy. Could it be that all those 10 months of memories were fake? Yet, she also held a glimmer of hope. If this were true, and she had not been humiliated by that beast Tianshui, her memories were false. That would mean she was clean. As soon as this thought appeared, it was as if a rope fell from the sky, landing above the dark mire, right in front of the mother spider, stuck in the mud. As long as she climbed up the rope, she could escape the filthy mire and approach the radiant sun. But she was also afraid that the rope would suddenly break, and she would fall back into the dark mire, sinking deeper and deeper, unable to escape. Bibi Dong fell into deep hesitation. She could never fully believe the words of the demon soul sect leader. If it weren't for Tianshui, she might have believed. But it was precisely because of the existence of that wretched child that her dark past constantly haunted her. Wretched child, you must die. The moment she thought of Tianshui, Bibi Dong's beautiful face twisted into a snarl, her eyes flashing with a crimson light. No matter what, she had to kill Tianshui. To her, Tianshui was not just a humiliation, but also a ticking time bomb. She was afraid that if Guxinga found out that Tianshui was her daughter, her secret would still be revealed. The best way to protect a secret was to eliminate everyone related to it. Thinking of the humiliation she suffered, the crimson light in Bibi Dong's eyes grew stronger. Gripping the bed, her jade-like hands bulged with veins as she let out a low growl filled with madness and hatred. TitleDouluo and that wretched child, you all must die. Tianyi Fei, I will slaughter you and your descendants. I will destroy the angel lineage and sever the angel divine position. Her already twisted and beautiful face became even more terrifying, her features distorted, and a deep, evil purple aura surrounded her, resembling a terrifying demon from the depths of darkness. Even Bibi Dong herself did not realize that the resentment, unwillingness, humiliation, and anger in her heart were nourishing the existence of another being that also harbored hatred towards the angel lineage. The next day, as dawn broke, the sky turned deep blue, and the morning glow gradually rose, painting the sky red. The morning light filtered through the clouds, spreading over the earth, awakening all things that had slumbered through the night. A new day began. At Tianshui Academy, in the small Western-style building number 3, rays of sunshine streamed through the glass of the second-floor room, scattering onto the bed, illuminating the entwined figures of a man and a woman. Feeling the warm and gentle morning light, Guxinga's son Martial's soul stirred slightly, waking him up. After a while, the young man slowly opened his eyes, slightly dazed and still sleepy. When he felt the warmth in his arms, he gradually regained clarity. Once awake, Guxinga looked at the still sleeping Lan Qingyan in his arms, reached out to gently stroke her smooth, fair face, and showed a satisfied expression. He leaned down to kiss her white forehead before getting up to change clothes and leave. After Guxinga left, Lan Qingyan opened her beautiful eyes but did not rise. Instead, she quietly lay on the bed, her almond-shaped eyes filled with shame and regret. She never expected things would develop to this extent. Her heart was filled with remorse. If only she hadn't been so aggressive towards Guxinga at the meeting, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. As for resisting Guxinga, that was even more impossible. How could a mere soul sage resist a Title Douluo? What Lan Qingyan could do was only to comply and accept. On the other side, in the elite classroom, the girls had already gathered early. Ning Rongrong, Shui Yuer, Xiao Wu, and Yi Lingling surrounded Zhu Zhuqing like little birds, chattering and asking her questions. Xiao Qing, what did the teacher keep you for last night? Could it be that he gave you special treatment? I think there's a possibility. What did the teacher secretly teach you last night? Can you tell us? Zhu Qing held on the longest during yesterday's physical training. The teacher must have rewarded you. I also want a reward from the teacher. Xiao Qing, I feel the same aura from you as from the teacher. Come on, confess, what good did you get? Xiao Wu leaned close to Zhu Zhuqing and asked her with a smile. Others might not notice Zhu Zhuqing's changes, but Xiao Wu, who had often bathed under the Ta-in martial soul and absorbed the lunar essence for cultivation, was extremely sensitive to the Ta-in aura emitted by the moon shadow spirit cat. In the face of her classmates' inquiries, Zhu Zhuqing maintained her usual cold demeanor and did not answer them. Until she received permission from the teacher, She would not disclose that she had already taken Guxinga as her master. Seeing that Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't speak, Yi Lingling and Xiao Wu felt it inappropriate to press further. However, the little wildcat's icy attitude sparked Ning Rongrong's dissatisfaction. What else with the act? It's just a few more repetitions of the body-tempering movements. I can do that too. After saying this, the Seven Treasure Princess returned to her seat, contemplating how to persuade Guxinga to allow the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to practice the 9-rank body-tempering technique and even the Ta'in treasure record. Ding ling ling. With the class bell ringing, the girls quickly took their seats. On the podium, golden light surged as Guxinga appeared in front of the blackboard, holding a teacup in one hand and a textbook tucked under her arm. She placed the teacup and textbook on the podium, scanned the students, and spoke out loud. All right, let's start class now. Turn to the internal skill section of the Ta'in treasure record, Cold Ice True Chi. Remember to take notes, and don't get distracted during class, or you'll bear the consequences. Upon hearing the teacher's instructions, the girls quickly opened their Ta'in treasure records and attentively listened to Guxinga's explanation of Cold Ice True Chi, taking notes as they went. Guxinga drew a meridian diagram on the blackboard and carefully explained to the elite class students what meridians are, as well as the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 regular meridians. In fact, there's a complete meridian system within the bodies of the Douluo human race. It's just that they haven't conducted research in this area. In the original work, Tang San helped Tang how unblock his meridians, allowing him to reach level 97, which shows that even a Title Douluo can have blocked meridians. If one could unblock the meridians within their body, it would definitely bring unexpected benefits to soul masters. Spoiler alert, Qianifei is the name of the angel god, which I created, and the demon soul sect is not just randomly created. I will gradually explain its emergence later. Also, my original creations are not just random. They all have various reasons and foreshadowing, such as the little spider replacing Xiao Wu, Ning Chu Chu, Zhu Jingjing, and the Emperor clan, all of which have foreshadowing. Chapter 87, 99. The Demon Soul Master of the Divine Body. The human body contains a complete meridian system, divided into the 12 regular meridians, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the central meridian, collectively known as the 12 meridians. The 12 meridians are symmetrically distributed on both sides of the body, running along the inner or outer sides of the upper or lower limbs, with each meridian belonging to a specific organ or viscera. Therefore, the name of each meridian in the 12 meridians includes 3 parts: hand or foot, yin or yang, and organ or viscera. The hand meridians run through the upper limbs, while the foot meridians run through the lower limbs. The yin meridians run along the inner sides of the limbs and are associated with organs, while the yang meridians run along the outer sides of the limbs and are associated with viscera. To cultivate internal energy, one must understand the direction of the meridians to ensure that they do not go astray during cultivation, avoiding the risk of going into a demonic state. In the elite class, Guxinga pointed at the meridian diagram she drew on the blackboard, carefully explaining to the students. Seeing their confused expressions, she couldn't help but shake her head in helplessness. In the Douluo world, soul masters not only do not understand meridians, but they also do not know about Dantian. They only understand how to increase their soul power through meditation, and for the next 40,000 years, it will remain the same, with no improvement. This inevitably reminded Guxinga of one of the 3 major labor comics of her previous life, Naruto, which has some similarities with the Douluo world. One involves meditation for cultivation, while the other involves chakra refinement, and both have developed their technology trees without researching new cultivation methods. Moreover, they share a common characteristic. The younger one is the faster the cultivation speed. The older one is the slower the cultivation speed. The girls in the audience listened to the teacher explain the 12 meridians, and upon hearing the term going into a demonic state, Ning Rongrong couldn't hold back any longer, especially since she was still thinking about passing the 9-rank body refinement technique back to the 7 treasure Glazed Tile School. She quickly raised her hand to ask, "Teacher, what does going into a demonic state mean?" Going into a demonic state, in simple terms, means not cultivating internal energy in the correct way, resulting in adverse reactions in the body. The mild effects can include spitting blood and injury, wasting soul power, while severe cases can lead to mental instability, becoming an idiot, or even sudden death. Guxinga's expression was serious as she explained to them in a deep voice. Hearing that going into a frenzy could have such serious consequences, the girls showed fearful expressions. They certainly did not want to go into a frenzy. Now, everyone look at the blackboard. The 12 meridians are connected through the yin and yang channels of the hands and feet, forming a cyclical, endless system of energy flow. Qi and blood flow through the meridians to reach the organs internally and the skin externally, operating throughout the body. The flow sequence is, starting from the hand Tian lung meridian, it successively transmits to the hand Yangming large intestine meridian. To cultivate internal energy, one must understand the direction of the meridians in the body. Guxinga was not in a hurry to teach the students the cold, ice true Qi. She wanted to solidify their foundational knowledge first before teaching them, which could wait. The students were also listening attentively, taking notes to avoid any mistakes, as they certainly did not want to go into a frenzy in the future. However, Shui Binger, sitting in the front row, seemed somewhat distracted. She once again caught a whiff of her mother's unique body fragrance from the teacher, and it was even stronger than yesterday. In the small dimension of the demon soul, on the towering soul-devouring sacred mountain that pierced the sky like a long spear, a blood-colored, eerie airflow swirled around, seeming to erode everything, devouring all tangible and intangible things, turning them into nutrients for the sacred mountain. The demon soul lord sat cross-legged at the mountain's peak, surrounded by that strange blood energy, and in his hand floated an ancient, blood-red bead. The eerie blood energy surged into the bead like fledglings returning to their nest. With each surge, the color of the bead deepened, becoming increasingly ancient, appearing more and more ordinary, showing no signs of anything extraordinary, yet exuding an extremely powerful aura. "Greetings, Master. The people have been brought." A respectful voice sounded behind the demon soul lord. He slowly turned around to look at the 1,000 illusions Douluo and the 8 demon soul disciples with varying levels of cultivation behind him, the highest being a soul king and the lowest just having become a soul master. The demon soul lord did not care about their cultivation levels. Seeing the fervent expressions of the 8 disciples, he rotated the blood bead in his hand, shooting out 8 streams of eerie blood energy that entered their bodies. Instantly, the 8 disciples felt an overwhelming surge of power within, their faces showing ecstasy as they hurriedly knelt and bowed. "Thank you, Master, for the divine gift." The demon soul lord did not even glance at them, take them down to digest it. The 1,000 illusions Douluo nodded respectfully and took the 8 disciples who had received the divine gift down. After a while, a mature female voice rang in the demon soul lord's ear. "You use the power of the blood god bead to elevate the cultivation of those waste. What a waste. You might as well save it for your own improvement." The demon soul lord turned to look at the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared beside him and replied, "Like your husband, I have already transformed into a 99 divine body, but without a divine position, relying solely on the blood god bead cannot make one a god, unless one condenses a divine position by oneself. Condensing a divine position by oneself, that is even harder. You might as well think about how to pass the examination for the age.Due divine position." The mysterious woman sighed and shook her head, then merged into the body of the demon soul lord. He looked at the blood god bead in his hand, lamenting that the blood god fell 20,000 years ago, and even the divine position shattered. Otherwise, he would have already become a god by leveraging the position of the blood god. Although the age.Due god is far stronger than the blood god, the divine examination of the age.Due god is too difficult. Even he could not guarantee he would pass. At the Tianshui Academy, after the morning classes ended, Guxinga once again warned the elite class students not to recklessly practice the cold ice true Qi without his guidance, or they would have to bear the consequences. Hulayina and the others nodded in agreement after realizing the dangers of going into a frenzy. They certainly did not want to waste their soul power and become fools. "It's good that you understand." Guxinga nodded in satisfaction, then picked up her teacup and textbook and left the classroom. Watching the teacher's departing figure, Ning Rongrong. "Teacher, please wait a moment." Hearing Ning Rongrong shout, Guxinga stopped and turned to look at the 7 treasure princess, her eyes filled with confusion. "What does this girl want again?" "Teacher, I would like to ask if the 9-rank body refinement technique can be taught to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Please state your conditions, and we will meet them as long as it is something the 7 treasure glazed tile school can provide." Ning Rongrong looked at Guxinga earnestly, her pretty face full of expectation. Although she had only experienced the power of the 9-rank body refinement technique for the first time, she believed that this body refining method was worth any price that the 7 treasure glazed tile school could pay. Guxinga was stunned for a moment. It turned out that she wanted the 9-rank body refining technique, but he was not prepared to teach it to others at the moment. He shook his head and politely declined Princess Ning Rongrong. "Let's discuss this when you reach the 9th rank." After saying that, he turned around and left, leaving Ning Rongrong looking astonished. Back in the office, Haoyang had already prepared lunch, waiting for him to enjoy it. After lunch, Gu Xingge diligently went to the director's office to personally feed Lan Qingyan lunch and casually did some post-meal exercises with the beautiful female director to help digest the food. Chapter 88. The Elite Class's Bottom Feeder. Ning Rongrong time flew by like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, under Gu Xingge's arrangement, the elite class's lessons were proceeding in an orderly manner. In this time, with the guidance of teacher Gu, the students in the elite class had all memorized and mastered the locations and paths of the 12 meridians in their bodies. They were also becoming increasingly proficient in the first 18 moves of the 9-rank body refining technique. Additionally, their practice of the Tian refining spirit technique was also making great progress. The Tian refining spirit technique did not have clear boundaries like the 9-rank body refining technique. It was a method for refining the soul, applicable to all beings. As long as one continued to practice, one day, any being could transform their soul into a Tian divine soul. It merely depended on the duration of practice. Among the girls in the elite class, Zhu Zhiqing made the fastest progress in the Tian refining spirit technique. Her moon shadow spirit cat martial soul was inherently close to the Tian, making her practice of the technique twice as effective. To gain a clearer understanding of the mental strength of the elite class students, Gu Xingge adopted the mental strength level classification from Douluo 3, Dragon King's Legend. For greater accuracy, he created a stone tablet specifically for testing mental strength using the origin of the plane from the Mingjia for the first time. As long as mental strength was injected into the stone tablet, it would display an accurate mental value. From weak to strong, the levels were Spiritual Origin Realm 0, 100, Spiritual Communication Realm 101 to 500, Spiritual Sea Realm 501, 5000, Spiritual Abyss Realm 5001 to 20,000, and Spiritual Domain Realm 20,001 to 50,000. Gu Xingge's mental power has reached the peak of the spiritual domain, with a mental value exceeding 43,000 points. On the other hand, Zhu Zhiqing's mental power has just entered the spiritual connection realm, reaching 137 points. Hu Laina has the highest mental power in the class, reaching the mid-stage of the spiritual sea realm, thanks to the contribution of the 9-tailed ice fox skull spirit bone. What confuses Gu Xingge the most is that Xiao Wu, who is clearly a 10,000-year soul beast transformed, shows even lower mental power than Shui Binger, only reaching the peak of the spiritual origin realm. In the original work, Xiao Wu used her charm soul skill against Zhao Wujia and suffered a backlash, which is absurd. The soul intensity of a 10,000-year soul beast is not even as strong as that of a soul sage. In the elite classroom, Gu Xingge looked at the neatly seated girls on the podium and spoke loudly. Classmates, since Hu Laina and Zhu Zhiqing have reached the level to obtain soul rings, the teacher will take them to the Star-Do Forest to hunt soul beasts this afternoon, for a duration of 2 days. Upon hearing that Hu Laina and Zhu Zhiqing had reached the level to obtain soul rings, Shui Binger and Yi Lingling showed expressions of astonishment. It should be noted that not long ago, one was at level 47 and the other at level 27. Compared to Zhu Zhiqing, they were even more surprised by Hu Laina, who is a soul zone. As a soul master's cultivation becomes increasingly difficult to improve. It is shocking that Hu Laina has risen 3 levels in just 5 days. The girls speculated whether Hu Laina had gained some opportunity. After all, she is a disciple of the Pope and possesses resources beyond their imagination. At this moment, Xiao Wu also raised her hand, and Gu Xingge gestured for her to speak. Teacher, my cultivation has also broken through to level 30. Please take me to the Star-Do Forest as well. Sure, Gu Xingge nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's pretty face lit up with joy, and she began to think about other matters. In contrast, Ning Rongrong was startled to see that both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhiqing had broken through to level 30. Was she the only big soul master left in the class? This cast a shadow over the 7-treasure glazed tile school's little princess, and her expression showed a hint of despondency, feeling a bit absent-minded. She, Ning Rongrong, the strongest talent of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in hundreds of years, had become the last one. If this got out, it would not only be a matter of her own face, but also a disgrace to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. How could someone as proud as her accept this outcome? Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes revealed a deep desire. She had never felt such a strong urge since birth. She wanted to cultivate, she wanted to become stronger, and she didn't want to be the last. She didn't want to be mocked by that dolphin. I'll give everyone a break for the next 2 days, but even during the break, you must not be lazy. You need to practice physical exercises and the lunar refinement technique diligently, understood? Gushinga glanced around and announced to the students that they would have a 2-day break. Shuei Yuerer and Yu Haru both showed cheerful smiles. Long live the holiday! After the morning classes ended, Gushinga asked Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing to go wait for him at the small villa while he went to the office of the Director of Education. In the director's office, Lan Qingyan, dressed in an ice blue cheongsam, sat on a large chair. The fitted cheongsam perfectly outlined her curvy and voluptuous figure, showcasing the mature and plump beauty of a mature woman. Her long and full legs, wrapped in translucent matte oil stockings, were crossed elegantly, with her heavy bosom resting on the desk, not hindering her from reviewing documents. After a few days of pampering, the beautiful director appeared radiant and even younger, with the fine lines at the corners of her eyes fading away, her face full of collagen, smooth and fair like a peeled egg, even more beautiful and alluring. After flipping through the documents in hand, Lan Qingyan felt a bit of a headache. They were all profiles of outstanding students from the other 4 elemental academies. Specifically the list of participants for the upcoming inter-academy exchange competition a month later. The 5 elemental academies had mutual competition, which led to the establishment of an annual inter-academy exchange competition. Each year, the exchange competition would be held at the Tiando Great Soul Arena, inviting the Tiando royal family to watch. This was to showcase the strength of each academy and to gain recognition from the Tiando royal family, obtaining more resource allocation. Recently, Lung Qishuang left the Tianshui Academy to go to Tiando City for the sake of the exchange competition. The Tianshui Academy had been at the bottom for 3 consecutive years in the exchange competition. To be honest, Lan Qingyan didn't hold much hope for this year, as there was only 1 month left for preparation. With Shuei Bing-er and the others' current strength, it would be quite difficult to achieve good results in this year's exchange competition, as the strongest students from other academies were already at levels 37 or 38, and Shunfeng Academy even had a student who had reached the Soul Sovereign level. Sigh. Lan Qingyan sighed. If only they had another half a year, with the guidance of Haoyang Duo, the strength of the elite class would definitely make great strides, achieving good results in the exchange competition. However, just thinking of Haoyang Duo made the beautiful director's voluptuous body tremble slightly, her almond eyes revealing a hint of spring-like ambiguity, with a trace of shy sorrow emerging from the depths of her gaze. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The office door opened, and Gushinga walked in. Upon seeing him, Lan Qingyan's fair and beautiful face flushed with a layer of red. Her charming eyes filled with deeper shyness as she softly inquired, "Why are you here so early today? Aren't you having lunch?" Gushinga looked at the stern and authoritative head of the teaching department in front of the students, feeling quite satisfied as the head acted shy like a little woman in his presence. He playfully spoke with a teasing tone, "Aren't I here for lunch?" Chapter 89, Danger. The sudden arrival of Shuei Bing-er. In the head of the teaching department's office, the air was filled with an incredibly sweet fragrance, mixed with a hint of the scent of heather, which was thick and pungent, lingering in the air. After finishing lunch, Gushinga leaned back in the large chair at the desk, displaying a look of pleasure and satisfaction. He looked at the beautiful and mature director Lan Qingyan, who was leaning against him, wrapping his arms around her fragrant shoulders, holding her voluptuous body tightly in his embrace, playing with her slightly damp blue hair. His eyes filled with unabashed affection as he gently asked, "Have you broken through level 80? Lan Qingyan nodded, her voice a bit hoarse. "I broke through last night." Gushinga never mistreats the people around him. Lan Qingyan's soul power had already reached level 75. To help her break through to level 80, he not only gave her 3 small creation pills, but also gifted her the ice blue scorpion dual-arm soul bone he had obtained, which was over 90,000 years old. Hearing that Lan Qingyan had already broken through, Gushinga nodded in satisfaction. "That's good. In the afternoon, come with me to obtain soul rings. First, we'll go to the Stardow Forest to help a friend and 2 students get their soul rings. And then we'll head to the extreme North Ice Field to hunt for your 8th soul ring." "Okay, I'll follow your lead." The beautiful and mature director nodded obediently, leaning against Gushinga's chest, resembling a little woman, understanding and compliant. In just a few days, both her body and heart had been completely conquered by Gushinga. Of course, this was also thanks to the help of the Thunder Prison Whip, pills, and soul bones. First a stick, then a sweet date. This kind of operation was second nature to Gushinga, effortlessly taming the beautiful and mature director. What is this?" Gushinga voiced his confusion. his gaze drawn to the document regarding the inter-academy exchange competition on the desk. He reached out and picked it up, although it was completely soaked. The high temperature of his solar soul power quickly dried it. Hearing his confusion, Lan Qingyan sat up and explained the document to him in a slightly hoarse voice. This was the roster for the 5 Elements Academy Exchange Competition, which included some names and information about participants from the other 4 major elemental academies. Guxinga had a vague impression of the 5 Elements Academy Exchange Competition. He had heard Lung Qishuang mention it before she left, but he hadn't paid much attention, as his goal was the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. After flipping through the exchange competition document, he recognized the names of the participants from the 4 elemental academies. Huo Wushuang, Feng Shaotian, and Yu Tianxin were all among them. So, who were the participants from the Heavenly Water Academy? Was it Shui Binger, Shui Wu, and the others? Guxinga closed the document and asked Lan Qingyan. After all, the most outstanding individuals at Tianshui Academy today were Shui Binger and her group. The beautiful female director nodded, indicating that the only ones worth mentioning from Tianshui Academy were indeed Shui Binger and Shui Wu. Ding, a new system task has been triggered. Please check it, host. As expected, hearing the system's notification sound, Guxinga murmured that the system task had arrived again. Lan Qingyan, upon hearing his words, thought that the battle personnel from Tianshui Academy were the same as he had in mind, which is why he said as expected. Guxinga put down the documents, opened the system, and checked the new task. Task name: First of the 5 Elements. Task content: The exchange competition of the 5 Elements Academy is approaching. And the Tianshui Academy where the host is located has been at the bottom for years. Can you tolerate this? No. Then lead the Tianshui Academy to victory. Task reward: 1 Xian level lottery draw. After reading the task content, Guxinga revealed a smile. A Xian level lottery draw is not bad. He looked at Lan Qingyan and spoke gently. You don't need to worry about the exchange competition. There's still a month left, which is enough for me to help Binger and the others improve their strength. However, Lan Qingyan still showed a hint of distrust. Although Guxinga is a Title Douluo, he is not the one participating in the exchange competition. Shui Binger and the others are still somewhat at a disadvantage compared to Feng Shaotian, Yu Tianxin, and the others. Can they catch up in just 1 month? Seeing the beautiful and mature director's lack of trust, Guxinga immediately showed an unhappy expression. He flipped Lan Qingyan over, making her lie on his lap, and raised his hand to slap her plump backside heavily. Slap! The crisp and pleasant sound of the slap echoed in the office. Feeling the pain in her backside, Lan Qingyan's beautiful eyes showed a mix of shame and pleading. Her fair face instantly turned bright red, almost as if it were bleeding from embarrassment. Guxinga coldly snorted. Oomph! I see you haven't been punished for 3 days. And you don't even believe in my abilities anymore. It seems I must teach you a good lesson today. Just as he was about to properly discipline the voluptuous director, making her recall the terror of being dominated by him, an unexpected event occurred. The previously locked office door swung open, hearing the sound of the door lock turning. Guxinga and Lan Qingyan were both stunned, while the voluptuous director's lush body instantly tensed and began to tremble, her originally rosy face turning pale in an instant. Sensing Lan Qingyan's nervousness, Guxinga did not hesitate at all. A brilliant blue triangular pattern appeared on his forehead, and the vast sea and universe shield subsequently materialized, expanding several times in an instant, with blue light flickering, enveloping him and Lan Qingyan, concealing their physical forms and presence, making them invisible on the large chair. At that moment, the office door opened, revealing a figure at the entrance. It was Shui Binger. Upon seeing Shui Binger, Guxinga's heart tightened for a moment. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the vast sea and universe shield was deployed early. If she had seen them, it would have been embarrassing. However, Lan Qingyan was unaware of the function of the vast sea and universe shield. When she saw that her daughter was the one who opened the door, thinking that Shui Binger had seen her and Guxinga in such a position, her voluptuous body trembled even more violently, filled with shame. As she lowered her head and dared not look up, noticing the director's tension, Guxinga leaned down and whispered comfortingly in her ear, "No need to worry. Binger can't see us." Upon hearing this, Lan Qingyan cautiously raised her head and indeed saw Shui Binger looking around at the door, seemingly unaware of her and Guxinga's presence. Her beautiful eyes showed a look of confusion. What was going on? But since Binger couldn't see them, that was good. As for Shui Binger, she initially wanted to ask her mother about the exchange competition at the 5 Elements Academy. Seeing the door was closed, she used a spare key to open it. As soon as she opened the door, An extremely sweet fragrance wafted towards her, causing the girl to slightly change her expression and reveal a look of surprise. However, she didn't think much of it and looked inside the office. She had presumed her mother had locked the door to take a nap inside, but after looking around, she found no one there, which puzzled Shui Binger. At this time, her mother would generally be in the office, right? However, since no one was there, Shui Binger didn't enter the office and simply closed and locked the door before leaving. Once her daughter left, Lan Qingyin's previously tense heart relaxed, and she let out a long breath. Fortunately, she wasn't discovered. Otherwise, she would have been so embarrassed. Although the little episode with Shui Binger occurred, it did not affect Gu Xingge's intention to discipline the voluptuous director, ignoring Lan Qingyin's pleas for mercy. He was determined to teach her a lesson for not trusting him. Seeking monthly votes, seeking recommendation votes, seeking rewards, seeking collections. Chapter 90, arriving at the TitleDouluo Great Forest. In a small Western-style building number 2, in the living room, a delicately and elegantly dressed noblewoman in a simple dress was savoring a cup of floral tea. After a moment, a hint of surprise appeared on her gentle face as she looked up at the standing Haoyang and spoke in a soft, melodious voice. Miss with skill in brewing floral tea is truly extraordinary. No wonder my daughter no longer enjoys the tea I brew. Madam Yi, you flatter me. It's just some minor techniques. If you don't mind, I can teach you when Hunso returns. In response to Yi Yuxi's compliment, Haoyang smiled and replied, and the noblewoman nodded, agreeing to learn the tea brewing techniques from her after Hunso returned. Hu Laina, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were sitting across from her, occasionally glancing at the elegant noblewoman, secretly amazed. They never expected that in addition to helping them hunt for soul rings, she would also assist a soul sage in obtaining the 8th soul ring, which would be possible for their teacher, a Title Douluo. If it were any other soul master from the Tianshui Academy, they wouldn't have such strength. Yi Yuxi looked at the 3 girls sitting across from her, revealing a gentle smile, her gaze softening, and spoke softly. You're all classmates of Ling Ling, right? No need to be formal. You can just call me Aunt Yi. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately sweetly called out, Hello, Aunt Yi. So obedient. Don't worry, with Aunt Yi here, you won't have to worry about getting hurt in the TitleDouluo Great Forest. Hearing Xiao Wu's greeting, Yi Yuxi's warm smile grew even brighter. And the more she looked at Xiao Wu, the more she liked her. She was truly a sensible child. Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing also called out Aunt Yi one after another. They all knew that the noblewoman in front of them was the #1 healing soul master in the world and a prominent figure on the continent. If they could befriend her, they could ask her for help healing them if they got injured in the future. Everyone is here. A familiar voice rang out, and Yi Yuxi and the others turned to see Gu Xingge appearing behind them, followed by Lan Qingyin. However, the voluptuous director had changed into a different outfit. The previous Chi Pao was no longer wearable, and she had changed into a well-fitting ice blue long dress. Although the long dress did not accentuate her curvaceous and alluring figure like the Chi Pao did, it made her appear much younger. Yi Yuxi was somewhat surprised to see Lan Qingyin had also arrived and curiously asked, Director Lan, have you also broken through to level 80? Thanks to Teacher Gu, I broke through to level 80 last night. The voluptuous director nodded, not hiding why she was able to break through to level 80. Even if Lan Qingyin didn't mention who helped her, Yi Yuxi could guess, as in the large Tianshui Academy. The only person capable of helping her break through was Gu Xingge. She was just curious about why Gu Xingge would help Lan Qingyin break through. Sensing what Yi Yuxi was pondering, Gu Xingge immediately interrupted her. Since everyone is here, let's set off. We should aim to reach the TitleDouluo Great Forest before dark. Hu Laina and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, while Haoyang also prepared some pastries for when they got hungry on the way. However, Gu Xingge had no intention of taking the carriage. He waved his hand and instructed the girls to give up their resistance. The laws of the Ming realm surged, enveloping them and directly transporting them into the Ming realm. The TitleDouluo Great Forest was nearly 3,000 kilometers away from the Tianshui Academy, and with the speed of the carriage, it would waste an immense amount of time. Therefore, he chose to fly directly there. The sun god wings spread from Gu Xingge's back, the golden wings appearing as if sculpted from gold, shimmering with golden light. The blazing sun fire burned fiercely, consuming all spirits and melting everything, causing the temperature around them to rise sharply. He unfurled the sun wings, transforming into a beam of golden divine light that pierced the sky, leaving a golden trail as he flew directly toward the TitleDouluo Great Forest. 3 hours later, at dusk, the sky began to darken, and the evening glow spread across the ground like a patch of crimson leaves. Under the slanted sunlight, The Star-Do Great Forest was tinted dark purple, the twilight permeating like water, gradually blurring the outlines of the earth. Suddenly, a golden divine light streaked across the sky, bringing a glimmer of brightness to the soon-to-be dark world. 200 miles outside the forest was a small hunting town. The town relied on the mountains, water, and forest for sustenance. Although the Star-Do Great Forest was fraught with danger, it also held many opportunities. Not only those in the know understood that herbs existed in this world. Although it was already dusk, the hunting town was still bustling with activity. Lanterns illuminated the streets, and soul masters wearing various light armor or leather armor came and went, while many others set up stalls selling various healing potions and weapons. Come, take a look. A soul power recovery potion crafted by a level 40 support type soul master. Only 50 gold soul coins a bottle. Delicious roasted cloud jinx chicken. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. An excellent taste. Come try it. Spicy rabbit heads. Only 5 copper soul coins each, spicy and flavorful. You'll want more after finishing. Purple soul flower. Top grade purple soul flower. The pollen can help enhance soul power. 10 gold soul coins per flower. Although it was nearing dusk, the sounds of vendors calling out filled the town, creating a lively atmosphere, with soul masters coming and going in droves. Outside the town, a beam of golden divine light descended, creating a large pit in the ground, the intense heat scorching the surrounding area black, resembling a meteorite falling. Within the golden light, Gushinga's figure appeared, surrounded by sun fire, highlighting his perfectly proportioned golden body. 9 rings hovered around his feet, dazzling golden light dispersing the darkness, blazing like the sun, illuminating the world, resembling a solar deity descending to the mortal realm. His arrival caused quite a commotion, immediately attracting the attention of many townsfolk. The soul master stationed by the spirit hall in the town quickly rushed over, thinking that some soul beast from the Star-Do Great Forest had come to disturb the town. Gushinga did not immediately enter the small town, but instead released Yi Yusi, Lan Xinyan, and the others from Mingjia. As soon as the girls emerged from Mingjia and saw the soul hunting town right in front of them, they displayed expressions of surprise, wondering if they had arrived so quickly. At that moment, the soul masters of the town's guard also rushed over. Upon seeing a crowd gathered at the town gate, they breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't soul beasts. However, with such a commotion, weren't they afraid of attracting soul beasts? The leader, showing signs of anger, was about to question them when a companion behind him tugged at his sleeve and pointed at Gushinga with an expression of shock. Old Chi, don't be impulsive. Look at that. Upon hearing this, Old Chi and the other soul masters turned their gazes towards Gushinga. When they saw the 9 soul rings surrounding him, their expressions changed drastically, filled with fear. They all knelt on one knee in unison, respectfully speaking. We pay our respects to your excellency. No need for excessive courtesies. Gushinga nodded slightly, bringing Yi Yusi, Haoyang, and the other 4 women, bypassing the crowd of soul master guards, and walked into soul hunting town. This immediately relieved Old Chi and the others, who turned their grateful gazes toward their companion who had reminded them. Old Wang, thank goodness for your reminder, or we would have been done for. Come to my house later, and I'll have your sister-in-law treat you. Tang San is about to appear. Let us torment him. Chapter 91. Encounter in Soul Hunting Town, Xiao Wu and Xiao Zhu. Soul Hunting Town is filled with shops of all kinds, with numerous stores lining the streets, forming a small wall-less city. Street lights rise one after another, illuminating the town. Soul masters come and go in groups of 3 to 5, chatting and laughing, creating a lively scene. As Gushinga entered the town, he quickly became the center of attention, not because of his handsome appearance or extraordinary demeanor, but because of the 6 women following him who attracted the gaze of the soul masters on the street. For no other reason than that Yi Yusi, Hulaina, and the others were too alluring. The older ones were mature and cold, Lan Xinyan, elegant and luxurious, Yi Yusi, delicate and graceful, Haoyang. The younger ones were charming and enchanting, Hulaina, icy and captivating, Zhu Zhuqing, sweet and adorable, Xiao Wu. All 6 women were exceptionally beautiful, each with their own unique charm, making it hard for onlookers to look away. Many male soul masters had fiery gazes filled with desire, openly revealing their intentions. And some even swallowed hard, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at Gushinga, wishing they could take his place. Feeling the lecherous gazes around her, Lan Xinyan felt quite uncomfortable. With a cold snort, 7 soul rings appeared beneath her feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The overwhelming aura of an 80-level peak soul sage swept in all directions, crushing those soul masters who were coveting them, making it hard for them to breathe, as if a giant stone pressed down on their chests, causing their faces to turn pale with fear. At the same time, an ice phoenix exuding extreme cold appeared behind her. The ice phoenix spread its wings and cried out into the night sky, unleashing a torrent of cold air that swept through the area, causing the temperature on the street to plummet, with frost accumulating on the ground, streetlights, and shop walls. Some soul masters with poor cold resistance trembled violently in the face of this powerful chill, under the intimidation of Lan Qingyan's soul sage pressure. The soul masters on the street scattered like birds and beasts, wishing they had 2 more legs to escape completely, clearing an entire street. After a while, Lan Qingyan finally retracted her martial soul, and the temperature on the street gradually returned to normal. The shop owners around looked at Guxinga and Lan Qingyan with awe in their eyes. Let us find a hotel to settle down first, and we'll enter the TitleDouluo forest tomorrow morning. Guxinga spoke lightly, and the girls nodded, following him to a 2-story small hotel. They found a front desk to book 3 rooms, 1 single and 2 triple rooms. The environment was ordinary. After all, they couldn't expect a high-end 5-star hotel, especially since it was close to the TitleDouluo forest, where soul beasts occasionally caused disturbances. The focus was on being sturdy and practical. Yi Yusi had already eaten the pastries prepared by Haoyang in the Mingjia and wasn't hungry, so she went upstairs to rest early. Lan Qingyan went with Haoyang to explore the night market. Teacher, are you going to have dinner with us? Zhu Zhuqing respectfully asked if he would join them in the dining hall. Guxinga shook his head, saying he wouldn't, and that they should eat well while he needed to cultivate. Although Guxinga's cultivation had reached level 99, he was restricted by the laws of the Douluo plane. Simply relying on cultivation wouldn't allow him to break through to level 100. He needed to inherit a divine position or condense a divine position himself to make that breakthrough. However, the Douluo laws restricted his soul master level, while the divine and devil body refinement and the lunar spirit refinement were not restricted, still allowing for progress. Halfway up the stairs, Guxinga suddenly stopped, turned to Zhu Zhuqing, and instructed, Xiao Qing, come to my room after dinner. I have something to discuss with you. Understood, teacher, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, and she heard Xiao Wu's voice urging her to hurry up and order food. At a small dining table, Haoyang and Xiao Wu were gathered together. After Xiao Wu finished ordering what she wanted to eat, she handed the menu to Zhu Zhuqing. After browsing the menu, the little wildcat ordered a fish and then began to ponder what her teacher wanted to discuss with her that evening. Could it be about the choice of her 3rd spirit ring? After finishing her order, Xiao Wu turned her head to look out the window, gazing into the distance, watching the faint shadow of the TitleDouluo forest. Her pink eyes revealed a sense of longing. She had been out for 6 years and wondered how her mother and Ming and Ming were doing. Hee. Mom will definitely be very happy to know that Uncle D Zayon has returned to the TitleDouluo forest. Sigh, it's so uncomfortable to hold it in. Xiao Wu's 2 pink-white rabbit ears drooped down, and she unconsciously recalled Uncle D Zayon's previous advice, feeling quite depressed. Why couldn't she tell the current Uncle D Zayon? Suddenly, while lost in thought, Xiao Wu sensed an extremely annoying aura. Her drooping pink-white rabbit ears suddenly perked up, and following that annoying aura, she looked outside the shop. She saw a group of boys and girls led by a middle-aged man, who was as sturdy as a bear, but only about 6 meters tall, entering the hotel. Xiao Wu's gaze fell on a girl wearing a dark green short dress. The girl had an enchanting face, long dark green hair, and an alluring figure that was well-developed. Curvaceous, and not at all inferior to Zhu Zhuqing. Her long, straight legs were dazzlingly white. The moment she saw her, the little rabbit instantly fluffed up, her delicate brows furrowing, her pearly teeth lightly biting, and her beautiful eyes revealing deep disgust. Why did that stinky spider have to come too? Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? Noticing that Xiao Wu's expression was off, Haoyang curiously asked if something was wrong. Seeing her keep staring at the group of boys and girls that had just entered, Haoyang followed her gaze to the dark green girl, slightly surprised. Did Xiao Wu have a grudge against that girl? Zhu Zhuqing also noticed 1 boy and 1 girl among the group of boys and girls, her expression slightly changing, especially when she saw the cat-eared girl who was dressed almost like her but appeared more charming and less cold. Among the group of boys and girls, the dark green girl sensed Xiao Wu's disgusted gaze and paused, turning to look at Xiao Wu with a surprised expression. She hadn't expected to encounter Xiao Wu here. The dark green girl quickly tugged at the boy next to her, who was wearing a blue outfit, pointed at Xiao Wu, and said sweetly, "Brother, look, it's Xiao Wu." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's name, The boy turned to look in the direction the dark green girl was pointing, his eyes revealing a hint of joy. This joy made the dark green girl quite displeased, but unable to express it. Instead, she actively pulled the boy away from the group and walked toward Xiao Wu. The dark green girl and the boy were, in fact, Xiao Zhu and Tang San. Xiao Zhu pretended to be concerned and sweetly asked about Xiao Wu's recent situation. Xiao Wu, where have you been lately? Didn't we agree to report to Shrek Academy together? Do you know how worried we were about you? You shouldn't run around like that. While seeming to care, every word was actually a reproach towards Xiao Wu. Seeing the concerned expression on Xiao Zhu's enchanting face, Xiao Wu felt it was all fake. Her pink eyes showed even more disgust as she spoke impatiently. None of your business. Hearing Xiao Wu's impatient tone, Tang San's expression darkened, and he looked pained as he began to question her. Xiao Wu, Xiao Zhu is concerned about you. How can you speak to her like that? It's too inconsiderate. Also, where have you been? Why didn't you report to Shrek Academy? Faced with Tang San's questioning, Xiao Wu maintained a cold expression and didn't want to answer him at all, which made Tang San's face even darker. Seeing this, Xiao Zhu quickly spoke in a sweet voice, trying to defend Xiao Wu. Brother, don't blame Xiao Wu. She must have her reasons for not going to Shrek Academy. Maybe she just doesn't think highly of it? While seemingly defending her, she was actually trying to instigate hatred against Xiao Wu. The Shrek members behind them frowned upon hearing that Xiao Wu looked down on Shrek Academy, their gazes turning to the little rabbit with a scrutinizing look. Zhao Wujia, however, was too lazy to care about this. Being experienced, he knew that Xiao Zhu was intentionally using them to target that rabbit-eared girl. So he walked towards the front desk to book a room. Against Xiao Zhu's feigned defense, Xiao Wu scoffed and coldly snorted, completely disregarding her. Oof. Where I go is none of your business. Stop with your sarcastic remarks. I'll tell you straight up, I don't think highly of Shrek Academy, a wild chicken soul master academy that hasn't even been recorded by the Spirit Hall. You can go if you want. I don't care. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the Shrek members changed. Tang San immediately shouted angrily at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, how can you be so inconsiderate? Apologize to me. I'll apologize to your head. Xiao Wu snapped back. Who do you think you are, Tang San? You think you deserve my apology? What do you have to do with me? You think you're someone important? Get as far away from me as you can. Just seeing you makes me sick. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu was even more fierce, standing up and angrily confronting Tang San. Her tone as fierce as could be, like a rabbit that had been provoked and fluffed up. Her pink eyes full of disgust and anger, showing no regard for Tang San at all. Zhu Zhuqing and Hu Laina were both stunned. They hadn't expected the usually cute and likable Xiao Wu to have such a fierce side. However, it was clear that to push Xiao Wu to this extent, the person named Tang San must be extremely annoying. Hu Laina carefully observed Tang San, feeling curious about his relationship with Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Tang San's face turned extremely dark after being confronted by Xiao Wu, while Xiao Zhu appeared surprised on the surface, but was secretly overjoyed. Xiao Wu, why can't I care about you? I'm your brother. Tang San hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Xiao Wu again. Brother my ass. Don't think you're so important here. Back in Nodding Academy, I won, and you still have to call me Sister Xiao Wu. Oh, Xiao Wu, how can you speak to Sangge like that? It was Sangge who let you win back then. Otherwise, you would have lost long ago. We don't blame you for not wanting to join Shrek Academy, but how can you insult Shrek Academy like this? It is the academy recommended by Sanji's teacher. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu was desperately trying to mediate, sowing discord between the Shrek crowd and Tang San. Looking at the nauseating Tang San and Xiao Zhu, Xiao didn't want to waste her breath arguing about brother and sister matters. She turned to leave, not even wanting to eat. But Tang San was unwilling to let her go. Seeing Xiao Wu about to leave, his originally gloomy face showed a hint of anxiety as he hurried forward to grab her arm, but unexpectedly, a long, beautiful leg wrapped in pink stockings lashed out like a steel whip, cutting through the air with a whoosh and kicking towards Tang San. This sudden kick changed Tang San's expression drastically. His outstretched hand turned into a claw shape, and his internal energy surged, forming a gentle force in his palm. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, neutralizing this whip kick. Again with the controlling crane and capturing dragon, Xiao Wu felt a strong controlling force wrapping around her calf. Her pretty face turned cold, and her beautiful leg suddenly exerted force, releasing her soul power. Her body flipped in the air, forcibly breaking free from Tang San's control. Fortunately, with her excellent control over her body and high flexibility, she landed steadily without any embarrassment. Xiao Wu, who originally didn't want to pay attention to Tang San, was completely irritated by him now. Her eyes changed from pink to red, and she coldly spoke. Tang-san, are you looking for a fight? I'm ready to accompany you. The soft-boned rabbit martial soul manifested, and 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, floating and rotating. A fluffy pink and white rabbit tail sprouted from her well-rounded backside, and her long, straight pink-legged beauty was coated with a layer of pink-white brilliance. Seeing the other party make a move, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing also did not stand by idly, manifesting their martial souls like Xiao Wu. 2 yellow and 2 purple, for soul rings floated beneath Hulaina's feet. After manifesting her alluring fox martial soul, her charm greatly increased, captivating many hearts in the hall with her every frown and smile, including the 3 men from Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing, with the moon shadow spirit cat martial soul, became even more proportionate and slender, her voluptuous figure accentuated. A silver moon pattern appeared on her snow-white forehead, exuding a cold and lonely silver glow, noble and serene. Her eyes transformed into silver cat pupils, sharp and perceptive, her fingernails elongated and sharp as daggers, incredibly lethal. The moon outside seemed to sense this, casting down a brilliant moonlight that enveloped the little wild cat's delicate body. In the moonlight, Zhu Zhuqing's figure became elusive, presenting an ethereal state, her breath nearly non-existent, transforming into a moon assassin. The Shrek crowd saw that the other side had a soul sect member, and their expressions grew serious. Zhao Wujin leaned against the counter, looking like he was watching a show. He saw that Hulaina, appearing only 18 or 19 years old, had already reached the soul sect level. Moreover, judging by her aura, her soul power was probably not low, at least at the 46th or 47th level. And with the combination of 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings, her identity must be extraordinary. That group of little monsters was in trouble. Among the Shrek crowd, Dai Mubai looked at the alluring Hulaina with fiery eyes and immediately shouted, "Oof! So what if you're a soul sect? Brothers, unleash your martial souls." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's command, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others all manifested their martial souls. 1 soul Zun, 6 great soul masters, with a purple soul ring mixed among a bunch of yellow soul rings, their momentum even greater than that of Hulaina and her group. Some dining guests in the hall were frightened away. Tang Sen urged Dai Mubai and the others not to act, then earnestly persuaded Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, as long as you admit your mistake and come back to Shrek Academy with me, we will forgive your earlier disrespect." "Tang-san, are you out of your mind? What mistake should I admit? Are we that familiar? Don't pretend to care about me. You're really disgusting. Just seeing you makes me want to vomit." Xiao Wu looked at Tang-san's concerned expression with utter disgust. She truly felt like throwing up. She couldn't understand why Tang-san seemed to have a problem. Back at Nodding Academy, he kept pestering her, pretending to be familiar with her, and even called himself her brother. What a lunatic. The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She shouldn't have gone to Nodding Academy in the first place. Otherwise, she wouldn't have encountered this lunatic Tang-san. Please vote for monthly tickets. Please reward. Please recommend. Chapter 93, Tang-san, like a dog. On the 2nd floor of the hotel, in a single room, Gu Xingge sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by silver light points, as if he were in the Milky Way. He formed the Tian seal with his hands, drawing endless moonlight into his body, cleansing his soul, washing away the impurities, and his soul light shimmered, noble and ethereal like a bright moon. His ears twitched as he heard Xiao Wu's angry scolding from downstairs. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of silver flashing by, and the surrounding silver moonlight gradually dissipated. Gu Xingge showed a look of surprise. Who provoked this little rabbit? During this time spent with Xiao Wu, Gu Xingge had already dismissed the suspicion that she was a reincarnator. Although Xiao Wu hadn't shown much enthusiasm towards him these days, he could sense that her gaze towards him was different, as if she had known him for a long time. This was the most puzzling part for Gu Xingge. He was very clear that he had never interacted with Xiao Wu before, and she was not a reincarnator. So the only remaining possibility was that he had crossed time and met Xiao Wu in the past timeline. This hypothesis could hold. After all, he had a system. It was possible that one day he could win a time-traveling item or spell in a lottery and go back to the past. However, if he traveled back in time, the first thing he would do would definitely be to stop Bibi Dong's tragedy from happening. But why does Qianren Shue still exist? There were too many doubts in this. However, one thing could be confirmed. Xiao Wu was not the original Xiao Wu he knew from the story. Let me see who has provoked my little rabbit. Gu Xingge chuckled lightly, got up from the bed, and walked out of the room. He wanted to see which blind person dared to touch his student. In the lobby on the first floor, Hu Laina, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu were coldly watching the Shrek group. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with disgust, unable to understand why this guy kept bothering her like a mangy dog.